Chapter 1. The golden finger goes live, the coffin lid cannot contain it. In the depths of the Zulong abyss, in the East Sea, within a colossal coffin. Ding! System buffering complete, database updated, heavenly Tao divine authority system activated. Upon hearing this notification echo in his mind, Ao Gu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, nearly succumbing to sobs. 100,000 years. This golden finger had made him wait a full 100,000 years. At long last it was online. Was it easy for him? Neglecting his excitement, he promptly opened a freshly unlocked system. Instantly, a personal panel materialized before him. Name, Zulong Ao Gu. Race, Dragon. Identity, ancestor of the dragon race, ancestral spirit. Cultivation, peak of quasi-saint revival progress 0.1. Dao realm, Yin-Yang Dao 82, fire element Dao 80, water element Dao 51, holy virtue Dao 34, time Dao 31, universe Dao 15, creation Dao 11, life and death Dao 9. Status, remnant soul revival progress 0.1. Current authority, master of Zulong abyss, leader of the dragon race deceased. Permission level, control of Zulong abyss complete, control of dragon race low, control of water race very low, control of scaled beast very low. Authority value, 10,000 can be used to exchange for revival progress, enhance Tao comprehension, elevate life levels, etc. Equipment, Zulong Pearl innate supreme treasure, Zulong Coffin acquired supreme treasure. Indeed, upon seeing the functionalities noted in parentheses next to the authority value, Ao Gu could not help but clench his fist in triumph within his heart. He had known that this golden finger would not let him down. There truly existed a means for his revival. Reflecting on the bitter weight of the past 100 millennia, the taste of loneliness and desolation was beyond words, and the fact that he had not succumbed to madness left even him in awe of his own resilience. Had he possessed such determination in his previous life, he would not have led a life of mediocrity. Ao Gu had traversed to this prehistoric world 100,000 years prior. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself within a coffin. It was only later that he realized he had inexplicably become the Zulong. At that time, he had been thoroughly astonished. Never had he imagined that he would one day traverse into the form of this illustrious ancestor of the dragon race, one of the dominators of the prehistoric era. The only regret was that he had arrived a tad too late. By the time he had crossed over, the Zulong had long since perished, leaving behind only a dragon pearl and a wisp of a solitary soul. Fortunately, he had also brought along this heavenly Tao divine authority system. Though its initial phase had been rather disheartening, it had made him wait a full 100,000 years before it officially activated. This system, true to its name, served as a catalyst for the host to ascend and expand within the mythical world, allowing mastery over more divine authorities and heavenly permissions. As the authority increased, the system would generate corresponding authority values. And based on the amount of authority value, one could exchange for various incredible benefits. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was possessing sufficient authority value. It was akin to in-game microtransactions. So long as one had the funds and was willing to spend, in the end, one could attain everything desired. System, what is the exchange rate for revival progress using authority value? Ao Gu eagerly inquired about his most pressing concern. 10,000 authority value can be exchanged for 1 revival progress. So low, Ao Gu felt a pang of frustration. Initially, he had thought his 10,000 authority value was substantial, but now it appeared rather meager. Spending it all would only yield a mere 1 revival progress. What could that accomplish? Ding! As revival progress increases, the host's cultivation strength will also recover in tandem, and the range of perception and activity will expand accordingly. At that moment, the system's prompt invigorated Ao Gu's spirits. There's such an effect. He had presumed that to achieve anything significant, complete revival was essential. It seemed this was not the case. What was there to hesitate over? System, I choose to exchange for revival progress. Host currently possesses 10,000 authority value, which can be exchanged for 1 revival progress. Shall I proceed with the full exchange? Affirmative. Aogu nodded, displaying no intention of holding back. He immediately invested all his available authority value. Boom! In an instant, a profound power imbued with boundless vitality surged forth within Aogu's soul, nurturing his body and mind from within, immersing him entirely in its essence. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. Aogu's consciousness gradually returned. As his spirit regained clarity, he immediately recognized the peculiar change within himself. Although still ensconced within the shadowy coffin, his entire state had transformed significantly from before. The remnant soul that had once resided within the Zulong Pearl had now burgeoned into a nearly corporeal spiritual entity, reclaiming the Zulong Pearl into the dragon soul. Though still merely a dragon soul, the power and might it could wield surpassed that of the past by tenfold. Moreover, unlike the previous lifeless essence, the entire dragon soul now radiated with vibrant vitality and vigor. And the enhancements were not limited to vitality and strength. Even the formidable consciousness had amplified more than tenfold compared to before. He could sense that. Not only was he confined within this Zulong coffin, but even the unfathomable depths of the Zulong abyss could no longer contain his divine awareness. With but a thought, his consciousness could effortlessly penetrate the Zulong abyss, perceiving the circumstances outside. I wonder what time it is out there now. I'll gulmuz it. It was worth noting that since the onset of the Dragonhan calamity, the status and strength of the dragon race in the wilderness had begun a relentless decline. In prehistoric times, they could barely maintain the dignity of an ancient clan. But as the era of Fengshan and Journey to the West unfolded, their facade was entirely stripped away, leaving them vulnerable to the trampling of any passerby. He could only hope that his return as the ancient ancestor was not too late. With this thought, Aogu's consciousness spread beyond the Zulong coffin, traversing the Zulong abyss, enveloping the entirety of the East Sea within its grasp. However, his expression soon shifted, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. Ignorant wretches. Chapter 2. The Troubled Dragon King. The overbearing oppression of the dragon time rewinds to not long ago. Within the crystal palace of the East Sea, the old dragon, King Aoguang, sat alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. Outsiders might presume that this leader of the dragon clan, the East Sea Dragon King, lived a life of luxury, yet only he understood the profound constraints that accompanied his regal title. Once, his clan had proudly held the position of the foremost among the three great ancient races, one of the supreme rulers of the world. But what of the present? Beings, both human and otherwise, came to trample upon his dignity, ignoring distant grievances. What has the dragon clan endured since the calamity of the investiture of the gods? Oppressed by the heavenly court, looked down upon by the Daoists, enslaved by the Buddhists, and now, even a wild monkey from the mountains, unknown in origin, dared to come and extort him. Although some time had passed since the event, the mere recollection still stirred a tempest of emotions within the old Dragon King. After all, that sea-stabilizing needle was a treasured relic left behind by Daoist from his water control exploits. Even with the vast collection of the East Sea Dragon Palace, such treasures were exceedingly rare. Yet it had been brazenly seized by an outsider, along with a set of spiritual artifacts cobbled together from his three brothers. How could he not feel humiliated? It is crucial to note that we are no longer in the ancient primordial times. The spiritual treasures of the world have long been claimed by formidable powers. Not only the innate treasures, but even the acquired ones could incite fierce competition among countless celestial beings. The three items offered as substitutes: the phoenix wing purple gold crown, the golden armor, and the lotus silk cloud shoes were at best mediocre artifacts of the acquired realm, which the dragon clan could still afford. However, the sea-stabilizing needle was not only a premier artifact of the acquired realm, but also possessed the rare virtue of being nourished by Daoist merits, enhancing fortunes and allowing for the shedding of karmic consequences. Even for the affluent dragon clan, such treasures were scarce. What was more infuriating was that the audacious monkey not only took advantage of the situation, but also flaunted his newfound prowess, summoning friends to boast as if to declare to the world, "The dragon clan is wealthy. Come and feast." The wealth of the dragon clan was already legendary in the primordial world, and after such a ruckus, did it not invite all manner of beings, human or otherwise, to rush forth like starving wolves? No matter how abundant the Dragon Clan's treasures, they could not withstand the onslaught of those eager to take a slice for themselves. Though the Dragon Clan had fallen, they had only been looked down upon by those with influential backgrounds. Yet now, in the wake of this incident, even fledgling rural monsters dared to bare their fangs at them. Had he known that the monkey would act so shamelessly, he might as well have held firm at the time and given nothing. Even if it meant a confrontation, the situation could hardly have deteriorated further. He would not have had to endure this humiliation. However, having been so severely wronged by that monkey, A.O. Guang would not allow the perpetrator to escape unscathed. Following the incident, he had reported the monkey's transgressions to the heavenly court, ensuring that the matter was brought to light. Although the Jade Emperor held little regard for the remnants of their clan and often chastised them, the Dragon Clan was, after all, still subordinate to the heavenly court. For the sake of the court's reputation and his own dignity, it was unlikely that the Emperor would let the monkey off lightly. Contemplating these matters, the old Dragon King's previously pained expression softened, rekindling a spark of merriment. Yet before he could savor the delightful array of fine wines and dishes before him, a cacophony erupted from beyond the palace, followed by a flustered carp guard rushing in. "Your Majesty, it is terrible. Another monster has come to our door. Is this never-ending?" The old Dragon King's fury ignited as he abruptly pushed aside the table and stood. Did he believe the East Sea Dragon Palace was a brothel where anyone could come and act as they pleased? Such blatant disrespect. With a wave of his hand, he cast a water mirror spell, eager to unveil the identity of the latest intruder. Did they think they could just waltz into his East Sea Dragon Palace as they pleased? In the next moment, a shimmering water mirror materialized, reflecting the scene outside the palace, causing the old Dragon King's countenance to shift dramatically. "ITSM." The sight within the water mirror filled A.O. Guang with both shock and fury. For the figure he recognized all too well. "You wretched spawn, how dare you come here?" The old Dragon King's face turned shade of blue, his eyes ablaze with indescribable anger. It was one thing to be bullied by outsiders. But now, even his own wayward nephew had come to flaunt his power. Was this not a direct affront to their lineage? Chapter 3. The uninvited guest standing before the East Sea Crystal Palace. The Jiao Demon King's expression fluctuated, a mix of nostalgia and deep-seated hatred. He never anticipated that after severing ties with the Dragon Clan, he would one day come knocking at their door. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, any lingering warmth and reminiscence vanished, replaced by a steely coldness and sharp resolve. Directly employing his supernatural powers, he transformed into a streak of black light, effortlessly passing through the palace guards and array of restrictions. Entering the Dragon Palace. Who dares trespass upon the Dragon Palace? Despite being the capital of the Dragon Clan, heavily fortified, the East Sea Dragon Palace was not impervious. The moment the Jiao Demon King stepped inside, he was quickly discovered that a guard, resembling an eel and wielding a steel spear, charged forth, barking orders. Upon recognizing the intruder as a Jiao dragon, his demeanor softened slightly, yet he still spoke with an edge. "You Jiao dragon, immediately present your token and report your identity, or do not blame me for being rude." The Jiao Demon King's eyes narrowed dangerously. The guard's tone evoked memories of his days in the North Sea Dragon Palace, where the palace guards spoke to him with similar disdain, lacking the respect afforded to pure-blood dragon offspring. He loathed such condescension, and for a long time, no one dared address him in that manner. Those who did had met their demise. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura of the Tai realm surged forth, descending upon the eel guard with unrestrained force. The guard felt as though an invisible mountain had crashed upon him, shattering his bones and rupturing his organs. With a single cough of blood, he collapsed, lifeless, without uttering a word. The Jiao Demon King had effortlessly killed him with his aura alone. In the realm of Earth Immortals, the hierarchy of celestial beings is divided into 7 ranks. From Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Deluo Golden Immortal, to the Quasi-Saint. Above them lies the legendary, indestructible Hunyuan Saint, a being far beyond ordinary comprehension, and thus not categorized among celestial beings. Since the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the Han Yuan saints have retreated into the 33 heavens, no longer intervening in the disputes of the three realms. The ancient powers of the primordial era have also secluded themselves for various reasons, leading to a scarcity of even quasi-saints and saints in the current three realms. The Daluo Golden Immortal has become exceedingly rare, while the Tai Golden Immortal stands as one of the few visible top-tier experts. The Jiao Demon King, being a Tai Golden Immortal, easily overshadowed the Eel Guard, who was merely a lowly earth immortal fish spirit, utterly incapable of withstanding the immense pressure exerted by a Tai Golden Immortal. How dare you commit murder within the East Sea Dragon Palace? A tumult of angry shouts erupted around him. The patrolling shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and fish guards had heard the commotion and rushed over, only to witness the gruesome sight of their comrade slain, igniting a blaze of fury among them. The East Sea Dragon Palace was the very foundation of the Dragon Clan. How could they allow an outsider to act with such brazen audacity? Seize this madman. Yes, capture him and report to the king. A voice rang out, prompting all the guards to unite in a tide of assault against the Jiao Demon King. Allowing a trespasser to enter the Dragon Palace was already a dereliction of duty. And with a comrade slain, they could not allow the perpetrator to escape. Otherwise, they would all face the wrath of the Dragon King. The sight of blood triggered the Jiao Demon King's innate ferocity. And with a cold glance at the encroaching guards, he prepared to respond. Boom! In the next moment, an immense and invisible force erupted from his being, sweeping outward in all directions like a terrifying shockwave. In the blink of an eye, it sent all the surrounding soldiers and guards hurtling away, as if they were mere dead fish and rotten shrimp flung indiscriminately into the air. The Dragon Palace guards who bore the brunt of the force found their breath extinguished mid-air, while those positioned further back were somewhat shielded by their comrades, surviving the onslaught but still severely injured, blood gushing from their wounds, leaving many unable to rise, their faces etched with terror as they looked towards the Jiao Demon King. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Jiao Demon King's brow, and with a casual step on the ground, another wave of invisible energy radiated outward, instantly sweeping over the remaining survivors. These unfortunate souls met the same fate, their flesh exploding, leaving no trace behind. Only then did the Jiao Demon King allow himself a scornful smile, striding deeper into the Dragon Palace, swiftly navigating through the myriad of halls until he vanished into the inner sanctum. Who dares? Boldly intruding, a cacophony of shouts erupted as the palace guards, tasked with safeguarding the inner sanctum, recognized the Jiao Demon King. However, these shouts quickly morphed into horrified cries, rapidly echoing deeper into the palace. It was evident that these inner guards were equally incapable of halting the Jiao Demon King's advance, suffering grievously in the process. Chapter 4. The Majesty of the Dragon Clan? What a farce! How dare this wretched creature invade my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Just then, a piercing roar resounded, accompanied by a brilliant silver light that illuminated the depths of the Dragon Palace, akin to a dragon ascending to the heavens. This was swiftly followed by a thunderous clash, the terrifying energy wave causing the entire palace to tremble. Even those guards patrolling the outermost perimeter felt the tremors, unable to suppress their astonishment and fear. Within the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace, a young dragon clad in silver armor and wielding a gleaming silver lance stood resolutely in the courtyard before the Dragon King's chamber. Coldly regarding the Jiao Demon King, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The sight of this silver-armored dragon elicited immense joy among the palace guards, for this sudden appearance was none other than Daoist, the second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, and the foremost expert of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Sea Dragon King had 3 sons, the eldest, Daoist, the second, Daoist, and the youngest, Daoist. The eldest was inept, and the youngest had passed away early, leaving only the second son suitable for great responsibility. Thus, even though Daoist had long since reached adulthood, he had not followed his elder brother's path of early kingship, but had remained in the Dragon Palace under Daoist Guang's tutelage as a successor. Daoist had indeed lived up to the expectations of the old Dragon King, having attained the Tai Golden Immortal realm at merely a few thousand years of age, not inferior to his forebears. In fact, among the young generation across the 3 realms, few could surpass him, having already become the second strongest in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, second only to Dragon King Ao Guang. Many believe that if external factors such as spiritual treasures and divine authority were excluded, this second prince might not even be weaker than the Dragon King himself. After all, the Dragon King had not engaged in battle for many years, and in recent conflicts involving the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. It was primarily this second prince who led the troops into battle, his popularity among the palace warriors subtly eclipsing that of the old Dragon King. Therefore, upon seeing him take the stage, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the illustrious Ao, the second prince, and no wonder he could withstand a blow from me. It is no small feat, the Jiao Demon King remarked, retracting his hand, which had transformed into a claw resembling that of a dragon, gently blowing on a white mark left on his palm. Disdain evident in his demeanor. You treacherous wretch, betraying your kin for personal gain. Ao Yi's handsome face turned ashen as he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Had it not been for my father's mercy, granting you a chance at life, you ungrateful scoundrel would have been slain by my fourth uncle long ago. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dared to rampage in our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Had I known this would transpire, I should have executed you then as a warning to uphold the dignity of our Dragon Clan. Dignity of the Dragon Clan? Huh. The Jiao Demon King erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Aoe, do you believe we are still in the ancient era when the Dragon Clan ruled the heavens? Wake up! Your Dragon Clan is merely a pitiful group clinging to a vestige of ancient glory, surviving on borrowed time. What audacity do you have to speak of the dignity of the Dragon Clan? Dignity? Does the Dragon Clan still possess such a concept? Silence! Aoe could no longer tolerate the Jiao Demon King's scorn, especially his repeated references to your Dragon Clan, which implied he no longer considered himself one of them. The dignity of the Dragon Clan is not something a traitor like you can mock. Flames of fury ignited in Ao Yi's eyes as he let out a fierce roar, lunging forward with his lance. Today, I shall rid us of this ungrateful, ancestral betrayer, cleansing our Dragon Clan. In an instant, silver light erupted again, and a colossal lance shadow surged forth like a dragon soaring through the skies, accompanied by a roaring sound that echoed towards the Jiao Demon King. You truly think highly of yourself. The Jiao Demon King sneered, his expression laced with contempt, as though he regarded Aoe, the foremost expert of the younger generation, as inconsequential. Though Aoe was also a Tai Golden Immortal, there were disparities in strength among those of the same rank. Today, I shall show you who the true powerhouse is. The Jiao Demon King summoned a black, shimmering lance, its deadly aura palpable. With a thrust, it surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from a sea, transforming into an even more formidable lance shadow, its ominous brilliance tearing through the air towards Aoe. Chapter 5. Ao Jiao, come forth. Boom! In an instant, the two lance shadows collided with a deafening roar, the violent clash reverberating throughout the Dragon Palace. The surrounding dragon guards were swept away by the terrifying energy surge, most of them sent flying, blood spewing forth. Only a few with higher realms and deep cultivation managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet even they were forced to retreat repeatedly, barely managing to stand against the palace walls, their faces pale and their hearts filled with trepidation. Just a hint of the residual energy from their clash had proven so formidable. How terrifying must the powers in direct confrontation be? Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions followed in rapid succession, the very air quaking, primordial energy erupting like a tide, shaking the entire Dragon Palace, resonating with a thunderous roar as if the seabed itself were about to upheave. The Dragon Palace guards struggled to maintain their footing, swept away by the undercurrents, on the verge of vomiting blood. Amid their discomfort, those who had initially held unwavering faith in Aoe began to worry for the Crown Prince. Could he withstand such a formidable foe? As if to confirm their fears, a figure suddenly burst forth from the fray, emerging from the chaotic melee. Clad in shining silver armor, he was now marred with conspicuous splashes of crimson. indicating severe injuries that it was AOE. If you possess only this level of skill, do not blame me for being ruthless. The Jiao Demon King taunted, pursuing relentlessly, his lance resembling a venomous dragon as it sought to devour OE. Intent on extermination. Your Highness. Witnessing this, all present were filled with alarm, eager to rush to his aid. However, the residual energy from the previous clash was too overwhelming. Even the uninjured were forced to retreat far back, leaving them no chance to intervene. Stand down. At that moment, a voice filled with fury, resonant with age, echoed from the depths of the Dragon King's hall. Accompanied by this voice, strands of spiritual light flickered throughout the Dragon Palace, causing the entire structure to tremble slightly, as if a slumbering ancient beast was awakening. The Jiao Demon King, currently in pursuit, suddenly felt a wave of intense danger wash over him, akin to being targeted by a formidable adversary. Instinctively, he halted, casting wary glances around him that a force capable of instilling such a profound sense of threat was not something any ordinary Tai could achieve. Your Highness, are you all right? Seizing the opportunity, an elderly man clad in the garb of a civil official, bearing a turtle shell upon his back, swiftly approached AOE, gently steadying his slightly swaying figure with a look of deep concern. It was none other than Prime Minister Jiu, as the chief minister and close aide to the Dragon King, as well as the steward of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gay resided within the palace itself. However, due to the hierarchical distinctions between the inner and outer courts, even as a close minister, he was relegated to the outer court, which was somewhat removed from the inner sanctum. Despite his haste to arrive upon hearing the commotion, he had only just made it there, although his cultivation reached the golden immortal realm. Arriving earlier would not have significantly altered the outcome. That AOE shook his head, indicating that he was not severely harmed, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable bitterness and reluctance, though his physical wounds were not fatal. The psychological trauma was far more difficult for him to bear. It was a disgrace for him, who was heralded as the foremost expert among the younger generation of dragons, to be bested by a half-blood dragon who had forgotten his roots. Your Highness, at that moment, other leaders and guards from the Dragon Palace surged forward, casting worried glances at AOE. Upon witnessing the injuries he bore, they turned their furious gazes towards the Jiao Demon King, collectively brimming with the intent to confront him. While the Jiao Demon King was indeed formidable, united in their righteous anger, they believed that with their combined efforts, they might yet prevail against him. Stand down, all of you. Just then, an aged voice resonated once more. The palace doors swung open on their own, revealing the interior of the hall, accompanied by the deep, suppressed rage of Ao Guang. Ao Jiao. Step inside, I shall grant you a reprieve for now. The Jiao Demon King sheathed his weapon, nonchalantly wiping the splattered blood from his armor, casting a derisive glance at the furious onlookers, before striding into the hall as if nothing were amiss. Ao Jiao was his given name, though he had seldom used it since his defection from the Dragon Clan. The denizens of the Dragon Palace regarded the Jiao Demon King with fiery glares. But due to the Dragon King's command, they could only watch helplessly as he swaggered into the Grand Hall. AOE, having slightly stabilized his injuries, intended to follow him inside, but suddenly heard his father's voice in his mind. There is no need for you to enter. Remain outside. Startled, AOE hesitated for a moment, but ultimately suppressed his agitation and complied, taking his post outside. Chapter 6. The Jiao Demon King's intentions as he watched the Jiao Demon King stride into the hall. Ao Guang's expression was fraught with complexity, both fury and sorrow. In the past, Ao Jiao had shown insubordination and disrespect, even going so far as to come to blows with his father, the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shan, nearly losing his life at the hands of his fourth brother. Had it not been for his intervention as the elder brother, preventing the enraged fourth from delivering a fatal blow and secretly rescuing the young man, Ao Jiao would have perished long that time. He had been torn between the horror of a father-son conflict unfolding within his fourth brother's household and recognizing the exceptional talent of Ao Jiao, who could contend with his fourth brother at such a young age, a rare prodigy among the younger dragon generation. Thus, he had momentarily softened, allowing Ao Jiao to escape, little realizing he had unleashed a calamity. After fleeing, instead of reflecting on his actions, Ao Jiao had turned against his own father, now audaciously assaulting his doorstep. Was this not a case of self-inflicted consequences? Yet, considering Ao Jiao's lineage, Ao Guang suppressed his anger and regret. Striving for a calm tone, "Oh, Jiao, what brings you to my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Uncle, let us not speak so harshly. After all, I am your own nephew, am I not? Having finally made something of myself. Is it not only natural and reasonable for me to pay my respects to my esteemed uncle?" Though the Jiao Demon King spoke thus, his countenance bore a mocking demeanor as he regarded the Eastern Sea Dragon King upon the throne, radiating an air of arrogance. Seeing the Jiao Demon King's brazen attitude, the Eastern Sea Dragon King nearly succumbed to his indignation, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. Paying respects? Is this how your family conducts such visits? When one pays a visit, do they not bring gifts and show proper courtesy? Yet you arrive empty-handed, and without any regard, you storm in, inflicting injuries upon my guards and severely wounding my son. Even a robber would not be so brazen. I cannot bear to accept your uncle title, nor do I dare receive a visit from the illustrious Jiao Demon King, should you choose to return to the fold. Perhaps I might reconsider. Despite his discontent, Ao Guang stifled his anger and spoke with measured calm. He had deliberately left his son and the others outside, aiming for a rational discussion with his nephew to ascertain whether there was any hope of redemption for him. After all, given the scarcity of talent within their clan, winning back Ao Jiao would significantly bolster the strength of the dragon lineage. However, the Jiao Demon King's response left him disheartened. The Jiao Demon King merely scoffed, his disdain unmistakable, as if he were silently mocking. "Old man, are you dreaming?" Although the Elder Dragon King restrained himself from openly confronting him, his countenance inevitably darkened, were it not for their blood ties and his regard for Ao Jiao's potential. He would have swiftly ordered the guard to take action against anyone daring to rampage in his palace. Yet, even with Ao Guang's composure and restraint, witnessing the Jiao Demon King's attitude extinguished any desire to continue their conversation. He picked up a cup of tea that had grown cold on the side table, making his intentions clear. "Given your stance, it seems we have little left to discuss. Please take your leave." However, the Jiao Demon King showed no inclination to cooperate, seemingly oblivious to the Elder Dragon King's gesture of offering tea as a means of dismissal. He scanned the hall, found a chair, and boldly seated himself. Then reached out to levitate a plate of spirit fruits from the table beside the Elder Dragon King. Without regard for the Elder's increasingly ashen visage, he continued munching while speaking. "Of course. Dear uncle, aside from paying you a visit, I do have a small matter I wish to request your assistance with." The Elder Dragon King could not suppress a derisive snort. He had anticipated this. The rogue had come with ulterior motives. Yet, given that the Jiao Demon King was clearly unwilling to leave, he could hardly show his displeasure overtly. He regretted not having brought others with him, as they could have at least played the role of the stern voice in this encounter. It was well known that his uncle was exceedingly wealthy and generous. Previously, when the mountain monkey son Wukong had come seeking treasures, his uncle had readily offered 4 magical artifacts, including the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, drawing envy from many. Although the Eastern Sea Dragon King did not respond, the Jiao Demon King remained unperturbed, continuing unabated. "As I happen to find myself lacking in worthy treasures, I thought I might come to borrow some from my esteemed uncle. Surely, you would not disappoint me?" The Elder Dragon King's expression darkened, his face turning as grim as the bottom of a pot. So, this miscreant had indeed come for the Dragon Palace's treasures. Chapter 7. Heartless and unfeeling. Turning against kin indeed, the Jiao Demon King's intentions were directed towards the Dragon Palace's hoard. At this juncture, while he had yet to forge alliances with the likes of Sun Wukong and Neo Mo Wang, establishing himself among the 7 great saints, he had nonetheless formed bonds with like-minded companions over shared indulgences. Given Sun Wukong's ostentatious nature, the origins of his magical equipment had long been divulged amongst his circle of friends. This only served to exacerbate the Jiao Demon King's feelings of discontent. How could it be that a mere mountain monkey, who had no connection to the dragon clan, could waltz into the Dragon Palace, flaunt his authority, and walk away with treasures such as the Rui Jingu Bang. Meanwhile, the legitimate Dragon Prince had received nothing of the sort. Thus, he had resolved to pay a visit. If his uncle could not safeguard the ancestral treasures, why not transfer them all to him? After all, it would be better for the riches to remain within the family than to fall into the hands of outsiders. Alas, you shall be sorely disappointed. The elder Dragon King's countenance remained cold, his voice devoid of warmth. The Dragon Clan possesses little in the way of treasures these days. If that is your purpose, then I must kindly ask you to leave. None? The Jiao Demon King rolled his eyes, his expression souring. Uncle, do you take me for a fool? The Dragon Palace has no treasures? Spare me that nonsense. Not even a ghost would buy it. If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative. The Eastern Sea Dragon King replied coolly, I do have an idea. However, as the Dragon King appeared impervious to reason, the Jiao Demon King, with a sudden glint in his eye, proposed, why not allow my young nephew to conduct a search? If nothing is found, I shall promptly take my leave. However, should I uncover any treasures within this Dragon Palace, they shall rightfully belong to me. What do you think, dear uncle? Impudence. Even the esteemed Dragon King could not contain his fury, rising from his seat in indignation. How could one stoop to such levels of dishonesty? The illustrious Dragon Palace of the East Sea, a sacred bastion of the dragon lineage, cannot be subjected to your whims of search. He pointed an accusing finger at the Jiao Demon King, his voice laced with anger. Aogao, heed my words. What I declare as absent is indeed absent. Even if there were treasures, you would not receive a single scrap. So abandon this foolish notion at once. Depart from the Dragon Palace. I wish not to lay eyes upon you again. Old fool, do not overestimate your worth. The Jiao Demon King's visage darkened. Casting aside his pretense and revealing his true nature, I have been gracious, recalling the bonds of the past. Yet if you choose to spurn my goodwill, do not expect me to show restraint. Old fool. Aogao's face turned ashen with fury, trembling with indignation. I was blind to have saved such a heartless wretch. What did you say? I say you have much to answer for, you ungrateful wretch. Not content with your misdeeds abroad, you dare to rob your own uncle? Your audacity knows no bounds. The old Dragon King's ire intensified. Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have allowed your father to deal with you long ago, ending your miserable existence. Look at you now, reeking of sin. How does heaven not smite you down with its wrath? The Jiao Demon King's countenance darkened. His sensitivity to bloodlines and origins, now painfully exposed, as the offspring of the North Sea Dragon King. He bore the stigma of mixed heritage, having endured scorn and ridicule since childhood, which had fostered his selfish and vindictive nature. The weight of his accumulated sins also burdened him. Having strayed from his kin and indulged in nefarious deeds, the old Dragon King laid bare his most vulnerable wounds. The Jiao Demon King's fury ignited anew. You foolish old man, I came merely to acquire some treasures, but if you insist on this path, I shall gladly seek a new master for the East Sea Dragon Palace in an instant. Brilliant light flashed from his hand, revealing a gleaming spear of exquisite iron. With a swift motion, he unleashed a streak of cold light, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the old Dragon King's heart, exuding a murderous intent that pierced the very void. Wretched spawn, do you dare? The old Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a ruthless turn of events that in a desperate bid. He struck the armrest of his throne, activating a hidden mechanism that in an instant. Golden light patterns illuminated the palace floor, weaving a radiant cage of light to ensnare the Jiao Demon King, a critical stronghold of the Dragon Palace. It was equipped with protective enchantments, yet the suddenness of the assault had left the defenses only partially activated, as the Jiao Demon King's assault surged forth. With a resounding crash, the palace trembled, the sheer force of energy threatening to collapse the ceiling above. Chapter 8. The Menace of the Jiao Demon King. Ancestral Transmission. Father, Your Majesty, Aoi and his companions outside the hall, witnessing the upheaval, rushed to intervene. Yet before they could breach the entrance, two figures burst forth, one leading and the other in pursuit. the old Dragon King and the Jiao Demon King. The old Dragon King was disheveled, his crown askew and his complexion pale, suggesting he had either been struck by shock or injury. "You wretched spawn! How dare you?" He glared at the Jiao Demon King, nearly at a loss for words. Unable to fathom that the demon would attempt to slay his own uncle, who had once saved him. "Whatever you say, old fool, next year on this day shall mark your memorial." The Jiao Demon King's eyes gleamed with malice, the spear in his grasp crackling with energy, conjuring countless spear tips that filled the darkened sky like a shower of cold stars, descending upon the old Dragon King with ferocity surpassing that of their earlier confrontation. "Do not harm my father," the second prince, Aoi, roared, launching himself into the fray to intercept the onslaught. However, having already been wounded, he was no match for the Jiao Demon King's might. The two forces collided, and in an instant, Aoi's silver spear was overwhelmed, sending him crashing like a severed kite to the ground, his armor battered and bloodied, unconscious from the impact. Yet the Jiao Demon King showed no signs of restraint, unleashing another deadly strike toward the fallen Aoi. "Today, I shall eradicate your lineage from the East Sea." "Your Highness," the Minister of Tortoise, witnessing the calamity, rushed forward, shedding his protective shell to shield Aoi. He summoned their clan's treasured artifact. But the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The moment the spear struck, the tortoise shell shattered into fragments, piercing through the minister and reducing him to a mist of blood. "And why, dear minister," Aogao's heart shattered at the sight, grief consuming him. The minister had been his loyal advisor since before his ascension, a confidant whose loyalty had spanned millennia. The loss inflicted upon him was more devastating than his son's injuries. Yet he could not linger in sorrow, for with the obstacle removed, the Jiao Demon King charged forth with renewed vigor. "Old fool, do not be hasty. I shall send you all to reunite in the afterlife. Wretched spawn, this day shall witness your demise." Aogao, his rage ignited, summoned the dragon staff, casting it skyward. Akati transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring to confront the Jiao Demon King. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon clashed fiercely with the advancing Jiao Demon King. A battle of equal might. "You claim there are no treasures? What then is this?" The Jiao Demon King seethed, for the staff's power was evident, a first-rate spiritual artifact capable of withstanding a peak celestial being. Such a treasure wasted on Aogao, an old fool, if it were in his grasp. As the thought crossed his mind, his eyes glinted with malice. With a swift motion, he expelled a radiant Jiao Pearl, and in a whirl, it conjured another Jiao Demon King, bypassing the golden dragon to launch a furious assault on Aogao, an external avatar. The old Dragon King could not help but change his expression, hastily drawing a Dragon Abyss sword from his waist to fend off another Jiao Demon King that was charging towards him. Be more precise. This Jiao Demon King should be considered a second incarnation of the primordial spirit, which is significantly different from the ordinary method of external incarnation. Although this second primordial spirit is not as easily generated as the Monkey King's countless incarnations from a mere pluck of a hair. The second primordial spirit, forged using the life Jiao Pearl as a vessel, possesses strength that is not far inferior to his true form. It is far from the superficiality of typical external incarnations. Thus, while the Panlong staff managed to firmly block the true body of the Jiao Demon King, Ao Guang was being relentlessly pushed back by its second primordial incarnation, clearly at a disadvantage. "My lord," the nearby Dragon Palace affiliates, witnessing this dire situation, rushed forward in an attempt to provide assistance. Unfortunately, the disparity in power was too great. Often, before they could even breach the battlefield, they either fell victim to a casual strike from the Jiao Demon King or were swept away by the residual force of the combat. Their lives were offered in vain, proving utterly futile. Meanwhile, the old Dragon King himself was increasingly unable to withstand the relentless assault of the Jiao Demon King's second primordial spirit, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Old wretch, do you now comprehend my might? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your life out of consideration for our past." With victory seemingly assured, the Jiao Demon King could not help but grow more arrogant and disdainful, his tone laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery. "Blasphemy! You wish for that? The old Dragon King's eyes widened with fury, his ancient teeth nearly biting into his own flesh. Were he to face other formidable foes, he might have considered kneeling. After all, he had endured humiliation and hardship throughout the years. However, this time was different. If the current leader of the Dragon Clan were to kneel before a disloyal descendant who had long since rebelled, he might preserve his own life, but the entire Dragon Clan would become a laughingstock among the three realms, utterly tarnishing the legacy of the Dragon Clan that had endured since ancient times. After all, he represented more than just himself. He was the leader of the Dragon Clan, the King of Dragons. Ao Guang could be cowardly, but the King of Dragons could not. A resolute glimmer flashed in the old Dragon King's eyes. Today, even if it cost him his life, he would preserve the last shred of dignity for the Dragon Clan. Just as he steeled himself for death, a voice of immense authority suddenly resounded in his heart. If you wish to live, come to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. Chapter 9. As long as you have courage, you need not fear the grave. Who is it? Ao Guang's eyes widened in shock, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. What is the Ancestral Dragon Abyss? It is the resting place of the progenitor Ancestral Dragon and many ancestors of the clan. In simpler terms, it is the graveyard of their dragon lineage. It was originally a secret realm personally established by the Ancestral Dragon. However, ever since the Ancestral Dragon perished during the Dragon Han catastrophe and was buried in the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, the descendants of the Dragon Clan only ventured there when their time was nigh, hoping to continue following their progenitor in the afterlife. Thus, the Ancestral Dragon Abyss had long been fortified by successive Dragon Kings with numerous formations and restrictions, isolating it from the outside world. Apart from the ancestors of the Dragon Clan who had long since rested there, no other beings could exist, let alone live once. Yet now, this voice unexpectedly beckoned him to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. If the voice had not directly resonated within his mind, he would have thought he was hearing things. Could it be that this was a haunting? Ao Guang suddenly felt a chill creeping down his back. However, he did not hesitate long, for time was of the essence. As he observed the Jiao Pearl incarnation pressing him hard, unable to completely subdue the old Dragon King. Ao Guang's stubborn demeanor only served to infuriate the Jiao Demon King further. While others might easily be intimidated by a few words, this old wretch dared to display defiance. Was it that my fists were not strong enough, or that my spear could not kill? Old wretch, since you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin, I shall grant you that. The Jiao Demon King's expression darkened, his aura surging violently, reaching a peak with a shake of his spear. The surrounding elemental energies of the universe surged into his weapon like rivers converging into the sea, as if the spear had come alive, crackling with the power of thunder. The water elemental spirit energy within a radius of thousands of miles rushed towards him like moths drawn to a flame, coalescing into a gigantic black dragon in the tumultuous currents, roaring and tumbling, with thunder dancing wildly. Each strike bore the weight of the heavens. The Panlong staff could no longer withstand this onslaught. After all, no matter how formidable the Panlong staff was, it remained merely a spiritual treasure, requiring a wielder to unleash its full potential. As the old Dragon King grappled with the Jiao Demon King's incarnation closing in on him, his control over the Panlong staff and the output of his magical power were severely impacted, and the staff was already at a disadvantage. The Jiao Demon King unleashed another extreme burst of power, and the golden dragon he had transformed into could no longer hold its ground, shattering the defenses and crashing heavily into him. The golden dragon let out a mournful cry, disintegrating completely and reverting to its original form, flying back into the old Dragon King's hands. The Jiao Demon King followed closely behind, a menacing presence seeking to kill. The old Dragon King's complexion turned pale. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, he was barely holding on. In a two-on-one, how could he hope to survive? Retreat. At this moment, the old Dragon King could no longer afford to harbor doubts, fiercely activating the returning Panlong staff to push the Jiao Demon King's incarnation away, and then turning to flee towards the rear of the Dragon Palace. If he did not escape now, he would have no chance left. The Ancestral Dragon Abyss was, after all, the burial ground of their Dragon Clan. Even if there were indeed spirits haunting the place, they were likely to be the benevolent souls of their ancestors, who would presumably not harm their descendants. Moreover, no matter how dire the situation was, could it truly be worse than it was now? Trying to escape? The Jiao Demon King's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he swiftly recalled the Jiao Pearl incarnation and leaped after him. In the chase, they soon arrive at the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. So, you know you cannot escape death today and have chosen your grave. The Jiao Demon King sneered. After all, as a descendant of dragons, he certainly knew of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss's existence. Though he had never visited it before, he recognized it immediately and did not think much of it. And no matter how many powerful dragons have been buried there, they were all mere skeletons now. Who could they intimidate? I have slain living dragons. Why should I fear dead ones? In his view, A.O. Guang's arrival here was merely an acknowledgement of his impending death. Seeking a more suitable resting place. Chapter 10. Not even the resurrection of the Ancestral Dragon can save you. I speak the truth, however. A.O. Guang quickly sensed something amiss that Ikati had been mentioned that due to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss's unique status within the clan. It had long been fortified with numerous formations and restrictions, isolating it from the outside world. Not even the past Dragon Kings could enter without carefully following the ancestral methods to navigate the formations. Yet upon his arrival, he noticed that these formations had inexplicably vanished. The previously sealed entrance to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss was now completely unobstructed. Indeed, something had gone awry within the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. Yet at this moment, the old Dragon King could not afford to ponder further. As the Jiao Demon King was rapidly closing in, the glint of his spear almost touching his back, without hesitation, he plunged directly into the dark abyss of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, which resembled an unfathomable pit. Old wretch, even if you burrow into your grave today, you cannot escape death, the Jiao Demon King sneered, unhesitatingly pursuing him. Upon entering the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, both of them suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, as if they had stepped into a quagmire. Even with their Tai golden immortal cultivation, moving through this realm required them to endure immense resistance and pressure, causing their speed to diminish significantly. The water within the Ancestral Dragon Abyss was inexplicably denser than that outside, and within the depths, they could occasionally see the floating corpses of dragons. Although these dragon corpses seemed to have perished many years ago, they still exuded a lingering dragon might, which affected both intruding dragons, causing their breath to falter and their movements to slow. Akati must be noted that the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, as the sacred land of the Dragon Clan, was not a resting place for just any dragon. Only those ancestors who had rendered significant contributions to the clan were worthy of burial here, many of whom were formidable beings in life. There were countless individuals more powerful than A.O. Guang and the Jiao Demon King in the realm of Earth Immortals. Those who advanced to golden immortal status could achieve an indestructible golden body. Here, it was not merely golden immortals, but even Tai and Aluo tier dragons were not uncommon. The residual power of these great beings, even in death, was something not everyone could withstand. However, this situation proved unfortunate for the old Dragon King. Although both parties were equally affected by the environment, it was evident that in the pervasive heavy water pressure of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, the physically stronger Jiao Demon King was less impacted. In contrast, the old Dragon King, who had enjoyed a life of luxury for many years, was clearly no match for the Jiao Demon King in this regard, and soon found himself overtaken from behind. Old wretch, what do you think you're running to? The Jiao Demon King gazed at the old Dragon King he had cornered, a sinister grin etched upon his face. A.O. Guang instinctively scanned the surroundings, yet found no signs of anything amiss, causing him to silently lament. The Ancestor Dragon Abyss was indeed present, but where were the saviors? Surely, they were not merely toying with him. Old fool, if you possess any sense, you should willingly divulge the location of the Dragon Palace's treasures and the methods of ingress and egress, that I might still grant you a complete corpse and an opportunity to enter your ancestral grave. Observing the old Dragon King's flustered demeanor, the Jiao Demon King's arrogance swelled even further. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding familial ties and reducing you to ashes, ensuring you meet a death without a grave. Wretched spawn, do you not possess even a modicum of remorse, being in your ancestral land? The old Dragon King felt a tremor within, yet maintained a facade of composure, retorting sharply. before our ancestors. Do you dare to display such ferocity? Huh. The victorious Jiao, Demon King's visage became increasingly twisted. Ancestors? I have long since betrayed the Dragon Clan. What connection do their ancestors have with me? Why should I heed their legacy? Today, I have you in my grasp. Even the revival of the Ancestral Dragon cannot save you. Mark my words. Is that so? Just then, a deep and imposing voice resonated in both their ears simultaneously. Chapter 11. The Ancestor Descends. Pressuring all present, both individuals were taken aback. However, while the old Dragon King felt as if he had encountered a long-awaited blessing, the Jiao Demon King was seized by an unsettling dread. Who dares to indulge in such sorcery? Show yourself. The Jiao Demon King bellowed in anger, nervously scanning the vicinity. Yet the old Dragon King keenly observed that despite the Jiao Demon King's bluster, the cold sweat trickling from his brow betrayed the turmoil within. Having reached their level of cultivation, one would be impervious to the elements. If he truly feared nothing, why would he sweat? As Ao Guang's heart relaxed, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Look at you. Weren't you just brimming with arrogance and defiance? Now you know fear? Yet, amid his amusement, he too glanced around, filled with curiosity regarding the ancestor who had summoned him to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. Then, with a resounding boom, an unprecedented pressure suddenly descended from the void, and the vociferous Jiao Demon King could barely let out a cry before being utterly suppressed. He sprawled helplessly in the void, resembling a crab with its claws flailing, pinned down by an unseen force. Not only was the Jiao Demon King affected, but even Ao Guang felt a jolt within, instinctively swallowing hard. Although he anticipated that the powerful being from the Ancestral Dragon Abyss would be formidable, he never expected such overwhelming strength. Without even revealing themselves, they effortlessly subdued the Jiao Demon King as if he were but an insignificant insect. It is worth noting that despite the Jiao Demon King's nefarious character, his strength was undeniable. He was at the apex of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It was inconceivable that such a powerful figure could be so easily subdued. Such prowess would be difficult for even a Deluo Golden Immortal to achieve. Typically, a peak Tai expert like the Jiao Demon King would at least exchange a few blows with an ordinary Deluo, though defeat was certain. However, if this force was not a Deluo, then what could it be? Before Ao Guang could ponder further, a majestic and overwhelming aura emerged, evoking both an instinctive familiarity and reverence within him, as if an indescribable supreme existence had descended. Ao Guang promptly reacted, bowing low and proclaiming, "Descendant of the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang, pays respects to the ancestor. Do not bother to struggle futilely." The Jiao Demon King, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, instinctively sought to defend himself. However, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the old Dragon King's voice, filled with a quavering tone. "Ancestors, this wretched spawn has betrayed the clan, disrespected authority, and even madly sought to destroy our Dragon Clan's legacy. I implore you to deliver justice for this young dragon." The old Dragon King, tears streaming down his face, launched into a passionate recounting of the Jiao Demon King's myriad transgressions, seizing the opportunity to paint him as a villain of the highest order. From his initial rebellion against the clan to his collusion with the enemies of the Dragon Clan, culminating in a direct assault on the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Jiao Demon King's crimes were laid bare. Framed as egregious and unforgivable, the Jiao Demon King found himself rendered speechless, utterly aghast. Though he was no saint, he certainly had not committed the heinous acts the old Dragon King attributed to him. How could his actions, when recounted by this old fool, be twisted into such malevolence? Even his previous acts of reprimanding servants were construed as deep-seated resentment against the Dragon Clan, as if he had long harbored intentions to overthrow the Dragon Palace. Having witnessed such an exaggerated display, the Jiao Demon King could hardly believe his ears. If he did not know better, he might have thought the speaker was describing another, the old Dragon King. Reveling in his advantage, mused that while he may not match the Jiao Demon King in combat, he was more than capable of navigating the nuances of human nature and manipulation, regardless of the outcome. Securing the Jiao Demon King's guilt in front of this unknown ancestor would eliminate any chance of reprieve for him. Any lingering sympathy the old Dragon King might have harbored for the Jiao Demon King had vanished, replaced by a desire for vengeance against the wretched creature who had caused the death of his ally, the Tortoise Prime Minister. Young one, is what he says true? The authoritative voice resonated once more, directing its inquiry at the Jiao Demon King, laced with a hint of fury. The pressure emanating from the void intensified, causing Ao Guang to feel as though a heavy stone weighed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The Jiao Demon King, facing the brunt of this oppressive force, felt his bones creak painfully, nearly succumbing to a bout of blood. Esteemed ancestor, I am but a disciple of the Kunpeng Demon Master. I beseech you, for the sake of my master, to spare me this once. The Demon Master's estate shall surely repay your kindness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Jiao Demon King hastily raised his voice in a desperate shout. Aware that he must now seek his own salvation, he did not refute Ao Guang's accusations. Although many of them were exaggerated, each specific charge was almost grounded in factual evidence. The essence and implications of the matters had merely been amplified to a certain extent. Even if he recognized the exaggeration, he could not produce compelling evidence to counter it. Moreover, being a traitor of the Dragon Clan, confronting Ao Guang, a staunchly loyal Dragon King of the East Sea, before this seemingly ancient dragon ancestor, he had no justification, and even if he did, he could scarcely hope to gain any advantage. Rather than futilely explaining himself and wasting breath, it would be wiser to reveal his trump card, instilling caution in his opponent and thereby increasing his chances of survival. Indeed, as soon as he uttered these words, the voice that had lurked in the shadows fell silent, seemingly taken aback. He could not help but cast a triumphant sidelong glance at Ao Guang, as if to convey, "Old fellow, do you see? Even if your ancient dragon ancestors have returned, they dare not kill me. Wasn't it all about having a powerful backing? Who among them did not possess such connections? The Kunpeng Demon Master?" Ao Guang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He had not anticipated that this scoundrel was somehow linked to that formidable master. This was dire news. He was all too familiar with the name of the Kunpeng Demon Master, one of the great powers of the ancient heavenly court, revered as a teacher by all the myriad beasts of the world, capable of conversing on equal terms with several saints. Even the current Jade Emperor of Heaven and the Buddha of the West would be regarded as lesser figures in his presence. If this rogue truly was a disciple of the Kunpeng Demon Master, then the implications were staggering. Yet at that moment, a cold laugh echoed through the void. I never imagined that such an exceptional traitor from the Dragon Clan would arise. One who betrays his kin to serve others, and yet possesses a sense of superiority. Daha! Splendid! You shall not be allowed to live any longer. Both individuals present felt an involuntary chill run through them, their hearts shaken. The Jiao Demon King, in particular, sensed an unprecedented wave of danger approaching him. He quickly shouted hoarsely, "Ancient One, I am the most cherished disciple of my master. Should anything happen to me, my master will surely not let this matter rest. I implore you to consider this carefully and refrain from acting impulsively, lest you bring calamity upon the Dragon Clan. Trying to intimidate me with the Kunpeng?" The voice in the void sneered even more. "Very well, I shall await his arrival and see if this traitor dares to come before me." As he spoke, the overwhelming pressure surged dramatically, and the Jiao Demon King barely had time to emit a horrifying scream before his body was crushed and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 13. Effortlessly crushing, Wrath of the North Sea. Is he dead just like that? The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, felt a wave of disorientation, struggling to accept that the once formidable Jiao Demon King had perished so easily. However, as if in response to his thoughts, a flash of black light suddenly flickered within the blood mist, causing it to swiftly condense, as if being absorbed by some unseen force. Then, an oppressive aura, so potent it was nearly suffocating, erupted from the blood mist that, in the blink of an eye, a shadow shot forth from the condensing blood mist, and before he could discern its form, it darted upward toward the ancestral dragon abyss. Ao Xiao. The old Dragon King Ao Guang involuntarily staggered backward, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Having recently clashed with the Jiao Demon King, he immediately associated this shadow with the latter's second primordial spirit. Yet, although the second primordial spirit was powerful, it was only comparable to the original. How had it become so formidable? This fleeting shadow, despite its brief appearance, radiated an aura so overwhelming that it left him a Tai golden immortal in utter disarray. Even a Deluo golden immortal would struggle against such might, but how could this be? If the Jiao Demon King truly possessed Deluo strength, he would have dealt with Ao Guang long ago, allowing him no chance to escape to this place. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the shadow reached the exit above the Ancestral Dragon abyss, akin to a streak of lightning flashing through the ocean depths, vanishing from sight in an instant. Far faster than the Jiao Demon King had been before by a factor of 10 or even 100. He couldn't possibly let it escape. Yet before Ao Guang could fully process this thought, he heard the authoritative voice let out a cold chuckle, attempting to play the golden cicada, shedding its shell before me. Freeze! The next moment, the fleeing figure seemed to be pressed by an unseen force, coming to an abrupt halt, immobile. Annihilate! The commanding voice uttered another word, and the figure disintegrated like a burst bubble, leaving no trace of blood mist behind, vanishing entirely as its essence dissipated within the Ancestral Dragon abyss. Only a black Jiao pearl, shimmering with otherworldly hues, shot back like a streak of light. Disappearing into the void, Ao Guang exhaled a sigh of relief, inwardly mocking himself for his own foolishness, having dared to gauge the capabilities of this mysterious ancestor with his limited understanding. Although he did not yet know which esteemed ancestor this was, it was undoubtedly a figure of immense power in the history of their clan, for otherwise, such depth would be unfathomable. The divine abilities of such an existence were beyond the comprehension of a mere Tai golden immortal. It became evident that the Jiao Demon King, whom he had perceived as fierce and cunning, was no more than an ant in the presence of this ancestor, crushed effortlessly before he had even laid eyes on the true form of his adversary. Meanwhile, in the far northern expanse of the North Sea, at the deepest depths of the dark and profound North Sea Ocean, a furious roar erupted from the abyss. Who dares? In an instant, the entire ocean floor trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, splitting open a massive trench. Terrifying sound waves surged forth from the chasm, carrying an overwhelming momentum that spread in all directions, accompanied by tumultuous currents that churned the nearby waters into chaos. In the blink of an eye, the once calm sea was transformed into a tumultuous maelstrom, where aquatic plants, corals, rocks, and deep-sea creatures were obliterated into dust, scattered by the violent currents, erasing all traces from the ocean floor. Even some deep-sea creatures that managed to escape felt as though they had encountered an indescribable terror, fleeing in all directions, not daring to linger even for a moment. I could see that moment, in the vast expanse of the North Sea. All living beings were gripped by an instinctual shudder of fear. Father God, what has happened to you? A figure rushed toward the dark depths of the ocean, landing near the fissure trench, inquiring with concern. Go find out where that fool Ao Jiao has gone, and who has brought about his demise. A chilling and ominous voice echoed from the chasm, as frigid as ice. What? Ao Jiao is dead. The figure who had come to inquire was visibly startled, trembling slightly. Yet, quickly regaining composure, he bowed and replied, Yes, Father God, your child will attend to this immediately. With that, he turned and leaped into the water, hastily setting a vast net into motion. Only after the figure had completely vanished did the chilling voice resonate like a whisper from the depths of hell. No matter who you are, if you dare to destroy my fragment of spirit and thwart my plans, you shall perish. Chapter 14. Ancestral summons. Are you the current leader of the Dragon Clan? In the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. While Ao Guang was still reeling from the shock of the Jiao Demon King's demise, the authoritative voice suddenly inquired, Oh, I report to the esteemed ancestor that I am indeed the current leader of the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang promptly regained his composure, responding respectfully and cautiously asking, Might I inquire as to your identity, esteemed ancestor? You shall know who I am when you come closer. the commanding voice replied. Come closer. Ao Guang instinctively repeated, only to feel an irresistible force surge toward him, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the depths of a dark and profound abyss. As soon as he materialized, he sensed an overwhelming, intangible pressure closing in from all directions. Even with his late-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation, he was nearly bent double under its weight. How heavy! Ao Guang's heart jolted, and he quickly channeled his energy to resist, alleviating the crushing sensation slightly. Only then did he have the opportunity to survey his surroundings, and he was taken aback. The water enveloping him was a deep shade of black, not merely dyed, but a dense, opaque darkness formed by an extreme compression of material energy, creating an oppressive ambience that weighed heavily upon him. Primordial heavy water. Ao Guang's heart raced. He could hardly believe that the depths of the Ancestral Dragon abyss were filled with this primordial true water. Primordial heavy water is one of the most fundamental varieties of true water in existence, named for its essence, which is dense and weighty, often weighing thousands of pounds even in a single drop. Aside from its formidable efficacy in refining the physical body and nourishing the primordial spirit, it is also a premier material for concocting elixirs and crafting divine treasures. Its value is scarcely inferior to that of the renowned three-light divine water. Legend has it that this true water is found only in a few rare locations, such as the depths of the heavenly river and the sea eyes of the four seas. It is thus quite astonishing to discover its presence in the Ancestral Dragon abyss. However, upon reflection, it is not entirely surprising. After all, primordial heavy water is essentially a crystallization of vast amounts of water essence and spiritual energy, which can only be produced in places where the water essence is most abundant, like the aforementioned locations, the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan and the ancestral orifice of the Four Seas. The Dragon Abyss possesses a water essence power that far exceeds those places, making the presence of primordial heavy water there entirely plausible. It is no wonder that upon entering the Dragon Abyss, they felt as though they had plunged into a quagmire, burdened by the immense density and energy of the water above, far beyond that of ordinary seawater, which naturally would instill a sense of pressure. As the clan leader of the dragons, Ao Guang was utterly unaware of the vast treasures of water essence hidden within his ancestral land, if he were to extract even a small portion of it. Suddenly, Ao Guang realized something was amiss. How had he come to be at the bottom of the Dragon Abyss? What had that elder summoned him here for? This was, after all, the legendary burial site of the Ancestral Dragon. Ao Guang's heart raced as he quickly scanned his surroundings, and indeed, not far in front of him, at the very center of the abyss, he beheld a colossal dark golden coffin, emanating a faint aura of authority. The moment his gaze met it, an irresistible sensation of both reverence and closeness surged within him, compelling him to kneel in a WIS at you, esteemed ancestor. Ao Guang inquired tentatively, kneeling before the grand, dark golden coffin. Did you not already surmise? The familiar authoritative voice resonated once more. Esteemed ancestor, it truly is you, Ao Guang exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless, for the revelation was beyond shocking. Although he had long suspected that the being responsible for this revival was one of their illustrious ancestors, possibly a powerful figure from the primordial era, he had never anticipated that it would be the very progenitor of their dragon lineage. He had expected a grandfatherly figure, but instead, he stood before an ancestral deity. However, after the initial shock, Ao Guang could not contain his exhilaration, promptly kneeling to pay his respects, exclaiming fervently, I, a humble descendant, the ninth rightful heir of the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang, bow before you, esteemed ancestor. May you enjoy eternal blessings and longevity, forever sharing the heaven's grace. With that, he prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground with such force that it drew blood, staining the waters of the abyss crimson. This was no pretense. He was overwhelmed with emotion. This was the progenitor of their race, a true ancestral figure. He had once contended with titans such as Daoist Hongjun and demon Sovereign Lo, and had led the Dragon Clan to its zenith, crafting their most glorious legacy that he was their pride, their faith, the very source of their lineage. Ao Guang could hardly believe that he would one day have the fortune to meet this ancestor, lost to the annals of history. An experience that filled him with a sense of transcending time and space. And no matter how fervently he expressed his reverence, it could scarcely encapsulate the tumult of emotions within. Enough. Rise. The voice of the ancestral dragon emanated softly from the dark golden coffin, causing Ao Guang, still kneeling fervently, to stand involuntarily. He had not commanded himself to rise. It was as if his body had transitioned from kneeling to standing in an instant. Without his conscious consent, he was utterly bewildered. Having felt no surge of magical force, nor any external compulsion, even the primordial heavy water surrounding him remained undisturbed, as though he had always been standing. It was as if the moment the ancestral dragon spoke, reality conformed to his words, and everything unfolded so naturally that there was no trace of external influence, as though it were simply meant to be, had it not been for the fresh blood on his forehead, still aching under the immense pressure of the surrounding water. Ao Guang might have doubted whether everything that transpired was merely a figment of his imagination, convincing himself that he had always stood there, never having knelt before his ancestor. A storm of thoughts surged within him. Was this the power of the ancestral decree? Could this be the extent of the ancestor's might? Ao Guang mused, suspecting that even the nearly omnipotent Hongyuan saints could scarcely compare. Although only a glimpse of this power had been revealed, it had thoroughly astounded Ao Guang, igniting within him boundless excitement and contemplation. Indeed, you are the East Sea Dragon King. Thus, the Dragon Clan should now be under your stewardship. Correct? However, the Ancestral Dragon's subsequent inquiry abruptly pulled Ao Guang back to reality. Yes, esteemed ancestor, I, the little dragon, am indeed the current leader of the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang replied respectfully. Since the dawn of the primordial era, the Four Seas had been the Dragon Clan's domain, and when the Ancestral Dragon had divided the territories among his descendants, the title of East Sea Dragon King had been directly assigned to the second generation's ruler, essentially signifying the position of heir apparent. Thus, it was not surprising that upon learning of Ao Guang's title, the ancestor would deduce his role as the current leader of the Dragon Clan the leader of the Dragon Clan. Yet you are but a mere Deluo. Has the Dragon Clan fallen so low? The Ancestral Dragon reproached, causing Ao Guang to feel an overwhelming sense of shame, his face flushing crimson as he stammered. Ao Guang is inept, bringing disgrace to the esteemed ancestor and the Dragon Clan. His head hung low, nearly touching his chest, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Indeed, compared to the grandeur of the primordial era, the current state of the Dragon Clan was dismal, in terms of both strength and status. They were worlds apart. Although the decline of the Dragon Clan had become inevitable since the Dragon Han cataclysm, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. It was akin to returning home with a failing exam paper after a test. He felt utterly humiliated before his ancestors. Yet, contrary to Ao Guang's expectations, the ancestor did not unleash a thunderous wrath, but fell into a contemplative silence before stating, "Tell me about the current situation outside. What has become of the Dragon Clan that even a traitorous descendant dares to challenge us?" Ao Guang's face twitched, his mouth dry. However, with the ancestor inquiring, he could not muster the audacity to remain silent. He steeled himself to recount the present circumstances of the three realms and the plight of the Dragon Clan. Esteemed ancestor, the primordial world has long been divided into the heavenly, earthly, and human realms, presided over by the Jade Emperor established by Daoist Hongjun, who commands the celestial beings and governs all living souls. The original primordial continent has been utterly shattered through numerous calamities, separating into the four great continents, Dongsheng, Shenzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, Nanjianbuzhou, and Beiju Luzhou, occupied by Daoists, Buddhists, demons, and humans. Presently, our Dragon Clan has retreated to the Four Seas. My little dragon brothers have been enshrined by the heavenly court as the Four Sea water deities, overseeing the waters of the seas. Additionally, many dragon descendants serve as river gods on land, governing lakes and rivers. Within the ancestral coffin, as Ao Guang narrated, the countenance of Aig shifted dramatically. He had anticipated the urgency of his arrival, yet it seemed he was still somewhat late. Listening to the East Sea Dragon King's account, He realized that not only had the world transformed since the ancient primordial times, but even the grand calamity of the Fengshen had long passed. And soon, the journey to the West would commence. Anyone familiar with the journey to the West would know that by this time, the Dragon Clan had become notorious as the soft target of the three realms, easily squeezed by anyone who encountered them. The realization struck him hard. The inadequacy of their strength was the root cause of their predicament. Had the Dragon Clan retained even a fraction of their primordial might, the Heavenly Court would never dare to act so brazenly. You have deeply disappointed me. The Ancestral Dragon sighed, shaking his head in dismay. Although our Dragon Clan suffered grievously during the Dragonhan Cataclysm, how many epochs have passed since then? By all rights, even the gravest losses should have been recovered by now. Upon further reflection, it becomes evident that you have not only failed to rejuvenate the Dragon Clan, but have instead regressed into a state of disarray. Even a mere Tai golden immortal dares to come and wreak havoc at your doorstep. What have you been occupied with all these years? You have been bullied to the point of submission. Yet you show no ambition for progress, content merely to subsist and await demise. Where has the spirit and pride of the Dragon Clan gone? While it is understandable to be outmatched and to compromise, it is inexcusable to lack initiative and remain subjugated without striving for betterment. With even a modicum of ambition, given the foundation of the Dragon Clan, how is it that no formidable champion has emerged over the years, allowing others to ride roughshod over you? Ancestor, we, your descendants, have not forgotten the pride and glory of the Dragon Clan. Not a day passes without our yearning to reclaim our dignity and restore our honor. Aowang, with a face full of grievance, remarked, but the karmic forces of the heavenly Tao are like shackles, firmly binding our dragon bloodline and obstructing our path. Once a dragon, one cannot escape the influence of these karmic forces. Wait, Aogu interjected suddenly. You speak of the karmic forces of the heavenly Tao. Why have they not yet been cleansed from our Dragon Clan? He immediately sensed something amiss. One of the initiators and primary participants of the Dragonhan Cataclysm. It was normal for the Dragon Clan to bear the weight of the heavenly Tao's karmic forces. However, after so many years, the absence of purification was indeed abnormal. It is known that although the Ancestral Dragon perished during the Dragonhan Cataclysm, he did not leave his kin without means for resurgence. In his defeat and demise, he transformed his very being into the primal dragon veins, thus compensating for the heavenly Tao in an alternative manner. This act not only enabled him to harness the merit of replenishing the heavenly Tao, thus evolving into the primal dragon fate in his seemingly doomed state, but also served to alleviate much of the karmic burden the Dragon Clan bore, paving the way for future revitalization. Aogu inherited all the memories of the Ancestral Dragon and was acutely aware of these calculations. The karmic forces upon the Dragon Clan had already been significantly mitigated by the Ancestral Dragon's transformation into the dragon veins. Moreover, having served various water deities and governed the affairs of rain and clouds for countless years, the merit accumulated was substantial. It stood to reason that, even if using this merit to offset the remaining karmic forces, the residual burden should have long been cleansed. Yet now Aowang informs him that the karmic forces persist. Is this not preposterous? Aowang was momentarily taken aback, pondering the sheer volume of karmic forces still afflicting their clan. Despite the Dragon Clan's diligent efforts to accrue merit over the years, it would take at least several millennia to completely cleanse these forces, would it not? Yet how could he voice such thoughts to the ancestor? What kind of fool would dare utter such an absurdity? As for why the ancestor would make such a statement, he dared not inquire. Observing the old Dragon King, Aogu surmised the general situation. A shadow of gloom passing through his eyes, he extended his hand to divine the truth. After all, divining the heavenly mechanisms was a standard practice among the great beings of the primal world, except for the foolish ones of the Witch Clan, who solely cultivate the physical form without nurturing the spirit, which renowned figure in the primal realm does not possess the ability to divine. However, in the past, Aogu was too weak, trapped within the Ancestral Dragon's coffin, unable to project his consciousness. He was thus cut off from the heavenly mechanisms, rendering him incapable of divination. Now, with no such barriers, the reasons became clear. What a fine scheme, Hongjun! So it was you behind all this? Algu murmured as he opened his eyes, a profound anger flickering in their depths. He had not anticipated that the architect of this situation would be Hong Jun. An old acquaintance. It turned out that after the Ancestral Dragon had transformed into the Primal Dragon Fate, Hong Jun, upon attaining sanctity, intervened and split it in 2.1 half remained upon the earth, transforming into the Dragon Chi of humanity, providing the great protagonists with the fortune needed to consolidate their power, now circulating as the fortune of the human dynasty. The other half was allocated to the heavenly realm, having now transformed into the Dragon Chi of the heavenly Dao, suppressing the fortunes of the heavenly court. This implies that the grand fortune and merits that rightfully belong to the Dragon Clan are now halved, one portion claimed by humanity and the other by the heavens, leaving the Dragon Clan itself with naught. In this arrangement, humanity, in its bid to bind the dragon's great fortune, at least established the Dragon Clan as a totemic faith, a symbol of imperial authority, thus sharing a portion of the merit. Conversely, the heavenly court merely subsumed the Dragon Clan into its hierarchy, considering it sufficient to settle the karmic debts, all the while exploiting the clan's merits and fortunes, an egregious act of betrayal. Very well, very well. Algu could not help but laugh in rage. They treat my Dragon Clan as mere livestock, draining us dry without so much as a drop of benefit left. Such oppression and scheming against the Dragon Clan. Where does that leave me? The Ancestral Dragon, with Algu's fury, the once tranquil depths of the Ancestral Dragon abyss began to churn, unleashing waves that rose like an enraged ancient beast, awakening the countless dragon corpses buried within to emit a terrifying dragon might. This abrupt upheaval nearly sent Aoguang into a faint, as waves of primal dread and terror surged from the depths of his soul, threatening to shatter his resolve as a Tai golden immortal, forcing him to prostrate himself on the ground, trembling. Fortunately, although Algu was enraged, he understood that it was not the time to expose his wrath, despite the tumultuous tides and roaring waves within the Ancestral Dragon abyss. They were shrouded by an invisible force, preventing even a whisper of their fury from escaping. Otherwise, it would not be just Aoguang who would be frightened. Hong Jun, I have noted this debt. We shall settle it in due course. Algu's eyes gradually dimmed with a fierce glint, forcibly suppressing the raging fire of his indignation. Hong Jun, now esteemed as the master of the Six Saints and the Daoist patriarch, could not be so easily avenged, let alone that he had yet to fully revive. Even if he were restored to his former pinnacle, he would still be no match for Hong Jun. Yet time is on my side. With the solid foundation of the past and the external assistance of the heavenly Dao's divine authority. Given time, even the heavenly Dao would find itself challenged. The Buddhist sect, the Daoist sect, and the heavenly court. Any who have oppressed the Dragon Clan shall face retribution in due time. None shall escape. Author's note: I will strive to update 3 chapters first, with more to follow this evening, that I humbly request your encouragement through gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 18. Aoguang's contribution, just as Aoguang felt he might be scared to death. The oppressive terror within the Ancestral Dragon abyss finally dissipated, offering him a sense of rebirth. Then, he heard the calm voice of his ancestor. Enough. I now comprehend the situation. It is not entirely your fault. Rise. Having grasped the root cause of the Dragon Clan's stagnation, Algu felt much more forgiving towards Aoguang. After all, burdened by the karmic forces of the heavenly Dao, leading the Dragon Clan to revival was no easy feat. Attainable only by those of exceptional talent, it was unreasonable to hold Aoguang accountable for his shortcomings. Yes, ancestor. Aoguang, still shaken from the earlier fright, trembled as he rose from the ground. I am now fully aware of the Dragon Clan's predicament. Your role as Dragon King has not been an easy one. Noticing Aoguang's timid demeanor, Algu's heart softened, and he offered him a few comforting words. However, upon hearing this, Aoguang's eyes immediately reddened. Ancestor, in that moment, all the grievances and hardships Aoguang had endured vanished, for a single word from his ancestor made all his years of suffering and compromise worthwhile. Yet, reflecting on the Dragon Clan's decline under his stewardship and the numerous retreats and compromises he had made, a profound sense of shame welled up within him. With determination, he raised his head and declared, in the presence of my ancestor, Aoguang laments his inadequacy. As the leader of the Dragon Clan, I have failed to revive our lineage. failed to protect our kin, bringing shame upon the name of the Dragon Clan. While my people suffer, I am unworthy of the title of Dragon King. Now that the ancestor has awakened, I beseech you to take charge of our clan, to appoint a worthy leader to revitalize the Dragon Clan. Unworthy descendant Aogwang is willing to be the vanguard, willing to shed blood and sacrifice for the revival of our lineage, to atone for my past transgressions. With that, he knelt once more, prostrating himself on the ground. Ding, you have subdued the current leader of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Aogwang. You have gained new authority, East Sea water rights. Water authority increases by 50 points, authority value 50,000. Dragon Clan control authority increases by 200 points, authority value 200,000. Aquatic Clan control authority increases by 100 points, authority value 100,000. Scale and shell species control authority increases by 100 points. Authority value 100,000. Aogu was suddenly taken aback, only to realize that this was a clear sign of Aogwang's complete submission. Consequently, the authority that rightfully belonged to Aogwang was now under his control, stirring a wave of exhilaration within him. After all, he was akin to the supreme emperor of the Dragon Clan. Despite his immensely revered status, the actual power was still wielded by the individual currently seated on the dragon throne. Only when the reigning emperor yielded entirely could he continue to wield significant authority through him. However, upon observing Aogwang still kneeling outside, persistently bowing his head, he restrained the impulse to check the system immediately. Well, I said I wouldn't blame you, and I truly won't. I disagree. Do you dare to abandon your duties? Aogwang felt an immense, almost intangible pressure emanating from the depths of his bloodline, striking at his very soul. Causing him to tremble involuntarily, he quickly prostrated himself anew, declaring, "Oh, Guang dares not, that if you dare not, then return to your duties. Finding a way to restore the Dragon Clan's prestige is of utmost importance. What use is there in merely voicing apologies here? The ancestors have imparted their wisdom." Aogwang promptly replied with utmost respect, albeit hesitantly glancing towards the Ancestral Dragon coffin with a hint of hope. "Ancestors, may I inquire how the young dragon should seek your guidance in the future? Should you reside in the Dragon Palace or continue to grace this Ancestral Dragon abyss?" Aogu's heart stirred as he discerned the subtle probing concealed within the Eastern Sea Dragon King's words. After some contemplation, he decided to provide a hint of insight to the younger generation. "Continue to come here. For the foreseeable future, I cannot depart from this Ancestral Dragon abyss. For the foreseeable future?" Aogwang promptly caught onto the crucial implication. "You mean? Indeed, since I've already awakened, the day of my complete revival is not far off. However, until my revival is fully realized, this matter should not be casually disclosed. It should remain confined to the innermost circle of the Dragon Clan. Understood, Ancestor? I comprehend." Aogwang nodded earnestly, his aged countenance betraying an uncontrollable excitement. He was acutely aware of what the ancestors' revival signified for the Dragon Clan. Chapter 19. Changes in the Dragon Clan, mistakes and missteps having sent the exuberant Eastern Sea Dragon King on his way, Aogu finally had the opportunity to examine his own gains. Name: Ancestral Dragon, Aogu race, Dragon Clan identity, Ancestor of the Dragon Clan, Ancestral Spirit, Cultivation, Peak Quasi-Saint, Revival Progress 1. 1 Dao Realm, Yin-Yang Dao 82, Fire Element Dao 80, Water Element Dao 51, Holy Virtue Dao 34, Time and Space Dao 31, Heaven and Earth Dao 15, Creation Dao 11, Life and Death Dao 9. Status: Remnant Soul, Revival Progress 1. 1. Current Authority: Master of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, Master of the Dragon Clan, deceased, Water God of the Eastern Sea. Permission Level: Complete control of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, Intermediate Eastern Sea Water Authority. Intermediate control of the Dragon Clan, low-level control of the Water Clan, low-level control of Scale and Armor classes. Authority value: 450,000, can be used to exchange for Revival Progress, Enhanced Dao Comprehension, Life Level, etc. Equipment: Ancestral Dragon Pearl, Heavenly Treasure, Ancestral Dragon Coffin, Postnatal Treasure. Upon opening the system page, the most straightforward data was immediately presented before Aogu. Gazing at the surging authority value, he couldn't help but clench his fist tightly in exhilaration. He never anticipated that merely Ao Guang's submission would yield such a significant contribution to his authority. From this perspective, although the Dragon Clan currently suffered under the oppression of the Heavenly Court, being treated as mere pawns, they had inadvertently gained more divine authority. In terms of divine authority, even during the ancient Dragon Clan's heyday, it was unlikely they could rival the current Dragon Clan. After all, the ancient Dragon Clan was indeed the mightiest tribe of the primordial era, occupying vast territories encompassing the four seas and a significant portion of the primordial continent, arguably ruling half of the primordial world. Yet, they ultimately failed to acquire a righteous title or establish a governance recognized by the Tao of Heaven. In simpler terms, they were merely a bandit king in a chaotic era, regardless of how expansive their territory or formidable their strength. Without unifying the realm and establishing dominion, they lacked legitimacy, and their divine authority remained limited. Today, while the Dragon Clan status had plummeted, descending from a once prominent hegemon with aspirations of unification to a group of mid-tier deities relegated to serving the heavenly court, they benefited from ample legal support. Occupying a position meant they wielded a measure of divine authority, and their rights and treatment were not diminished. For instance, Ao Guang, as the Eastern Sea Dragon King, genuinely possessed the divine authority over the entire Eastern Sea's waterways. Coupled with his identity as the clan leader, it enabled him to contribute such a substantial amount of authority value. According to the system's exchange ratio, this 450,000 authority value was sufficient to advance his revival progress to nearly halfway. If one Eastern Sea Dragon King like Ao Guang could provide so much, what of his three brothers, the Southern Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and the Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Shun? Even though their status might not reach Ao Guang's level and they lacked the moral legitimacy of being the clan leader, they still governed the divine authority over the Southern, Western, and Northern Seas, respectively. Together, their contributions to authority value would likely not be significantly less than that of Ao Guang, the clan leader. This realization bolstered Aogu's confidence in his imminent revival. After all, the authority value contributed by Ao Guang alone was already enough to propel his revival progress to nearly half. Once the four Sea Dragon Kings convened, even if he couldn't entirely restore himself, he would be very close. With a little extra effort to gather authority value from other sources, his complete revival would naturally follow. Chapter 20. Do Ao Shun not care about my reputation? As Ao Guang, filled with agitation, exited the Ancestral Dragon abyss, he had yet to reach the Crystal Palace when he encountered the already severely injured Ao-E, accompanied by a group of Dragon Palace soldiers. Surrounding him, upon spotting his figure, they hurriedly approached. "Father, how are you? What about that wretched spawn?" Ao-E rushed forward, concern and tension etched on his face. It turned out that shortly after Ao Guang and the Jiao Demon King had fled the Crystal Palace, Ao-E was rescued and awakened by the Dragon Palace's personnel. Upon learning that his father was being pursued by the Jiao Demon King, he could no longer remain idle. He hastily consumed a spirit pill to suppress his injuries temporarily and led a capable team in pursuit. However, upon tracking down the vicinity of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, he lost their trail. In truth, Ao-E suspected that Ao Guang and the Jiao Demon King had entered the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. He was deliberating whether to risk violating the prohibition and lead his men into the abyss for a search when he saw his father emerging unscathed from it. Seeing his son pale and clearly still injured, Ao Guang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right. He will never emerge again. Let us return to the Crystal Palace first." With that, he headed directly towards the Crystal Palace. Ao-E was filled with astonishment. What did he mean by never emerge again? Could it be that the Jiao Demon King had perished within the Ancestral Dragon Abyss? But how could he have died? His father was clearly not a match for that wretched spawn. Although he wanted to ask, he could see that his father did not wish to elaborate. So he suppressed his curiosity and obediently followed his father back to the Crystal Palace. Upon returning to the Crystal Palace and tidying up the aftermath, dealing with the matters concerning Prime Minister Gay and the numerous fallen soldiers, Ao Guang did not express any desire to discuss things further with his son. He merely instructed Ao to take care of his recovery while he made his way to a secret chamber deep within the palace. There, he personally struck the dragon gathering bell, responsible for summoning the 4 sea dragon kings, ringing it 9 times in succession. According to the ancient customs of the dragon clan, as long as the clan leader, rang this bell, the other 3 sea dragon kings would immediately hasten to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Previously, when Sun Wukong visited the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to obtain the sea-calming golden rod and then greedily sought armor. It was the Eastern Sea Dragon King who rang this bell to summon the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings to collectively provide armor for Sun Wukong before sending him away. Although they were separated by vast distances across the 4 seas, the ancient void sea gates connecting the dragon palaces allowed for travel akin to a legendary teleportation array. Thus, it didn't take long for the other 3 sea dragon kings to arrive one after another. The first to arrive was the southern sea dragon king, that he hurriedly made his way to the eastern sea dragon palace, only to find his elder brother Ao Guang waiting there, calm and composed. The worry etched on his face dissipated instantly, and he let out a sigh of relief. With a hearty laugh, he said, "Brother, what trickery are you up to? Normally, when there's an issue, you just ring the bell once. What's with the 9 rings today? You scared me so much that I couldn't even finish my late-night snack before rushing over, thinking something terrible had happened, and that I would only arrive to send you off." In the past, Ao Guang would merely strike the gathering dragon bell a couple of times to summon them. Yet this time he resounded it 9 times in succession. Ao Guang's expression darkened instantly. Had he not known that this fellow was simply a mouthy nuisance, he would have thought that the second brother was deliberately cursing him, that if you cannot speak wisely, then refrain from speaking at all. Do you truly believe yourself to be humorous? At this moment, the dragon kings of the West Sea and North Sea arrived in swift succession. Initially filled with concern, they soon recognized that their worries were unfounded and felt a wave of relief wash over them. The West Sea Dragon King could not help but interject, "Indeed, elder brother, your actions are quite unjust. I have been tirelessly working for the prosperity of our dragon lineage, only to be summoned by you. If our West Sea branch cannot flourish and multiply, it is you who have hindered us." The East Sea Dragon King felt his face flush with indignation, pondering how these individuals could be so lacking in education. Before he could voice his thoughts, the South Sea Dragon King disdainfully remarked, "And you spend your days gathering secret recipes, heedless of their efficacy, while you incessantly chatter about creating dragons. Yet, what is the outcome? UVE produced merely a handful of small kittens, fewer in number than my own offspring." He continued, "If you wish for more progeny, rather than scouring for dubious concoctions, it would be wiser to follow my example and strengthen oneself through rigorous training. A robust physique surpasses any medicinal remedy. At this juncture, the North Sea Dragon King chimed in, "Third brother, I must say, if you desire numerous descendants, you ought to learn from me. Cast a wide net to catch more fish. Observe how I have taken several concubines. Such a simple endeavor has resulted in a plethora of dragon offspring." His words, rather than being innocuous, ignited the ire of the East Sea Dragon King. "You dare speak of branching out?" Ao Guang's face twitched as he produced his treasured staff, the Panlong staff, and, wielding it with astonishing agility for one of his age, began to strike the North Sea Dragon King on the head with fervor, exclaiming, "I command you to branch out! I command you to branch out!" Fortunately, he retained enough composure not to unleash the staff's true power, or he might have taken the life of the Dragon King. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Even so, the North Sea Dragon King, caught off guard, found himself with a head full of lumps, evading the blows while indignantly protesting, "What wrong have I committed in my pursuit of expanding our lineage and preserving our bloodline? You cannot retaliate against me out of jealousy for my numerous offspring. Retaliate against you." The East Sea Dragon King's expression darkened further. "You are fully aware of the quality of your progeny, are you not? How dare you bring this up before me?" The North Sea Dragon King, bewildered, retorted, "What have I produced? If you wish to chastise me, at least provide a valid reason." Confused, he rubbed his swollen head, feeling a sense of injustice. After all, he was a Dragon King in his own right. He could not simply allow himself to be bullied as he had in his youth. I not have any dignity? The author wishes to express gratitude for the gifts from the reader Xiao Lu Lu. Today, 6 updates are presented, and further encouragement for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews is requested. Chapter 21. The Secret of the Dragon Clan. The 3 kings shocked you dare to retort. Ao Guang's fury intensified as he recalled his gravely injured son and the tragic demise of the Turtle Chancellor at the hands of the Jiao Demon King. Further inflaming his rage as he pursued his target with greater ferocity. Elder brother, please calm your anger. You are magnanimous. Do not stoop to the level of this fool. The South Sea Dragon King and West Sea Dragon King. Witnessing the scene, hurried to intervene, urging, indeed, if there is anything the 4th brother has done wrong, please inform us, and we shall assist you in reprimanding him. Not let your health suffer over this matter. Despite being familiar with such scenes, after all, the eldest brother had always been like a father, and they had all endured their share of beatings in their youth. Now that the 4th brother had been a Dragon King for several millennia, it was unbecoming to chase him around the palace in such a manner. It would not reflect well on anyone involved, would it? Very well. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you, the Elder Dragon King said, seething with rage. Not long ago, that wretched Ao Jiao came to my East Sea, wreaking havoc and nearly demolishing my crystal palace, injuring my son Eir, and even causing the untimely death of my chancellor. The turtle, all this chaos stems from your failure to discipline your offspring. As Ao Guang's anger escalated, he directed his ire squarely at the North Sea Dragon King, with the Turtle Chancellor's body still warm. How could this individual dare to speak of branching out and multiplying? Yes, you have indeed produced many, but what sort of beings have you raised? You cannot possibly be unaware of their nature. Day in and day out, you prance about like a stud, indiscriminately seeking companionship, neglecting the responsibilities of nurturing and educating, and in the end, you have birthed nothing but calamities. And yet, you have the audacity to be proud before me. Ought to have beaten some sense into you, but I have refrained out of respect for our shared lineage. The North Sea Dragon King wilted under this onslaught. After all, the Jiao Demon King was a lingering grievance in his heart. While he would relish the opportunity to eliminate that wretched offspring, he could not deny that the path leading to such a fate was paved by his own failure to exercise proper discipline. This burden was his to bear. Moreover, as brothers, they were acutely aware of the profound bond between the elder brother and the Turtle Chancellor. The latter's death at the hands of that wayward child surely left the elder brother seething with unexpressed rage. It would be wise not to provoke him further. Brother, that wretched child did not harm you, did he? Where has he gone? Why did you not call for us? The South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin and the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run approached, their expressions tense and filled with concern. While they could jest among themselves, when it came to serious matters, their immediate instinct was to rally together. Call for you. I would have liked to, but did he afford me the opportunity? The East Sea Dragon King could not help but mentally scoff. The Jiao Demon King had burst into the Dragon Palace, swiftly making his way to the elder brother's quarters, even if he had wanted to summon his brothers. Time was of the essence. Yet, seeing the worried gazes of his brothers warmed his heart, he feigned a relaxed demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. No need to worry. That wretched child has been dealt with. So there's no cause for concern. Dealt with? Is that true? When did you become so formidable? How come we were not informed? The 3 Dragon Kings were taken aback. They knew all too well of the Jiao Demon King's prowess. After all, since he had defected from the Dragon Clan and turned against them, he had become a source of anxiety for the North Sea Dragon King and a persistent thorn in the side of the entire dragon lineage. If it were not for the demon's overwhelming strength, they would have long since banded together to eliminate him, rather than endure his incessant nuisances over the years. Even the North Sea Dragon King. His own father had longed to slay him, but had been unable to do so. Observing the skeptical glances from his brothers, the East Sea Dragon King yearned to take full credit for this victory, to dazzle them with his prowess. However, he merely contemplated it momentarily before adopting a serious tone. I called you here to reveal a secret, but the secret. The eyes of the South Sea Dragon King and West Sea Dragon King instantly lit up, and even the usually aloof North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun perked up, his gaze fixed intently on Ao Guang. A shared curiosity for secrets is a universal trait. The allure of hidden knowledge captivates all. However, to their astonishment, Ao Guang dropped a bombshell. The ancestor is not dead. Or more accurately, he has not completely perished. He has awakened. What? The South Sea Dragon King stood abruptly, knocking over his chair in shock. Yet before Ao Guang could admonish his unsteady second brother, he heard two sharp cracks, and upon turning, he found that the West Sea Dragon King and North Sea Dragon King had fared even worse. Both dropping their teacups in disbelief. Chapter 22. The Four Kings meet the Ancestor. The resources of resurrection. The news of the Ancestor Dragon's revival was utterly astonishing. It was difficult for anyone to believe, let alone the descendants of the Dragon clan themselves. Had such information been uttered by a mere outsider, the Dragon Kings of the South, West, and North Seas would have dismissed it without a second thought. However, when the words came from Ao Guang, the patriarch of the Dragon clan and the eldest among the four Sea Dragon Kings, the implications were vastly different, regardless of the patriarch's authority or the bonds of brotherhood. Ao Guang had no reason to deceive them. Yet, even after hearing his elder brother's detailed account, the three brothers still felt disoriented and incredulous. The news was simply too shocking and surreal. How many epochs had passed since the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era? 3 tribulations had come and gone, transforming the primordial world into the current 3 realms. After such an extensive passage of time, even the very remnants of bones should have long decayed, and now they were being told that their ancestor had suddenly returned to life. How could they possibly believe it? The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, understood that this revelation was indeed hard to accept, and it was perfectly normal for his brothers to be in disbelief. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes and experienced it firsthand, he might have reacted similarly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The false could not become true, nor could the true be rendered false. Thus, Ao Guang led his still-dazed brothers away from the Crystal Palace, heading straight for the Ancestor Dragon Abyss. Hearing was one thing, but seeing was believing. He was confident that once they beheld their ancestor, they would kneel in reverence. Grandson Ao Guang, accompanied by my second brother Ao Qin, my third brother Ao Run, and my fourth brother Ao Shun, have come to pay our respects to the ancestor. Upon entering the Ancestor Dragon Abyss, Ao Guang called out loudly, as instructed by the ancestor during their last encounter. In the next moment, a sensation of dizzying vertigo enveloped them, and their vision darkened simultaneously. When clarity returned, the 4 brothers found themselves at the dark and profound depths of the Ancestor Dragon Abyss. Here, they felt the overwhelming pressure of water pressing in from all sides, gazing at the primordial waters surrounding them and the dark golden giant coffin situated at the abyss's center, emanating an irresistible aura of familiarity and reverence. Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun, the Dragon Kings of the 3 seas, stood frozen, their expressions akin to that of 3 bewildered geese. Ao Guang, on the other hand, secretly chuckled to himself, knowing full well that he had displayed the same dazed expression upon his first visit. Fortunately, there had been no outsiders present at that time, aside from the ancestor. Contemplating these thoughts filled Ao Guang's heart with a sense of superiority as he cast a sidelong glance at his brothers. Do you still dare to doubt? A bunch of foolish younger siblings. Yet, no matter how much he looked down on them, these brothers were still his kin, and Ao Guang did not wish for them to leave a poor impression on the ancestor during their first meeting. Thus, he promptly transmitted a reminder. What are you all still dazed for? Come and pay your respects to the ancestor with me. The 3 Dragon Kings of the South Sea finally emerged from their stupor. The direct descendants of the Dragon clan, Ao Guang, Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun, pay homage to our ancestor, wishing the ancestor eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. At this moment, any lingering doubts within their hearts dissipated entirely. While outward appearances might deceive, the reverence and stirring that arose from the depths of their bloodline and souls could not be fabricated. This was undoubtedly their own ancestor. Without a second thought, they knelt alongside their elder brother, filled with fervor and uncontainable excitement, mirroring Ao Guang's initial experience. This was the progenitor of the Dragon clan, the very source of their bloodline, and once the pinnacle of existence in the cosmos. Who could have imagined that they would one day have the fortune to meet this legendary figure? No words could adequately convey their exhilaration and reverence. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications invigorated AO Gu within the giant coffin. Ding. Subjugated the Dragon King of the South Sea, AO Chin, granting new authority. South Sea Water Authority. Water Transport Divine Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Dragon Clan Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Water Clan Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Scale Armor Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Ding. Subjugated the Dragon King of the West Sea, AO Run, granting new authority. West Sea Water Authority. Water Transport Divine Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Dragon Clan Control Authority increased by 30 points. Authority value 30,000. Water Clan Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Scale Armor Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Ding. Subjugated the Dragon King of the North Sea, AO Shun, granting new authority. North Sea Water Authority. Water Transport Divine Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Dragon Clan Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. Water Clan Control Authority increased by 30 points. Authority value 30,000. Scale Armor Control Authority increased by 50 points. Authority value 50,000. In an instant, AO Gu calculated the total authority value gained from this endeavor, and his heart surged with exhilaration, as he had anticipated. Despite AO Guang holding the esteemed title of the Dragon Clan's patriarch and commanding the largest sea among the four seas, the collective power of his three brothers was not in the least inferior to AO Guang, and in fact, it might surpass it. With the authority values previously contributed by AO Guang, AO Gu's accumulated authority now exceeded 1 million, sufficient for his complete resurrection. Author's note: I will post 2 more chapters first. There will be more tonight. Please urge for updates and provide 5-star reviews. Chapter 23. Finally finding a support considering that there were still others kneeling outside. AO Gu temporarily suppressed his impulse to immediately begin the exchange for resurrection progress, and turned his gaze towards the 4 Sea Dragon Kings outside the coffin. His eyes swept across the 4, or rather, the 3 individuals aside from AO Guang, and he could not help but frown. The newly arrived Dragon Kings of the South, West, and North Seas possessed similar cultivation levels, all merely at the mid-stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, with AO Chin of the South Sea standing out slightly as the pinnacle of that realm. Previously, he had deemed AO Guang's late-stage Tai, Golden Immortal cultivation insufficient. But now it appeared that the other 3 were even weaker than AO Guang. At least the Dragon King of the East Sea could contend with the Jiao Demon King, while the South Sea Dragon Kings would likely be swiftly defeated. Enough, you all may rise, AO Gu spoke calmly. The reason I summoned your elder brother to bring you here is not of great significance. It is merely that this ancestor has slumbered for many years and is rather unfamiliar with the current state of the Dragon Clan. I wish to see what kind of descendants you are. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings could not help but blush at his words and quickly bowed in shame once more. Although the latter part of the ancestor's statement went unspoken, they all understood. It was evident that given their level, they could hardly be expected to satisfy the ancestor's expectations. What kind of being was the ancestor? He was the unparalleled sovereign who established the glorious era of the Dragon Clan, commanding countless Deluo under his banner, with more than one quasi-saint serving him. How could mere Tai Golden Immortals like them ever catch the ancestor's eye? It seems you still possess a degree of self-awareness. AO Gu remarked with a light snort. However, considering that you have made some effort over the years, I shall not hold it against you. After all, having just received a significant contribution of authority values, it would be unreasonable to turn hostile without any semblance of leniency. Moreover, upon understanding the situation, he had not held high expectations for these 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Thus disappointment was not an issue. During the years of my slumber, has the 4 Seas remained peaceful? How fares the Dragon Clan? Have you faced any oppression while governing the four seas? Ao Gu's gaze flickered slightly as he suddenly inquired. Ah, the four sea dragon kings were momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by the ancestor's unexpected question. However, they quickly regained their composure. Ancestor, we have suffered greatly at the hands of our oppressors in recent years. You must seek justice for us, except for Ao Guang, who had already relayed the situation to Ao Gu. The remaining three dragon kings clamored to express their grievances, resembling children who had been wronged. With the ancestor clearly intending to support and vindicate them, why hesitate? Ancestor, you are unaware of the hardships I, the Dragon King of the North Sea, have endured. The North Sea Dragon King was the first to speak up. The Demon Master S. Manor has occupied the North Sea and the northern Julu continent, continuously encroaching upon our territory over the years, taking a little today and swallowing a portion tomorrow, resulting in nearly half of the North Sea being consumed. My inadequacy has led to multiple military campaigns against them. Yet I have returned empty-handed, suffering losses and tarnishing our dragon clan's reputation. As a result, my dragon palace's reputation pales in comparison to that of the Demon Master S. Manor in the current North Sea. Ancestor, my West Sea Dragon clan has also faced tremendous difficulties. As soon as the voice of the Dragon King of the North fell, the Dragon King of the West, Ao Run, could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Ever since the establishment of the Divine Order, when the Western sect transitioned to Buddhism and subtly overshadowed the Daoist sect, those bald monks of the Buddhist order began to stir restlessly. They not only frequently disturbed my Western Sea, but even refused to spare my dragonkin. With their mouths full of compassion, they are, in truth, the most shameless today. By merely uttering that this place is fated to be theirs, they can forcibly seize my sacred grounds in the sea to establish their Buddhist sanctum. Tomorrow, by claiming that this dragon is fated to be theirs, they can forcibly convert my kin into their steeds and minions. It is an egregious affront that among the 8 protector deities of their Buddhist order, there exists a dragon division composed entirely of my captured dragon kin, subjected to humiliation and forced into servitude, reduced to mere dogs and horses for their Buddhist order. Such indignity towards dragons could not be surpassed. O Ancestor, it is not only the West Sea. My South Sea suffers similarly under the torment of the Buddhist order. The South Sea Dragon King, spurred by the grievances of his 2 brothers, could not help but grit his teeth, recalling his own suffering. But the Bodhisattva Guanyin has established her temple upon Mount Putoa in my South Sea, as if the entire South Sea were her personal domain. She meddles here and there, wanting to control everything. She treats my grandson and the entire South Sea Dragon clan as mere servants, summoning us hither and thither, akin to slaves. Even my most beloved daughter was sent to her, labeled as a disciple, but truly reduced to a servant. Just thinking of this fills my heart with bitterness as a father. Chapter 24. The ancestor is bestowing benefits, as each Dragon King recounted the humiliations suffered by their respective clans. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings seem to have an endless stream of grievances, allowing Ao Gu to grasp the current state of affairs in the 4 Seas, and no wonder the authority points contributed by the Dragon Kings of the West and North were significantly less than those of the South Sea Dragon King. While the South Sea Dragon King managed to retain his rightful authority, it appeared that his life was equally burdensome. The root of the issue lay in the presence of these malevolent neighbors, each experiencing different degrees of oppression and encroachment. Observing the pitiful figures of Ao Chin and the others kneeling there, Ao Gu sighed softly, feeling a sense of discomfort. After all, they are his descendants. Their suffering is a disgrace to him as their ancestor. Ultimately, all of this stems from insufficient strength that seems necessary to enhance the capabilities of these individuals as much as possible. Otherwise, he would have to bear the shame in the future. Moreover, once he is resurrected and in command, he would require capable hands to assist him, and the current level of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings is far from adequate. Ao Guang stepped forward. Grandson is here. Upon hearing the summons from his ancestor, Ao Guang promptly stepped forward to respond. Is the Xianhuang Mother Chi Cauldron still within the clan? The Xianhuang Mother Chi Cauldron? Ao Guang's heart stirred as he recalled that treasure buried deep within their treasury. Remembering its uses, instantly invigorated, he nodded vigorously. Yes, It is currently in my East Sea Dragon Palace's treasury. Ancestor, do you wish to use it? The Xianhuang Mother Chi Cauldron is said to have been used by the Ancestral Dragon for alchemy and artifact crafting. It is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, its quality rivaling that of the renowned 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi. However, the Xianhuang Mother Chi Cauldron is massive and requires an astonishing amount of spiritual power to operate. Without the cultivation level of a Deluo, Golden Immortal, or higher, one cannot even manipulate it. Since the end of the Primordial Era, the Dragon Clan has fallen into decline, and no Deluo-level experts have emerged, leaving this treasure to gather dust in the treasury. If the ancestor had not mentioned it, he would have nearly forgotten about such a significant treasure. Now that the ancestor suddenly brought it up, could it be that he intends to, indeed, the ancestor's next words confirmed his speculation. When you return, bring that cauldron to me, and also select some high-quality celestial herbs and spiritual materials from your Dragon Palace's inventory to send to me. I shall open the furnace to refine some celestial elixirs and spiritual treasures for you, enhancing your cultivation and strength so that you do not embarrass me in the future. Yes, ancestor, I will take care of it at once. Ao Guang replied, his spirits lifted. The other 3 Sea Dragon Kings also became excited. They were well aware of the great reputation of the Xianhuang Mother Chi Cauldron, and with their ancestor personally taking action and employing such a treasure, the elixirs and treasures produced could not possibly be lacking. They were finally going to reap the rewards after much hardship, upgrading from bird guns to cannons, despite the Dragon Clan's renowned wealth. Those in charge were most acutely aware of the true state of their family's assets. The Dragon Clan's riches are indeed famed across the seas, brimming with treasures. However, the vast majority are merely mediocre items, with only a few true masterpieces, most of which date back to the ancient Primordial Era. Even those few masterpieces are often unsuitable for their use for one reason or another. For example, the aforementioned Xianhuang Mother Chi Cauldron or the Sea Stabilizing Needle that have been taken by Sun Wukong. These treasures are undoubtedly precious, but even if given to them, could they truly utilize them? Among the 4 brothers, only the East Sea Dragon King, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, possesses a top-tier spiritual treasure, while the remaining 3 are fortunate to have 2 or 3 second or third-tier spiritual treasures among them. Although this might be considered considerable wealth compared to other celestial beings of similar rank, when compared to those with true backgrounds and heritage, they fall woefully short, rendering their reputation for opulence somewhat hollow. In short, while the Dragon Clan may boast a grand name, after years of decline, they have stripped down to a fa ade of splendor. Upon hearing such good news, how could they not feel invigorated and thrilled? Each one began to ponder. Once they returned, they must select the finest spiritual herbs and materials from their palace to send forth. Such a rare opportunity to have the ancestor take action must not be missed. Chapter 25. Template Selection. Innate Divine Demon or Chaotic Divine Demon, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings swiftly returned, brimming with enthusiasm to prepare, and the Ancestral Dragon Abyss returned to tranquility within the Ancestral Dragon Coffin. Ao Gu finally found time to examine his gains that he opened the system panel. Name: Ancestral Dragon, Ao Gu Race, Dragon Clan Identity, Progenitor of the Dragon Clan, Ancestral Spirit, Cultivation, Peak Quasi-Saint, Revival Progress 1. 1 Dao Realm. Yin Yang Dao 82, Fire Yuan Dao 80, Water Yuan Dao 51, Holy Virtue Dao 34, Time and Space Dao 31, Chinkuan Dao 15, Creation Dao 11, Life and Death Dao 9. Status: Fragmented Soul, Revival Progress 1. 1. Current Authority. Master of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, Master of the Dragon Clan, Deceased, Water God of the 4 Seas. Permission Level: Full control of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, Intermediate Water Authority, Advanced Dragon Clan Authority. Intermediate Aquatic Clan Authority, Intermediate Scale and Armor Authority. Authority Points: 1,010,000 can be used to exchange for Revival Progress, Enhance Understanding of Tao, Improve Life Level, etc. Equipment: Ancestral Dragon Pearl, Innate Supreme Treasure. Ancestral Dragon Coffin, Acquired Supreme Treasure. Gazing at the authority points that had risen to 1,010,000, Ao Gu truly saw hope for his complete revival. He could hardly resist considering whether, upon his resurrection, he should instruct the 4 sea dragon kings to summon back those dragonkin who had been appointed as river gods. Just the contributions from the 4 sea dragon kings had provided him with such a substantial amount of authority points. If he were to harvest the dragonkin currently holding divine positions, would he not be able to gather enough points for enhancing his cultivation? Although those dragonkin may not be as substantial as the 4 sea dragon kings, their sheer numbers are undeniable. At that time, he might even attain the status of a saint without much effort. System: I choose to exchange for revival progress. Host currently possesses 1,010,000 authority points, can exchange for 98. 9 revival progress, remaining authority points 21,000. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Yes. Aogu took a deep breath and nodded affirmatively. Boom! In an instant, that boundless vitality enveloping him resurfaced deep within his soul, compelling him to once again immerse himself in its essence. Time slipped away unknowingly, and soon Aogu's consciousness awakened once more. However, upon opening his eyes, Aogu was astonished to find that the situation seemed different from what he had anticipated. Although he felt that his soul had grown immensely powerful, restored to its peak state, the ancestral dragon's body had yet to recover. This was not right. His authority points had long been sufficient. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's soul has recovered. Revival progress has reached 50, consuming 489,000 authority points. Remaining authority points 521,000. Physical body reconstruction will commence. Detecting 2 possible physical templates for the host, please make a selection. Template 1. Ancestral Dragon Body. Top tier, innate, divine demon level. Require materials: 1 drop of ancestral dragon blood, earth dragon pulse power. A portion of heavenly Dao merit. Required quota: 500,000 authority points. Template 2. Primordial Dragon Body, chaotic divine demon level. Required materials: 1 ancestral dragon pearl, a portion of innate yin-yang qi, source power, and a portion of chaos essence. Required quota: 1,000,000 authority points. Aogu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his EYT. Was at that moment he recalled that the Ancestor Dragon was indeed comparable to Hongjun and Lu, all of whom belonged to the ancient beings of the primordial chaos. Originally, they were all born of chaos, but during the great cataclysm of creation, their chaotic forms were destroyed, and they reincarnated in the wilderness as innate divine beings. Consequently, they had once possessed 2 distinct physical forms. The first being the chaotic body they had before reincarnating into the wilderness, and the latter being the newly formed body of the Ancestor Dragon after their rebirth. Thus, he could comprehend why the system presented him with 2 templates. Moreover, the chaotic divine body was fundamentally superior to the innate divine form, which justified the higher consumption of authority points. However, it seemed rather excessive that in addition to expending wealth, he was also required to provide materials for the reconstruction of his body. That wasn't this merely complicating matters for the host. Such a system deserved a poor review. The author had something to say. Here, as the 5th update. Seeking your encouragement, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Special thanks to you, Ran Piao Piao, for your likes and gifts. Chapter 26. Reviving is indeed not simple. Unfortunately, mere complaints cannot alter reality. Aogu grumbled internally for a moment, but then steadied himself, carefully examining the requirements for the 2 bodily reconstruction templates, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. In terms of difficulty, it was evident that reconstructing the Ancestor Dragon's body was comparatively easier. Not only did it require fewer authority points, but the materials needed were also readily available. His Ancestor Dragon Pearl retained some essence blood left over from the time before the Ancestor Dragon transformed into the dragon veins of the wilderness. The remaining 2 items, the power of the Earth Dragon Veins and the merits of the Heavenly Dao, he could also provide. The Earth Dragon Veins were originally formed from the Ancestor Dragon. Thus, Aogu naturally possessed a certain level of control over them, making it not difficult to mobilize and extract a portion of their power. As for the merits, the Heavenly Dao still owed him for replenishing the wilderness. As long as he did not shield himself from causal repercussions and openly exposed himself to the Heavenly Dao, he could certainly request the overdue merits, provided he was indifferent to the risks and consequences that extracting the dragon veins and claiming merits might pose to the dragon clan and himself. He could now reconstruct the Ancestral Dragon's body. However, therein lay the problem that if he dared to proceed, he would likely face immediate retaliation from all corners of the heavens and earth, since the evolution of the wilderness. Various powers had already divided the spoils, and it was doubtful anyone would welcome the sudden reemergence of an ancient relic from the long river of history, eager to claim a share. Furthermore, although the Earth Dragon veins were formed from the Ancestral Dragon itself, over the years they had become an indispensable part of this realm. Abruptly extracting a large amount of dragon vein power could potentially harm the foundational essence of the world. And the heavenly Tao would likely not tolerate it that a moment's carelessness could incite a coalition against the Dragon Clan from all directions. Even if he was unafraid, the Dragon Clan could not withstand such pressure. In contrast, reconstructing the chaotic divine body, while devoid of such concerns, presented its own significant challenges. Not only were the required authority points doubled, but he also had to produce the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, a treasure of innate rank. The other materials required were also exceedingly rare, some even bordering on non-existent. Even Algu could not be entirely confident in gathering them all. However, the advantages of pursuing this path were evident. Once he reconstructed his body using this template, it would be akin to the rebirth of a chaotic divine being, significantly surpassing the potential of the original Ancestral Dragon's form. Thus, it seemed prudent to postpone the decision. Algu suppressed his impulse to continue the reconstruction of his body, then gently flipped his palm, revealing a pulsating black orb with a flicker of crimson light. It was the Jiao Demon King's essence pearl, which he had refined into his second primordial spirit. The Jiao Pearl was in fact a type of dragon pearl, albeit mutated due to the influence of an alien bloodline, its dragon energy not as pure as that of a dragon pearl. Just as monsters condense their inner elixirs and deities cultivate their primordial spirits, the Dragon Clan possessed a unique form of energy crystallization known as the Dragon Pearl. It was not only the Dragon Clan's companion treasure, but also the crystallization of their cultivation and prowess. Akin to the relics of Buddhism, making it one of the most treasured possessions of the Dragon Clan, including Algu himself, even during the flourishing era of the Dragon Clan in the ancient wilderness. Despite their countless treasures, the Ancestral Dragon primarily relied on the innate treasure-level Ancestral Dragon Pearl to establish dominance. Although the Jiao Pearl of the Jiao Demon King was not as energetically pure as a Dragon Pearl, it had been nurtured and refined by Algu to the point where its quality and power even surpassed that of most Dragon Pearls of the same rank. However, if that were all, it would not have piqued Algu's interest. After all, the burial ground of the Ancestral Dragon was home to countless powerful beings of the Dragon Clan, making it arguably the place with the highest concentration of Dragon Pearls in existence. Setting aside his own innate treasure-level Ancestral Dragon Pearl, there were numerous Deluo and quasi-saint-level Dragon Pearls. A mere tight, golden immortal-level Dragon Pearl would hardly catch Algu's eye. What truly intrigued him was the familiar aura of the Tao contained within this Jiao Pearl. It resonated with the essence of wind and exuded a profound, abyssal depth. Clearly, the owner of this Tao aura was an adept who had mastered two paths to a high degree. Such individuals were rare even in the ancient wilderness, let alone in the present day. Yet, Algu happened to know one. Kuanpeng, Chapter 27. Alchemy is like stir-frying beans. How fortuitous, as he toyed with the Jiao Pearl in his hand. A cold smile and a hint of intrigue crossed Algu's face that he never expected to encounter Kuanpeng, the once traitorous pawn of the Dragon Clan. So soon, the enmity between Kuanpeng and the Dragon Clan ran deep. During the time of the three-clan struggle for supremacy, this fellow initially sided with the Dragon Clan, later switched to the Phoenix Clan, and when both clans were in decline, he turned again to collaborate with Emperor Jun. Tai and a host of other later established monster clan elders, ruthlessly betraying the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans, exemplifying what it meant to be a servant of three families. It was not an exaggeration to say he had grown into a mighty being of the wilderness by siphoning the blood of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Because of this ancient grudge, even though times had changed, Algu still vividly remembered Kuanpeng, recognizing the aura of the Tao emanating from him at a glance. Otherwise, he would never have imagined that Kuanpeng would hide a fragment of a spirit within the Jiao Demon King's second primordial spirit. What was Kunping up to? Did he intend to seize control? Algu shook his head internally, dismissing that possibility. Although Kunping had never been known for his integrity, he was still a renowned ancient being who had contended for a holy position in the Zixiao Palace. One of the first innate divine beings born at the dawn of creation, in terms of qualifications and lineage, he surpassed even the likes of Sun Wukong, not to mention a mere hybrid dragon. Even if he truly intended to possess someone, he would hardly set his sights on the Jiao Demon King. Was it aimed at the Dragon Clan? It is not entirely implausible. The only reason that the Jiao Demon King could catch the attention of the Kunping seems to be his lineage as a direct descendant of the Dragon Clan. Algu pondered over this for some time. However, after much speculation, he found himself at a loss and decided to abandon the thought. After all, the fragment of divine consciousness from the other party had already been extinguished by him, rendering any ulterior motives likely futile for the future. He would simply confront whatever challenges arose, allowing the warriors to fend off the soldiers and the waters to be diverted by the earth. However, the method of utilizing the Jiao Pearl to condense a second primordial spirit caught his attention. It served as a reminder to Algu that one need not fully resurrect to seek adventure. A second primordial spirit could also serve as a readily accessible shortcut. Although the Ancestral Dragon's cultivation path was rooted in the grand principles of divine and demonic realms, focusing on an innate divine soul rather than an acquired primordial spirit, it was evident that mastery in one method implied understanding in others. For a being of Algu's caliber, aside from the essence of the grand principles, any form of divine spells or secret methods were merely ancillary details, easily comprehensible should they so desire. Moreover, with a ready-made tool at hand, he could easily reverse-engineer the second primordial spirit's method of cultivation based on the Jiao Demon King's innate Jiao Pearl. In mere moments, Algu grasped the intricacies of the second primordial spirit and formulated a plan for its condensation. Before long, the Four Seas Dragon Kings dutifully delivered the Xianhuang Mother Qi Cauldron along with various spiritual herbs and materials. In a flash of spiritual light, Algu's ethereal form manifested above the Ancestral Dragon coffin, emanating an overwhelming majesty that nearly compelled the Four Seas Dragon Kings to kneel once more that moment. Although Algu had not fully resurrected and could not leave the Ancestral Dragon coffin in his true form, the coffin no longer posed any hindrance to his spell casting. Yet, Algu had little interest in the Four Seas Dragon Kings at this juncture. He casually tossed the captured Jiao Pearl into the Xianhuang Mother Qi Cauldron to nourish and refine it, then set about concocting elixirs. Objectively speaking, while Algu may not be a master alchemist, his cultivation level was substantial, and having personally crafted elixirs during the ancient primordial era, he possessed ample insight and experience. The culmination of these factors meant that even with minimal effort, his accomplishments in the art of alchemy were exceptional. In the vast realms, few could rival him in this domain, likely limited to the supreme elder in the Daoist Palace above the 33 heavens. Therefore, when the materials were gathered in Algu, began the alchemical process. The Four Seas Dragon Kings were left in awe that he produced various elixirs specifically tailored for dragons, such as the blood-purifying elixir to aid in awakening dragon powers, the transformation elixir to promote the awakening of dragon lineage in aquatic beings, the Dragon Yuan pill to significantly refine dragon essence and enhance cultivation, the Dragon Spirit pill to assist in elevating primordial spirit levels, the Subduing Dragon pill to facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation, and the Forbidden Spirit pill, which at the cost of burning essence blood, temporarily boosts cultivation dramatically. Elixirs tailored for dragons flowed forth as if they were free, not just in ones or twos, but in hundreds and thousands. Each time the cauldron was opened, it was like a fountain spewing forth in a grand display. The rich fragrance of herbs and the vibrant elixir energy intertwined, creating a spectacle more magnificent than fireworks. The Four Seas Dragon Kings had never witnessed such a scene before and were left dumbfounded. "Brother, has our ancestor always concocted elixirs in such a manner?" After several batches had been completed, the Northern Sea Dragon King, Aoshuan, weakly inquired, "Is this really alchemy? It feels more akin to frying sugar beans." Algu could only roll his eyes in response. "You ask me, but who do I ask? This is my first time witnessing this as well." However, they finally understood why their ancestor insisted on using the Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron for alchemy. No ordinary alchemical tools could withstand such a massive production. Amidst their astonishment, excitement surged within them. With such a large quantity of elixirs, distributing a portion to each dragon would suffice. If shared, not only would their individual strengths increase, but the entire dragon clan's power would elevate significantly. Yet little did they anticipate that their astonishment was still premature. Author's note. Thanks to Guagij, Tianyu Longcheng, and user 176766397 for their likes. Here are 2 updates. I seek further encouragement and 5-star reviews. There will be 3 more updates tonight. Chapter 28. Refining treasures, as if molding clay, in the terrifying efficiency of alchemy akin to frying beans. Algu managed to exhaust nearly all the spiritual herbs and celestial grasses offered by the 4 Seas Dragon Kings within just under 10 days, while simultaneously depleting nearly half of the primordial heavy water from the depths of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. After all, primordial heavy water was a rare essence of heaven and earth, remarkably effective for both alchemy and artifact crafting. And with such abundant resources at hand, Algu could not afford to let them go to waste. The results were evident. A dense array of elixirs filled the entire Ancestral Dragon Abyss like a sky full of stars, coalescing into a vast cloud of elixirs that pushed the surrounding seawater aside, slowly rotating like the Milky Way, surreal and dreamlike. How do we collect all of this? Gazing at the ocean brimming with elixirs, the Western Sea Dragon King could not help but swallow hard. The brothers nearby instinctively glanced back, their expressions seemingly asking, "Brother, did you bring a sufficiently large storage treasure? Don't look at me. I didn't bring anything. You didn't prepare either?" chuckled the brothers, their faces betraying awkward smiles. This was indeed embarrassing. It was akin to guests arriving with fine wines and delicacies, while they, as hosts, had not even prepared basic tableware. In truth, they had not come completely unprepared. They had brought along some gourd-like jade bottles and other storage treasures. However, plans had quickly unraveled. While they knew their ancestor intended to refine elixirs, they had never imagined it would be executed in such a manner. The capacities and capabilities of the storage treasures they brought were quite limited, and with such a potent gathering of elixirs, even bursting their storage treasures would not suffice to contain them. Fortunately, at that moment, Algu noticed their predicament. Shaking his head in exasperation, he waved his hand lightly, and a piece of premium spirit jade, the size of Small Mountain, along with some extreme ice essence, soared from a pile of materials, landing in the Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron. At the same time, a substantial amount of primordial heavy water separated from the sea, rushing in from all directions like moths drawn to a flame, and promptly fell into the cauldron. Algu then waved his hand again, sealing the cauldron's lid. The runes inscribed upon its body began to rotate, glowing with radiance as it resumed its alchemical process. Moments later, as the lid opened, 4 coiling dragons encircled the cauldron, and a white jade treasure bottle, shimmering with spiritual light, emerged freshly crafted. The bottle ascended, its mouth opening downward, emitting a peculiar that immediately drew in the floating elixirs, gathering them into 4 streams that flowed into the 4 bottles that, in the blink of an eye, the entire abyss of elixirs was collected. The 4 bottles then emitted streams of light and landed in the hands of the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. Algu's voice then resonated. "These 4 coiling dragon sea bottles will be for your elixirs." The 4 Seas Dragon Kings instinctively scanned the coiling dragon jade bottles in their hands, and their expressions shifted dramatically. To their astonishment, all 4 bottles were spiritual treasures. In truth, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings were not unfamiliar with spiritual treasures. Each of their households boasted a collection of them, numbering around 10 or so. If it had merely been 4 spiritual treasures, it would not have caused such a stir. Furthermore, the quality of these 4 treasures was not exceptionally high, merely second-rate. However, the issue lay in the fact that these 4 innate spiritual treasures were crafted right before their eyes. No extraordinary celestial materials were used, nor was any significant effort expended. It was merely a matter of boasting for a moment, and 4 spiritual treasures materialized, as if it were child's play. When did crafting spiritual treasures become so effortless? The Four Seas Dragon Kings felt their minds were not quite able to grasp it, starting to question their very existence. Previously, they had thought it was already astonishing for their ancestor to concoct elixirs. But they never expected the crafting of treasures would be even more outrageous. After all, the difficulty of refining elixirs and spiritual treasures is vastly different. Although both involve seizing the essence of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the grand principles. Elixirs are merely consumable goods, while spiritual treasures are reusable, long-term reliant items. The effort required is evidently not the same. Take the esteemed Supreme Elder, renowned for his mastery in both alchemy and artifact crafting across the three realms. When refining elixirs, even the pinnacle of the 9 Revolutions golden elixir would only take him a few days of sitting before the Bagua furnace. However, crafting spiritual treasures is no simple task. As Zhu Beiji once described his treasured 9-toothed rake, this is forged from divine ice iron, polished to a radiant sheen. The elder himself wielded the hammer, while the stars themselves contributed to the effort. In the realm of cosmic balance, the interplay of length and brevity determines the universe's fate, while the duality of yin and yang orchestrates the dance of the sun and moon. The divine beings of the 6 lines adhere to celestial decrees, and the stars of the 8 trigrams align according to the constellations. This precious artifact, known as the upper treasure of the Golden Palladium, is presented to the Jade Emperor at the Alchemical Pavilion. Although it was indeed crafted by the venerable Taishang Laojun, the process involved the collaboration of the 5 directions and 5 emperors, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the Lord of the Comet, and various celestial beings, underscoring the arduous efforts required to forge such spiritual treasures. Were it not for this, the number of existing spiritual artifacts would not be so scarce. Yet, why does such complexity seem utterly absent in the presentations of our forebears? It appears akin to the creation of elixirs, seemingly a trivial endeavor, accomplished with a few swift gestures. Little does the Dragon King of the Four Seas know that Augu's mastery in artifact crafting exceeds that of alchemy. One need only observe the treasures surrounding him. The primordial dragon pearl, a congenital supreme treasure birthed alongside him, has undergone years of cultivation and refinement to attain its status. However, the ancestor dragon coffin, a postnatal supreme treasure, is a product of his own meticulous craftsmanship. In discussions of crafting, it can be said without modesty that there is no rival across the 3 realms. The author wishes to express gratitude. Today, we present the 3rd installment, with thanks to the reader, Jian Zhongxian, for their support yesterday. Apologies for the oversight. 2 more installments will follow tonight. Chapter 29. The underflow strikes observing the Four Seas Dragon King in a flurry as he collected 4 Panlong sea-swallowing bottles. Augu waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the Dragon King felt a lightness envelop him, involuntarily exhaling as several streams of spiritual light shot forth from their bodies, converging before Augu. These were their personal spiritual treasures. Among them, the East Sea Dragon King Aoguang found himself in the most embarrassing predicament, for while the others had merely lost their weapons or adornments, he had even been stripped of his outer robe, which was itself a spiritual artifact. Although it was merely a third-rate treasure, it was still not spared, and before he could comprehend the situation, he stood there in his inner garments, feeling utterly awkward and saying nothing. The South Sea Dragon Kings, initially startled, nearly burst into laughter at this scene, realizing in that moment how much happier they felt compared to their older brother. What are these trinkets? Augu, clearly disinterested in the petty concerns of the Four Seas Dragon King, shifted his gaze to the gathered spiritual artifacts, shaking his head in disdain at a sword, a saber, a whip, a bell, a mirror, a robe, a staff, save for the Panlong staff taken from Aoguang, which barely met the standards of first-rate treasure. The rest were at best second-rate, with several even falling to the third-rate category. In ancient times, any renowned dragon expert would possess several spiritual treasures, and to present anything less than a first-rate treasure would be deemed shameful. Yet here stood the illustrious Four Seas Dragon Kings, the very face of the dragon lineage, adorned with such meager accoutrements. Has the dragon clan truly fallen to such dire straits? Augu spoke with a calm demeanor, and the Four Seas Dragon Kings felt a profound sense of shame, akin to spendthrifts who had squandered their ancestral wealth, wishing they could hide their heads in shame. Very well, I shall refine your treasures anew to enhance their quality. Otherwise, they will bring me disgrace when presented to the world. With a sigh, Augu resumed the alchemical process. Augu delved into the crafting of treasures within the Ancestral Dragon abyss. The Four Seas Dragon Kings were immersed in the shock imparted by their ancestor when an undercurrent silently surged towards the East Sea. Outside the Ancestral Dragon abyss, within the Dragon Palace, a hulking figure clad in armor and wearing a whale head knelt before the second Prince Aoi, reporting with a face full of shame. Your Highness, we have searched the entire East Sea and found no trace of the culprit. They may have already fled. Found nothing. Aoi furrowed his brow deeply. He should have been recuperating in his quarters. Yet the sudden demise of a patrol demon responsible for guarding the palace had compelled his subordinates to seek his counsel, especially as their father was absent. Although the patrol demon was not of paramount importance in the Dragon Palace hierarchy, he represented a vital military asset, typically a water spirit of celestial rank or higher, thus not a minor figure. Moreover, those tasked with guarding the palace were esteemed leaders, and the inexplicable death of such a commander was no trivial matter. Accompanying the patrol demon in death were an entire squad of patrolling soldiers, and the evidence left on the patrol demon's body indicated that he had endured severe torment, with even his primordial spirit being extracted. This was a blatant affront to the Dragon Palace. Though the Dragon Clan no longer basked in the glory of ancient times, they could not tolerate such indignities. Hence, upon receiving the report, Aoi promptly mobilized all forces of the Dragon Palace to scour the East Sea in pursuit of the assailant. However, it appeared his efforts might be in vain. Amidst his fury, Aoi couldn't help but be filled with questions. Who could be behind this? What could their motive be? Was it personal vendetta? Or were they targeting the Dragon Palace? In the depths of the Northern Sea's North Abyss, within a vast palace constructed of millennia-old ice, a cloaked elder stepped forth, addressing a youth adorned with a golden crown and fine robes seated upon a throne. Young master, I have been dispatched to the East Sea for reconnaissance and have ascertained the whereabouts of Lord Jiao Mo. He truly ventured to the East Sea Dragon Palace. The golden-crowned youth rose from his seat, his eyes flashing with intensity. Indeed, young master, my inquiries revealed that Lord Jiao Mo did visit the East Sea Dragon Palace and caused quite a stir, but subsequently he vanished without a trace. Is this information reliable? The golden-crowned youth leaned forward, his gaze piercing like an eagle's, causing the cloaked elder to shiver involuntarily, struggling to maintain composure. Rest assured, young master, this intelligence was extracted from a patrol demon responsible for guarding the East Sea Dragon Palace. Did you bring back the essence of the patrol demon? Yes, it is here. The elder nodded eagerly, relieved that he had remembered to retrieve the demon's essence as proof after the soul search. He produced a faintly glowing, pale blue orb from a peculiar pouch, within which a shadowy figure resembling a fish-headed humanoid flickered dimly. With a simple gesture, the golden-crowned youth summoned the orb into his palm, enveloping it in a soft blue light, which soon dissipated into silence. I understand. You may leave now. After personally verifying the essence, he dismissed the elder with a wave of his hand. Once the elder had departed, the golden-crowned youth contemplated for a moment before retrieving a jade talisman from within his robe, channeling his energy into it as he softly spoke. Brother Jiao, I request your presence at the Demon Master's abode. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Chapter 30, From Birdshot to Cannons. The Four Sea Kings on this day. The surface of the Ancestral Dragon abyss, tranquil and reflective as an ancient mirror, suddenly erupted, and in the next moment, several figures soared forth. It was the Four Seas Dragon Kings, gazing at the familiar surroundings and the resplendent crystal palace in the distance. The Four Seas Dragon Kings were enveloped in a profound sense of surrealism. It was not that their sojourn in the Ancestral Dragon abyss had been excessively prolonged. By their calculations, they had lingered there for barely over a month. Such a span of time was utterly negligible for beings like them, who had long since plucked the fruits of immortality as Tai golden immortals. Yet the impact of that fleeting month was unparalleled, far surpassing the cumulative experiences of their several millennia of dragon existence. In stark contrast to their initial trepidation upon entering the Ancestral Dragon abyss, the four brothers now radiated an unprecedented vigor and confidence. They were not only bolstered by the formidable presence of their ancestor, but had also been bestowed with an abundance of elixirs and spiritual treasures, amplifying their confidence manifold. It is worth noting that their gains extended beyond mere spiritual pills. Their equipment had undergone a remarkable transformation as well. Even now, the memories of their astonishing harvest stirred their spirits with exhilaration. As the saying goes, wealth emboldens the brave, a truth that holds in the realm of immortals, albeit with a slight alteration in what wealth signifies. Presently, the Four Seas Dragon Kings were adorned not just with bottles of elixirs, but also equipped with two formidable treasures each. These were crafted by their ancestor, enhancing their original spiritual artifacts with various heavenly materials, and subsequently reforged. The North Sea Dragon King wielded the premier postnatal treasure, the Qianlong Sword, and the Aurora Cone. The Qianlong Sword, when drawn, manifested like a dragon, freezing the heavens and earth. The Aurora Cone, swift as lightning, was nearly impossible to evade. The West Sea Dragon King possessed the equally formidable White Dragon Blade and the Bewildering Bell. The White Dragon Blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of cleaving heaven and earth, while the Bewildering Bell's sound could instill terror in gods and demons alike. The South Sea Dragon King was similarly armed with two premier postnatal treasures, the Flame Dragon Whip and the Fiery Sun Mirror. The Flame Dragon Whip struck with the might of the Red Emperor, heralding the descent of purgatory. The Fiery Sun Mirror, upon its illumination, incinerated all in its path. The East Sea Dragon King, however, reaped the richest rewards. Equipped with the Nine Dragon Robe and the Banner of the Eight Desolations, the Nine Dragon Robe, also a premier postnatal treasure, granted the wearer the protective power of 9 ancient true dragons, rendering them nearly invulnerable. The Banner of the Eight Desolations, enhanced from his original Panlong staff with numerous heavenly materials, had ascended to the ranks of exceptional postnatal treasures, crafted specifically by Augu for the Dragonkin. When unfurled, it could summon the dragon chi of heaven and earth, emanating unparalleled might. Especially in the hands of the dragon race, its power could rival that of the most elite innate treasures. Consequently, the spirits of the four brothers soared to unprecedented heights, brimming with vitality. With the blessings of their ancestors' elixirs and treasures, not only was the resurgence of the dragon race imminent, but their days of subjugation and compromise would soon be a distant memory. Even without the enhancement of the elixirs, simply mastering the treasures granted by their ancestor would elevate their prowess significantly. And no longer would they be intimidated by characters like Sun Wukong or the Jiao Demon King. Even against a great Luo Golden Immortal, they would now dare to contend, leaving no one bold enough to bully them. Brother, I must return, for there are matters left unattended in the palace. The North Sea Dragon King suddenly interjected. He had not forgotten the lesson he received from his elder brother Augu, and was wary of provoking any memories of the misdeeds of Ao Jiao upon arriving at the Crystal Palace. Moreover, with the recent bountiful gifts from their ancestor, he had yet to refine and assess their efficacy. The Transformation Dragon Pill and the Rebirth Dragon Pill were particularly compelling. The former could awaken the dragon blood of his otherworldly concubines, transforming them into dragons, while the latter could purify the bloodlines of his mixed blood offspring, allowing them to metamorphose into true dragons akin to their pure-blooded kin, thus alleviating their awkward status within the clan. These were remedies capable of curing the chronic ailments of his North Sea Dragon Palace, and he was eager to return and experiment with them. Brother, my situation is akin to that of the fourth brother. There are pressing matters awaiting my attention in the palace. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave as well. The South Sea Dragon King chimed in. Indeed, brother, I hastily departed before, and I suspect my sister-in-law has been concerned about my absence, added the West Sea Dragon King in agreement. Very well, you may all return, Augu conceded, observing that his brothers were disinterested in lingering in the East Sea any longer. Thus, Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun bid their farewells and departed for their respective homes. Augu understood their urgency and did not take offense, for he, too, shared a similar mindset. However, the East Sea Dragon King's good mood was short-lived. Upon his return to the Crystal Palace, he was met with alarming news. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, Augu promptly listened to his son's report regarding the recent happenings in the palace. While most matters were of little concern, He was incensed to learn that their sea patrolling night demon had been mysteriously attacked, and the assailant remained at large. Who dares to act with such audacity? Targeting my East Sea Dragon Palace's kin? Algu thundered, his fury palpable. He cast a curious glance at his father, perplexed. While he too was furious about the incident and had dispatched individuals to scour the East Sea for the culprit. There was a stark contrast between his own temperament and that of his father, who had always presented himself as a benevolent figure. They had encountered far graver challenges in the past without provoking such wrath from him. Algu's words were charged with a fervor that even exceeded that of his impetuous son, yet he was unaware that his father had just returned from a bountiful encounter with their ancestor. Filled with elation and ready to restore the dragon race's prestige, only to be met with this disheartening news, which felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his ardor. Noticing his son's inquisitive gaze, Algu recognized that he had lost his composure and swiftly shifted the topic to, "Here, how is your injury faring?" "Oh, not yet healed." "Oh," he replied, momentarily taken aback by his father's sudden inquiry. He knew all too well the severity of his wounds. Recovering from such an injury would take decades, if not longer. "You needn't concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. You should return and focus on recuperating," Algu advised, retrieving his Pamlong, swallowing sea bottle, and producing 4 pills, 1 white and 3 yellow, handing them to his son. "Take these elixirs. The white one is the Rebirth Dragon pill, and the yellow ones are the Dragon Yuan pills. Both are our clan's secret high-grade elixirs, and you are surely aware of their effects. 1 Rebirth Dragon pill will completely heal your injuries, while 3 Dragon Yuan pills will likely elevate your cultivation to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal in no time. Take them back and refine them at your leisure." "What?" Aoe gasped in astonishment. Both the Rebirth Dragon pill and the Dragon Yuan pill were legendary elixirs within their clan, and he was well aware of their esteemed status. However, due to the high demands of their crafting, the dragon race had lost the ability to produce them following the Great Desolation, and their remaining stock had gradually dwindled, fading into legend, even as the East Sea Dragon Palace's second prince. He had only heard tales of these elixirs, but had never laid eyes on one, believing them to be long extinct. He was utterly shocked to discover that his father still possessed a cache, and an impressive quantity at that. "Father, you should keep these elixirs for yourself. I can recuperate without such extravagance," he protested. These elixirs were capable of significantly enhancing Dragon Yuan and advancing cultivation, often requiring just one to save a millennium of arduous training. The other had the miraculous ability to revive the dead, making it akin to an additional life. The value of such elixirs was immeasurable, and using them on him seemed an utter waste. "Take them," Algu insisted, displaying an unprecedented generosity. "That I have plenty of these elixirs. There is no concern of waste. Your priority is to heal. The rest is none of your business." Algu was no ordinary figure when it came to abundance. Thanks to the blessings of their ancestor, he possessed a staggering number of these elixirs, rendering a few a trivial matter. Aoe gazed at his father in astonishment, and as he recalled his father's recent activities, a troubling suspicion began to take root in his mind. Could it be that his father had colluded with his uncles to rob the ancestral grave? Otherwise, how could he have suddenly become so wealthy? The mere thought of this caused Aoe's handsome face to turn somewhat pale. After hesitating for a moment, he could not help but grit his teeth and advise, "Father, while our Dragon Clan situation is indeed dire, there are certain actions we must refrain from taking, lest we bring shame upon our ancestors." Ao Guang, the author, has something to say. Gifts have multiplied more than twice in a day, and 5-star reviews have increased significantly. To express my gratitude, I will add a bonus chapter. Love you all, moi. Chapter 32. The Return of the Dragon Maiden, ominous premonitions after sending away his overly concerned son. Ao Guang felt both exasperated and amused. He truly did not expect his son to misunderstand him as a grave robber, especially one who would dare to plunder their ancestral graves. Was he really so shameless as the leader of the Dragon Clan? Moreover, even if he harbored such intentions, he would need the courage to act on them. However, reflecting on the changes surrounding his entrance and exit from the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, he could not entirely blame his son for his overthinking. Although he dared not reveal the truth to others without the ancestral permission, he had inadvertently given his son some hints, Knowing Ao Yi's intelligence, he suspected that his son had likely pieced some of it together. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily dismissed. After all, he knew his son well. Given Ao Yi's strong sense of responsibility and honor towards the Dragon clan, if he hadn't realized something, he wouldn't have easily backed down even in the face of his own father. Issuing orders to the Dragon Palace to intensify the pursuit and investigation of the audacious assailant who dared to bring him trouble. Ao Guang swiftly attended to the accumulated affairs of the palace before preparing to return to his chambers to refine the newly acquired treasures. After all, while spiritual treasures are indeed marvelous, they can only truly unleash their powers once properly refined. At that moment, a guard suddenly reported that his precious daughter, the little dragon maiden Ao Xer, had returned from her travels. Ao Guang was instantly overjoyed. This little dragon maiden was indeed his cherished treasure, the apple of his eye, and was most favored in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although Ao Guang had only 3 sons over the years, he had just this one daughter, the youngest, who naturally received the most affection. As the saying goes, a mother's love for her youngest is universal, and this often holds true for fathers as well. Moreover, although his beloved daughter was young, her talents were extraordinary. In less than a millennium since her birth, she had already reached the golden immortal realm and plucked the fruit of longevity, surpassing Ao Yi's achievements at that age. In the 3 realms, even celestial beings experience decline, but only by cultivating to the golden immortal level can one forge an immortal body, thus attaining true longevity. Hence, reaching the golden immortal stage is a significant milestone on the path of immortality. The earlier one crosses this threshold, the greater their potential. With such an extraordinary and adorable daughter, a singular gem amidst countless others, how could Ao Guang not dote on her immensely? Hearing of his precious daughter's return, he could no longer contain himself and rose to personally welcome her. However, before he could reach the palace entrance, he saw a striking young girl with a pair of delicate white dragon horns already stepping inside. Ah, this is none other than my precious daughter returning. Let me behold her. Ao Guang hurriedly approached, but upon nearing, he noticed his beloved daughter had a sorrowful expression, her little face marred with grievance. Upon seeing his daughter's forlorn visage, the old Dragon King immediately inquired, "My dear daughter, what has happened? What troubles you?" Yet he was secretly perplexed. It was known that the little dragon maiden had vehemently refused the old Dragon King's suggestion of sending a capable guard to accompany her on her travels. Yet Ao Guang had nonetheless worried for her safety, providing her with numerous potent treasures from the Dragon Palace and alerting many of his friends across the seas to keep an eye out for her, fearing she might face bullying or danger while away. Logically, with such thorough preparations, and considering that the little dragon maiden herself was a golden immortal, she should not have been vulnerable in the current 3 realms. And yet here she was, looking so distressed. The old Dragon King's heart sank further as he asked, "My dear Exa, you weren't captured, were you? How did you manage to escape?" It was a fellow who claimed to be Tianpeng Marshal who intervened halfway and fought fiercely with that great demon. "Allowing me to escape," the little dragon maiden replied, her brow furrowed. "It was him." The old Dragon King was taken aback, not expecting that the greedy and lecherous figure would come to her aid. When had this fellow come down to the lower realms, abandoning his command of the heavenly river's vast forces? Moreover, recalling the rumored character of this rotund individual, a sense of foreboding began to stir within Ao Guang. Chapter 33. Underestimated again, Exener. Could it be that Tianpeng, that rotund fellow, has taken an interest in you? The old Dragon King asked with a hint of anxiety, though he had informed many in advance regarding his precious daughter. He had certainly not included this Tianpeng Marshal in that circle. Firstly, although this fellow was indeed a celestial being, like himself, they had little personal interaction, as one governed the heavenly river while the other oversaw the seas. Their paths rarely crossed, and their relationships were rather limited. Secondly, Tianpeng Marshal, despite his origins as a mortal, had long since transformed into a celestial being, but had not shed the base instincts of his former life, making him notoriously greedy and lustful, a fact well known in the heavenly realm. It would be foolish of Ao Guang to entrust his daughter to someone like him. It was akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. As expected, upon being questioned, The little dragon maiden's eyes reddened further as she tearfully revealed, "Father, since Tianping Marshal saved me, he has insisted on following me. Demanding repayment, I offered to bring him to the East Sea Dragon Palace, promising you would reward him generously, but he refused, insisting. Insisting on what? What does he insist on?" Ao Guang could no longer restrain his curiosity. "He insists that I offer myself to him." The little dragon maiden, both embarrassed and furious, finally blurted out, "Outrageous!" The old Dragon King's expression darkened, nearly spewing with rage. Though he was already aware of Tianping's shamelessness, he had not anticipated such audacity. While it was one thing to leverage favors, it was entirely unacceptable for him to make such demands of his unwed daughter. This was not merely a lack of decency. It was a blatant disregard for the Dragon Clan. However, recognizing that the situation was not yet fully understood, he suppressed his fury and asked, "Exa, did you not make your identity clear to him?" "Of course I did. I told him I am the little princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace and could offer him additional treasures as thanks. But any other inappropriate thoughts should be dismissed." "And what did he say?" "He claimed that as Tianping Marshal, the foremost among the 4 saints of the North Pole, commanding the Heavenly River and overseeing the Heavenly Court's vast army, he was of higher rank than you, Father, and that if he were to become your son-in-law, you would surely be overjoyed." The little dragon maiden's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and grievance, rendering her speechless. Very well. The old Dragon King could no longer restrain his fury, laughing in anger, unsure of what to say. Did he think of me as someone so easily swayed, a shameless sycophant? This is not merely an insult to his daughter. It is a blatant affront to the dignity of the Dragon Clan itself. Indeed, although the 4 Seas Dragon Kings hold the esteemed title of dragon deities, their rank within the Heavenly Court undeniably falls short of that of the Great Marshal of the Heavenly Water Forces, who oversees nearly all of the direct water troops of the Celestial Realm. However, can the status of the East Sea Dragon King be merely measured by such celestial ranks? One must remember that he stands behind the entire Dragon Clan, a venerable lineage that has persisted since the primordial age, even if it has now waned. This ancient clan governs a significant portion of the waterway authority across the 3 realms, shouldering nearly half of the Heavenly Court's merits. Anyone with even a modicum of respect for the Dragon Clan would dare not act so brazenly. This affront is not merely an insult to the East Sea Dragon King alone, it belittles the entire Dragon Clan. Chapter 34. An unwelcome visitor. Father, I do not wish to marry, especially not that repugnant. Rotund man. Noticing Ao Guang's peculiar expression, a mix of emotions difficult to decipher, the little dragon maiden anxiously clutched the old Dragon King's arm, shaking it vigorously. "Even if he has rescued me, that does not obligate me to wed him. I harbor no affection for him whatsoever. Please, Father, I implore you, do not force your daughter into marriage. Fear not, my dear. You are still so young. How could your father ever bear to marry you off?" Seeing his beloved daughter's pitiful demeanor and her earnest plea, the old Dragon King's heart melted. "You are the apple of my eye, my cherished treasure. If I do not advocate for you, who else would? Let alone that great marshal. Even if it were the Jade Emperor himself. If you are unwilling, then you shall not marry. Wonderful. I always knew you cared for me, Father." The little dragon maiden's tears turned to smiles. The heavy burden on her heart lifted, and her spirits brightened instantly. However, at that moment, a guard rushed in hastily, reporting, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, a visitor has arrived, claiming to be the Great Marshal of the Heavenly Court and insists that you personally greet him." "What?" The little dragon maiden's face drained of color. After much effort to rid herself of that detestable man, how could he have tracked her down so quickly? "Must I personally welcome him?" Ao Guang's expression darkened, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. While the Great Marshal's rank in the Heavenly Court technically exceeds his own, it is one thing for him to choose to greet the visitor and another for the visitor to demand such an honor. The former is a matter of customary etiquette, while the latter is a blatant display of arrogance, a direct affront to his dignity, particularly since he was already aware of the visitor's intentions. The implications of such a demand were glaringly clear. It was a show of force meant to intimidate. "Father, The little dragon maiden looked at Ao Guang in a state of confusion. "Dear heart, you should retreat to the inner hall for a while. I shall handle this," the old Dragon King replied with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. "Please be cautious, father, and do not let your temper flare." The little dragon maiden urged with concern. Though she was favored in the Dragon Palace, she was not naive to the ways of the world. Her recent travels had made her acutely aware of the Dragon Clan's precarious situation. While she was loath to endure the indignity of marrying the corpulent Great Marshal, she equally did not wish for her father to incur the wrath of such a powerful figure in the heavenly court, exacerbating their plight. "Rest assured, my dear, I know how to proceed. You may retire," the old Dragon King said lightly, waving his hand dismissively, his demeanor that of a loving father watching his daughter depart. However, once the little dragon maiden's figure vanished from sight, Ao Guang's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold glare. "How audacious! To play the rogue at the gates of my East Sea Dragon Palace." At that moment, Ao Guang wished he could leave the visitor waiting outside to see what the fat man would do. Yet, considering the ancestor's current slumber, it appeared that a complete revival would take some time, and he repressed his impulse before the ancestor fully revived. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, there were too many individuals and factions in the three realms that would prefer to see the Dragon Clan remain dormant, should news of the ancestors' revival leak prematurely. It was impossible to predict how many would attempt to thwart it, or even launch a direct attack on the ancestor. In such scenario, given the Dragon Clan's current strength, they would likely be powerless to intervene. With these thoughts in mind, Ao Guang contained his fury and the urge to leave the visitor outside, issuing orders to open the palace gates before proceeding to greet the guest. A small patience can avert great chaos. After enduring for so many years, what is a little more time? Yet, unbeknownst to the old Dragon King, his concerns were entirely unwarranted at that moment. Within the depths of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, a formidable force was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 35. The Return of the Dragons, the second primordial spirit at the bottom of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. The landscape had undergone a profound transformation. The once murky depths were now largely emptied of the primordial heavy water by Ao Gu's previous alchemical endeavors. The previously dim abyss now shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the ocean floor in a resplendent display akin to a celestial paradise hidden beneath the waves. This vibrant spectacle was born from the ethereal essence released during the crafting of elixirs and treasures. The sheer volume of alchemical creations Ao Gu had produced meant that even the residual essence, when combined, was nothing short of extraordinary. A mere mortal inhaling this aura might find themselves reborn, transcending to a higher plane of existence. At the center of this radiant display stood the imposing Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron. Its surface shimmered with the interplay of dark and light, as if it were still in the process of nurturing and refining something wondrous. Open, at that moment, Ao Gu's ethereal form manifested above the ancestral dragon coffin, uttering the command softly. The cauldron's lid flew open, and a brilliant, luminous pearl burst forth, radiating myriad beams of light that instantly illuminated the entire ancestral dragon abyss. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Ao Gu's eyes as he gently extended his finger to touch the pearl. In the next moment, the radiant brilliance of the gem dimmed, revealing its crystalline clarity. Ethereal and dreamlike, with only a swirl of azure and a streak of gray-black swirling within, reminiscent of two little fish frolicking in water. Faint glimmers of spiritual light danced across the surface of the pearl, manifesting in the form of hazy dragon shapes. This gem was none other than the life pearl of the previously formidable Jiao Demon King. However, to refer to it as a Jiao Pearl now seemed inappropriate, for it had long been cast into the Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron for nurturing, having absorbed the essence that had diffused within during the alchemical processes of elixirs and treasures. It not only shed its superficial impurities, but also entirely refined the residual essence formerly belonging to the Jiao Demon King, returning to its primal state, transforming from acquired to innate. Moreover, its essence had been significantly strengthened and magnified countless times throughout this process, nearly reaching the threshold of a top-tier innate treasure. This represented the limit of what the Xian Huang Mother Qi cauldron could forge, as the cauldron itself was merely a premier innate treasure and could not possibly create something of a higher grade than itself. Additionally, throughout the nurturing and refining process, Ao Gu continuously extracted primordial essence from his own ancestral dragon pearl, gradually permeating and transforming the gem, effectively refining it into a second ancestral dragon pearl. Rather than calling it a Jiao pearl, it would be more fitting to designate it as the second dragon pearl. This was also a treasure meticulously crafted by Ao Gu to condense his second primordial spirit. Unlike the tragic fate of the Jiao Demon King, whose marks were thoroughly cleansed, the remnants of essence belonging to the Kunping avatar were intentionally preserved by Ao Gu. This was a valuable asset, as Kunpeng was adept in the paths of wind and devouring, and thus his avatar naturally bore fragments of these two pathways, represented by the lively azure and gray-black colors within the second dragon pearl. Completely refining this fragment of avatar essence into the second dragon pearl would aid him in comprehending and harnessing the powers of these two pathways. Although Ao Gu's cultivation was exceptionally profound, spanning many pathways, the realms of wind and devouring were uncharted territories for him, making them novel and enticing prospects. This was the primary reason Ao Gu specifically crafted this pearl to condense his second primordial spirit. Otherwise, even if the true ancestral dragon pearl were unmovable, being in the ancestral dragon abyss, it would be exceedingly simple for Ao Gu to find a superior dragon pearl from the Jiao Demon King as raw material. With a thought, Ao Gu summoned his own life treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl, to the outside of the ancestral dragon coffin. With a gentle touch of his finger, a drop of golden ancestral dragon blood flew from the pearl and into the newly formed second dragon pearl. In an instant, the second dragon pearl radiated with magnificent brilliance, illuminating the surroundings, causing the entire ancestral dragon abyss to tremble. Countless dragon corpses submerged in the abyss responded, their dragon might surging forth. And the dragon pearls left behind by these powerful dragon clan members were triggered, spontaneously releasing streams of pure dragon energy that flowed through layers of seawater, converging into the second dragon pearl as if rivers were flowing into the sea. The second dragon pearl, now infused with the essence of myriad dragons from the ancestral dragon abyss, ascended further, fully entering the ranks of premier innate treasures, its displayed might rivaling that of the genuine ancestral dragon pearl beside it. Only at this moment did Ao Gu touch his brow, and in an instant, a searing pain tore through his soul as a fragment of his soul, resembling him but much smaller, was split away and transformed into a beam of spiritual light that entered the freshly forged second dragon pearl. Then, enduring the pain from the split, Ao Gu executed the incantations to condense the essence, infusing the second dragon pearl with his energy, gradually forming a second primordial spirit that bore a striking resemblance to Ao Gu. After a considerable time, Ao Gu finally exhaled, his phantom dissipating as he retracted into the ancestral dragon coffin. The newly formed second primordial spirit suddenly opened its eyes, pointing towards the Xian Huang Mother Qi cauldron. The cauldron opened once more, and it leaped forward, transforming into a streak of light that re-entered the cauldron. Subsequently, a fluctuating aura emanated from within, oscillating between the might of a great Luo golden immortal and nearing that of a quasi-saint, before dropping to a level comparable to that of a Tai golden immortal. The newly formed second primordial spirit, still unstable, required further nurturing within the cauldron. Meanwhile, Ao Gu, back within the coffin, shifted his focus away from the second primordial spirit, but suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace beyond the abyss. Chapter 36. The Bait arrives in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East greeted Marshal Tianpeng with a smiling face. Welcoming him into the palace, I did not expect the esteemed Marshal to honor my humble abode with your presence. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Ah, no need for such formalities, Marshal Tianpeng replied, his smile broadening, though his demeanor was far from genuine. Once both parties were seated, a clam maiden from within the palace entered to serve fragrant tea to the hosts and guests. However, Marshal Tianpeng's attention was hardly on the tea. His eyes were fixated on the clam maiden, scrutinizing her form, He even took the liberty of squeezing her delicate hand while receiving the tea, startling the maiden to the brink of a scream, nearly causing her to drop the teacup. "Careful, no need to panic," Marshal Tianpeng chuckled, taking the teacup from her with a smirk. Internally, he couldn't help but lament how, despite Ao Guang's modest rank in the heavenly hierarchy, his station was quite the indulgent existence, surrounded by such exquisite beauties, unlike his own marshal's residence, where the servants were rugged soldiers lacking any feminine presence. Ao Guang furrowed his brow at this sight. Although he had heard of Tianping's lecherous reputation, he never anticipated such a lack of decorum. Upon seeing a woman, he reacted as if he were a dog spotting a bone. After all, he was of the Daoist background, a high-ranking official of the heavenly court. How could he lack even a modicum of depth and refinement? "Very well. You may all withdraw," he thought, discreetly gesturing for the clan maidens to leave, causing Marshal Tianpeng to feel a twinge of disappointment. In truth, even if the marshal had not come, Ao Guang was already planning to pay a visit. Just as Tianpeng was still reeling from his disappointment, Ao Guang spoke first. "Not long ago, my daughter was at home, and I only just learned that had it not been for the marshal's timely intervention, she might have encountered great danger. I have only one daughter, whom I cherish dearly. The marshal has shown great kindness to her. As a father, I cannot let this go unacknowledged." As he spoke, Ao Guang gently clapped his hands. Instantly, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals entered, carrying boxes of gifts. Placing them gently in the great hall, as the lids were lifted, countless spiritual pills, celestial herbs, and precious jewels were revealed to the eyes of those present. In an instant, the hall was filled with the luster of jewels and the fragrant aroma of rare herbs, causing Marshal Tianpeng to momentarily catch his breath. Observing this, Ao Guang smiled slightly and continued, "These are but trifling gifts, not worthy of your esteem. I hope the marshal will graciously accept them." The Dragon Palace was immensely wealthy. Even after having given much to his ancestors for alchemical purposes, what remained was more than enough to astonish most immortals. Marshal Tianping's breath grew heavy. Although he merely scanned the offerings, his keen perception allowed him to assess their value. And he realized that while none were particularly extraordinary treasures, they were all rarities within the three realms, serving as hard currency among the immortals. Roughly estimating, the value of these gifts could easily surpass the marshal's salary accrued over millennia. At that moment, Marshal Tianpeng was tempted to rise and immediately claim these treasures for himself. He had long heard tales of the Dragon clan's immense wealth. Today, he finally grasped the reality. However, recalling the true purpose of his visit, he forcibly suppressed his greed. Although he had a fondness for treasure, he favored the prospect of mutual benefit even more. "Old Dragon King, you flatter me. We serve together in the court and are both deities of water. Why must we be so formal?" Marshal Tianping's eyes darted, and he suddenly laughed heartily, feigning magnanimity. "As for the gifts, I shall graciously decline. However, I do have a request that I hope the old Dragon King can assist me with. Given our friendship, I trust you will not refuse." That a sense of caution arose in Ao Guang's heart, sensing that the bait was now presented. Yet outwardly, he maintained a smile. "The martial jest. Your esteemed position and the trust you hold with the Jade Emperor far surpass that of us lesser deities. Truly, you honor me with your words. If the marshal cannot accomplish something, then we lesser deities are even more powerless." Old Fox, the marshal of the heavenly pavilion, observing the old Dragon King feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation, could not help but silently curse him in his heart. However, having pursued the matter this far, he was not one to be easily dismissed by mere flattering words. The old Dragon King, in his humility, was well aware that this matter would indeed require his approval. This time, the marshal adopted a more cunning approach. Leaving no room for Ao Guang to evade responsibility, he directly stated, "It is no jest. Old Dragon King, ever since my fateful encounter with your daughter, I have been unable to find peace in my meals or sleep. My thoughts are consumed by her image, day and night. Perhaps this is what is known as love at first sight. My esteemed teacher once foretold that I was destined for a romantic entanglement, and until now, I was unaware of its source. Now I realize it is none other than your esteemed daughter. My purpose in visiting today is to seek your blessing in marriage, and I hope you can grant this wish in light of my sincere affection." The old Dragon King nearly retched at the audacity of this creature. Truly, he was deserving of his robust physique, for his thick skin was unparalleled, and such shameless declarations were beyond belief. Just moments ago, he'd been so brazenly inappropriate with my palace maid, and now he dared to claim his heart was pure. Even invoking the name of his teacher, did he truly believe others were blind and foolish? I am flattered by your admiration, yet my daughter is still quite young and has been spoiled since childhood, becoming quite willful and lacking in decorum that I cannot, in good conscience, allow her to be wed to someone of your stature. It would be best for you to seek another suitable match. Though the old Dragon King was mindful of the esteemed background of his visitor, he did not openly confront him, instead rebuffing him with a measured response. For an ordinary individual, such a reply would suffice as a clear signal to retreat. Unfortunately, the marshal was no ordinary man, and his skin was far thicker than most. Why should I be deterred? Every wealthy young lady has her quirks. He waved his hand dismissively and shamelessly declared, "I do not mind. What I cherish is your daughter's innocence and vivacity. You can rest assured in entrusting her to me. This a matter of whether you mind or not." The old Dragon King inwardly cursed, thinking a toad wishing to feast on swan meat should consider the swan as perspective. Author's note. Here is the updated Dawn. I humbly request your support in the form of encouragement, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 37. Refusing to drink a toast but accepting a penalty? Marshal, some matters cannot be forced. My daughter does not harbor feelings for you. Why must you press the issue? As the marshal persisted stubbornly, intent on becoming his son-in-law, the old Dragon King felt a growing impatience. Yet, the marshal remained undeterred, insisting, "Marriage has always been dictated by parental approval and the words of a matchmaker. When has it ever required the opinions of the young couple? As a ruler of the seas, surely you understand this basic principle? Or do you believe that I, the esteemed marshal of the Northern Polar Four Saints and commander of the Heavenly Court Water Army, am unworthy of an alliance with your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? It is not a question of worthiness." Guang's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. My dearest daughter's heart is not inclined to this union. And as her father, I will not compel her to so. The crux of the matter lies with your daughter." The marshal smirked. "That can be easily arranged. I invite your daughter to visit my Heavenly River Water Palace for a while. I assure you I can win her over, and we can revisit this proposal later." "What do you mean by that?" The old Dragon King's face turned ashen. "You wish to take her to your Heavenly River Water Palace. What are your intentions? To speak so boldly in my presence is to show a lack of respect for the Eastern Sea Dragon King." The marshal's expression darkened as he replied, "I, the illustrious marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion, possess a higher rank in divine hierarchy, greater strength and cultivation, and a more formidable backing than you, a remnant of a fallen dynasty. To have approached you respectfully for a marriage proposal was already a courtesy. Yet you have repeatedly rebuffed my overtures, demonstrating a lack of respect. It seems you are inviting a punishment for your refusal." Having exhausted all attempts at diplomacy, the marshal shed his pretenses and revealed his true, brazen nature. "Very well, Yueo Guang, who is known for being astute and careful in dealing with others, why do you suddenly adopt such a hard stance with me? Is my backing insufficient, or is my weapon not formidable enough?" The old Dragon King's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. "Fine, since you insist, I shall await your punishment. However, I have no tolerance for unwelcome guests in my palace. You are hereby dismissed." With a wave of his hand, the hall doors swung open, issuing a clear order for the marshal to leave. You think I will depart without a satisfactory answer?" The marshal scoffed, having torn the veil of civility. He had no more reservations and fully embraced his unruly nature. "Very well. The audacity of your refusal is astonishing. You did not expect me to be this obstinate, did you?" The old Dragon King, his face a mask of fury, bellowed, "Summon the guards." In an instant, a squad of palace guards rushed in. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" The old Dragon King did not immediately issue commands, but turned his gaze to the marshal's slick visage. "Will you leave willingly? Or shall I command my guards to remove you? You wish to expel me." The marshal laughed heartily as a glimmer of light flashed in his hand, revealing his treasured 9-toothed rake, which shimmered with celestial brilliance. It was his prized weapon, the precious gold rake. As he twirled the rake in his hands, a surge of formidable power emanated from it, sending the newly arrived guards tumbling in disarray. The marshal cast a dismissive glance at them and sneered. "They are no match for me." "Marshal, what are you planning?" The old Dragon King, now thoroughly enraged, demanded. "Are you resorting to violence because your marriage proposal has been rejected? Do not forget, this is the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, not your heavenly river water palace. And you will not be allowed to act recklessly." Initially, the old Dragon King had hoped to maintain some semblance of decorum, even in the face of conflict. However, he was taken aback by the marshal's utter disregard for the final vestiges of respect. "So what if it is the Dragon Palace?" The marshal retorted with a cold smile. "I will not leave today. Guang, if you are wise, summon your daughter to come with me at once. Perhaps we can become a harmonious family in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to force." In his heart, the marshal had not wished for a confrontation, despite the lower rank of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. They wielded significant power over the waters, and escalating matters to the heavens could prove disastrous for him, given his status. However, with the situation having reached this point, he realized he must either subdue Guang or seize the fair maiden, lest she slip from his grasp forever. Thoughts of the enchanting young dragoness filled his mind. The marshal's resolve hardened, and he was determined to pursue this endeavor. "Very well," the old Dragon King, seething with anger, chuckled bitterly. "Today, I shall see what you, Tian Peng, can do. If you think you can act recklessly in my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, you are sorely mistaken." As he spoke, a flash of light revealed the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag, which he had just acquired. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of power radiated from it, causing everyone present to feel a heavy weight upon their shoulders, and the marshal's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 38. The Allure of Treasures, an Extraordinary Spiritual Treasure. The marshal could not suppress his exclamation, his face a portrait of astonishment and disbelief. While an ordinary deity might only recognize the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag as a formidable spiritual treasure, the specifics of its rank would remain a mystery to them. However, the marshal was no ordinary being, a high-ranking official of the heavenly court with roots in the esteemed Daoist sect. He had encountered numerous treasures and possessed discerning vision far beyond that of ordinary folk. Thus, he immediately recognized the exceptional nature of this artifact. His own precious gold rake was a well-crafted, first-rate, postnatal spiritual treasure. Yet the Dragon King's flag radiated a power that eclipsed his rake by a significant margin that it could only be classified as a supreme spiritual treasure, a creature of chaos, even in decline. The dragon race still possessed such hidden treasures. The marshal felt a rush of apprehension. As a disciple of the Daoist sect, he was acutely aware of the power wielded by supreme spiritual treasures. After all, their venerable ancestor, Lao Jun, was renowned throughout the 3 realms for his vast collection of treasures. Having witnessed many of these extraordinary artifacts during his studies, he understood the formidable might they could unleash. If the Eastern Sea Dragon King could harness even a fraction of that power, it would be far beyond his capacity to withstand. Though the difference between first-rate and supreme spiritual treasures might seem marginal, the disparity in their capabilities was monumental and incommensurable. "You think you possess such discernment, yet you are not entirely foolish." The old Dragon King, with a cold smirk, flicked the large banner in his hand and then pointed towards the palace door, exclaiming, "Since you are aware, why do you not depart immediately?" The countenance of Tian Peng shifted uncontrollably, alternating between shades of pale and green, reaching an extraordinary level of intensity. The thought of slinking away in disgrace was utterly unacceptable to him. Yet, if he chose not to leave, facing an opponent wielding an exquisite spiritual treasure, continuing the confrontation would only lead to his own suffering. However, amidst his internal struggle, a sudden thought struck him, a realization of sorts. If the roles were reversed, and he were the East Sea Dragon King with such a formidable weapon in hand, he would have already taken action without further ado, rather than engage in idle chatter. Why waste words when he could simply showcase his treasure and teach the other a lesson? Was Guang truly such an exceptionally patient individual, or was his confidence perhaps not as solid as it appeared? If he did not retreat, was he truly provoking the wrath of the sovereign? Observing Tianping's ever-changing expression while his feet remained firmly planted, Ao Guang seemed to grow increasingly impatient, his brows furrowing and a fierce aura rising. If it's action you desire, then let us proceed. Does this commander fear you? Unexpectedly, before Ao Guang could fully unleash his anger, Tianping let out a bizarre cry and leaped 3 zhong high, his robust form resembling a flying pig caught in a gust of wind. With all his might, he swung the 9-toothed rake, conjuring a massive shadow that seemed capable of suppressing mountains and filling seas, crashing down upon the old Dragon King, in a stunning reversal of his previous timidity. He took the initiative to strike first. How dare you? The old Dragon King's countenance darkened, and he swiftly waved the 8 Desolation Dragon King banner with great force. Boom! In an instant, the Dragon Palace trembled, and the East Sea quaked. At that moment, every dragon residing on the seabed felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Simultaneously, a surge of tremendous power descended from the heavens, enveloping the flag that was being waved, sweeping through the void. Then, a wretched scream echoed. The corpulent figure of Tianping was sent hurtling back at a speed swifter than his arrival, akin to a cannonball, crashing heavily outside the palace. Yet almost immediately, the fellow sprang back up from the ground, laughing maniacally, as if possessed. I knew it. You old fool. You were indeed trying to deceive me. An exquisite spiritual treasure that hasn't even been refined is utterly wasted in your hands. It is better entrusted to me. Tianping laughed heartily as he lunged once more at Ao Guang. Despite having just been thrown and suffering a bruised appearance, his chubby face bore an odd expression of exhilaration, akin to a pauper stumbling upon a gold nugget. The 9-toothed rake danced wildly in his hands, transforming into a myriad of rake shadows that descended upon the somewhat pallid Ao Guang like a dark storm. Upon noticing Ao Guang's peculiar behavior, Tianping's thoughts raced, leading him to decide to take action and test the waters. After all, with his status as a high-ranking official in the heavenly court and a disciple of the old lord, Ao Guang would have to be truly insane to oppose the entire heavenly court and the teachings of humanity. Otherwise, he would never dare to take his life, at most delivering him a severe beating. With no fear of mortal peril, what was there left to dread? Originally, Tianping merely intended to try his luck, but he was taken aback to discover that his gamble had indeed revealed a significant flaw. Ao Guang's possession of a genuine, exquisite spiritual treasure was indisputable, yet it seemed that he had either just acquired it or there was another reason. The treasure had not yet been properly refined, and thus could not unleash its true potential. Otherwise, sustaining such an impact would have surely left Tianping severely injured, rather than merely bruised. This was not the power one would expect from an exquisite spiritual treasure, providing Tianping with a golden opportunity. It is well known that the more formidable the spiritual treasure, the higher the threshold for its use. Without extensive rituals of refinement and nurturing, not only would the treasure's true capabilities remain dormant, but the mana consumption for its wielder would be immense, something that an ordinary individual could hardly withstand. Thus, despite Ao Guang brandishing a prized possession, he was, in reality, burdened with considerable difficulties. Exquisite spiritual treasures are not toys to be played with. As long as Tianping devised a suitable strategy, victory was not beyond reach. Indeed, the odds were quite favorable. Had one not noticed Ao Guang's face turning pale after merely a single attempt. This was a clear sign of excessive mana exhaustion. If Tianping could withstand the initial barrage, depleting Ao Guang's mana reserves, victory would be assured. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. Under normal circumstances, anyone acquiring such a treasure would immediately conduct the necessary rituals. It was exceedingly rare to see one wielded before it was fully refined. Spiritual treasures are already uncommon, and those that remain unrefined and ripe for the taking are even scarcer. Now that such a situation presented itself, it was akin to a magnificent and alluring gem laid bare before him. How could he possibly resist? Once this chance slipped away, it would be lost forever. You dare to steal the heritage treasure of my dragon clan? Ao Guang could not help but roar in fury when his ancestor bestowed the 8 Desolation Dragon King banner upon him. It It was explicitly stated that this banner possessed the power to summon the dragon energy of heaven and earth. Henceforth, only the successive leaders of the dragon clan would be qualified to wield it, and no one else could lay claim to it under penalty of extermination. For an outsider to covet such a treasure, it seemed he had truly lost his mind, utterly oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. You speak of your dragon clan as if it still holds the power it once did in ancient times, Tian Peng scoffed. Now you are but a group of pitiful, beleaguered wretches, mere insects that others can easily trample upon. Today, I shall claim what is rightfully mine. What can you do about it? This was an exquisite spiritual treasure, a coveted gem for which countless powerful beings would vie, if he were to obtain such a treasure. What did it matter if he faced the entire dragon clan as an adversary? Good, very good. The old Dragon King, consumed by rage, could not help but chuckle in response. It seemed he had been too lenient, allowing far too many to lose the respect and reverence due to the dragon clan, giving rise to thoughts that should not exist. Did they truly think of his clan as a soft persimmon, easily squished by anyone, regardless of their standing? A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he summoned a blood-red elixir into his palm, the Tianlong blood ignition pill. What scheme could Tian Peng be concocting that Ao Guang, with his profound wisdom, could not discern? Unfortunately, the latter had miscalculated, for he was utterly unaware of how many cards Ao Guang had up his sleeve. Without delving into other matters, merely the power of a single Tianlong blood ignition pill was sufficient to elevate one's cultivation level significantly in a short time. With Ao Guang at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, consuming this pill would allow him to temporarily elevate his power to the pinnacle of Tai, or perhaps even beyond. At that point, his own strength would exceed Tian Peng's, and with an exquisite spiritual treasure in hand, the power he would unleash could be several times, if not a dozen times, greater than before. Dispatching his foe in one fell swoop would not be a difficult task. Did Tian Peng truly think he could outlast him until his mana ran dry? Such a notion was nothing but a daydream. Although taking such an illicit drug would inevitably leave him severely weakened afterward, requiring a significant recovery period, for the sake of the Dragon Clan's dignity, he was more than willing to pay this price. However, before Ao Guang could raise the elixir to his lips, a voice of immense authority, one he recognized all too well, suddenly rang out, reverberating like thunder from the heavens. What do you believe the Dragon Clan to be? Could you repeat that for me, ancestor? In the very next moment, an unprecedented pressure descended from the void. Boom! Instantly, everyone present felt their minds go blank, as if they were frozen in place. Not only their bodies, but their very thoughts seemed to solidify at that moment, as though time itself had come to a standstill. For Tian Peng, the marshal, the experience was entirely different. At that moment, his very essence felt as if it were being crushed under an indescribable, terrifying weight, compelling him to plunge into an abyss filled with dread. This horror made his soul tremble, as if it might shatter at any moment. Then, an image of a dragon deity, resplendent in majesty and authority, materialized within his consciousness, gazing down upon him as if an exalted creator. In the presence of such a magnificent being, he felt as diminutive as a mere ant, overcome by an uncontrollable urge. He found himself kneeling before this overwhelming presence. The author has something to say. More to come tonight. Seeking your encouragement, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Gazing upon the magnificent image of the dragon god that loomed in his mind, Tian Peng could not help but tremble as he murmured to himself. Although he had never encountered the ancestral dragon before, nor had he ever imagined that he would one day face such a legendary figure. It was evident that by the time he embarked on his path of cultivation, this mythical progenitor of the dragon race had long since perished, lost to the annals of history. Yet, despite this, the moment he laid eyes on that silhouette, he instantly recognized the figure before him. This was not due to exceptional vision or intelligence. Rather, it was because the moment he beheld that form, the name surged forth in his mind, just as gazing up at the heavens conjures the image of the sky, and looking down at the earth evokes the concept of the ground. Upon seeing that figure, he was acutely aware that this was indeed the legendary ancestral dragon. Much like the tales of saints who, upon meeting, are immediately recognized regardless of prior acquaintance. This was a conceptual recognition, a manifestation of his nearly perfected cultivation. It was only after instinctively voicing his thoughts that he realized this truth, and his heart plummeted as if it had fallen into an abyss, shattering his composure. Was it truly necessary for this to be so exaggerated? Had he merely come to the Dragon Palace to frolic a little? Did it warrant provoking such a legendary powerhouse as the Ancestral Dragon? And as for the Dragon Clan, how could they conceal such a nearly world-shattering entity while feigning innocence and meekness, leading everyone to believe they were easy prey? Surely, the act of portraying a weak facade was not so extreme. Moreover, if they chose to play the part of coward, they ought to commit fully to it. Why did they suddenly abandon this pretense in his presence? Was it truly fair to bully the honest? Tears brimmed in his eyes from the sheer injustice of all. This was not merely a matter of misfortune, but a blatant deception. Did you not hear what I previously stated? What do you consider the Dragon Clan to be? Repeat it for me. At that moment, the image of the dragon god within his mind spoke once more, and the words uttered nearly caused Tianping's soul to flee in terror that instant. He regretted ever having opened his mouth. What do they mean by disaster comes from the mouth? Today, he finally understood that he was the fool. If only time could rewind, he would have sewn his mouth shut the moment he arrived at the EC Dragon Palace. No, he would never have set foot in this perilous trap. Alas, it was too late. Time could not be reversed, and the words he had spoken could not be retracted. Thus, he could only prostrate himself on the ground. Having already knelt, he could not kneel deeper, so he resorted to a full prostration to express his current state of mind. Your Majesty, the Ancestral Dragon, forgive me. I am not a person. I am merely a pig. A foolish pig devoid of wit, uttering nonsensical words, like a pig letting out gas, that I beseech your Majesty to show mercy and spare me this once. As he spoke, he lay flat on the ground, banging his head repeatedly, the sound akin to a cuckoo weeping blood, evoking a wave of sympathy. His previous arrogance was now matched by his utter humility. At this moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of pleading for mercy. Resistance? What a joke! That was the Ancestral Dragon, a legendary powerhouse who had once contended with the Tao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Luo, who, to resist such a being was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet. Seeking death, with a mere flick of a finger, no, without even needing to lift a finger, a casual sneeze could obliterate him. A mere shrimp. A.O. Gu stroked his chin, watching with amusement as the prostrate Tianping pleaded for mercy. Although the latter had yet to descend and reincarnate, it seemed he could already see the shadow of the second disciple from the journey to the west in his demeanor. This pitiful and cowardly display was simply too comical. Even a villain could possess such humor. What a talent! It appeared that Tianping still held a clear understanding of his predicament. Ogu chuckled and spoke, causing Tianping's heart to leap in trepidation. For the fate of his life lay in the balance of the dragon god's words. In truth, sparing your life was not out of the question, but you must provide me with a reason why I should spare the life of one who dares to bully the Dragon Clan. Is it merely because of your appearance? That is hardly sufficient. Upon hearing the dragon god's teasing words, Tianping felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, akin to catching a glimpse of dawn in the darkest night. If the Ancestral Dragon were truly set on killing him, there would be no need for idle chatter with a dying man. He could simply slay him without further ado. The fact that the dragon god was still taking the time to jest indicated that the desire to kill was not particularly strong. Leaving room for redemption. Of course, this did not mean he would be spared entirely. Rather, it was a matter of whether to kill or not if he could present a compelling reason to sway the dragon god. Perhaps his life could be preserved. Otherwise, his mind raced at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, he lay on the ground, proclaiming with fervor, I, Bian Zhuang, swear by the heavenly way, from this moment forth, I shall pledge my loyalty to your Majesty, the Ancestral Dragon, that I am willing to offer my very life and soul to brave fire and water. Should I harbor any treachery, may heaven obliterate me, and the earth reject me, that I humbly request, your Majesty, to grant me the opportunity to serve you. Chapter 41. Regret of the Past Bian Zhuang. Ao Gu only then realized that before his descent, the second disciple was not known as Zhu Ganglai, but rather Bian Zhuang, a piece of knowledge he had not possessed in his previous life. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The name Zhu Ganglai was clearly based on the customary naming convention of the demon race, which uses one's true form as a surname, indicating that Tianpeng had adopted this moniker after being reincarnated into a pig's body during his time in the heavenly court as a deity. He had been both a disciple of the human teaching and a high-ranking official. How could he possibly bear such a crude and unrefined name? Even if he did not mind, his mentors and elders would not allow such a disgrace. However, as the exploits of his second disciple became widely known in later generations, his true name faded from memory. Ding, successfully subduing the current Marshal Tianpeng, Bian Zhuang, grants new powers, Starry Constellation Divine Authority. River of Heaven Water Authority. Starry Constellation Divine Authority increases by 50 points, power value 50,000. Water Transportation Divine Authority increases by 100 points, power value 100,000. Aquatic Control Authority increases by 100 points, power value 100,000. Ao Gu raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with interest. In truth, Bian Zhuang had not erred in his assessment. Ao Gu's desire to kill him was indeed not strong. However, he had no intention of letting him off so easily. Originally, he planned to thoroughly teach him a lesson, imparting an unforgettable experience, before determining whether he could be of use, that if not, then killing him would not be too late. Yet, to his surprise, Bian Zhuang displayed such perceptiveness, voluntarily submitting without waiting for Ao Gu to express any intentions. Not only did he offer himself, but he also presented an unexpected boon. Not only did he contribute 2 new powers, but the power values were substantial as well. Though it paled in comparison to Ao Guang's initial contribution, it exceeded that of the 3 Dragon Kings of the South, West, and North, making Ao Gu somewhat reluctant to kill him. After all, such benefits delivered to his doorstep were too good to pass up. Very well, in consideration of your obedience, I shall spare your life this time. However, before Bian Zhuang could breathe a sigh of relief, Ao Gu continued, but while your death sentence may be averted, your punishment is unavoidable. You shall first be banished to the depths of the sea for a millennium as a minor reprimand. As soon as the words fell, Bian Zhuang felt a dizzying sensation, as if the very heavens were spinning around him, and he found himself plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Almost immediately, a deafening roar, reminiscent of rolling thunder, echoed in his ears. It felt as though a colossal force, akin to a mountain, descended from above, crushing him to the ground. He let out a wretched scream, his limbs splayed out like a giant crab, pinned firmly against the earth. This immense power surged continuously from above, enveloping every inch of his being. It was as if gigantic hammers were mercilessly striking his every sinew, each moment bringing forth excruciating agony that felt like the very breaking of his bones. It was then that he realized, to his horror, that he had unknowingly become ensnared in a vast whirlpool of despair. The depths of the whirlpool were unfathomable, surrounded by frigid, violent currents that battered him relentlessly. The sound of rushing water filling his ears, tons of seawater spiraled downwards, crashing upon him as if the celestial rivers had unleashed their fury, mercilessly pummeling this unfortunate soul. The bone-chilling cold and unbearable pain compelled him to emit cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet, despite his desperate wails, no one could hear him, for within this icy, shadowy abyss, he was utterly alone, suffering in silence. After years of serving as the marshal of the heavenly pavilion and the god of the river, he was confronted with the harrowing realization that such torturous realms existed within the waters. This was indeed the most agonizing prison imaginable. The thought of enduring such torment for countless millennia filled him with an overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, the relentless pain that coursed through him kept him painfully aware, rendering any escape through fainting impossible. If this punishment was deemed minor, one could only wonder what a severe punishment entailed. Your Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, I implore you to spare me. I shall never dare to transgress again. In that moment, Bian Zhuang truly grasped the meaning of unbearable suffering, his heart consumed by boundless regret. How could he have been so foolish as to seek discomfort within the Dragon Palace? Now, reflecting upon it, he felt an irretrievable sense of remorse. His insides twisted with regret. Author's note. Here comes the update at dawn. Thanks to Jianxing Wu, Tian Yulong Cheng, and fans of Wu Sheng for their likes. Special thanks to user 189955756 for their generous support. Please continue to urge for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 42. The Faith Born from Suffering Ancestors. What is happening here? In the Grand Hall, the only one who remained lucid was Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, observing the guards who stood frozen like statues, and the peculiar sight of Bian Zhuang, who knelt in agony with his mouth agape. Yet emitting no sound, Ao Guang instinctively swallowed hard and posed a question to the void. Although he could not perceive the ancestor's presence, his numerous experiences led him to understand that the ancestor had indeed descended from afar. "It is nothing," came the calm reply of Ao Gu. "I merely temporarily shielded their perceptions. Once I depart, they shall regain their senses." Hearing this, Ao Guang finally relaxed. After all, the guards serving in the hall were his most trusted subordinates, though lacking in strength. Their loyalty was commendable. He then turned his gaze to the kneeling Bian Zhuang. "Ancestor, how shall we deal with this fellow?" This individual truly posed a conundrum for him. If he were to act on his true feelings, he would wish nothing more than to dismember this man to alleviate the anger within him. However, given that this man had backing from the heavenly court and the human teachings, directly dealing with him would undoubtedly have significant repercussions, potentially exposing their dragon lineage prematurely. Yet, to simply let him go seemed unwise as well. What if he returned and spread tales? "Fear not, my ancestor has given him a taste of suffering. Henceforth, he shall behave accordingly." As the words fell, the faint pressure that had enveloped them dissipated, indicating the ancestor's departure. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, he comprehended the meaning behind the ancestor's words. "Your Majesty the Ancestor Dragon, what would you have me do? I shall comply without hesitation. I beseech you, allow me to leave." After enduring an indeterminate period of torment, Bian Zhuang, who had been nearly numb and dazed from the suppression in the whirlpool, suddenly felt a lightness enveloping him, and he found himself back in the treasure hall of the Dragon Palace. Initially, he muttered in a daze, but before long he sensed something amiss. His dulled mind finally registered the external signals, and a spark of clarity ignited in his previously vacant eyes, as if awakening from death's grip. Upon seeing the peculiar gaze of the East Sea Dragon King and the familiar yet strange surroundings of the Dragon Palace, he could hardly believe his eyes and inspected the scene multiple times to confirm its authenticity, tears streaming down his face. "That I'm finally out." At first he sobbed softly, but soon he could no longer contain himself. Bursting into loud, uncontrollable cries, Ao Guang was left bewildered. What torment had the ancestor inflicted upon this individual? Was it truly possible for someone to crumble so completely in such a brief span of time? After all, he was a significant figure in the heavenly court, a deity with millennia of cultivation. Surely, his resolve should not be so easily shaken. These thoughts swirled in his mind but remained unspoken. For otherwise, Bian Zhuang would surely unleash a torrent of curses against him, a true embodiment of the saying "easier said than done." Was it merely a brief moment? He had endured a full 10 millennia of suppression within that whirlpool. The torment of 10 millennia, the anguish of nearly losing his will to live. Had he not cultivated for many years, retaining some semblance of strength, any other individual would have surely succumbed to madness. When the palace guards emerged from their stupor, they were greeted by this bizarre spectacle, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. What is happening here? This individual, who just moments ago exuded arrogance as if he were ready to topple our Dragon Palace, now weeps like a wretched woman who has been wronged. What transpired? How could the world shift so dramatically in the blink of an eye, rendering everything unrecognizable? At that moment, perhaps fatigued from his weeping, Bian Zhuang gradually regained his composure, only to realize something was amiss. Wait! He had suffered for 10 millennia in the whirlpool, having been tormented to the brink of death. Yet upon returning, he felt entirely invigorated, devoid of any pain. It was as though he had unwittingly switched to a different body. The transformation was too drastic, too abrupt. Looking around, everything appeared strikingly familiar. Not only was Ao Guang, an old acquaintance, present, but even the guards surrounding him seemed familiar, evoking memories from eons past, as though nothing had changed since he was cast into the whirlpool for suppression. But that had transpired 10 millennia ago. What on earth was going on? His mind struggled to comprehend, as if caught in a dream. Only in the depths of the Ancestral Dragon's domain did Ao Gu reveal a knowing smile, his gaze penetrating through the layers of illusion, perceiving the deep-seated shadow within Bien Zhuang's heart, one that bore a striking resemblance to him. He could even distinctly sense a robust thread of faith extending from the depths of Bien Zhuang's soul, connecting to his own spirit. This was the true reason he had chosen to release Bien Zhuang, that it was not merely the expiration of his 10 millennia of suppression. Chapter 43. Unyielding Compliance and Truth. Bien Zhuang had never left the East Sea Dragon Palace. The torment he experienced within the whirlpool was merely a direct illusion affecting his soul. For Ao Gu, who mastered numerous profound paths such as yin and yang, time, life and death, and creation, this was not a formidable task. The expiration of the 10 millennia, had it not been for Ao Gu sensing that Bien Zhuang's resolve had been thoroughly subdued under the influence of his illusory realm, even to the point of cultivating a faith that would deter any betrayal, he would never have so easily let Bien Zhuang go to as long as he desires. He can ensure that the opponent's life sentence never reaches its end. It has been proven that the Stockholm Syndrome is not merely applicable to ordinary individuals. It can also be effective on celestial beings, albeit requiring a bit more effort. However, given Bien Zhuang's identity and background, it is indeed justifiable for him to pursue this course of action. Capturing this individual is tantamount to placing a spy and a mole within both the heavenly court and the Daoist sects, which may prove invaluable in the future. This can be considered a prudent measure taken in advance. 3 days later, Bien Zhuang, having finally recovered from his state of shock and terror, took his leave from the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The Dragon King, displaying great warmth, attempted to persuade him to stay, and although Bien Zhuang had previously disgusted him, he had since become thoroughly subdued after being dealt with by his ancestor. Moreover, he had received a hint from his ancestor that henceforth, this Bien Fatty would be considered one of their dragon clan. For someone who has turned over a new leaf, as long as they are clear about their position, Ao Guang was more than willing to strengthen their relationship. Unfortunately, Bien Zhuang dared not acquiesce. Had it been in the past, with the Dragon King making such an effort to retain him, he would have relished the opportunity to be closer to the little dragon girl, believing that proximity might lead to a successful conquest in the future. However, having just been thoroughly reprimanded by Ao Gu, he was in no state to harbor such daring thoughts. Even though he now realized that most of what he had experienced while suppressed in the sea, was likely an illusion. The torment he had endured for over 10,000 years was all too real to present. He only wished to distance himself as much as possible from that ancestor, to heal his wounded spirit. Remaining in the Dragon Palace filled him with dread, fearing that if he closed his eyes, nightmares would plague him. Furthermore, he had descended to the mortal realm for personal matters, and while no one had yet scrutinized his actions, if he lingered too long, there was a risk of being reported to the Jade Emperor. As general, abandoning his post would not be taken lightly, even though he held the title of commander of the Heavenly River's water forces, a position of first rank among the martial officials of the Heavenly Court. He would still face dire consequences, seeing Bien Zhuang's firm intent to depart. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea refrained from insisting, but still accompanied him out of the Dragon Palace. The atmosphere was amicable, a stark contrast to just a few days prior. "Please, Dragon King, let's part ways here today," Bien Zhuang urged, his tone markedly more respectful than before, addressing him repeatedly as Dragon King, thus placing himself in a subordinate position. There was no alternative. After all, the Dragon King had a formidable ancestor backing him. As the saying goes, a prime minister's door is graced by seventh-ranking officials. And given that he was a direct descendant of such a powerful lineage, even a mere unflattering remark in the presence of that ancestor was beyond what he could bear. He dared not offend in the slightest. "Very well. Today, I shall see the marshal off here. In the future, I shall visit you in the heavenly court when time allows," the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea replied with a smile. The concept of face is mutual. Since Bien Zhuang was so attuned to the prevailing circumstances, The Dragon King was equally gracious in his response. After all, with his ancestor in the background, if the need arose for Bien Zhuang's assistance, he knew that the Dragon King would not dare refuse. However, Bien Zhuang was an astute individual and certainly did not take the Dragon King's words at face value. "You are too kind. Dragon King, it is I who should pay you a visit. Should you have any requests in the future, just send word my way, and whatever I, Tian Peng, can accomplish, I shall not decline." With his mind free from the haze of greed, Bien Zhuang's emotional intelligence remained quite high. "The marshal is truly too courteous. What merit do I possess to command you?" As he spoke, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea seemed to recall something, his voice pausing slightly before shifting gears. "However, I do have a small matter I wish to entrust to you, Marshal." "What is it?" "Please, Dragon King, feel free to say. Anything within my capability, I shall not refuse," Bien Zhuang declared, thumping his chest with confidence, displaying a physique that would put many women to shame, almost blinding to behold. The Dragon King could not help but avert his gaze momentarily, continuing the conversation. "It is not a significant issue. When I previously went to the heavens to lodge a complaint, you were present. Upon learning that the Monkey King had rampaged through my dragon palace and even attempted to seize my treasured possessions, it was an affront too great to bear." Before A.O. Guang could finish, Bien Zhuang, with a look of realization, readily agreed. Understood. Leave this small matter to me. I assure you it will be handled meticulously, to your satisfaction." Previously, Bien Zhuang would not have dared to make such a bold claim, but now that the Monkey King had recently been swayed by the old Tai by jinxing to serve in the heavenly court, this was a matter the Dragon King, as a mortal deity, could not possibly be unaware of. With his esteemed position as the Marshal of Tian Peng, a high-ranking official of the heavenly court, subduing a mere minor official, such as the Monkey King, would be a trivial task. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was taken aback, thinking, "You have already grasped my intent before I could even finish my words?" Chapter 44. Bien Zhuang's speculations upon returning to his water mansion in the heavenly river. Bien Zhuang instructed his servants to prepare a lavish feast, specifically calling for his cherished nectar to be brought forth. Before dismissing the attendants, his recent descent to the mortal realm had left him thoroughly shaken, compelling him to indulge in solitary drinking to soothe his frayed nerves that he spent the better part of half a day consuming his treasured wine, depleting an entire jar before reluctantly setting down his cup. The saying goes, "Wine enters the sorrowful heart, and sorrow deepens," and indeed, he found it to be true. Under normal circumstances, consuming an entire jar of this exquisite nectar would have left him inebriated to the point of unconsciousness. Yet now, even after downing the entire jar, he merely felt a mild intoxication, as if his mind had sharpened, allowing for deeper contemplation. Absent-mindedly shaking his wine cup, his gaze slightly unfocused, he pondered his future. Undoubtedly, he had fallen into a trap this time. Who could have anticipated that the Dragon Clan, often seen as a soft target, harbored such a formidable ace up their sleeve? It was a masterstroke of deception. He had been lured into their scheme, bound to a ship of thieves from which he could not escape. After all, that was the Ancestral Dragon, a being of such stature, surpassing even the esteemed three purities of the Daoist sect. Once having engaged in a contest of strength with the Daoist patriarch Hongjun, being targeted by such an extraordinary entity, could he dare to betray, with the identity of an ancient superpower, even if their abilities did not rival the undying primordial saints? They were certainly not far off, the moment he entertained any thoughts of betrayal, this being would likely sense it immediately. For such a superpower, he could not afford to harbor even a sliver of hope for good fortune. To take it a step further, even if he could somehow evade detection and secretly inform the heavenly court and the Daoist sect, what good would it do him? Perhaps it could thwart some of the Dragon Clan schemes. But what benefit would it bring him personally? In fact, it might provoke the wrath of the Dragon Clan and the Ancestral Dragon lurking behind them, should that formidable being set its sights on him. Who could possibly shield him when even the saints had retreated into the primordial chaos and ceased to emerge? Even the current leaders of the Daoist sect would be of no help. While this individual was technically a manifestation of the Supreme Pure One, a mere manifestation is still not the same as the true essence. Even the likes of the Buddha could not suppress such a being. leading to the unstoppable rise of the Buddhist sect, making it all the more difficult to contend with the Ancestral Dragon. Ultimately, he was merely a nominal disciple of the Daoist sect, accepted into the fold to bolster its strength after the calamity of the Fengshen. And while he might be considered a second-generation disciple, he was far from the true heirs like the Master of Xuandu or the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect. In comparison, they were the legitimate successors, while he was merely a lackey tasked with menial chores, given the title of disciple for convenience's sake. Over the years, he had met the Supreme Pure One on only a handful of occasions, mostly during public gatherings such as the Heavenly Court's Grand Assemblies or the Yaoqi festivities. The depth of their mentor-disciple relationship was hardly profound. Could he truly expect his master to confront the Ancestral Dragon on his behalf? A mere footnote in the grand narrative? That was a fanciful dream. Thus, although he had been ensnared by deceit, from the moment he laid eyes on the Ancestral Dragon, Bian Zhuang had no intention of jumping ship. For to do so would spell his demise. He was not tired of living, so why would he seek his own end? Moreover, as with all matters, there exists a duality that if viewed from another perspective. This binding to a ship of thieves may not be entirely detrimental. The Dragon Clan, possessing the Ancestral Dragon as their trump card, had pretended to be meek for so many years he refrained from passing judgment on their performances. But one thing was certain. They had grand ambitions. Otherwise, how could they endure such indignities for so long when they had the power to turn the tables? It simply did not add up. Furthermore, over the years, was he the only one ensnared in this trap? If he could unknowingly fall into the Dragon Clan schemes, could others not do the same? Heaven knows how many have secretly taken a surname Long in this heavenly realm. Even among the teachings of Buddhism and Daoism, the mere thought is enough to instill fear that a vast net seems to envelop the three realms, yet the beings within remain blissfully unaware. The author has something to say as the clock strikes midnight. I implore for more updates, for gifts, and for 5-star reviews. Everyone, lend a hand and provide some motivation. The 45th chapter awaits tonight, and it will be quite intense. However, the mere contemplation of these matters has alleviated much of Bian Zhuang's trepidation and unease, replacing them with a sense of clandestine exhilaration. Though the guiding faction and traitors are despised, should they truly have the power to alter the heavens and reshape the cosmos, they could very well transform into loyal ministers of the dragon. A shift in perspective can lead to a vastly different mindset point. One must seize this opportunity. Perhaps fortune may arise from adversity. As he swirled the wine in his glass, memories of his recent expedition to the Dragon Palace flooded his mind, prompting a sudden recollection. "Come here," he bellowed, striking the table with fervor. "Marshal, what are your orders?" A servant hastened through the door, bowing respectfully. "Bring my Chow Yu Chilin to me. I am in high spirits today and wish to gallop freely." The servant froze momentarily, seemingly caught off guard by Bian Zhuang's sudden request. The Chow Yu Chilin was the name of Bian Zhuang's steed. According to the customs of the heavenly realm, all military officials were assigned their own armaments and steeds, especially high-ranking generals like Bian Zhuang, who typically possessed 1 or 2 exceptional horses bestowed upon them. However, due to the lack of military engagements in recent years and the numerous regulations governing the heavenly palace, many officials opted to keep their steeds in the palace stables, managed by the Imperial Horse Office, retrieving them only when necessary. Being the commander of the naval forces, Bian Zhuang was particularly inclined to this practice. "Why would I ask for a horse to be brought if it is not here?" he queried, eyeing the servant with displeasure. "Marshal, your steed is still in the Imperial Horse Office, not at the Water Palace." The servant replied, struggling to convey the message. "Oh, I remember now." Bian Zhuang feigned realization, rising abruptly. "Then let us proceed to the Imperial Horse Office." With a commanding tone, he began to prepare for departure, soon making his way to the Imperial Horse Office. Flanked by a retinue of attendants and guards, the Imperial Horse Office was situated in the northwestern corner of the Heavenly Palace, on the outskirts of the Heavenly Realm. Among the many bureaucracies in the heavenly domain, the Imperial Horse Office ranked among the lowest, lacking both status and privilege. Furthermore, as it housed over half of the celestial steeds, it required vast pastures, which could not be accommodated within the precious confines of the Heavenly Palace. Thus, it was constructed in an area abundant with water and grass on the outer fringes of the Heavenly Realm, AQT this moment. Sun Wukong had already been employed at the Imperial Horse Office for some time. His duties were singular, feeding and caring for the horses, resulting in a relatively light workload. Most trivial matters were managed by various minor officials, leaving little for the main officer, Sun Wukong, to oversee, with ample leisure time. He often took the opportunity to ride around, perfectly aligning with his adventurous spirit, allowing him to enjoy a carefree existence. In such circumstances, Bian Zhuang arrived at the Imperial Horse Office. We pay our respects to Marshal Tiampa. We apologize for the delayed welcome. Please forgive us. The officials greeted upon his entrance. Bian Zhuang scanned the room, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. Where's your superior? Knowing I have arrived. Why is he not here to greet me? The officials exchanged hesitant glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Did you not hear my question? Bian Zhuang's voice rose, his displeasure palpable. The pressure of a Tai golden immortal radiated from him, causing several officials to prostrate themselves, their faces flushed with fear. In response to the marshal, our superior is currently exercising the horses in the pasture, and we could not notify him in time, came the reply, revealing Sun Wukong's whereabouts. This revelation caused the attendees to shift uncomfortably, their expressions changing. The position of a mere stable keeper was one of the lowest ranks, typically reserved for caretakers of the celestial steeds. When had it ever been appropriate for him to ride them? The steeds housed within the Imperial Horse Office were not merely for show. They belonged to generals of the heavenly realm. And who was Sun Wukong, a mere stable keeper, to ride them? How audacious! You, a lowly stable keeper, dare to ride the celestial steeds? Bian Zhuang's face turned crimson with rage. A celestial official, you neglect your duties and fail to honor the divine grace. You are reckless and brazen. I must see who dares to defy the laws of heaven and betray the emperor's benevolence. The officials exchanged fearful glances, silently mourning their superior's fate. It was clear that their newly appointed boss, having only recently assumed his position, was in grave danger. Accusations of negligence and betrayal of divine grace could be fatal, even for a high-ranking official, let alone a lowly stable keeper. Such a heavy charge could jeopardize not only his career, but possibly his very life. Bian Zhuang could not hear their unspoken thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely protest his innocence. His intention was not to punish someone merely for failing to greet him. He had already intended to mete out punishment. However, he had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would unwittingly provide him with a convenient excuse upon his arrival. Why are you still standing there? Lead the way, Bian Zhuang commanded, his tone icy. Yes, Marshal, please follow us. The officials stammered, immediately springing into action. Though they mourned for their superior, they understood the harsh realities of their situation. Sacrificing one for the sake of many was preferable to endangering themselves, guided by the officials. They swiftly arrived at the horse pasture, where Sun Wukong lounged atop a celestial steed, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass while playfully kicking the horse to keep it moving to Bian Zhuang's chagrin. The steed beneath Sun Wukong was none other than his own prize Chao Yiyu Qilin, a magnificent creature he had entrusted to the Imperial Horse Office as a high-ranking official. Bian Zhuang naturally possessed only the finest steeds, and even in the Imperial Horse Office, his horse was among the best. However, Sun Wukong, being the wild spirit he was, had no regard for hierarchy or propriety. He had taken it upon himself to ride the finest steeds, including Bian Zhuang's, today merely being a matter of chance. But Bian Zhuang would not entertain such thoughts. Initially, his desire to reprimand Sun Wukong stemmed from a wish to appease the Dragon clan. But now he felt a justified anger rising within him. How dare this stable keeper ride his horse? You insolent stable keeper, dismount this instant, he thundered, his voice echoing like thunder, startling everyone present. Sun Wukong was taken aback. But soon, anger surged through him, and he leaped down, confronting Bian Zhuang. Who are you to storm into the Imperial Horse Office and shout? Do you not realize that this is my territory? Your territory? Bian Zhuang scoffed. You, a mere stable keeper, presume to claim this as your domain. Your failure to greet me is already grounds for disrespect, and now you audaciously declare it as yours. A mere stable boy. How audacious he is to shout at someone. It is simply laughable. You, a lowly servant tending to horses, what audacity do you possess to claim dominion in your master's stable? Have you consulted your master? Or even the horses themselves? What manner of creature are you, with your rotund visage and flabby ears? Recognizing the derision in Bien Zhuang's words, Sun Wukong felt a deep sense of offense. The dragon kings of the four seas have graciously bestowed treasures upon me, and even the 10 Yama kings have begged for mercy beneath my staff. The Jade Emperor himself, having heard of my reputation, invited me to ascend to heaven for an official position. How dare you challenge me here? Bien Zhuang, upon hearing this, cast a condescending glance at him, as if to say, yes, you have been granted a position, but are you truly aware of its nature? A mere Baimawan, a lowly official tending to horses, can inflate your ego to such heights. Should I grant you the title of Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, you would likely swell to heights that would place you beyond the 33 heavens. Disregarding even the 3 pure ones and 4 sovereigns, the author wishes to convey. Today we continue with the 5th update. Gratitude to users 728-11128 and 187322201 for their likes, and to Teacher Chien for the climbing invitation and the love that fuels our creative endeavors. We continue to seek urgings for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 47. The indignant Baima won at this moment. Sun Wukong comprehended the situation. Previously, as a mere wild demon, he was utterly ignorant of the bureaucratic affairs within the celestial realm. He had no knowledge of the heavenly hierarchy and assumed that because he had accomplished great deeds in the mortal realm and was specially invited to heaven by the close minister of the Jade Emperor, he must hold a significant position. Since no one had overseen him since his appointment, he had felt quite at ease, ruling the vast horse monitoring bureau entirely on his own, without questioning the legitimacy of his role. However, upon hearing the words of this corpulent individual, it seemed the truth was far from what he believed. He suddenly cast a piercing gaze at the celestial officials who had led Bien Zhuang to him, and with a voice like thunder, demanded, "Answer me honestly, what exactly is this Baimawan position I hold?" Seeing the ferocity in his eyes, the celestial officials dared not withhold the truth. It means, quite literally, a horse-tending official. And what rank does this position hold? Sun Wukong pressed on, still unwilling to accept defeat, that IT has no rank. What do you mean it has no rank? It means you lack the qualification to be ranked. It is considered the lowest of the low among celestial officials, thus also referred to as unworthy of mention. This is outrageous. Sun Wukong was instantly consumed by fury. I, Sun Wukong, have ruled over Flower Fruit Mountain, striking fear across the realms. The elder Tai Bai Jin Xing coaxed me into heaven, and now I am to serve as such a menial horse attendant. This is an affront beyond measure. What of being a horse attendant? Bien Zhuang interjected with a mocking tone. With your lack of decorum, still bearing the traits of a beast, being granted any position at all is already a tremendous elevation. Otherwise, considering the misdeeds you committed in the mortal realm, exterminating you 8 times over would be no excessive punishment. Allowing you to live and bringing you to heaven is already the Jade Emperor's mercy. What more could you possibly want? Yet his words only fueled the flames of Wukong's wrath. Silence. Already furious, Sun Wukong exploded like a firecracker, leaping 3 zhong high. You, with your corpulent visage, dare utter another word? Do not blame me if I make you regret it. His face flushed crimson with humiliation, eyes blazing with fury. He fixed his gaze upon Bien Zhuang, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Oh, Bien Zhuang, undeterred, scoffed with disdain. You, a mere hair-covered monkey, still dare to act arrogant. Do you not believe that with a mere word, I could have you dismissed from your position? Bah! Sun Wukong yanked off his official cap and hurled it to the ground. This nonsensical Baimawan title. I never desired it. What manner of hero am I to endure such humiliation in the heavenly court? Desire not? Bien Zhuang sneered. Do you think this celestial position is one you can simply take or leave at will? What do you take the heavenly court for, a bandit est? To put it bluntly, your disrespect for the court and disregard for celestial rules. Should I merely utter a word, there would be those who would come to apprehend you and cast you into the heavenly dungeons to await your demise. The depths of this world run deep. Do you think a mere monkey can leap so high? Who dares provoke you? I wonder. Sun Wukong suddenly inquired. Though he was unversed in worldly affairs, it did not imply he was foolish. In truth, as a being of innate spiritual essence, the stone monkey was far more astute than the majority of beings, and he immediately discerned the implications in Bian Zhuang's words. "You are not as foolish as I thought." Bian Zhuang's expression shifted slightly, and he whispered with a smirk, "Very well. Let us make you an enlightened spirit. The blame lies with your own ignorance, daring to snatch treasures from the Dragon Palace. Who else should I target if not you? If you are wise, surrender immediately and hand over the treasures you took from the Dragon Palace. I might then speak a few words on your behalf. And perhaps my elder brother Ao will spare your life. Otherwise, well..." So was Ao Guang's scheming. Sun Wukong immediately gritted his teeth in rage, realizing how despicable the old fox was that he appeared compliant and amiable, yet secretly plotted against him. This debt would be settled later. However, the pressing matter at hand was to deal with this detestable fellow first. "You wish for me to beg for mercy? Then first, taste my staff." Sun Wukong reached into his ear and retrieved the size of a needle, the Rui Jingu Bang, which he then brandished, and in an instant it expanded to nearly a zhong in size. As thick as a goose egg, with a leap of 3 zhong, he swung it like a windmill, smashing down upon Bian Zhuang with great force. Chapter 48. A perilous situation boom. In an instant, everyone present felt as if an invisible mountain was descending upon them, creating an almost suffocating pressure that caused their expressions to change dramatically. They could not help but turn their gazes toward the heavenly marshal in the center. Those merely affected by the residual force were already in such distress. The pressure faced by the heavenly marshal was undoubtedly even more formidable. What audacity! Bian Zhuang's expression also shifted, taken aback by the monkey's boldness. He actually dared to strike without the slightest hesitation. It is essential to note that this is the heavenly court, the supreme governing body of the 3 realms. To defy authority here and draw weapons is to show utter disregard for divine regulations. However, this played into his hands. Since the other party had made the first move, capturing him would be utterly justified, and even if the news spread, no one would dare to criticize him, as thoughts raced through his mind. He summoned his own treasured weapon, the precious golden rod, and unleashed a tempestuous wind to counter the attack. In the next moment, a thunderous clash resonated as the 2 divine weapons collided, creating a colossal shockwave that rippled through the surroundings like a stormy tsunami, sending spectators and celestial steeds alike flying far from the scene. The 2 figures separated upon contact. Bian Zhuang let out a light snort, his expression slightly altered, casting a wary glance at Sun Wukong. Previously, he had not taken him seriously, but now that they had truly engaged, he realized just how formidable this monkey was, his cultivation matching his own. That wasn't this monkey merely a recent emergence among demons? His prowess was evidently not inferior to that of the celestial general, a peaked Tai golden immortal. In their first clash, he had gained no advantage, and there was even a hint of disadvantage in strength. No wonder he had the audacity to extort treasures from the Dragon Palace. He was indeed no ordinary foe. Realizing that this battle would not be as effortless as originally anticipated, Bian Zhuang steeled himself. The opponent's cultivation was equal to his, and the Rui Jingu Bang was no less a divine weapon than his precious golden rod. How could such a powerful adversary be easily overcome? Come again. Just as Bian Zhuang's thoughts raced, Sun Wukong roared once more and lunged forward, his golden rod creating a flurry of strikes that enveloped Bian Zhuang like a dark cloud. Boom! 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 In an instant, the rapid-fire clashes echoed like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens, as the 2 figures stirred up a tempestuous wind, engaging in battle for dozens of exchanges. The might of 2 peaked Tai golden immortals clashing was astonishing. The rampant energy waves ravaged the entire horse arena, sending numerous celestial steeds scattering in all directions. Those accompanying Bian Zhuang and the celestial official from the Horse Monitoring Bureau were left pale and trembling. Not only them, but even the patrolling heavenly soldiers and celestial officials nearby were stirred, drawn to the commotion, astonished at the audacity of someone daring to fight openly within the heavenly court. Did they not value their lives? Before they could discern the identities of the combatants, one of the parties began to falter. The brash monkey, Bian Zhuang, gritted his teeth, Yet internally, his fighting spirit waned, and trepidation crept in. In this confrontation, he realized that this monkey was not only his equal in cultivation, but possessed astonishing divine power and a combat talent that was terrifyingly formidable. Although his battle experience might not be as extensive, the monkey consistently pinpointed his weaknesses and flaws during their exchanges, striking at vital points and relentlessly pursuing him, nearly suffocating him, a peak Tai. Even now, relying on his vast combat experience and formidable magical energy, he managed to hold his ground temporarily. Yet if this trend continued, defeat was merely a matter of time, and it wouldn't be long till he found himself in a precarious situation akin to riding a tiger. As the illustrious marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion, could he truly be vanquished by a mere by Ma one? That would be a humiliation he could not bear. I could see that moment. He inadvertently caught sight of his few subordinates hiding anxiously at the sidelines. And a flash of inspiration struck him. The author wishes to express gratitude to Kong Chung Jiomeng and Bei Chun for their likes, and to Ji by Shi Tuya for their heartfelt support. The author requests encouragement, gifts, and 5-star reviews, and announces that Chapter 49, with capability, Fight in the Water, is forthcoming. With a mighty sweep of his rake, Bian Zhuang temporarily forced Sun Wukong back and called out, "By Ma One, this place is too cramped. If you have the ability, let us change the venue." Without waiting for a response from Sun Wukong, he turned and soared towards the heavenly river. Since he could not overpower his opponent, he resolved to employ cunning instead. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, invigorated by the fight, would not allow him to escape so easily. "Heavenly Pavilion scoundrel, do not think you can flee," Sun Wukong shouted, leaping into pursuit. His anger had yet to be vented, and he was determined to teach this fellow a lesson, making him understand who truly held power. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a chase at the edge of the heavenly river. Bian Zhuang leapt into the waters, and in an instant, waves surged, forming a fountain-like spray that lifted him above the surface. Turning confidently, he called out to Sun Wukong, "By Ma One, I shall grant you another chance. Surrender now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, prepare for a fate worse than death. Do not say I did not warn you." "Cease your grandstanding, you scoundrel," Sun Wukong retorted, feeling triumphant from their previous skirmishes. He dismissed Bian Zhuang's words with disdain. "You think jumping into the river makes you invincible? Even if you fled to the depths of the underworld, I, Sun Wukong, could easily dispatch you like a mere insect." With that, he brandished his golden staff, leaping into the air to strike down at Bian Zhuang in the river center. However, before his staff could connect, he saw Bian Zhuang suddenly sink, evading the blow entirely. Sun Wukong narrowly avoided a misstep as he realized Bian Zhuang's voice echoed from beneath the surface, taunting, "Do you think you can defeat me?" Upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong saw Bian Zhuang at the riverbed, a mocking expression on his face, beckoning him with a finger. "Come down if you dare." "How dare you?" Sun Wukong fumed, leaping into the river in pursuit. Yet, as he entered the water, he felt an immediate change. It was as though he had plunged into a quagmire, an invisible force constraining his movements, making every action feel laborious. What sorcery is this? He wondered. Alarmed, he had traversed waters before, even in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, where he had moved freely, acquiring treasures aplenty. Yet he had never encountered such oppressive water pressure. "How bold of you to come down!" Bian Zhuang laughed, charging forward with a swing of his rake. "Now you shall experience the might of the Heavenly Pavilion Marshal." In an instant, waves erupted without wind. A colossal force akin to a tsunami surged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily met the assault with his golden staff. However, restrained and hindered, his movements were sluggish, and he suffered a sudden blow. A thunderous crash resonated as he was sent reeling, nearly spitting blood, his previously flushed face paling in shock. Fortunately, as a being born of heaven and earth, a stone monkey with extraordinary resilience, he could withstand the impact far better than any ordinary creature. Had it been someone else, they would surely have been gravely injured. Sun Wukong was both astonished and furious, realizing that the tide of battle had turned dramatically with this plunge into the river. How had Bian Zhuang become so formidable, as if invigorated by some spring elixir? Little did he know that as the commander of the 10,000 heavenly river water forces, Bian Zhuang naturally possessed divine authority in the river, enabling him to harness its power to devastating effect, enhancing his strength manifold. Not even a peak Tai could contend with him, let alone a Deluo Jin Xian. Before Sun Wukong could fully comprehend the situation, Bian Zhuang unleashed another strike. Yet this time, Sun Wukong was no longer foolish enough to absorb the blow head-on. With a fierce cry, he broke free from the water's constraints and leapt 100 zhang out of the river. A wise warrior does not repeatedly fall into the same pit. Though he was a stone monkey with formidable strength, he was not foolish enough to leap into a trap knowingly. Just as he leaped out, Bian Zhuang's attack struck, sending a colossal wave crashing forth, its might shaking the heavens, even more powerful than the previous blow. Sun Wukong could only mutter a silent prayer of relief. Had he not timed his escape perfectly, he would have surely faced grave injury. Bian Ma 1. Are you not capable? Why do you flee? Bian Zhuang laughed heartily, his words dripping with scorn, igniting Sun Wukong's fury. Yet beneath his bluster, Bian Zhuang felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the monkey been even slightly slower, he might have been captured. Having tasted defeat, Sun Wukong now knew the peril he faced, making it far less likely for Bian Zhuang to lure him back into the water. Indeed, although Sun Wukong was furious, he refrained from mentioning the river again. Instead, he brandished his golden staff, pointing at Bian Zhuang in the water, and shouted, "Heavenly Pavilion scoundrel, hiding in the water is no true skill. Come out and duel me for 300 rounds." Bian Zhuang scoffed, unimpressed. "You think such feeble taunts can deceive me? How amusing. You truly believe you can coax me out? You by Ma Wang merely shouting from the bank. What skill is that? If you have the courage, come down here and see if I do not toy with you in a myriad of ways. If I cannot, then consider it my defeat." Sun Wukong's attempts to provoke Bian Zhuang only served to infuriate him further, his rage boiling over. Yet, despite his fury, he staunchly refused to enter the river. He was not so foolish as to seek his own demise. In his frustration, he enlarged his golden staff to 100 li in length, wielding it like a towering pillar, plunging it into the river towards Bian Zhuang's position, determined to force him out. However, as he drew closer, several massive water whirlpools erupted unexpectedly from the river, catching Sun Wukong off guard and nearly pulling him back into the waters. Shocked, he struggled to break free and retreated quickly, refusing to venture near the river again. The standoff ensued, with Sun Wukong unwilling to approach the river and Bian Zhuang resolutely remaining submerged, leaving both parties at an impasse. Just then, waves surged on the river's surface, and ships from the water army appeared in the distance. With banners fluttering, countless figures aboard celestial vessels advanced with overwhelming military might, heading towards the two combatants. The Heavenly River Water Army had arrived. Given the ruckus caused by Sun Wukong and Bian Zhuang, and the fact that it occurred within the Heavenly River, the Water Army, tasked with patrolling these waters, could not possibly remain unaware of the commotion. They were already late to respond to that moment. Sun Wukong noticed not only the Water Army, but also a multitude of heavenly soldiers and deities gathering on both banks of the river. Drawn by the commotion, pointing and discussing the unfolding event, it was clear that this was no place to linger. Sun Wukong suddenly realized that he was in the heavenly court, not his home in Flower Fruit Mountain. The commotion he had caused earlier had undoubtedly alarmed countless deities of the heavenly court, all of whom could potentially be his enemies. The longer he lingered, the more opponents he would attract. Continuing in this manner would yield him no advantage, only worsening his predicament. With this thought, he was struck with the desire to depart. Having stirred such a tumult, it was clear that he could no longer remain in the heavenly court. He would have to return to Flower Fruit Mountain first. However, before leaving, he did not forget to utter a fierce warning. "Tianpeng, you lucky dog, today I, the great sage, shall spare your life. But mark my words. I shall return." With that, he retracted his Rui Jingu Bang and, with a somersault cloud, headed straight for the southern heavenly gate. Seizing the moment before the celestial guards could comprehend the situation, he brandished his golden staff and smashed his way through the gate, vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds, making his way directly back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Back at the East Sea Dragon King's domain, Bian Zhuang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "You may think you will return, but the odds are that you will be captured. As a high-ranking minister who had mingled in the heavenly court for many years, he was all too aware of the consequences that Sun Wukong's antics would incite. Not only had he abandoned his post, but he dared to rebel and wreak havoc in the heart of the heavenly court. Such reckless behavior would surely lead to his demise. This was not akin to Sun Wukong's previous disruptions in the Dragon Palace or the underworld, where both were nominally under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court but operated independently. Here, in the heavenly court, the very center of the three realms, the nature of his actions held far graver implications. If Sun Wukong were not apprehended and subjected to severe punishment as a warning to others, who would continue to respect the authority of the heavenly court, it could be said that from the moment he committed those acts, Sun Wukong's fate was sealed. Escaping death would be a challenge. Thus, the EC Dragon King would also have a satisfactory explanation. Although they had failed to capture Sun Wukong this time, they had nonetheless forced him to step onto the path of self-destruction, leaving only the question of when he would be caught and brought to the execution platform. The author has something to say. Here, as the fourth update. The manuscript is nearly depleted, so I'll provide this much for now. I aim to stockpile a few more chapters in the coming days, and hopefully release a burst over the weekend. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 51, A Return to Old Grounds. Dragon Palace seeks credit. It must be said that the long-standing peace in the heavenly court had indeed led to a degree of complacency. It was only after Sun Wukong broke through the southern heavenly gate and fled to the mortal realm that the upper echelons of the heavenly court belatedly reacted. Dispatching personnel to ascertain the situation and investigating Wukong's defection. As a direct participant in this affair, Bian Zhuang naturally became the first to be questioned. However, the entire process was quite straightforward, as there were numerous witnesses to the incident, making it easy to verify. Although Bian Zhuang had been the catalyst for this event from the perspective of a high-ranking general of the heavenly court, his actions had been entirely justifiable. Was it wrong for a high-ranking official to be a bit strict with a low-ranking officer? As for Sun Wukong's fierce reaction, it merely indicated that he was a rebellious miscreant, and had nothing to do with Bian Zhuang. If there was any connection, it was that he had exposed a hidden miscreant within the heavenly court, thus earning credit rather than blame. Consequently, Sun Wukong's chaos in the heavenly court and his defection were quickly substantiated, and reports were sent to the relevant authorities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the next step would be to wait for the morning court assembly, where they would present the findings and mobilize troops to apprehend the Monkey King. This matter had little to do with Bian Zhuang. Although he was a prominent general commanding numerous soldiers, given the nature of his troops, even if they were to capture Sun Wukong, the task would hardly fall to him. After all, with so many soldiers at their disposal, would they send their naval forces to the mountains to catch a monkey? What purpose would the other celestial warriors serve then? Therefore, after dealing with the investigation, Bian Zhuang felt a sudden urge and decided to leave the heavenly court once again, heading straight for the East Sea Dragon Palace. He was not one to do good deeds anonymously. Having exerted effort, he naturally wanted recognition. Upon arriving at the East Sea Dragon Palace, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. His previous departure had been fraught with anxiety, wishing to distance himself as much as possible. Yet here he was, returning less than a season later. The rapid shift in his mindset was something he could not have anticipated. Indeed, the human heart is the most fickle of all. Upon reaching the gates of the Dragon Palace, he noticed that the guards appeared somewhat familiar. After a moment of recollection, he realized that the gatekeeper was the same official he had encountered during his last visit. This could be seen as fate. Suddenly struck by a playful impulse, before the startled guard could utter a word, Bian Zhuang stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "We are all comrades here. There's no need for formalities. I shall visit your Dragon King personally." Without waiting for a response, he employed his evasion technique and swiftly entered the Crystal Palace, leaving the bewildered guards in disarray. You are a high-ranking deity of the heavenly court. Can't you conduct yourself with a bit more decorum? How are we supposed to report this? Of course, the guards of the Dragon Palace were not mere decoration, although Bian Zhuang had outpaced the gatekeepers and prevented them from reporting. The internal guards were not idle. Before he could enter the inner court, the East Sea Dragon King had already stepped forth to greet him. "Marshal, what brings you here again?" He was puzzled. How could Bian Zhuang return so soon? It had only been a few months since his last departure. considering the saying that a day in heaven equates to a year on earth. A few months down here hardly amounted to half a day up there. That be why this logic. It seemed that Tian Peng had barely returned to the heavenly court before rushing back. Chapter 52. A misunderstanding. The East Sea Dragon King wore a face of annoyance. Having learned from the previous encounter where Tian Peng nearly seized control, he had resolved to refine the two magical treasures bestowed by his ancestors as soon as Tian Peng departed. The relatively easier Qing Long robe had nearly been refined. But the 8 Desolation Dragon King banner, a superior magical artifact, was only just beginning to be grasped. True mastery would require more time. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, he was interrupted, naturally causing his displeasure to rise. Yet Bian Zhuang seemed oblivious to the East Sea Dragon King's displeasure, grinning as he stepped closer and said, "I have come to share good news with your majesty. I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me." "Completed it? So soon?" The East Sea Dragon King's eyes lit up to his surprise. This seemingly reckless individual was quite reliable when it came to business. He had just returned and already handled the matter. Such efficiency was impressive. The minor irritation he felt was quickly dissipating. Although Bian Zhuang's unexpected arrival had disrupted his refining process, he chose to be magnanimous and forgive him this once. "Indeed, Marshal Tian Peng is truly a good friend of our dragon clan." Aoguan patted Bian Zhuang on the shoulder with vigor, instantly making him feel lighter all over. Although Aoguan himself held little significance, he had powerful backing. If he could earn Aoguan's favor, a few kind words to the influential figure behind the dragon clan would surely reap rewards in the future. Just as he was pondering this, Aoguan extended his hand. "Now, hand over the item." "Item? What item?" Bian Zhuang blinked in confusion, staring at the East Sea Dragon King. Of course, the sea calming needle. "Well, as could it be?" the East Sea Dragon King replied, somewhat exasperated. "Didn't you say you had completed the matter? Were you not coming to return the sea calming needle to me?" Bian Zhuang exclaimed. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. When did I say I had brought the sea calming needle back? You haven't even fulfilled my basic request, yet you come back to seek credit? Are you playing games with me?" The East Sea Dragon King was furious. "But I have avenged you." Bian Zhuang also felt a sense of grievance. "After receiving your orders, I returned and cunningly lured that Sun Wukong into rebellion against the heavenly court, effectively placing him on the black list of the celestial realm. It was only a matter of time before misfortune befell him. Yet, you never explicitly instructed me to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang for you, did you?" Internally, I could not help but mutter, "I've already led your nemesis down a path of demise. Is that not sufficient for your satisfaction? What more do you desire, you old scoundrel?" Ao Guang retorted. "So this is my fault? Is it? When I departed earlier, you didn't allow me to finish my thoughts, yet you readily agreed without question. Is this truly your understanding? What on earth transpired? Explain the matter to me in detail." Suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of sarcasm, the Dragon King of the East Sea endeavored to maintain his composure. He was bewildered by the antics of this fellow, Tian Peng, and decided it prudent to clarify the situation first. Bian Zhuang then recounted his series of actions upon returning to the heavenly court. After listening, the Dragon King felt a mix of joy and concern. Indeed, Tian Peng's cunning maneuvers had led Sun Wukong to a dead end, providing a measure of relief to Ao Guang. However, this also sowed the seeds of numerous hidden dangers. After all, regardless of how bleak Sun Wukong's future appeared, he was still very much alive and vibrant. It was akin to a notorious fugitive, while everyone knew he would eventually face justice, as long as he remained at large. He posed a threat to everyone's safety, especially since this troublesome monkey resided near the East Sea, in close proximity to his dragon palace. Bian Zhuang, while speaking, intentionally overlooked the fact that during his teasing of Sun Wukong, he inadvertently stirred up animosity against the East Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, Ao Guang would have surely been infuriated. Initially, Bian Zhuang had not taken the matter seriously, for he considered the East Sea Dragon Palace a perilous pit devoid of accountability, especially with the Ancestral Dragon lurking behind it. Who would he need to fear? If Sun Wukong chose to retaliate, he would inevitably suffer the same fate as before. Thus, while orchestrating events against Sun Wukong, he had not taken special precautions for the Dragon Palace. However, Noticing the Dragon King's less-than-pleased demeanor regarding his actions, he decided to omit this trivial detail. Chapter 53. The Arrival of the Demon Master's Envoy, Your Majesty. An entity calling himself the Nine-Headed King has arrived outside the palace, requesting an audience. Just as the East Sea Dragon King was about to discuss matters further with Bien Zhuang, a guard unexpectedly entered with this announcement. The Nine-Headed King, the East Sea Dragon King, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of this peculiar newcomer, having never heard of him before. Nevertheless, he commanded, "Please invite him in." Having maintained a benevolent persona for several millennia, Ao Guang had grown accustomed to it. Unless confronted by an overtly hostile guest, he remained warm and welcoming to most visitors. He then turned to Bien Zhuang, saying, "Marshal, why don't you wait in the side hall while I attend to this matter? We can continue our discussion afterward, out of course. No need for formality, Your Majesty," Bien Zhuang replied, nodding and rising. Although the Dragon King's action might seem somewhat impolite, it indicated that he had come to regard Bien Zhuang as one of his own. Otherwise, given the old fox's usual demeanor, he would not have committed such a blunder. Thus, Bien Zhuang felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, a hint of satisfaction stirred within him. This suggested that his previous efforts had not been in vain. Even if he did not gain much credit, he had certainly put in considerable labor. However, the name Nine-Headed King unnerved Bien Zhuang for reasons he could not pinpoint, evoking a vague sense of foreboding. Thus, upon reaching the side hall, he remained alert to the happenings in the main hall. Within the main hall, the Nine-Headed King had been ushered inside. Upon seeing him, the East Sea Dragon King could not help but grimace. How could someone appear so utterly unappealing? Upon closer inspection, while each feature could stand alone as decent, the proportions were disturbingly misaligned. The multitude of wrinkles on his face seemed excessive for his age. Tightly pressed together as if concealing some terrifying secret point, one could hardly conclude that this was merely a face. It resembled a patchwork of several mismatched faces, resulting in a bizarre and grotesque appearance. Having encountered many unsightly beings in his long life, this was the first time he had seen someone so repugnant. However, Ao Guang, seasoned and wise, understood that one should not judge by appearances, regardless of his internal mockery. He maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "You seem somewhat unfamiliar, esteemed king. May I inquire where you have been in seclusion, and what brings you to my East Sea Dragon Palace? Though it is my first visit to the East Sea Dragon Palace, I trust the Dragon King is familiar with the power from which I hail," replied the nine-headed bug, casting a haughty glance at the Dragon King. Ao Guang arched an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What formidable force might cultivate a talent such as yourself? The Demon Master's mansion. At the mention of those three words, Ao Guang's heart sank, and his expression darkened. He was all too familiar with the Demon Master's mansion. After all, it was the very place that had sheltered Ao Jiao, the treacherous scion who had brazenly attacked his East Sea Dragon Palace. Not long, to think that another envoy had emerged so soon after dealing with that one. How persistent they were. My East Sea Dragon Palace has never interfered with the affairs of the Demon Master's mansion. Since you hail from there, why not remain in your northern sea instead of troubling my palace? Ao Guang's tone grew cold, his demeanor shifting as he faced the Nine-Headed King. The relationship between the Northern Sea Demon Master's mansion and the Dragon Clan had always been adversarial, a bitter enmity. To be precise, however, the Dragon Clan had previously lacked the strength to confront them openly. Now that their ancient ancestor had quietly awakened, the Dragon King felt emboldened and saw no reason to maintain the facade of false courtesy. Chapter 54. Strike first. The Dragon King should be well aware of my purpose. The nine-headed bug's voice turned icy. Since our esteemed Demon Master's mansion's general, Ao Jiao, visited your East Sea Dragon Palace previously, he has not returned. Shouldn't the Dragon King provide us with an explanation regarding his whereabouts? Life or death? Internally, Ao Guang cursed under his breath. As expected, they had come seeking retribution for the misdeeds of Ao Jiao. He had anticipated that this matter would not conclude so easily. You are mistaken. I am not the one to answer that question, he replied, maintaining his calm facade. Ao Jiao long ago betrayed my clan and failed to report his whereabouts to me. I have no knowledge of his current status, be it alive or dead, that if you are concerned, you might search elsewhere. Perhaps you'll find him. Are you deflecting responsibility? The nine-headed bug's expression darkened, rendering his already grotesque face even more unsightly. Ao Guang, stop your evasion. You know full well that Ao Jiao entered your East Sea Dragon Palace and created havoc before never emerging again. Do you think we are unaware of this? The East Sea Dragon King retorted with a question of his own. Was it not your demon master's mansion that orchestrated the sudden assault on my palace? Ao Guang, perceptive as he was, had recognized the flaw in the nine-headed bug's argument. The incident involving Ao Jiao wreaking havoc in his palace was no longer a secret to his court, but remained unknown to outsiders. Moreover, he had issued a gag order, ensuring that no one would speak of it unless absolutely necessary. Recalling the report from his son regarding the ambush on his patrols, he quickly pieced together the truth behind the matter. The nine-headed bug paused, taken aback, for he had not been privy to this information. After all, the ambush on the patrols had not been executed by him. However, this was inconsequential. He had not come to debate how they had obtained the information. Only that it was accurate. Ao Guang, cease your circumlocution. Hand over my brother, Ao Jiao, at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Very well. I am eager to see how you intend to be impolite. The East Sea Dragon King's temper flared. With the troublesome Ao Jiao already causing trouble, now a nine-headed bug had emerged. Were all the envoys from the Demon Master's mansion so audacious? Do you truly believe that my dragon clan is made of clay, easily molded, trampled upon, and subjected to your reckless whims? I have quietly prepared to summon my spiritual treasures to deliver a well-deserved lesson to this scoundrel. After all, he has not been idle during this time. The Azure Dragon Robe has been successfully refined, offering sufficient protection. Although the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag has yet to be fully refined and recognized as mine, I have made considerable progress, and I can wield it with much more ease than before, capable of unleashing roughly 1/10 to 1/5 of its power. With these 2 treasures at my disposal, I harbor no fear of ordinary great demons, so it is you, you hideous creature, who dares to chase me to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Prepare to face my wrath, however, before the East Sea Dragon King could take matters in his own hands. A rotund figure suddenly burst forth from the side hall, wielding a massive rake shadow, and struck down fiercely towards the nine-headed worm. It was none other than Marshal Tianpeng, Bian Zhuang. The nine-headed worm was taken aback. While he had anticipated a confrontation, he had not expected such an abrupt assault from an unexpected quarter. Caught off guard, he hastily summoned his trusty weapon, the crescent-shaped spade, positioning it defensively in front of himself. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying. Bian Zhuang's strike was no trivial matter. He put forth nearly all his strength, taking full advantage of the surprise attack, despite the nine-headed worm's timely defense. He was caught off guard and was ultimately blasted out of the Great Hall, akin to a heavy stone hurled with force, crashing against the palace wall of the Dragon Palace, causing the entire structure to tremble slightly. Had the East Sea Dragon Palace not been constructed during the prime of the ancient dragon clan, fortified by the powerful formations laid down by ancient masters, it might have sustained considerable damage from such a collision. Of course, the nine-headed worm himself suffered greatly from this impact, nearly spewing blood in response. Who dares to plot against this king? He exclaimed, quickly recovering and suppressing the surging blood within him, his face twisted in fury. His gaze fell upon the imposing figure beside Ao Guang, and his countenance darkened to a shade of iron as he ground his teeth and spat. Tianpeng, dog thief, it is you. Indeed, it is I. Bian Zhuang proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. Hideous creature, with me here, your scheme shall come to naught. The author has something to say. Today's 4 updates are presented, seeking encouragement, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 55. The ultimate ugly form of the nine-headed worm marshal. Do you recognize this monster? The East Sea Dragon King asked, bewildered, turning to Bian Zhuang. Although Bian Zhuang's sudden appearance was unexpected, it did not overly surprise him. After all, Ao Guang was aware that this fellow had been thoroughly subdued by their ancestor, and thus, appearing now to curry favor was not entirely shocking. However, the ensuing reactions between him and the nine-headed worm were far beyond his expectations. What? It seems the two are already acquainted, the Dragon King pondered. This foul creature is the one who previously attempted to harm the dragon princess. Bian Zhuang's face hardened with hatred. I have clashed with him before, driving him away, that I cannot believe he has the audacity to return. Previously, Bian Zhuang had sensed that the name Nine-Headed Worm sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it. Thus, upon entering the side hall, he attentively listened to the happenings in the main hall and overheard the conversation between the Nine-Headed Worm and the East Sea Dragon King. It was then that he recognized the peculiarities. This voice was all too familiar. It belonged to the hideous demon he had encountered while heroically rescuing a damsel, the one who attempted to abduct the young dragon lady. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Although he had never heard the title Nine-Headed Worm before, the monstrous visage of the creature with 9 heads had left a lasting impression on him. Upon uncovering the identity of his foe, Bian Zhuang could no longer contain his anger. While he had resolved to cease mentioning the young dragon lady after being reprimanded by the Ancestral Dragon, it did not mean he had completely extinguished that desire. He simply understood that it was currently unattainable. He had intended to earn merit for the Dragon Clan and alter his standing in the eyes of the Dragon King and Princess before seeking another opportunity. However, just as he was quietly striving and awaiting his chance, his rival had already pursued him, and he could not tolerate it. Without hesitation, he launched a sudden, fierce attack. Utter nonsense! The Nine-Headed Worm roared in fury. His eyes cold as blades fixed on Bian Zhuang. You dare to stand before me, dog thief! You thwarted my plans last time, and now you have the audacity to show your face again? In the next moment, the grotesque visage of the Nine-Headed Worm split apart. Not merely his face, but his entire head began to divide at the neck, sprouting 8 new heads. This sight evoked gasps of shock from the Dragon Palace guards who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, their faces paling in terror. Although the Nine-Headed Worm appeared somewhat more normal now, the sight of the additional heads upon his shoulders rendered him even more bizarre and terrifying than if he had previously been merely ugly. He was now downright horrifying, and not in a minor way. However, alongside this transformation, the Nine-Headed Worm's aura surged dramatically, elevating him slightly above his previous peak. While both he and Bian Zhuang were at the pinnacle of the Tai level, there existed a hierarchy of strength between them. Just as before, when Bian Zhuang faced Sun Wukong, the former would have been no match for the latter without the advantage of terrain. The same held true for the Nine-Headed Worm. Now, in his battle form, his aura reached the zenith of the Tai golden immortal level, almost reaching its limit, suffocating those present with his overwhelming presence. The Nine-Headed Worm was acutely aware that his current appearance was far from pleasing. Hence, he would typically refrain from revealing his strongest form unless absolutely necessary. However, he was now utterly incensed by Bian Zhuang's provocation. The last time they fought, he had dominated the encounter from start to finish. Besides feeling frustrated by Bian Zhuang's interference, he had sustained no losses in the battle. Were it not for Bian Zhuang fleeing through transformation when the odds turned against him, he might have been left thoroughly defeated. Yet now, this defeated foe not only emerged to ambush him, but shamelessly flipped the narrative, suggesting that it was the Nine-Headed Worm who had fled in disgrace. Where was the dignity in that? Such brazen shamelessness could not be left unpunished. But before he could unleash his full fury, the old Dragon King was already exploding with rage. Chapter 56. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. You are the audacious one. Upon realizing that the Nine-Headed Worm before him was the very fiend who had previously targeted his daughter, the East Sea Dragon King erupted with fury. He could no longer heed anything else. Swiftly summoning the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag, stepping out of the Great Hall and directing his full force towards the Nine-Headed Worm, declaring, "Dare to harm my daughter? Die." In an instant, the Dragon Palace trembled. The East Sea quaked, and at that moment, the hearts of all dragonkin within the East Sea were seized with dread. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force seemingly descended from the heavens, manifesting upon the unfurling banner, sweeping through the void toward the Nine-Headed Worm. The Nine-Headed Worm's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly positioned his crescent spade defensively in front of him, bracing for the impact. The ensuing thunderous crash propelled him backward like a cannonball, launching him several hundred miles away in an instant. The spectators only caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure vanishing beyond the confines of the Dragon Palace. Bian Zhuang gasped in astonishment. The old Dragon King's strike was far more potent than the last time he faced him. It seemed he had refined his treasures further. Truly, wealth begets power. Yuao Guang, today I shall avenge your EC Dragon Palace. I vow not to be a mere demon. Yet before the crowd could fully recover from the EC Dragon King's thunderous assault, a fearsome roar echoed from the direction where the nine-headed worm had been sent flying. Accompanying the cry was an overwhelming, ferocious aura. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed worm reappeared in the sight of the crowd, clearly undeterred by the Dragon King's might. Instead, it appeared that the blow had only ignited the beast's ferocity, rendering it an even greater threat. A grave expression inevitably surfaced on the face of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Being well-versed in the ways of the world, he understood that a formidable demon, already provoked, was akin to a wounded beast, often more perilous and challenging to confront. Your Majesty, please remain at ease. Allow this wretch to be dealt with by me. However, before the old Dragon King could take further action, the nearby Marshal Tianpeng, Bian Zhuang, interjected eagerly. He had come with the intention of currying favor with the Dragon King of the East Sea and his esteemed ancestor, and this presented itself as the perfect opportunity. Without waiting for the Dragon King's response, he stepped forward, soaring into the air like a streak of light, charging straight towards the oncoming nine-headed insect to intercept it, that nine-headed fiend. Your opponent is me. The two figures collided in an instant, producing a thunderous sound as the ferocious nine-headed creature was halted in its tracks. It's you again. Upon seeing Bian Zhuang, the nine-headed insect's 9 faces twisted in rage, its 18 eyes seemingly ready to spew fire. You wretched cur, time and again you thwart my endeavors. Do you truly believe I cannot dispatch you? With that, it swung its crescent-shaped shovel, unleashing a chilling light aimed at Bian Zhuang. Who shall slay whom remains to be seen? Bian Zhuang, undeterred, laughed heartily, brandishing his 9-toothed rake as he boldly advanced. In an instant, the two figures collided once more, icy light cleaving the sea, the shadows of their weapons painting the sky, stirring the ocean into chaos, transforming the seabed into a tumultuous battleground, where dark currents threatened to churn any aquatic life into oblivion. What sorcery has this scoundrel consumed? On the battlefield, the nine-headed insect grew increasingly alarmed. It had arrived in a fit of rage, intending to swiftly eliminate Bian Zhuang before seeking out the Dragon King of the East Sea. Yet, after exchanging blows for merely a few moments, Bian Zhuang showed no signs of faltering. In fact, he seemed to possess an advantage. How could this be? The last time they fought, Bian Zhuang had been utterly outmatched, unable to retaliate. How had he so dramatically improved in just a few short months? Meanwhile, Bian Zhuang secretly reveled in his strategy. Fool! If I lacked confidence, would I so recklessly engage? You dare to challenge me in the waters? Do you think this river god is merely a fade? It is crucial to note that Bian Zhuang, the Marshal of Tianpeng, was not merely the commander of the 10,000 water troops of the Heavenly River. He was also one of the highest-ranking water deities under the celestial hierarchy. Even the Dragon Kings, who govern the 4 seas, were subordinate to him in rank and divine authority. Thus, his divine powers were not confined solely to the Heavenly River, since the river was the source of all waters. He could wield a measure of divine authority wherever he roamed within the aquatic realms, albeit less pronounced than within the river itself. Moreover, Bian Zhuang's prowess in water was unquestionable, even without divine augmentation. He was far more formidable in the depths than on land. The potency of his abilities intensified in areas rich with water elemental energy. These factors combined meant that Bian Zhuang could unleash far greater strength in the ocean than he could on land, which explained his willingness to confront the mighty nine-headed insect. At that moment, 2 figures rushed forth from the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace, arriving before the Dragon King of the East Sea. They were none other than the second prince, Aoe, who had been in seclusion, and the little dragon girl, who had just returned from her travels. Given the commotion outside, it was impossible for them to remain unaware. "Father, what is happening?" Aoe inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the fierce battle unfolding outside the palace. The little dragon girl looked on with a face full of confusion. "Nothing to worry about, Aoe. Stay here and protect your sister. I shall return shortly. The old Dragon King offered a brief reassurance before hastening toward the palace exit. The nine-headed insect posed a significant challenge. Relying solely on martial Tianping's strength would likely yield an uncertain outcome, so he intended to join forces with him to confront the threat. However, before he could advance, the situation shifted dramatically. With a sudden, piercing cry, the nine-headed insect revealed its true form, a monstrous bird as large as a small mountain, with wings that resembled vast, billowing clouds, adorned with vibrant plumage. Despite its name, the nine-headed insect was not a mere bug. It was a bird demon, and upon unveiling its true nature, it transformed into this fearsome avian creature. The sheer ferocity of the nine-headed bird was staggering. Even submerged in the ocean, its menacing presence was undiminished. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed an overwhelming force, stirring up colossal waves and turning the already chaotic battlefield into a turbulent maelstrom, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The martial Tianping, Bian Zhuang, found himself at the forefront of this tempest, suddenly blinded by the violent currents. Seizing the opportunity, the nine-headed insect, with its razor-sharp claws, seized Bian Zhuang's nine-toothed rake, using its wings to push aside the tumultuous waters and pulling the unwilling Bian Zhuang upwards towards the ocean surface. Quickly vanishing from sight, the Dragon King of the East Sea thought to himself, how naive does he think he is to escape so easily? Does he believe he can flee to safety? As he gazed at the murky waters swirling above the Dragon Palace, he chuckled softly, a hint of derision in his smile. It is one thing to disappear entirely, but to only evade a short distance? Do you think I will not pursue? Father, who are these two? What audacity drives them to wreak havoc in our Dragon Palace? He pressed again, unable to contain his curiosity. Point one is Marshal Tianping, and the other, a demon who calls himself the Nine-Headed King, hailing from the Demon Masteress estate. This is the very creature that nearly abducted your sister during her previous peril. What? The little dragon girl's face drained of color, her expression pale as the memory of the nine-headed insect's previous threat resurfaced, leaving a profound psychological scar. I essed him. Aoyi's handsome visage darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. He had heard of the incident involving his sister's near abduction. But by the time he learned of it, the matter had long passed, and he was unaware of the demon's identity. Despite his frustration, he had suppressed his rage. But now, seeing his sister's terrified expression, his anger surged to the forefront. Such audacity! I shall slay him. With a fierce shout, he brandished his protective divine weapon, the dragon dagger silver spear, and leaped into the air, soaring out of the Dragon Palace like a dragon ascending to the heavens. Transforming into a silver streak, racing toward the battlefield, the Dragon King of the EC had not anticipated his son's swift action. Before he could finish his warning, he had already charged forth, leaving the old Dragon King in a state of panic. Why are the youth so reckless? They rush into battle without understanding the situation, unaware of the formidable strength they face. The opponent is a genuine peak Tai. How can a mere fledgling in the mid-Tai realm hope to compete? In a rush, he was about to charge forward. However, just as he stepped outside the confines of the Dragon Palace, he witnessed a wave of water, akin to a flash of lightning, approaching with astonishing speed, reaching the vicinity of the Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. Within that torrent, a figure he recognized all too well was ensnared. You old rascal Aoguang, I've been looking for you. Upon spotting the old Dragon King, the figure bellowed, leaping out from the wave, "Take this as stick for me." As he spoke, he raised both hands and swung down vigorously, instantly producing a golden staff that resembled a colossal pillar, aimed squarely at the old Dragon King. It was none other than Sun Wukong. After fleeing from the heavenly court and returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, the Monkey King's anger only grew. He was incensed not only by the heavenly court's failure to recognize his heroism and their condescension towards him, but also by Aoguang's duplicitous nature, acting submissively in front of him while ruthlessly plotting behind his back. It was laughable that he had previously been completely oblivious, tricked into believing the old Dragon King was a good person. This filled the Monkey King with a sense of humiliation for being so easily deceived. Resolutely, he stomped his foot and headed straight for the Dragon Palace, vowing not to rest until he had avenged this grievance. The East Sea Dragon King was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. He hurriedly raised the 8 Desolations Dragon King flag in front of him in the next moment, the mighty staff crashed down upon the flag with tremendous force. The East Sea Dragon King was propelled away like a cannonball, disappearing from sight in an instant. Your Majesty, the denizens of the Dragon Palace gasped in astonishment. Father! The young dragon girl within the palace was equally alarmed. She sprang into action, scanning her surroundings, but there was no sign of her father. Her eyes, now red with fury, turned towards Sun Wukong, the cause of all this chaos. Where did this audacious monkey come from, daring to harm my father? I shall fight you. As she spoke, she summoned a green rainbow sword, ready to confront Sun Wukong in battle. Get out of my way! Yet before she could reach him, Sun Wukong impatiently waved his hand, sending the young dragon girl and a host of palace guards back to where they came from. He had no desire to be entangled with these insignificant creatures. With a leap, he soared in the direction where the East Sea Dragon King had vanished. Wang, shaking his head, stood up and realized he was now in a trench 100 miles away from the Dragon Palace. He had been sent flying by Sun Wukong's mighty blow. Remarkably, this was after much of the force had been mitigated by the immense underwater pressure, had it occurred on land or in the sky. He shuddered to think how far he would have been launched. Fortunately, he had his Azure Dragon robe for protection and had managed to partially shield himself with the 8 Desolations Dragon King flag. Though he had been flung a considerable distance, he had escaped injury. Anxiously, he began to make his way back. After all, if he were absent and Sun Wukong dared to invade the Dragon Palace again, the consequences would be dire. However, before he could even set off, a familiar, shrill voice pierced through the air. Old Wang, so this is where you've been hiding. In the next moment, a massive gap erupted in the seabed, and a figure wielding a 2-toned, golden-red staff stormed in. It was Sun Wukong, who had pursued him. Wang felt a surge of frustration. What did he mean by hiding? Did Sun Wukong truly believe he could bully the Dragon Palace at will? Wang's face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the audacious monkey before him. If it weren't for his compromised state, he would have relished the chance to devour this insolent creature. The previous incident, where Sun Wukong had come to demand treasures, had yet to be settled, and now he was back, attacking on sight. Do you think I am easy prey? You've come here time and again to provoke me. Haven to you, with anger boiling within him, Wang stared fiercely at Sun Wukong, wishing he could consume him whole. Do not play coy with me. Old man Wang, Sun Wukong retorted, his fury palpable to his surprise. Wang's irritation flared even higher. You deceitful old fox, smiling while harboring malice. Not only did you conspire with others to trouble me in the heavenly court, but now you dare to feign innocence before me, thinking I am a fool. With that, he swung his golden staff down with fervor, unleashing a torrent of strikes that rained down upon the old Dragon King. So it was that scoundrel's doing. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, Wang recalled the earlier visit from Tianpeng and immediately grasped the source of the turmoil. Anger surged within him as he cursed under his breath. What a useless creature. How could he dare come to boast about his accomplishments? This was how he achieved his fame, failing to procure treasures and instead bringing this persistent nuisance right back to his doorstep. Truly a master of failure. Yet despite the multitude of grievances swirling in his mind, there was no time to dwell on them now. He had to deal with this troublesome monkey first. Fortunately, Wang was no longer the same as before. Though he harbored trepidation toward Sun Wukong, he no longer felt fear. Since Sun Wukong was intent on a fight, then let them engage in a grand battle. He would not allow anyone to think the Dragon Clan could be trifled with. Impudent monkey, do you think I fear you? The old Dragon King growled, summoning his magical powers and brandishing the 8 Desolations Dragon King flag, which unfurled magnificently. With a thunderous roar, the East Sea trembled, and a colossal force surged through the air, descending upon the flag as it billowed ominously, obscuring the sky and bearing down on Sun Wukong with overwhelming might. In an instant, the multitude of strikes from Sun Wukong collided with the expansive flag, momentarily stalling before being completely engulfed and consumed within its vast shadow, drawing Sun Wukong into its depths. Then came a muffled grunt, and Sun Wukong was ejected from the flag's shadow, crashing onto the slope of the trench, creating a deep indentation in the seabed, nearly vanishing from sight, a testament to the force of the impact. However, Wang did not dare to underestimate the situation. Such an attack would suffice to deal with an ordinary adversary, but against Sun Wukong, it might not be enough, as expected. The very next moment brought forth a high-pitched cry from within the deep cavity. What a treasure! What incredible strength! In an instant, the entrance to the cavity exploded, sending debris flying. Sun Wukong emerged once more, his speed as swift as before, perhaps even quicker. Old Wang, I never expected you to possess such a formidable treasure. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, swinging his colossal staff down upon the old Dragon King. They say Dragon Kings are rich in treasures. Let me see what treasures you truly possess and what prowess you hold. Wang's pupils contracted in shock, his heart racing with alarm. Was this creature made of bronze and iron? The 8 Desolations Dragon King flag in his possession had changed tremendously after months of refinement. Though it had yet to be fully recognized as his, it could now unleash a fraction of its original power. Even a small fraction of supreme treasure's might was beyond the capability of ordinary, celestial beings to withstand. If Tianpong were to face such an attack now, he would likely find himself gravely wounded, taught a lesson, and too intimidated to harbor further ambitions. Yet how could Sun Wukong still be so vigorous? Aside from being a bit disheveled and sporting a cut on his lip, he appeared utterly unfazed. Despite the astonishment swelling within him, the opponent had already closed in, forcing him to brandish his treasured banner and engage once more. Sun Wukong was sent flying again, only to charge back immediately, and then be sent hurtling away yet again, only to rush back once more. The formidable power of the supreme spiritual treasure was indeed a challenge for Sun Wukong to withstand. Yet the issue lay in the fact that in Guang's hands, the exquisite treasure could only unleash a fraction of its potential, making it difficult to severely injure the naturally born stone monkey. Sun Wukong. Rather, as the battle progressed, Sun Wukong grew increasingly adept, swiftly acclimating to the rhythm of the old Dragon King's attacks, gaining momentum with each encounter. Although he was still at a disadvantage overall. Any discerning observer could see that if this trend continued, it would not be long before the tide of battle turned. Just as a 9-headed bug and Bian Zhuang, along with Sun Wukong and Guang, were deeply embroiled in combat, a different scene unfolded in the depths of the Ancestral Dragon Abyss behind the East Sea Dragon Palace. The abyss's bottom, the energy tide surged, and the Xian Huang Mother Chi Cauldron, which had been fluctuating for months, finally settled. The time was ripe. Gu's ethereal form emerged above the ancestral dragon coffin, quietly observing the treasure cauldron resembling a small mountain in the distance. A flicker of faint anticipation gleaming in his gaze, he then extended a finger towards the Xian Huang Mother Chi Cauldron and softly uttered, "Open." The sealed Xian Huang Mother Chi Cauldron erupted open with a thunderous roar. Its lid flung wide, releasing a cloud of dense Xian Huang vapor, accompanied by a surge of fiery energy that soared into the sky, nearly enveloping half of the abyssal seafloor. A colossal dragon silhouette flickered within the cloud, its lantern-like eyes glimmering through the dense vapor, alternating between light and darkness, exuding boundless grandeur and majesty. Following this, a resonant, elongated breath echoed forth, akin to a great whale drawing in water. As the massive Xian Huang cloud rapidly shrank, condensing into a fist-sized mass in the blink of an eye, which was then inhaled into a mouth. As the Xian Huang cloud vanished, a figure was finally revealed. It was a young man clad in a flowing black robe, strikingly similar to Gu's true form, a manifestation of his second primordial spirit forged using the second dragon pearl, compared to its initial formation a few months prior. This second primordial spirit had now completely solidified, emanating a unique and profound aura characteristic of the great Tao, evidently stabilizing at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. After all, being merely a second primordial spirit. Even if meticulously crafted, its cultivation could not instantaneously match that of the true body. Achieving stability at the great Luo level upon emergence was already a remarkable feat, however, as it was forged from a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Its potential for future advancement was considerable, making it plausible to eventually match the current cultivation level of the true body. A flicker of excitement and anticipation crossed Ao Gu's eyes. With this second primordial spirit, he would no longer be confined to the dark depths of the ancestral dragon abyss. After being trapped for 100,000 years, he had grown weary of such sunless days. The ethereal form hovering above the ancestral dragon coffin smiled with satisfaction and withdrew back into the coffin. In contrast, the second primordial spirit's eyes sparkled with divine light as he raised his gaze towards the expanse beyond the ancestral dragon abyss, only to furrow his brow immediately. What is happening? Has someone come to confront us again? Chapter 61. When descendants falter, ancestors arise within the trench. The battle between the East Sea Dragon King and Sun Wukong had escalated to a fever pitch. With the situation markedly different from before, Ao Guang, who had initially dominated with the 8 Desolate Dragon King banner, found himself gradually falling into a disadvantage. Conversely, Sun Wukong, who had been repeatedly sent flying like a ball, had now fully adapted to the old Dragon King's combat rhythm, showcasing an impressive resurgence. This was not to say that the 8 Desolate Dragon King banner had lost its potency. Rather, the wielder, Ao Guang, was beginning to struggle under the strain that it had been mentioned numerous times that a supreme spiritual treasure like the 8 Desolate Dragon King banner demanded exceptionally high standards from its user. Ao Guang had barely managed to wield it before, and after such prolonged use, his magical power was evidently waning, forcing him to rely on elixirs to replenish his strength. However, converting the elixir's potency into magical energy required time, preventing Ao Guang from maintaining his previous relentless assault. He could only attack in bursts, allowing Sun Wukong the opportunity to adapt to the intensity and rhythm of the battle. His formidable combat prowess soon became apparent, allowing him to skillfully evade the banner's sharp edges and exploit the old Dragon King's vulnerabilities with relentless aggression. Old Ao Guang, you don't seem so impressive after all, Sun Wukong taunted amidst the fray, adding, if such a splendid treasure remains in your hands, it is truly a disgrace to it. Rather than allowing it to gather dust, it would be far better to hand it over to me. Your humble son, outrageous. The East Sea Dragon King was instantly engulfed in fury, another individual seeking to seize his Dragon King banner. First it was Tian Peng, and now this Sun Monkey had the audacity to disregard him. The master of the treasure, did they truly believe he could not deal with this raucous monkey? A fierce glint flashed in the old Dragon King's eyes as he summoned a blood-red Tianlong burning blood pill from his Panlong swallowing sea bottle, ready to consume the forbidden elixir that would significantly enhance his power in a short time. Although the side effects of such a potent drug were considerable, he was willing to risk it all to subdue Sun Wukong. Yet, at that moment, a commanding voice rang out in his ear, laced with irritation. Step aside, wielding a great treasure, yet unable to defeat even a mere Tai monkey. Truly a disgrace to our lineage. Ancestor. The East Sea Dragon King felt his heart tremble, shock and joy flooding his senses that he recognized that voice all too well. Who else but their clan's venerable ancestor? Hastily, he ceased his actions and stepped aside. What? Have you finally learned to fear, old Dragon King? Sun Wukong, oblivious to the unfolding events, assumed the old Dragon King was buckling under pressure and began to feel triumphant. If you're afraid, then hand over all your treasures for me to select. As long as I'm satisfied, I might just spare you. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a dimming of the world around him, as if the very heavens had darkened. In the next instant, a colossal hand, vast enough to blot out the sun, descended upon him, accompanied by an overwhelming, invisible pressure that bore down like an avalanche. Boom! Just moments before, Sun Wukong had been brimming with confidence, but now he, along with his staff, was sent hurtling away, crashing deeply into the trench, creating a bottomless abyss from which he vanished in the blink of an EY. As the hand retracted, a figure appeared beside Ao Guang. It was none other than Ao Gu's newly formed second primordial spirit. Ancestor. Ao Guang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, that he never expected the ancestor to leave the ancestral dragon abyss and appear before him. Could it be that the ancestor had fully awakened? Yet, upon observing the second primordial spirit's appearance, he found himself momentarily stunned. Though the second primordial spirit bore a resemblance to the true body, it was not an exact match. The aura it emanated was also markedly different. While it still invoked a sense of familiarity and reverence, the depth of the pressure felt significantly diminished compared to before. Nevertheless, the unmistakable feeling of closeness originating from the depths of his soul confirmed that this was undoubtedly their ancestor. What could this mean? Chapter 62. Doubts of Ao Guang on Dragon's descent. There was no need for further contemplation. This was indeed the second primordial spirit of their ancestor, seemingly aware of Ao Guang's doubts. Ao Gu spoke calmly. If any outsiders are present, you may refer to me as Dragon God or Ao Gu. This is also to ensure convenience for my future travels in this form. Avoiding any direct association with the Ancestral Dragon, lest it attract unforeseen complications. Of course, adopting a new identity had its own considerations, with the ability to calculate celestial secrets, which was a standard skill among powerful beings in this realm. Any obviously fabricated identity would not suffice. Those skilled in such arts would easily discern the deception. Only identities that straddled the line between reality and illusion would be effective. The Ancestral Dragon. He was inherently the embodiment of the entire dragon clan's faith. Proclaiming himself as a dragon god was entirely appropriate. If he were unworthy of such a title, then none would be deserving. Ao Gu was originally his true name, but after crossing into this world, it had been long forgotten. However, should anyone attempt to glean insights from this name, the search would lead directly to him, effectively masking the identity of the Ancestral Dragon while simultaneously concealing his true self. A twofold advantage. Yes, ancestor. Although Ao Guang was unaware of the profound significance concealed within this new vestment, he obediently complied with the ancestral directive. Simultaneously, a surge of clandestine joy coursed through him. Even though this was not the resurrection of the ancestral being in its entirety, but merely a second essence, the presence of the Venerable One who could manifest at any moment provided them. The younger generations, with a profound sense of reassurance. Hark! Which scoundrel dares to conspire against me, the great sage? At that moment, a piercing, thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, followed by tremors from the ocean depths. As debris flew like rain, a figure, exuding an overwhelming malevolence, surged forth from the abyssal trench below. It was none other than Sun Wukong. At this juncture, Sun Wukong appeared disheveled, his armor tattered and bloodied at the corners of his mouth. Far more disarrayed than before, his simian visage twisted in a fierce snarl, as if he were a ravenous beast, and his eyes blazed with an inferno of wrath, fixated intently on Ao Gu. How audacious! Ao Guang's fury ignited instantly. This insolent monkey had dared to utter disrespect towards the ancestral figure. Was this not an affront to all their lineage? Enraged, he prepared to unleash the 8 Desolation Dragon King banner upon him. However, before he could strike, Ao Gu, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. Conspire? You, a mere hair-covered monkey? Ao Gu scoffed derisively, dismissively waving a hand as if swatting away a fly. Yet as Sun Wukong charged forth with fierce momentum, he was suddenly beset by an overwhelming force that bore down upon him from all directions, akin to a landslide. In an instant, he felt as though he had collided with an immovable wall, his insides threatening to rupture, and blood erupted from his mouth like a torrential flood, staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. Subsequently, the entire monkey, along with his staff, was sent flying, dwindling into a rapidly vanishing speck before disappearing entirely from sight. Ao Guang gazed in the direction where Sun Wukong had been cast away, glanced at the vast expanse of sea now tinged red with the monkey's blood, and then looked down at the 8 Desolation Dragon King banner in his hand. Filled with doubt regarding the lineage of dragons, why did it seem that merely a wave of the Venerable One's hand wielded more power than his own divine treasure? Was it the artifact that was lacking? Or was he simply inadequate? It was not just Ao Guang. The others present were equally startled by the tremendous commotion. Chapter 63. If you wish to leave, leave behind the sea-calming needle. The colossal upheaval resonated outward. causing those remaining in the Dragon Palace, including the young dragoness Alexa, to feel their hearts race in trepidation. What kind of battle could produce such a fearsome spectacle? Would the old Dragon King be unharmed? Worry gnawed at them, especially as they were distanced from the chaos, desperately rushing towards the source of the uproar. Over 100 miles above the Dragon Palace, three figures locked in a fierce duel instinctively paused. Glancing downwards, it was the nine-headed insect, Marshal Tianpeng Bianzhuang, and the East Sea's second Prince Ao, who had just arrived, upon reaching the battleground where Bianzhuang and the nine-headed insect were engaged. Ao had joined the fray without hesitation, opting to team up with Bianzhuang against the nine-headed insect. This collaboration had placed the nine-headed insect in a precarious position. Initially, although facing only Marshal Bianzhuang, the nine-headed insect could fend for itself, but with Ao's arrival, the pressure had intensified significantly. Despite being a Tai golden immortal, Ao still fell short compared to the nine-headed insect. However, with Bianzhuang absorbing most of the nine-headed insect's assaults, Ao's assistance became increasingly vexing. Seizing a moment of respite, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. The direction seemed rather close to the Dragon Palace. Who could have caused such a tumult? Could it be the dragon folk? Ao was not alone in this thought. Bianzhuang and he both contemplated the source of the ruckus. However, Ao promptly dismissed the notion. The strongest among them in the East Sea Dragon Palace was his father. Yet he was acutely aware of his father's capabilities. Although stronger than him, it seemed ludicrous to believe he could generate such a commotion. Meanwhile, Bianzhuang appeared to have made a connection, his eyes flashing with contemplation. What on earth is happening? Where did you attract this wild monkey from? In the trench? Ao cast a glance at the East Sea Dragon King, who stood in a daze, and asked nonchalantly. If memory served, Sun Wukong should have been preoccupied with his celestial duties and not have ventured to the East Sea Dragon Palace. What kind of trouble had arisen? Ao Guang, not daring to delay, swiftly recounted the circumstances surrounding Sun Wukong's intrusion. Only then did Ao realize that the antics of Marshal Tianpeng had inadvertently precipitated Sun Wukong's premature defection from the heavenly court. I see, he nodded, returning his gaze to the horizon, fixating on a certain monkey who had yet to regain his composure. Several hundred miles away, in an abyssal trench, Sun Wukong struggled to emerge, his simian face as pale as a sheet, his armor soaked in blood, presenting a picture of utter weakness and injury as he glanced apprehensively towards the direction of the trench, where once his defiance had been unyielding, now most of it had dissipated. Throughout his life, he had never suffered such a grievous defeat. Though his opponent had merely swatted him aside, the resulting injuries eclipsed all he had previously endured, nearly costing him his life. To make matters worse, he had no understanding of who had struck him down. Seeing that the figure had defended the Dragon King, could they also belong to the dragon folk? Should he let Ao Guang off this time? Even a proud being like Sun Wukong, after experiencing such a humiliating setback, found himself gripped by a flicker of trepidation. Although retreating in such a manner would be a blow to his pride, preserving his life was far more paramount. Yet, just as he turned to flee, that dispassionate voice that sent shivers down his spine echoed once more in his ears. Monkey, if you wish to depart, leave behind the sea-calming needle of my dragon clan. Chapter 64. Teaching the Ways of the Monkey. The speaker was Ao Gu, aware that Sun Wukong was the harbinger of fortune in this era and a pivotal piece in the Buddhist journey to the West. With countless karmic ties, it was indeed inadvisable to eliminate him so readily. However, since the audacious monkey dared to intrude upon their domain, to let him go without imparting some lesson would be tantamount to undermining his authority as the progenitor of the dragon lineage. Sun Wukong's fur bristled with alarm, every fiber of his being jolted into action. The flicker of hesitation in his heart was instantly cast aside as he sprang into action, ready to unleash his nimbus cloud and escape. Did you not hear me instruct you to leave the item behind? Ao Gu's countenance darkened, annoyance flickering in his eyes. This audacious monkey truly had no regard for propriety. Thus, he resolved that the monkey should not be allowed to leave. With an immediate motion, he raised his arm and struck out. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to dim, as an invisible, terrifying pressure shook the void, causing all aquatic beings within 1,000 miles to tremble in fear. Their minds blank, unable to conceive any other thought. Nearby, the East Sea Dragon King felt as though he had received the weight of the world upon his shoulders, nearly gasping for breath. If even Ao Guang was affected by the residual waves of this power, one could only imagine the pressure faced by Sun Wukong, the intended target. Far away, Sun Wukong felt a terrifying force descend upon him, as if it were about to crush his very heart. Under the suffocating weight of this overwhelming pressure, a colossal dragon claw descended like a darkened sky, aiming directly for him. In that moment, the once mighty Sun Wukong felt as fragile as a mere ant in a field, aware of the impending doom but powerless to avert it. From the face of such a vast disparity in strength, no amount of struggle would alter the inevitable outcome. Suppressing a cry, Sun Wukong, despite his fear, leapt forth and swung his staff at the descending dragon claw with all his might. Even if he knew his efforts were akin to an ant shaking a tree, he would not passively await his demise. After all, he had painstakingly cultivated his skills and attained enlightenment. How could he resign himself to be crushed without understanding why? Alas, his defiance was destined to be in vain. Boom! In the next moment, Sun Wukong felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming and terrifying force, as his golden staff was forcefully repelled with no chance of resistance. The world around him spun violently, and he found himself helplessly plummeting downward, surrounded by a cacophony of thunderous water, as if he were being drawn into an unfathomable abyss. Suspended mid-air, he could sense the immense weight of mountains pressing down upon him from all directions, causing his bones to creak and threaten to shatter. Before his eyes, countless torrents cascaded down like colossal dragons. The sea eye. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. His adversary intended to imprison him within the sea eye. A wave of dread washed over him. He recalled the teachings of his master from his early days, who had warned that despite the vast powers of immortals, there were numerous perilous realms within the three realms that even the majority of deities could not traverse, lest they unwittingly fall into a deadly abyss, leading to their demise. The sea eye was one such perilous place. The sea eye, in essence, is the outlet for the ocean's floodwaters. It is well known that the ocean serves as the ultimate confluence of all waters. Yet even as countless rivers flow into it, the ocean's expanse remains unchanged, owing to the existence of a sea eye that facilitates this outflow. Every moment, billions of tons of seawater converge from the ocean, cascading here, only to be crushed and decomposed under immense pressure into the most fundamental essence of water, which then disperses back into the cosmos. Such sea eyes are exceedingly rare across the three realms, with one located in each cardinal direction. Due to the nature of the sea eye, falling into it equates to enduring the full force of the ocean's might. Not even a mere golden immortal could hope to escape from such a predicament, let alone a legendary Deluo golden immortal. Had a flicker of despair ignited within Sun Wukong's heart. Had he traversed countless mountains and rivers merely to seek the path of immortality, only to find himself eternally suppressed in the depths of this eastern sea eye? At this moment, profound regret surged within him. Had he known this would be his fate, what folly had driven him to the eastern sea dragon palace? Was this not a self-imposed demise? A trace of scorn flickered in Ao Gu's eyes. Although Sun Wukong was entangled in myriad karmic debts, and even prior to his resurrection, he couldn't recklessly eliminate his opponent to avoid unnecessary complications. This did not imply he could not teach the monkey a lesson. Just as the Tathagata from the West had managed to suppress this monkey beneath the five elements mountain for centuries, he too could confine this unruly monkey within the sea eye to instill some discipline, imparting the lesson that the heavens are high and the earth is vast, and not everyone is worth provoking. Author's note. The fifth watch is presented. I seek encouragement for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 65. The Might of the Dragon God. Tremors among the heroes, how terrifying. This was the battlefield, 100 miles from the Dragon Palace. The three-headed insect, recently re-engaged in battle, could not suppress their trepidation and glanced downward once more. Clearly, they were utterly astonished by the terrifying might unleashed by Ao Gu. However, The reactions of the three were markedly different. Aoe and Bianzhuang were filled with ecstatic exhilaration, their spirits lifted. Although they were uncertain of the source of this formidable force, the undeniable majesty and dominance of the dragon's aura could not be faked. It could only emanate from a powerful dragon clan warrior. With such a formidable ally on their side, their confidence surged as they resumed their skirmish. In stark contrast, the three-headed insect felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping from within. If the previous terrifying aura was merely a fleeting illusion, the current overwhelming force, even more potent than before, made it abundantly clear that there was indeed a formidable dragon clan entity present. The overwhelming dragon aura, felt even from hundreds of miles away, was unmistakable and could not be deceived. Alarmed, he immediately resolved to retreat. He had only come at the behest of the Pink Demon King to gauge the dragon clan's strength, never intending to place himself in peril. The current display of might clearly indicated that the opponent's power far surpassed his own, suggesting an existence at least at the Deluo level. He had never imagined that such a powerful master lurked within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. If he did not flee now, would he remain to await his demise? Thus, he exerted all his strength to forcefully push aside Bianzhuang, stepping back to make his escape. However, at that moment, both Bianzhuang and Aoe were invigorated. "You, three-headed insect, where do you think you're going?" Bianzhuang, who had been on the periphery of the battle, keenly sensed the insect's intent to flee and immediately lunged forward with a spear, pressing the attack and forcing the three-headed insect to parry, thus delaying its retreat. This brief hesitation allowed Bianzhuang, who had been pushed back, to seize the opportunity. "You ugly creature, despite your looks, you harbor grand ambitions. Trying to escape? Have you consulted with your esteemed Bien Lord?" With that, he leapt forward, joining forces with Aoe to once again block the three-headed insect's path. Bolstered by the presence of allies, Bianzhuang and Aoe felt emboldened, unleashing their full might to ensnare the three-headed insect. Bianzhuang wielded his nine-toothed rake with ferocity, pursuing the insect relentlessly, while Aoe, not to be outdone, brandished his dragon spear with lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Had they allowed the three-headed insect to escape earlier, it might have been forgivable, but now, with reinforcements at hand and their chances of victory at an all-time high, they were unwilling to let this formidable foe slip away so easily. Far away, hundreds of miles distant, the Eastern Sea Dragon King was equally astonished. He gazed in disbelief towards the direction from which the terrifying aura emanated, his mind filled with questions and exclamations. Though he could not discern the specific scene, the overwhelming force that radiated from that direction made him tremble. Moreover, the unmistakable, desperate cries of Sun Wukong hinted at the unfolding calamity. Though he could not witness the monkey's plight, the sound alone allowed him to piece together the situation. Yet, he felt no sympathy. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration and gratification, instinctively clenching his fists, nearly unable to restrain himself from celebrating. "That damned monkey! How delightful! Serves you right for your arrogance. Let us see you flaunt your bravado now." As everyone present contemplated their thoughts, the unfortunate Sun Wukong was on the brink of being thoroughly subdued in the sea when Aoe, who had maintained a composed demeanor, suddenly changed expression, sharply turning to gaze towards the west. Chapter 66. Entangled Fate. The Bodhi Master takes action in the West Bulhujo, amidst a picturesque peak and a serene, secluded. There lay a cave, dwelling surrounded by ethereal grasses and spirit moss. This was the very place where Sun Wukong had once sought enlightenment, learning the ways of the immortal. Ling Tai Fong, Cun Mountain. The Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. Within the cave, the venerable Bodhi Master, with his youthful visage and ethereal presence, sat upon a jade platform, imparting wisdom to dozens of disciples. Yet as he spoke, an inexplicable unease washed over him, a foreboding sense that something untoward was about to unfold. This caused his heart to skip a beat. For one of his cultivation level, who had achieved unity with the heavens, any subtle disturbance within the heart signified a response from the celestial realm. He abruptly ceased speaking, closing his eyes amidst the astonished gazes of his disciples. As he attuned his heart, The image of Sun Wukong falling into the sea, filled with terror and despair, materialized in his mind, who had suddenly laid hands on his pupil. The Bodhi master was taken aback, his countenance shifting. That monkey was the linchpin of his long-laid plans, who had dared to intervene and disrupt his schemes. In the next instant, his gaze pierced through the void, landing upon a noble and imposing figure within the sea, one that bore a hint of familiarity. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an unmistakable flicker of anger. How dare a mere Deluo golden immortal thwart his ambitions? Such audacity was simply reckless. In an instant, he raised his hand to seize the whisk nearby, flinging it toward the direction of the East Sea. The whisk transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring forth at that moment. Augu, deep within the East Sea trench, suddenly changed countenance, turning his head in response. In the next heartbeat, a colossal whisk seemed to transcend countless miles of void, radiating boundless spiritual light as it descended upon the seabed of the East Sea. Instantly, waves surged upward, and the hearts of all beings beneath the sea became weighed down, as if a 1,000-pound boulder had suddenly been thrust upon them, inducing a profound sense of panic and dread, as if they were on the verge of being crushed. Standing beside Augu, the Dragon King of the East Sea felt this pressure even more acutely. It was as if the entire void were collapsing upon them, rendering him rigid and trembling, unable to move even a finger. In that moment, Augu's mind went blank, left to watch helplessly as the terrifying, enormous whisk descended upon him like a consuming force of divine might. How audacious! A flicker of rage flashed in Augu's eyes. He disregarded the need to suppress Sun Wukong and reached for Augu Guan, snatching the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag from his grasp. With a fierce sweep of the flag against the overwhelming descent of the whisk, the old Dragon King bellowed, summoning his magical power to wield the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag, which billowed forth like a tempest. Boom! In that instant, the sea trembled, and all dragonkind throughout the realm felt a jolt in their hearts, as if some force had stirred the very pride deep within their bloodline. Simultaneously, a mighty force, intimately connected to the fate of the dragon lineage, surged across the void, descending upon the unfurling flag. This caused the heavens to quake, and, as the great flag swept through the air, it obscured the sky like a vast canopy, charging toward the colossal shadow of the whisk, liberating the overwhelming power of dragonkind. The two terrifying forces collided, locking in a stalemate amidst the boundless East Sea. Before erupting with a cataclysmic force, the void twisted and shook, and the heavens and earth were thrown into chaos, as the seabed of the East Sea surged with tumultuous waves. Amidst this terrifying upheaval, Augu stepped back, yet the whisk that had descended from the void was also forcefully swept back along its original path, disappearing into the ether as a fleeting light. Chapter 67. The Shock of Bodhi. The escape of the monkey worm in the Lingtai Square Inch Mountain, within the slanted moon 3-star cave. The Bodhi patriarch let out a soft exclamation as he caught the returning whisk, his figure swaying slightly, causing the jade platform beneath him to tremble. The hint of surprise flickered across his face. He then gazed deeply toward the East Sea, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. So the Dragon Clan possesses such methods? Haha, after all these years, I have truly underestimated you. I had originally thought that with his cultivation, teaching a lesson to a Deluo would be effortless. Yet unexpectedly, this suddenly emerging Deluo from the Dragon Clan possesses such capabilities, managing to hold his own in combat, though it remains true that he acted from a distance and could not unleash his full strength. Moreover, the treasure flag capable of commanding the dragon's fate contributed significantly, its power exceeding my expectations and calculations. However, regardless of the circumstances, being able to withstand a strike from a full-fledged quasi-saint with Deluo cultivation is indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, the Bodhi patriarch smiled faintly, pondering, no matter how strong, this is no longer the era of the Dragon Clan. Even if one Deluo golden immortal were to emerge, or even 10 or 100 more, they would still be unable to overturn the heavens. Accepting their fate would be wise. Those who dare defy the will of heaven will naturally face retribution. With a shake of his head, he shifted his focus back to the bewildered disciples below, resuming his teachings. Meanwhile, at the seabed of the East Sea, Augu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he cast a deep glance westward, as if he could see through countless miles of void to the figure of the immortal with an otherworldly demeanor seated in Lingtai's square Inch Mountain. The Bodhi Patriarch, you say? Augu chuckled coldly, already forming a conjecture in his heart. Although the Western Bulhajo is a mixed bag, rife with strong individuals, true powers are exceedingly few, aside from the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain. There are hardly any. Connecting this to the appearance and methods of the other party, it is not difficult to deduce. However, now is not the time for a complete confrontation, since the opponent has retreated. He cannot pursue to Lingtai's square Inch Mountain. Not to mention that his true body has yet to be resurrected. Even with this second primordial spirit, pursuing there would not guarantee an advantage. Nor is it necessary at present. This debt can be set aside for now. There will be a time for reckoning in the future. Withdrawing his gaze, he redirected his attention to Sun Wukong, only to be astonished to find that the monkey had vanished without a trace. It turns out that clever as he is, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity during Augu's engagement with the Bodhi Patriarch, utilizing the moment of distraction to escape through the CEI, making a beeline back to Flower Fruit Mountain without a backward glance. This left Augu feeling quite vexed. With a flicker of thought, his powerful divine consciousness spread forth, scanning the heavens and earth above the Dragon Palace, that he recalled that when he first emerged from the Ancestral Dragon abyss, there had seemed to be a battle occurring. Yet as he probed with his consciousness, he discovered that the conflict had inexplicably concluded, leaving only Bianzhuang and Aoi, both with looks of regret for having been unable to catch up, alongside a bloodied bird's head dangling from Bianzhuang's rake. Where, then, were the others? It turned out that the nine-headed worm, sensing an unfavorable turn of events, realized that if he continued to be entangled with Bianzhuang and Aoi, his life would truly be forfeit in the East Sea. Thus, he gritted his teeth and, with a fierce determination, endured a brutal blow from Bianzhuang, forcing his way out of their grasp, revealing his true form to escape the battlefield. For this, he even sacrificed one of his heads, severed by Bianzhuang. Yet the nine-headed worm, being exceptionally gifted and endowed with 9 heads, possessed a vitality far greater than that of ordinary celestial beings or demons. Were it another monster, such a blow would have been fatal. Nonetheless, this outcome left Augu feeling displeased. While some fled and others escaped, he found no hapless victim to vent his frustrations upon. The remaining matters were left for you to handle. Augu tossed the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag back into the Dragon King's arms with irritation, casually instructing him, before snorting softly and transforming into a streak of light, making his way back to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Chapter 68. The North Sea's Fury. Turbulence resurfaces on the fringes of the East Sea. The nine-headed worm was fleeing northward with a sinister expression. Although he had reverted to his singular form, a wound continuously oozing blood marred his neck, rendering his already difficult visage even more horrifying. Tianpeng, Dragon Clan, you shall wait, the nine-headed worm muttered through gritted teeth as he sped away. Reflecting on the encounter, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Had he not escaped decisively, he might have truly lost his life in the East Sea. Yet soon after, an overwhelming rage and bitterness consumed him. Though he had escaped with his life, the price was nothing short of devastating. He had lost a head, a being of ancient bloodline. Each head represented a unique divine ability, a portion of innate vitality. Losing a head meant the irrevocable loss of that innate power, a permanent reduction of 1/9 of his life essence. It cannot be said that losing a head equates to losing a life. Yet it is akin to losing 1/9 of it. How could he not be heartbroken, filled with boundless resentment? Only resentment lingered in his heart, yet his pace was relentless, and in a mere moment, he had already reached the borders of the North Sea. Suddenly, a tremor of vitality surged through the air, accompanied by distant cries of battle echoing from afar. Instinctively, the nine-headed bug cast his gaze in that direction, only to behold a fierce conflict unfolding hundreds of miles away. One faction in this skirmish was a group of demon soldiers and generals, distinctly adorned with the features of various seabirds. In stark contrast, the opposing side comprised a formidable army of aquatic creatures, a mlang of fish, shrimp, and sea beasts. Call this a battle would be an understatement. It was more accurately described as a one-sided massacre. The avian demons, not only outnumbered but also appearing as a disorganized rabble, fought without any semblance of strategy. Conversely, the aquatic army boasted a significant numerical advantage, coupled with rigorous training and impeccable coordination. Under the command of a golden immortal whale general, they methodically annihilated the avian forces. The surface of the sea was littered with corpses, both avian and aquatic, though the former predominated, clearly having fallen victim to the relentless onslaught of the waterborne troops. The avian demons were acutely aware of their dire predicament and frequently attempted to break free, yet they remained firmly ensnared by the aquatic forces, unable to escape, and helplessly wit-Nessie, however. At that very moment, the monstrous eight-headed bird suddenly folded its wings, its form transforming to reveal an ugly young man wielding a crescent-shaped spade. The nine-headed insect was neither deaf nor blind. And naturally, Ao Shun was instantly aware of his presence. How could he possibly allow such a sneak attack? Nine-headed insect, it's you. Upon recognizing the grotesque visage of the young man, the Dragon King of the North Sea's pupils constricted, and his expression tightened involuntarily. Unlike his elder brother Ao Wang, the North Sea Dragon Palace, due to its proximity to the northern underworld, had frequently encountered disputes with the Sorcerer S Mansion and thus had some understanding of its key figures. Previously, when the nine-headed insect had lost a head to Bian Zhuang, his true form only retained 8 heads, so the North Sea Dragon King had not immediately associated him with that. After all, there were many bizarre creatures among the 3 realms, and he was not the only one with multiple heads. Yet now, as the nine-headed insect revealed his human form, the North Sea Dragon King instantly recognized him. "It is indeed I." The nine-headed insect grinned savagely, leaping toward the North Sea Dragon King. "Let me send you to the Yellow Springs. Remember not to misname your killer in the underworld. Your slayer is the nine-headed king." In the next moment, a colossal spade shadow descended upon the North Sea Dragon King. "Your Majesty." The remaining aquatic soldiers could not help but exclaim in shock. They had not anticipated that this fiend would be so utterly deranged, not only attacking them, but also daring to strike at their Dragon King. Yet, in the eyes of the nine-headed insect, a glimmer of ferocity and madness flickered, having suffered such a great loss in the East Sea Dragon Palace. How could mere shrimp and crab soldiers possibly satiate his appetite? If he was to kill, it should be a significant target. Only thus could he make the Dragon Clan feel profound anguish and slightly alleviate his pent-up resentment. Good courage. The North Sea Dragon King's eyes blazed with fury as he unsheathed the Xianyuan sword at his waist. It was one thing for his soldiers to be slaughtered. Now they dared to attack him directly, truly believing they had him at their mercy. In the next moment, a pitch-black flash of light illuminated the heavens and earth, as if lightning had rent the sky, fearlessly cleaving towards the nine-headed insect. The sword light emerged like a black dragon surging from the sea, imbued with a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing everything. In an instant, the land was encased in ice, snow began to fall, and the turbulent sea was instantaneously solidified. The myriad beings present felt as though they had been frozen in that moment. However, this stillness was shattered in the next instant, with a thunderous clash. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, wreaking havoc in all directions. Everything that had just been frozen was now split apart and shattered, transforming into a flurry of ice and snow. The aquatic beings present seemed to return from the frigid abyss to the realm of the living. They then beheld the 2 figures glaring at each other once more. Well, I had never realized before how treacherous your Dragon Clan truly is. Feeling the lingering chill within him, the nine-headed insect cast a suspicious glance at the North Sea Dragon King, unable to suppress a cold, furious laugh, while his gaze inadvertently swept towards the imposing Xianyuan sword in the opponent's hand. People often say that a soldier's worth is recognized after 3 days. Originally, the Sorcerer S Mansion and the North Sea Dragon Palace were neighbors, and they had naturally gathered intelligence on the North Sea Dragon Palace. Thus, the Sorcerer S Mansion was well aware of the strength of the North Sea Dragon King and the entire North Sea Dragon Palace. Unlike the obscurity surrounding the East Sea Dragon Palace, a senior figure in the Sorcerer S Mansion, the nine-headed insect was particularly cognizant of this. The reason he had struck first was due to his confidence in easily overpowering the North Sea Dragon King. Yet, to his astonishment, upon actual confrontation, the opponent provided him with a significant surprise. Not only was the North Sea Dragon King's cultivation evidently higher than he had anticipated, though still inferior to his own, the gap between them was nowhere near as vast as he had imagined. Moreover, the opponent wielded such a formidable cold attribute spiritual weapon. Consequently, not only did he fail to achieve the crushing effect he had hoped for, but he also suffered an unexpected setback due to his lack of vigilance. This ignited a profound hatred within him. Why were these dragon clans so treacherous? The East Sea Dragon King was like this, and now the North Sea Dragon King as well, clearly possessing strength, yet feigning weakness, pretending to be an easy target. If the North Sea Dragon King were to learn of the nine-headed insect's thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry foul. How could he be accused of feigning weakness? He had genuinely been timid. It was not unreasonable to say he was a poor man suddenly striking it rich, but to claim he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was excessive. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the excitement in his heart. Had it been before, facing such a high-ranking figure from the Sorcerer's Mansion, he likely would not have dared to confront him, for he knew his own limitations all too well. With his meager strength, if he were to challenge the Sorcerer's Mansion, it could only lead to his own downfall. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his rebellious son Ao Jiao to frolic outside for so many years. Did he truly believe that with the ancient dragon clan's profound heritage, they could not deal with a traitorous scion, even if he himself was not a match for that rebellious son? The vast dragon clan was not solely comprised of him, Ao Shun. If one-on-one combat was ineffective, could they not resort to a collective effort? It was not that he was unaware that the rebellious son had become an undercover agent for the Sorcerer's Mansion. Any move against him would inevitably expose the latter's influence, likely bringing insurmountable troubles to the North Sea Dragon Palace and the entire dragon clan. Thus, he had chosen to feign ignorance and remain silent. But now, things are different, with the ancestors' bestowed elixir aiding him. Not only had he broken through the long-standing bottleneck over the past few months, advancing to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, but he also possessed two top-tier spiritual treasures, elevating his strength manifold. As one's stature rises, confidence naturally follows. Moreover, the Dragon Clan now had the impending revival of their formidable ancestor as a colossal support. At this moment, not only could he confront the nine-headed insect, but even if the young master of the northern underworld, Peng Mo Wang, arrived, he would not hesitate to strike. And indeed, it had been proven that even though the nine-headed insect had a higher cultivation, with the support of powerful spiritual treasures, he was not without the strength to fight back. It is worth noting that unlike the East Sea Dragon King, who had yet to fully refine the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag, the North Sea Dragon King's two spiritual treasures, though not as high in grade as the Supreme Treasure, were significantly easier to refine. Now, Ao Shun could essentially wield both treasures with considerable proficiency, unleashing most of their potential in this regard. The enhancement provided by the spiritual treasures to his strength was even greater than that of his elder brother, who possessed a supreme treasure. This further bolstered the North Sea Dragon King's confidence. Without further ado, you vile creature, prepare to meet your end. Feeling the boiling blood and energy within him slightly calming, Shun let out a long howl and once more swung his sword forward, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows towards the nine-headed insect. At this juncture, both sides were already locked in a battle to the death. Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, aiming to eliminate him swiftly. It seemed that unless a blood-soaked lesson was imparted, these crawlers would truly take him for a soft persimmon. The nine-headed insect, furious yet laughing, revealed his most formidable form. Author's note: thanks to Qian Yulongcheng, the Eternal Dragon King, a strong girl keeps the boys in bed. 7 sins. Envy, user 716476639, user 41301294, G Jiuan, and those who support with likes and love. 2 chapters will be updated in the morning, with the rest still being written. They should be available by mid-afternoon. Chapter 72, The Outburst of the Nine-Headed Insect, the Roar of the Resentful Rich Boom. In the next moment, the nine-headed insect's grotesque, hideous face suddenly split apart, causing his entire head to fracture and grow, instantly dividing from one head into 8. This elicited gasps of horror from everyone present. What had once been merely an ugly appearance, now transformed into a terrifying sight of multiple heads atop his shoulders, capable of frightening the timid into unconsciousness. Alongside this transformation, the 9-headed insect's aura surged violently, advancing a half-step beyond the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, his presence nearly reaching the pinnacle of that realm, tightening the hearts of all who beheld him, filling them with trepidation. As he unlocked his battle form, the 9-headed insect's formidable power surged forth, swiftly suppressing and expelling the cold energy that had invaded his body. Then, gazing at the approaching North Sea Dragon King, whose face bore a striking resemblance to that of the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, a detestable expression that made his blood boil. He felt the scar on his neck from the severed head throb painfully. In an instant, both new and old grievances flooded his heart. You wretched crawlers, today I shall start with your demise. A terrifying killing intent flashed in all 8 eyes, filled with malice and brutality, as the 9-headed insect roared and swung the divine weapon, the crescent spade, fiercely towards the North Sea Dragon King. Boom, boom, boom! With a thunderous roar, the two combatants clashed once more. In an instant, tumultuous waves surged forth, accompanied by a whirlwind of mist and water, which swiftly crystallized into ice, cascading down like frozen shards, under the terrifying chill emitted by the Xianlong sword. Not only was the sea once again encased in ice, but the vaporous moisture swirling between heaven and earth also solidified, transforming into a breathtaking snowfall of ice crystals that fell gracefully. Exuding a deadly coldness, merely brushing against it could freeze one to the bone, potentially leading to a swift demise. The remaining warriors of the Dragon Palace, along with nearby aquatic beings, could not help but turn pale, hastily seeking refuge, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Meanwhile, the North Sea Dragon King found himself in a dire predicament. From the moment the battle commenced, he sensed something amiss. The grotesquely transformed Jiu Tu Chong was far more ferocious than before, exhibiting a combat prowess that seemed to have doubled. This unforeseen turn of events immediately placed the North Sea Dragon King at a disadvantage, and this was merely the beginning. The frenzied Jiu Tu Chong unleashed all the pent-up fury from his defeat in the East Sea upon the North Sea Dragon King. Wielding his crescent blade with the ferocity of a racing chariot, he unleashed a relentless torrent of attacks, forcing the North Sea Dragon King to retreat, his complexion paling as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Soon he found himself unable to hold his ground, feeling as though his very essence was being shattered, and nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Summoning all his strength, he momentarily pushed Jiu Tu Chong back, hastily consuming a healing elixir to replenish his vitality before steeling himself for renewed combat. Yet, this only served to incite the Jiu Tu Chong further. If you possess the capability, then face this king with your true strength. Is it not mere ostentation to flaunt treasures and pills, showcasing your Dragon Clan's riches? You pitiful wretch, do you think that with your magical artifacts and elixirs you can contend with a true powerhouse? Die, die, die! Accompanied by the Jiu Tu Chong's frenzied howls, countless afterimages darkened the skies, tearing through the void like a meteor shower, descending with a deafening roar, a primal scream of a vengeful creature. Boom! 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 The North Sea Dragon King was relentlessly pushed back, blood surging within him, while the ferocity of Jiu Tu Chong's assault remained as torrential as a mountain flood, offering no respite, leaving him no chance to recover. In truth, the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. Even with the aid of magical treasures and elixirs, it was insufficient to bridge the gap that moment. The remaining soldiers of the Dragon Palace recognized the dire situation, their hearts aflame with anxiety. However, having previously retreated too far to avoid collateral damage, they now found it too late to offer assistance, and given the intensity of the battle, they were mere bystanders, unable to intervene. Some fervent souls attempted to rush forward to protect their king. But before they could approach, the residual energy of the battle was enough to tear them apart, rendering them incapable of getting close. Just then, a thunderous crash resonated through the air, The North Sea Dragon King could no longer withstand the Jiutu Chang's ferocious assault. His Xianlong sword was knocked from his grasp, and the force of the blow sent him sprawling, blood spilling into the sea as his massive form was flung aside, revealing his true dragon form. All present were struck with horror, for they understood that being forced to revert to one's original form signified a grievous wound. This was not a trivial matter of life and death. Moreover, the Jiutu Chong was relentless. "Aoshuan, you wretched creature, prepare to meet your end." A cruel glint flashed in the Jiutu Chong's eyes as it lunged towards the North Sea Dragon King, swinging its divine weapon. The crescent blade, downwards upon the still bloodied and fleeing figure of the North Sea Dragon King. Chapter 73. Turning the tide, ancestors bless, it was over. Witnessing this scene, the remaining soldiers of the Dragon Palace felt their hearts plummet into an abyss. If the Dragon King was already struggling in peak condition, how could he possibly withstand such an assault now that he was gravely injured, his very dragon form exposed? They envisioned the tragic demise of their king at the hands of these 8 monstrous fiends, and despair washed over them. "You vile beast, do you think you can slay me so easily?" Yet, unbeknownst to all, while everyone believed the North Sea Dragon King's demise was inevitable, a fierce light flickered in his eyes. In the very moment the Jiutu Chang's blade descended, he abruptly raised his massive claw, unleashing a radiant aurora that illuminated the heavens, momentarily blinding all present, stripping away their perception of color. Almost simultaneously, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated across the cosmos. As the world regained its hues, those who gazed upon the scene beheld the Jiutu Chong, now revealing its true form as an 8-headed giant bird, sporting a gaping wound that spewed forth blood like a fountain, transforming the surrounding waters into a vivid crimson cascade. At that moment, the Jiutu Chong, clearly too injured to continue the pursuit, flapped its wings and hastily retreated towards the northern horizon, leaving behind a venomous proclamation filled with hatred. "Aoshuan, you despicable insect, I shall avenge this grudge. I vow to eradicate every last one of your dragon kin, lest I, the Jiutu King, be unworthy of my title." Eradicate the dragon clan. Such grandiose words. Perhaps you should focus on preserving your own life first. The North Sea Dragon King forced a smile through his pain, summoning forth a radiant cone shimmering with ethereal light into his massive claw. It was the Aurora Cone, another innate treasure bestowed upon him by Ao Gu. Unlike the Xianlong sword, the Aurora Cone was a true concealed weapon. While its sustained output was far inferior to that of the Xianlong sword, its explosive potential surpassed it by leaps and bounds. This type of treasure relied on a sudden strike, often determining the victor in an instant. Success or failure was starkly defined, though it resembled a one-time deal. It was precisely this unpredictability that made such treasures exceedingly difficult to counter, especially upon first encounter. Essay result. Despite being severely pressed by the Jiutu Chong, the North Sea Dragon King had refrained from deploying this treasure, saving it as a trump card until the Jiutu Chong believed victory was assured and relaxed its guard. Indeed, the strike landed true, delivering a heavy blow to his adversary and orchestrating a dramatic counterattack. Of course, such a maneuver came at a steep price. While the Jiutu Chong's final blow was mitigated by the unexpected impact of the Aurora Cone, it still managed to land a significant portion of its force upon him, nearly cleaving his dragon form in two, coupled with his pre-existing injuries. This left him on the brink of death. Yet, it was a price worth paying. Without such a desperate gamble, how could he hope to triumph over a being of the Jiutu Chong's caliber? Though the outcome seemed somewhat hollow, it was more accurate to describe it as a mutual devastation, with a near-catastrophic risk of total annihilation. Your Majesty, how gravely are you injured?" At that moment, the remaining soldiers of the Dragon Palace finally came to their senses, rushing forward in a flurry, their anxious gazes fixed upon the North Sea Dragon King. While the Dragon King's remarkable turnaround had surprised them greatly, their joy was overshadowed by concern. Given the Dragon King's current pitiable state, he seemed perilously close to his final breath, leaving them in a state of disarray. Some of the most loyal were even on the verge of tears. It's nothing. However, the North Sea Dragon King merely waved his hand gently. He was neither mad nor rash, and he had the means to fight fiercely. Focusing his thoughts, he summoned forth the Panlong Tuanhai bottle, extracting a milky white elixir that exuded a rich fragrance of medicinal properties. Dragon Rebirth Pill. This lifeless dragon, with flesh and bones in disarray, still harbors a modicum of blood and flesh, and a trace of lingering soul. It is this extraordinary elixir that grants him the audacity to engage in a fierce struggle against the nine-headed insect. Subsequently, the dragon opened its maw, directly inhaling the elixir and swallowing it whole. The potent effects of the medicine immediately surged within its body, and the once nearly severed dragon form began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace to the astonishment of all who beheld. The dragon's body, which had been almost cleaved in two, rejoined seamlessly in but a breath, aside from a slight scar that remained. It appeared as though it had never been severed at all. All present, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and seen the same incredulity reflected on the faces of others, they might have doubted their own sanity. Fortunately, the ancestors had blessed them. The North Sea Dragon King silently expressed gratitude to his forebears. Although they were not present and did not require flattery, it must be acknowledged that without the divine elixirs bestowed by the ancestors, such a victory would have been unattainable. That he was not fighting alone, the author wishes to convey. Here, as the fourth update, with gratitude to user 371156141, Zian, Zaishenbang, and the charming Xiaokai for their likes and support. Chapter 74. The centipede, though dead, does not decay. How much more so a dragon? As his injuries healed remarkably, the North Sea Dragon King immediately channeled his magical power to regain his human form. He cast a lingering glance towards the northern horizon where the nine-headed insect had fled, and then gestured to his still dumbfounded subordinates. Gather the remains of our fallen soldiers, and then return to the palace at once to prepare for defense. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sea. Hastening back to the Dragon Palace, he was acutely aware that this ordeal was far from over, having inflicted such grievous harm upon the nine-headed insect. The North Sea Monster Master would undoubtedly seek retribution. The true troubles lay ahead. The other members of the Dragon Palace, witnessing this, dared not delay. After swiftly collecting their troops and clearing the battlefield, they too made their way back to the Dragon Palace. Just after the North Sea Dragon King and his retinue had departed, three figures suddenly materialized in the now desolate battlefield. The foremost was a middle-aged emperor adorned with a crown of 9 dragons. Clad in a dark imperial robe, his visage commanding and his brows imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Flanking him were 2 fully armored celestial generals, standing resolutely at his sides. Had the North Sea Dragon King still been present, he would have been utterly astonished, for he was well acquainted with these 3 figures. The middle-aged emperor was none other than the northward true martial emperor, appointed by the heavenly court to safeguard the northern celestial realm. The other 2 were his trusted aides, the turtle and snake generals. The true martial emperor, also known as the Xuanwu Emperor, the North Pole true martial Xintian Emperor, and the 9 heavens true martial demon-vanquishing celestial lord, was one of the 4 sacred beings of the heavenly court, and possessed the most profound cultivation among them. He had garnered significant merit for vanquishing demons, earning the title of North Pole true martial Xintian Emperor, and was revered in the heavenly court, ranking just below the 3 purity and 4 sovereigns, almost on par with the 5 elders. His primary duty was to guard the northern celestial realm, exerting pressure over the northern domain, meaning the entire North Sea fell under his jurisdiction. Thus, the North Sea Dragon King had frequently interacted with him and his aides in the past. Little did he realize that these 3 had remained hidden in the shadows. "What do you think of the departing Dragon Palace?" the true martial emperor suddenly inquired, his questions seemingly lacking context. However, the turtle and snake generals, long accustomed to serving under him, understood his intent. They exchanged glances. And it was the snake general who spoke first. "My lord, are you perhaps overthinking this? The dragon clan has languished for years and is no longer what it once was. What great waves can they possibly stir?" He continued, "However, I must admit, their hoard is quite remarkable. They possess an astonishing amount of treasures, showcasing top-tier spiritual artifacts and elixirs that make me envious." Due to historical circumstances, the heavenly court had always viewed the dragon clan with both utility and suspicion, employing and suppressing them in equal measure. Even though the Dragon Clan had remained compliant over the years, they had never fully dispelled the upper echelon's doubts about them. Yet now, in their weakened state, nearly reduced to a laughingstock among the three realms, was there truly a need for such vigilance? Nonetheless, the treasures of the Dragon Palace were undeniably abundant. Oshun, who had not even reached the pinnacle of the Tai realm, could casually produce such impressive artifacts and supreme elixirs, managing to defeat and drive away the nine-headed insect, who was seemingly stronger than the snake general, merely through the use of medicines and treasures. Was this truly a victory? It was as if he had bought off his opponent with riches. The Xian Turtle General remained silent for a moment before succinctly stating, "Squandering resources is unwise. They are not being honest. We should press them further." However, the other two, being his old comrades and superiors, were well aware of his terse manner of speaking and understood his meaning. The Dragon Clan had hoarded such treasures in secrecy, clearly harboring their own intentions. They should be given opportunities to be tested further. Moreover, the powerful artifacts in the hands of the Dragon Clan were being wasted. "You two," the true martial emperor remarked, glancing at his subordinates, shaking his head gently without saying more. Though their opinions differed slightly, they could not conceal their disdain for the Dragon Clan. Ultimately, their late enlightenment regarding the matter stemmed from having never witnessed the Dragon Clan's former splendor. Had they encountered those ancients who lived through the grandeur of the Dragon Clan, they would likely not harbor such sentiments. Look at those ancient powerhouses who have survived from the primordial era to this day. Each of them retains a measure of caution and vigilance towards the Dragon Clan. Even if the Dragon Clan has now declined to such a pitiful state, reduced to being bullied like swine and dogs. They were once a formidable race that had birthed countless powerful beings and had even contended for dominion over the heavens. Who knows how many hidden cards and treasures they still possess? Just like the North Sea Dragon Palace, which, despite being the weakest among the four seas, could still unleash such latent power at a critical moment. What are the other three Dragon Palaces, such ancient clans, rich in heritage, remain unpredictable as long as they have not been entirely eradicated? They must not be underestimated. The centipede, though dead, does not decay. How much more so a dragon? Chapter 75. This is far too precarious. Brother Gio, what has happened to you? In the North Sea, within the Monster Masteress residence, the Pung Demon King stared, astonished at the pitiful state of the nine-headed insect that I merely sent you to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to probe their depths. How did it come to this? The nine-headed insect could not help but cast a resentful glare his way. That I am in such a state of injury. Shouldn't you be rushing to provide aid instead of wasting time with words? Do you think I have the strength to answer your questions? My priority is to save Brother Wong. Realizing his oversight, the Pung Demon King quickly replied, Brother Gio, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he transformed into a flash of light and departed. After a brief interval, he returned, holding a Xianbing jade box. In his hand, he opened the box, revealing a crimson golden elixir, which he then presented to the nine-headed insect. Brother Gio, this is a heavenly reversal elixir treasured by my father. Please use it. Heavenly reversal elixir. The nine-headed bug's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement, as he perceived this to be the sole fortunate occurrence he had encountered in recent times. The Huangtian Reverse Life Pill is a legendary elixir unique to the ancient demon clan's celestial court, reputedly concocted by the ancient celestial emperor in preparation for the battle against the witch clan during the cataclysmic war of witch and demon. This miraculous potion possesses the extraordinary ability to revive the deceased. As long as there remains a flicker of life, or even the faintest trace of a soul yet to dissipate, it can resurrect an individual from the depths of the Nine Nether and the Yellow Springs. It stands as one of the most formidable spiritual pills from the era of the ancient celestial sovereigns. Its renown not significantly less than that of today's 9-transformation golden pill. However, the quantity of this elixir was initially limited, and after the devastation of the war of witch and demon, its existence has dwindled to near extinction, gradually fading from collective memory. The nine-headed bug, owing to his profound lineage, his father being a remnant of the ancient demon celestial court, was privy to this knowledge. Though he had only heard fleeting mentions from his father and had never laid eyes on the actual pill, he was astounded to discover that the Pung Demon King possessed one. Yet, upon reflection, it is hardly surprising. After all, his father, the Kunpeng Demon Master, was the sole survivor among the ancient celestial court's formidable figures, and it is said that a significant portion of the ancient court's remaining treasures was appropriated by him. Backed by such a father, one could hardly expect a modest fortune. Though possessing this Huangtian reverse life pill would not fully compensate for his recent losses, it would undoubtedly save his life and spare him centuries of recuperation. Contemplating this, the nine-headed bug did not hesitate to seize the elixir with fervor and consume it without delay. Other matters could wait. Saving his life took precedence. Witnessing this scene, the Punk Demon King's gaze flickered, a hint of inscrutable amusement crossing his eyes. In due time, the efficacy of the Huangtian reverse life pill proved to be worthy of its illustrious reputation. Mere hours later, the nine-headed bug had completely recuperated from the brink of death. Although he had not yet fully healed, he had regained a considerable degree of vitality, and it was estimated that after a few more days of rest, once his body had thoroughly assimilated the residual potency of the pill, he would be entirely restored. Brother Nine, you have yet to inform me of the circumstances surrounding your grievous injury. Who was it that inflicted such harm upon you? Only then did the Punk Demon King have the opportunity to inquire further from the nine-headed bug. Those despicable dragon kin are truly insidious. I shall see to their demise. Upon being questioned about the matter, the nine-headed bug's fury ignited, his teeth gritting in rage, his visage reflecting a desire for vengeance. He proceeded to recount in detail the harrowing events that transpired during his visit to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The Dragon Clan possesses such formidable strength. The Punk Demon King was taken aback. Having surmised previously that the Dragon Clan's capabilities were likely more complex than they appeared. Otherwise, the Jiao Demon King would not have perished so quietly within the Dragon Palace. However, upon hearing the nine-headed bug's account, he could not help but feel his heart racing in disbelief. Were it not for the nine-headed bug's pitiful state before him, he might have doubted the veracity of the tale. Who could have imagined that the Dragon Clan, long perceived as cowardly and easily bullied, harbored such immense strength, even possessing formidable experts among their ranks. Despite their capabilities, they had feigned humility for so many years. How utterly cunning. The author wishes to express gratitude to Ziyang, Jia Tianbang, Feng Lu Xiao Kai, Wangulong Wang, Pai, Beiming Mou, Jia Tianbang Jia Shun, user 37907482, Hun Dun Shijia, Zhang Tiandi, user 18204159, SCP 05-07, G, and the supporters of the divine artifact Ling Shan for their encouragement and affection. And to thank Zhao Viyixian for the invitation to climb the mountains. Chapter 76. An order from the Demon Master, Gathering of Demons in the North Sea. Why has the Dragon Clan acted in such a manner? After the initial shock, a profound sense of bewilderment arose within the Pung Demon King. This behavior defied all reason. Though the concept of cunning may seem straightforward, its execution is fraught with challenges. Particularly for a vast and influential group like the Dragon Clan, with countless members and interests intertwined across the three realms. The effort required to maintain such a fade is nothing short of staggering. Moreover, what could be the motive behind the Dragon Clan's concealment of their strength? Having the capacity to assert themselves, why have they endured humiliation for so many years? What astonishing schemes lie hidden beneath their facade? Surely, it cannot simply be a case of masochism. Brother Nine, you should return to recuperate. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. I will not allow your bloodshed to be in vain. After much contemplation, the Pung Demon King could find no clarity and decided it prudent to consult with his father deity before proceeding further. After offering kind reassurances to expedite the nine-headed bug's departure, he quietly left the Demon Master's residence and journeyed to the depths of the North Sea. A mere half-day later, he returned to the Demon Master's residence, brimming with renewed confidence. Shortly thereafter, an order from the Demon Master was issued. The so-called Demon Master's decree originally referred to the edicts of the Kunpeng. During the era of the ancient Demon Clan Celestial Court, the Kunpeng was one of the three supreme leaders. Second only to the Celestial Emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, revered as the master of all demons. Thus, apart from the supreme edicts of Dijun, the Eastern Emperor's decrees and the Kunpeng's Demon Master's orders held equal weight. After the ancient celestial court's downfall, the Kuanping seized the remnants of the court and returned to the North Sea, establishing the Demon Master's residence and becoming its inaugural leader. Henceforth, the decree of the residence was known as the Demon Master's decree. Even after the Kuanping's retirement and the transition of leadership to his son, the Peng Demon King, this designation persisted. However, although the Peng Demon King had effectively inherited the authority of the Demon Master's residence, he was acutely aware that his standing and influence paled in comparison to that of his father. Therefore, he had not formally assumed the title of leader and continued to present himself as the young master, seldom issuing the leader's decrees. This was only the second instance since his ascension to power. The first occurred when he initially took command of the Demon Master's residence. The Peng Demon King understood that while he wielded actual control over the residence, such authority was primarily derived from his father, the Kuanping. Unless he could consistently call upon his father for support, this authority would diminish with each use, and thus, it must not be wielded lightly. Yet precisely because of this, the issuance of the Demon Master's decree immediately stirred tumult across the three realms. In the farthest reaches of the Western Sea, a streak of luminous energy surged forth, seemingly drawn by an invisible hand, plunging directly into an unfathomably deep, dark abyss within the ocean's depths. Accompanied by a soft gasp, the dim cavern suddenly illuminated as if several bright lamps had ignited, casting light upon the previously shadowy space. Strangely, these lamps flickered to life in pairs, radiating a chilling green hue that bathed the entire cavern in an eerie glow. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding emanated from within, causing all marine life within 100 miles to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, unable to suppress a shudder of dread. What on earth has transpired to prompt the issuance of the Demon Master's decree? Immediately, the ocean trench trembled with a thunderous roar as a colossal figure shot forth from the cavern, landing outside. A gigantic toad, as massive as a mountain. This creature spanned several miles in circumference, its four legs resembling towering pillars, glistening in a pitch-black hue that sparkled with a translucent sheen, akin to a carving of obsidian jade. Notably, on either side of its head, 3 emerald-green eyes, reminiscent of enormous lanterns, were closely clustered together, forming a larger triangular eye that bore a striking resemblance to the compound eyes of many insects, albeit with significantly fewer facets. They blinked rhythmically, radiating an enchanting glow to eye in an instant. The immense toad's form shimmered and transformed into a plump man clad in a flowing azure robe. With a stomp of his foot, he morphed into a streak of light, darting away toward the northeast. In the west Neo-Hezhou, within a Daoist temple that resembled an opulent palace, a throng of elegantly dressed maidens, who bore no semblance to ascetics, flitted about, carrying an array of exquisite wines, delicacies, and ethereal fruits to the most lavish chamber in the temple's inner courtyard. The air was filled with melodious celestial music and the sounds of flirtation between men and women. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the distant horizon, plunging directly into the temple and into the grand hall. The music and laughter abruptly ceased. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged Daoist, adorned with a vibrant golden crown and clad in a black and yellow robe, with a fair and handsome visage, emerged from the hall. Wielding a jade talisman for communication, he stepped into the courtyard, and with a firm stomp, transformed into a golden streak, heading straight for the northern horizon. But a similar scene unfolded along the eastern coast. West of the North Sea, at the juncture of the northern Jilu continent, the southern Jambu continent, and the west Neo-Hezhou, with the issuance of a demonic master's decree, countless demons and otherworldly beings hidden across the three realms stirred into action. Converging toward the northern abyss. Chapter 77. Do those worthless fools dare to provoke the Demon Master's manner? Centuries have passed, and you made no progress in your cultivation. Have you? Have you been wallowing in the allure of cosmetics, rendering your bones as soft as butter? 6 pupils. Spare us your sarcastic remarks that you've merely made a slight advancement in your cultivation. It's not as if you've ascended to the realm of Deluo. You're still merely circling in the Tai realm. What is there to boast about? If it comes to a confrontation, the outcome is far from certain. All right, enough of your bickering. After all these years, Continue to engage in a pleasant reunion without resorting to quarrels? Do you not fear the ridicule of others? Within the Demon Master Manor, a gathering of powerful demons from various regions exchange pleasantries. Those with amicable relations jested and reminisced, while adversaries openly clashed in verbal sparring. Among them, the loudest voices belonged to 3 demon lords at the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Though they were all esteemed members of the Demon Master's Manor, they were usually dispersed across different territories, rarely encountering one another, and thus their relationships were not particularly close. Had it not been for the sudden issuance of the Demon Master's decree by the Pung Demon King, it is likely that they would not have met for several hundred or even thousands of years. That it is worth noting the structure of the Demon Master's Manor. Once a celestial master of the heavenly court and one of the 3 titans of the ancient celestial realm, Kunpeng's ambitions extended far beyond those of ordinary local demon kings. When he established the Demon Master's Manor, he laid a vast foundation, creating 5 halls and 7 armies. The 5 halls were the Hall of Frogs, Hall of Scales, Hall of Fur, Hall of Feathers, and Hall of Insects. The celestial realm comprises 5 immortals, representing the gods of heaven, earth, humans, and demons, alongside 5 creatures: frogs, scales, fur, feathers, and insects. Although termed insects, these creatures do not conform to the common understanding of the term. The frog insect encompasses amphibians and earthworms, skin-bared beings devoid of fur, including humans. The scaled insect refers to dragons, snakes, lizards, and fish. The furry insect pertains to terrestrial beasts. The feathered insect denotes avians. And the final category, the insect, encompasses various bugs and crustaceans. Hence, the 5 insects represent nearly all living beings in the world. The 5 halls of the Demon Master's Manor correspond to these celestial 5 insects. The 7 armies consist of 1 army subordinate to each hall, while the remaining 2 armies are the Northern Abyss Army, directly under the Demon Master's Manor, and the Demon God Guards, composed of selected elite personnel from various regions, specifically tasked with safeguarding the manor. From the outset, Kunpeng did not intend to merely secure a small territory. Rather, he aspired to supplant the disintegrating ancient heavenly court and establish a new sanctuary for demonkind within the 3 realms. Unfortunately, his noble aspirations were thwarted by subsequent events, preventing their realization. Aside from the successful formation of the Northern Abyss Army and the Demon God Guards, the remaining 5 halls were never fully established, as Kunpeng had to divert his attention elsewhere. However, the framework of the 5 halls remained intact. Kunpeng personally selected 5 ancient demon gods from the time of the heavenly court to preside over these halls, dispatching them to various regions for development. Over time, the hall leaders passed away, and their legacies were inherited by their offspring, leading to the evolution of the 5 secret branches of the Demon Master's Manor through generations. Though nominally a unified family under the Demon Master's Manor, in practice, each branch operated independently, with their relations ranging from amicable to adversarial. The current leaders of the 5 halls are the Hall of Frogs, presided over by the Sea Toad King, 6-pupil green-eyed toad, from the West Sea's Falling Soul Abyss. The Hall of Scales, led by the Jiao King from the North Sea's Jiao King Island. The Hall of Fur, ruled by the Black Wind King from the Black Wind Mountain in West Neo-Huzhou. The Hall of Feathers, governed by the Nine-Headed King from the Nine-Yin Mountain in northern Julu. And finally, the Hall of Insects, presided over by the Heavenly Centipede King, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, from the Yellow Flower Temple in West Neo-Huzhou. Among them, the Jiao King has perished, and the Nine-Headed King is recuperating, leaving the 6-eyed green-eyed toad, Black Wind Monster, and Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord present in the Grand Hall. Additionally, there are other demon lords of slightly lesser cultivation. They, too, are members who have secretly developed within the Demon Master's Manor over the years. Akin to the hall leaders, but their strength and seniority are inferior. Thus, their titles within the manor are of a lower rank, simply referred to as lords. These include the Bear Mountain Lord, Golden Snake Lord, Tiger Lord, Flying Crane Lord, Giant Elephant Lord, Fire Crow Lord, and the Mad Lion Lord, among 7 prominent demon lords. All are demon kings of the Tai realm, recognized as formidable figures in the present 3 realms. Yet in the presence of the 6-eyed green-eyed toad, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, and other pinnacle Tai demon kings, they seem somewhat diminished, hardly daring to speak above a whisper. 6-pupil, since you're nearby, Do you know why we were summoned by the issuance of the Demon Master's decree? The Fur Hall Lord, Black Wind Monster, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of the Hall of Frogs Lord, Six-Pupil Green-Eyed Toad. How would I know? Six-Pupil Green-Eyed Toad replied, shaking his head. For years, I have secluded myself in the falling soul abyss, immersing in arduous cultivation, and have had no contact with the outside world, that I possess no information. However, at that moment, he suddenly turned to a demon lord beside him, whose head was narrow and covered in serpentine scales. Little snake, your dwelling is by the North Sea, closest to the northern abyss. Have you heard any tidings? The golden snake lord, caught off guard by the question, soon realized that the gazes of others had turned toward him. Clearly intrigued, after a brief hesitation, he replied, I heard that the nine-headed king engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Palace of the North Sea a few days ago and seems to have suffered some losses. I wonder if it is related to this matter. The North Sea Dragon Palace? How could that be possible? The crowd instinctively shook their heads in disbelief. They were well aware of the current state of the Dragon Clan. It was widely regarded as a soft target, akin to a squishy dough to D.O. Those worthless fools dare to provoke the Demon Master's manner. Could they truly cause trouble for the nine-headed insect? Who is considered the strongest among them? Surely, this cannot be serious. Author's note. I extend my gratitude to user 33773125 for their likes, to Hii Shushi for their support, and to user 11024983 for their encouragement. Please continue to urge for updates and leave 5-star reviews. Chapter 78. A million-strong army emerges from the northern abyss. This is true. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out from outside the hall. The doors swung open, and a throng of figures rushed in, with the foremost being the Demon Master's Manor's young master, the current de facto ruler of the manor, the Pung Demon King. Beside him, several formidable demons of the same Tai realm trailed closely. Standing at his side was a pallid and grotesque man, none other than the master of the Feathered King Palace, Jiu Tu-Chong. Following closely behind them were three more demons: Haisha Jun, the commander of the North Underworld Army; Ilong Jun, the leader of the Demon God Guards; and Shui Mu Jun, the scout commander of the Demon Master Mansion. These three demons were on par with the 7 others who had gathered earlier, including Xiong Jun, Jinshi Jun, and Inhu Jun, all of whom were collectively known as the 10 demon lords of the Demon Master Mansion, a rank just below that of a young master, Peng Mo Wang, and the 5 palace masters. Their arrival signified that the pinnacle of the Demon Master Mansion's power had essentially coalesced. Jinshi Jun was correct, albeit not entirely comprehensive. The provocations from the Dragon Clan against our Demon Master Mansion extend beyond merely the incident involving my brother, Jiu Tu Wang. Peng Mo Wang remarked coldly. In fact, several months ago, the master of the Scale King Palace, Jiao Mo Wang, met an untimely demise within the East Sea Dragon Palace under mysterious circumstances. I was greatly astonished upon receiving this news to ascertain the true cause of Jiao Mo Wang's death. I even commissioned my brother, Jiu Tu Wang, to visit the East Sea Dragon Palace and negotiate with that old man Aogwang. However, to my shock, the East Sea Dragon Palace displayed audacity, refusing to surrender the culprit responsible for Jiao Mo Wang's death and instead entangle my brother with the Heavenly Court's Marshal Tian Peng as an accomplice, leading to a disadvantageous situation for Jiu Tu Wang, who had no choice but to retreat and report back to me. Little did we expect that in the North Sea, he would again be ambushed by that despicable North Sea Dragon King. Ao Shun S. Peng Mo Wang recounted the circumstances behind the issuance of the Demon Master Edict. Disbelief washed over the gathered demons. Jiu Tu-Chong was gravely injured, Jiao Mo Wang was dead, and all at the hands of the Dragon Clan. How could this be possible? Who among the 3 realms was unaware of the Dragon Clan's current position? Had they not already become a hollow shell? When had they regained such audacity and strength? It must be noted that both Jiao Mo Wang and Jiu Tu-Chong were experts at the pinnacle of the Tai realm, merely a step away from the Daoist Jinxian realm. Transcending the confines of the 3 realms, such prowess was not easily vanquished, let alone extinguished. Moreover, this was perpetrated by a Dragon Clan that had always portrayed itself as timid. How dare they? Yet, the assembled demons soon realized the gravity of the situation could not be dismissed. Peng Mo Wang would never jest about such matters, as it would undermine his own authority and that of the entire Demon Master Mansion, a folly he would never commit. Furthermore, their gaze drifted to Jiu Tuchong, whose pallid complexion indeed suggested he had recently suffered severe injuries or illness. Could it be that all of this was true? After the initial shock, anger surged within the hearts of the demons present. This matter could not simply be overlooked. At that moment, a sharp and furious voice pierced the air. It was none other than Kuan Wang, the master of the 100 Eyes demon. His words ignited the emotions of the other demons, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, this cannot be allowed to stand. The Dragon Clan must pay blood for blood. How audacious they are to dare lay a hand upon those of the Demon Master Mansion. They shall not be spared. We must make them pay 100-fold. The assembly of demons stirred with fervor, their spirits ablaze. It was not merely a matter of their relationship with the deceased Jiao, Mo Wang, or Jiu Tuchong, but rather an infringement upon their fundamental rights. Why had they joined the Demon Master Mansion? Was it not to bask in the glory of the Kunpeng Demon Master, seeking refuge under its mighty banner? With the backing of the Demon Master Mansion, they gained access to coveted cultivation techniques and resources and could wield the mansion's reputation as leverage when necessary, ensuring their survival. However, this very foundation was now under the gravest threat. If the Dragon Clan could disregard the Demon Master Mansion's renown and brazenly strike down Jiu Tuchong and Jiao Mo Wang, would they not feel emboldened to do the same to them in the future? If they did not avenge Jiao Mo Wang and Jiu Tuchong today, what would become of them should a similar fate befall their own ranks? This conflict of interest ignited a collective sense of unity among them, a desire to rend asunder those who dared challenge the authority of the Demon Master Mansion, to let all know that the mansion was not to be trifled with, and that they, the demons of the mansion, should not be provoked. Those who did so would face dire consequences. Excellent. With morale surging, Peng Mo Wang clapped his hands decisively. You are all correct. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. I have summoned you all to unite the strength of our mansion to wage war against the Dragon Clan, to avenge our brothers, Jiu Tu Wang and Jiao Mo Wang. Upon his declaration, a chorus of agreement erupted within the hall. Yes, let us do this. Let us strike against the Dragon Clan and restore the prestige of our Demon Master Mansion, for the sake of our two brothers. Thus, the proposal to wage war against the Dragon Clan rapidly garnered unanimous support from the upper echelons of the Demon Master Mansion. In a mere day's time, the news spread like wildfire, and within a single day, a 1,000,000-strong army surged forth from the North Underworld, heading straight for the North Sea, clearly intent on making the East Sea Dragon Palace their first target. Chapter 79. The North Sea in distress. The mobilization of the Demon Master Mansion's forces immediately drew widespread attention. Although the mansion had remained relatively dormant in the North Underworld for many years, occasionally engaging in minor skirmishes with the North Sea Dragon Clan, its presence in the current three realms was minimal, and many of the newer generation had scarcely heard of it, seeming almost inconsequential. Yet, such perceptions belonged to those of limited understanding and lesser factions. Anyone who had attained a certain level of awareness knew better than to underestimate the Demon Master Mansion. After all, it was a power founded by the ancient and formidable Kunpeng demon, a force that had once contended for sacred status in the Zhixiao Palace, entangled in numerous grievances with several saints, yet had managed to endure until today. A formidable existence indeed. Such a power, established by a being of great might, commanded respect, even if it appeared to be merely a hollow title, let alone one that harbored considerable latent energy. Thus, the actions of the Demon Master Mansion stirred many into a state of alarm, the first of whom was naturally the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Demon Master Mansion truly harbors unyielding ambitions against us. Within the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon King shattered his wine cup in a fit of rage, his countenance reflecting sheer dismay. Ever since the battle with Jiu Tuchong, he had come to realize that matters would not be so easily resolved. Genuine troubles lay ahead. Thus, he had dispatched scouts to carefully monitor the movements of the Demon Master Mansion, and indeed, their actions had soon followed, far more aggressive than he had anticipated. 1,000,000-strong army. This was nearly the entirety of the Demon Master Mansion's might. What were they plotting? Did they intend to annihilate his North Sea Dragon Palace? Your Majesty, what shall we do? His subordinates were in a state of panic. The North Sea Dragon Palace could muster no more than 40 to 50,000 troops at best, a mere fraction of the opposing force. Moreover, having dealt with the Demon Master Mansion on multiple occasions, they were acutely aware that even an equal number of troops would not suffice. The North Sea Dragon Palace was simply no match for the Demon Master Mansion, despite the valor and skill of their own soldiers. However, when it came to upper-tier strength, the disparity was far too great. The Demon Master Mansion, owing to the identity of Kuanpung, inherently inherited a portion of the ancient demon clan's celestial legacy, boasting a plethora of powerful demons among its ranks. Not only did the North Sea Dragon Palace fall short, but even the combined might of all 4 Sea Dragon Palaces would struggle to compete. With such a significant gap in strength, how could they not feel alarmed? What is there to fear? In contrast to his subordinates, the North Sea Dragon King remained considerably more composed, soon regaining his bearings from the initial panic. Though the Demon Master Mansion possesses formidable power, the Dragon Clan of today is no longer what it once was. They think they can continue to oppress us as they did in the past. Such delusions. Order all personnel to abandon their posts and retreat to the Dragon Palace for assembly and defense. The North Sea Dragon King commanded. He was well aware of the evident disparity in strength between his palace and the Demon Master Mansion. Though the decision to abandon all defenses might appear somewhat cowardly, it serves the purpose of preserving our vital forces, allowing us to concentrate our strength for a final confrontation with the Demon Master's manor. Otherwise, remaining stationary not only fails to benefit the situation, but also risks being systematically dismantled by the demon forces, reducing us to mere cannon fodder. Furthermore, I must immediately summon all adult members of the Dragon Clan from the North Sea to the Dragon Palace. As the North Sea Dragon Palace now teeters on the brink of disaster, it is time for these dragon descendants to contribute their efforts. Yes, the North Sea Dragon King maintained his composure and efficiently assigned tasks. The once panicked members of the Dragon Palace gradually regained their calm. With the leaders steady and resolute, the subordinates naturally found their anchor and set off to fulfill their orders. However, once everyone had departed, the previously composed Ao Shun's expression fell sharply. His teeth clenched in frustration. Cursed Demon Master's manor. Although he had anticipated that the Demon Master's manor would not relent, he never imagined they would muster such a formidable display. How dare they slay my Dragon Palace warriors and expect me to remain passive in seeking vengeance for their tragic fates? Such audacity is truly an affront to the dragons. Yet, despite his ire, he understood that with the vast might of the Demon Master's manor unleashed, a mere North Sea Dragon Palace would stand no chance. He must seek assistance from his elder brothers, particularly the eldest, whose strength is the most formidable among the 4 Seas Dragon Palaces, residing closest to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, thus reaping the greatest benefits from their ancestor. Just the prospect of obtaining an 8 Desolate Dragon King banner nearly made them salivate with envy, but if there was ever a time to solicit their help, it was now. Without hesitation, he hastened deeper into the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the northern Xiantanjin Hall and the myriad of demons from the northern Jilu continent were also stirred, casting their attention towards the North Sea. Chapter 80. Eldest Brother, Save Me! In the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Gu sat leisurely on the throne in the main hall, casually imparting wisdom. Below him, the East Sea Dragon King Ao E, along with his siblings Ao, Exen, and Marshal Tian Peng Bianzhuang, sat attentively, captivated by his words. That Ao Gu, perceiving that his descendant Ao Guang was rather ineffectual, often besieged by adversaries that necessitated his own intervention, decided to seize this opportunity to offer guidance and enhance his abilities. Unexpectedly, Bianzhuang, recognizing the potential benefits, mustered the audacity to approach him, Ao Gu, acknowledging that Bianzhuang was now considered one of his own, allowed him to stay and listen, seeing the advantage in bolstering his capabilities for future tasks. Moreover, he summoned Ao, E, and O, who were somewhat hesitant to act due to their unfamiliarity with their suddenly reappeared ancestor. Since he had already begun speaking, it was no trouble to share his insights with a few more individuals. His teachings were straightforward, not due to an inability to convey profound truths, but because the listeners' cultivation levels were too low to grasp the complex concepts that in fact, this simplicity proved beneficial, akin to a small class setting where individualized instruction could be tailored to each student's capabilities. Ao Gu spoke with ease, and Ao Guang and the others found the material comprehensible, allowing for swift absorption and growth in their cultivation levels. Remarkably, O Exen, the weakest among them, who had only recently entered the golden immortal realm, surged to the pinnacle of that stage, leaping over several minor levels and saving herself countless years of arduous effort. Were outsiders to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be green with envy. This phenomenon is not unusual. Much like students in school, those who start with lower grades often see the most significant improvement when they exert themselves, while these students may lack foundational knowledge. Their potential for growth is substantial, unlike the so-called top students, who must exert tremendous effort to achieve even a slight increase in their scores. Following Ao Exena, Ao experienced a significant leap, advancing to the mid-stage peak of the supreme golden immortal realm, now merely a step away from the latter stage. Next was Ao Guang, who, with the benefit of his ancestor-esque guidance, broke through the stagnation he had faced for years, advancing into the peak of the supreme golden immortal realm, placing him among the top practitioners in the current three realms. In contrast, Bian Zhuang's progress appeared less pronounced, as he remained at the peak of the supreme golden immortal realm, seemingly stagnant despite benefiting from the teachings. However, only Bian Zhuang understood the true extent of his gains. While he may seem to have made no visible progress, it was due to his already established peak status. Without comprehending the secrets of the Deluo, he had reached the limit of his cultivation potential. This, however, did not diminish the value of his insights. Through Ao Gu's guidance, he felt he had discovered his path to Deluo. The term Deluo signifies all-encompassing space, eternal freedom, and indestructibility. Achieving the status of Deluo golden immortal implies attaining an immortal existence, free from the constraints of time and space. While this eternal state is not absolute and requires clarification, the countless Deluo who have perished since the dawn of creation, especially during catastrophic events, serves as a reminder of the fragility of such power. Yet, this does not lessen the prestige of Deluo. Even in the illustrious and formidable era of ancient chaos, Deluo golden immortals were revered figures. Furthermore, since the great tribulation of the gods, when the sages retreated from the affairs of the three realms, the ancient powers that survived have increasingly secluded themselves in the current three realms. Deluo golden immortals have become nearly untouchable entities. However, while the status of Deluo is exalted, accessing it is notoriously difficult. Most celestial beings can only gaze up at it from afar, never destined to enter. Even those at the peak of the supreme golden immortal realm, though they seem on the verge of Deluo, will often spend their lives circling the periphery without ever finding the door, let alone crossing its threshold. Yet, Ao Gu's instruction was akin to pointing Bian Zhuang directly to the door of Deluo. The remainder depended on his efforts to push it open, making entry a matter of time. What immense fortune this was! In terms of gain, Bian Zhuang's rewards eclipsed those of Ao Guang and his brothers combined. If given the chance, Bian Zhuang would wish for this discourse to continue indefinitely. Alas, such a prospect was impossible on the third day of teachings. While everyone remained engrossed in the profound truths, an urgent voice suddenly pierced the air, jolting them from their state of enlightenment. Eldest brother, save me. Author's note: 3 consecutive updates delivered. Gratitude to users 11107200 to 8583286. And the ever-reliable classmates for their support. Attain that state of enlightenment akin to a sudden epiphany is a rare opportunity that many cultivators may not encounter even once in their lifetime. If only they could be afforded a little more time to listen, perhaps they would ascend to even greater heights in their cultivation. Yet, such a precious chance has been abruptly shattered by an unexpected shout from out of nowhere. Particularly for Bian Zhuang, who felt he was on the verge of grasping the threshold of the great Luo golden immortal, ready to muster the strength to pry open the door and glimpse the wondrous sights within, only to have this sudden outburst thwart his efforts. The door he was about to push open slammed shut, sending him crashing back, and while he may not have suffered any physical injury, the flicker of divine insight that had just ignited within him vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly bereft. How frustrating. Were it not for the sliver of rationality reminding him of his surroundings and the formidable presence seated above him, Bian Zhuang would have been tempted to summon his nine-toothed rake and unleash his fury. Who was this audacious individual, arriving at such a critical moment to disrupt everything? He couldn't help but grit his teeth in silent anger. Whoever this person is, they're doomed. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the hall as the door swung open, and a familiar figure rushed in, exclaiming, "Big brother, you absolutely must save me this time, or I am as good as dead." His words abruptly halted as he was met with the collective, furious glares of those present, seemingly startled by the palpable aura of hostility that enveloped him. "Dada, so everyone is here?" The gathered crowd revealed that the one who had entered was none other than the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, who had come seeking aid from the East Sea Dragon Palace due to the encroaching forces of the Demon Master S estate. However, he had intended to seek out only his elder brother, never expecting to find himself confronted by such a multitude of watchful eyes. What was the meaning of this? Surely, he couldn't be this popular. If only the others could hear his inner thoughts, they would likely be incensed enough to spit in his face. What audacity gave you the confidence to be so self-absorbed? Welcome. More like I'll smash you for causing trouble. Bian Zhuang, however, narrowed his eyes, forcibly suppressing his rage and murderous intent. There was simply no way he could harm this individual. After all, he was a direct descendant of the esteemed ancestor seated upon the throne. Should Bian Zhuang dare to act against Ao Shun, that venerable figure would undoubtedly crush him. Perhaps it was best to swallow this indignation. Wait, big brother, the heir, after their initial surprise, Ao Shun quickly sensed something was amiss. He was well acquainted with the individuals present. While they were indeed the same people, their cultivation levels had inexplicably surged to new heights. Surely, one could not achieve such rapid advancement through mere consumption of elixirs. Moreover, their auras were solid and stable, showing no signs of instability, which was not characteristic of those who had relied solely on potions for enhancement. He had only recently managed to break through a bottleneck himself with the aid of a spirit pill, granting him a keen understanding in this regard. However, his attention was soon drawn to the figure seated upon the central throne. Ao Gu, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ancestor? Like Ao Guang, despite only witnessing a second incarnation, Ao Shun recognized Ao Gu immediately, though with a hint of uncertainty. After all, this manifestation bore significant differences in both appearance and aura when compared to his true self. Do not be troubled. This is my second incarnation, Ao Gu stated calmly. From now on, you may refer to this form as Dragon God in the presence of outsiders. Fourth brother, come forth to pay your respects to the Dragon God. Ao Guang promptly approached, offering a brief explanation of their ancestor's current situation to his younger brother, clarifying that the ancestor wished to keep the news of his revival discreet until his true body was fully restored. Hence the need for an alternate identity to prevent Ao Shun from inadvertently leaking information. I pay my respects to the Dragon God. Ao Shun was taken aback, glancing at Bian Zhuang before quickly kneeling in reverence before Ao Gu. At the same time, he could not help but cast a green-eyed glance at his elder brother. Upon realizing that their ancestor could now leave the depths of the Ancestral Dragon abyss, Ao Shun immediately deduced the reason behind the sudden surge in cultivation levels among Ao Guang and the others. He had suspected that his brother, being closest to their ancestor, would undoubtedly share in the benefits. Indeed, it had not been long since the East Sea Dragon Palace's elite had made a significant leap in power. Not only had his brother, who had always held an advantage over him, made great strides, but even his nephew Ao had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage Tai. Had it not been for his own recent breakthrough to the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, he might have found himself surpassed entirely by his nephew, leaving him with nowhere to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 82. The Great Preparedness of the Dragon Palace. The Ancestor Grants Divine Talismans. A combined chapter. Ao Shun. Why have you forsaken your North Sea to come to the East Sea? Ao Gu inquired, allowing the North Sea Dragon King to rise. Indeed, Ao Gu's words prompted the others to turn their attention back to Ao Shun. His earlier words still echoed in their minds, and they were eager to know what could have compelled the North Sea Dragon King to travel such a distance to cry for help. Realizing their ancestor had asked, Ao Shun finally recalled the purpose of his visit to the East Sea Dragon Palace. A tide of frustration washed over him, but just before he could speak, he instinctively glanced at Bian Zhuang. It's of no concern. Tian Peng is no longer an outsider. You may speak freely, Ao Gu remarked, perceiving Ao Shun's hesitation. This prompted Bian Zhuang to feel a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears, and no longer an outsider. Did this mean he was considered one of their own? His efforts over the past months had not been in vain. He had finally gained the recognition of the Ancestral Dragon. A warmth spread through his heart, and even the anger from having his enlightenment disrupted faded significantly. Ancestor, Dragon God, I humbly beseech you. The Demon Master's estate has been excessively brazen, seeking to annihilate my North Sea heritage. It is with no other recourse that I have come to seek assistance from my elder brother, Ho Shun declared, oblivious to Bian Zhuang's thoughts and with no mind to ponder such matters. Since their ancestor had spoken thusly, he felt free to speak without reservation and recounted his encounter with the nine-headed insect, the ensuing conflict with the Demon Master's estate, and how he had been compelled to flee to the East Sea for aid. Another attack from the Demon Master's estate. Ao Gu chuckled coldly upon hearing this. He had not intended to deal with them so soon, but it seemed they had come to deliver themselves right to his doorstep. At this juncture, he turned his gaze toward the East Sea Dragon King. Ao Guang, shortly, take a contingent of capable individuals and accompany Ao Shun back to the North-Est. Do not forget to inform Ao Run and Ao Qin as well. They have dared to encroach upon our territory, and we cannot allow the dignity of the Dragon Clan to wane. Yes, I shall comply with your command. Ao Guang eagerly accepted his orders, feeling a surge of excitement. Had it been before, facing the Demon Master's estate's impending assault would have left even the North Sea Dragon King in a state of panic, let alone himself. After all, the Dragon Clan had languished in weakness for many years. Although they maintained a facade, internally they were already frail, hardly a match for the Demon Master's forces. But now, he felt assured, they had powerful allies backing them. With their ancestors supporting them, who could the Demon Master's estate, or even the Demon Master Kuan Peng himself, be to them? Having endured humiliation for far too long, it was high time for them to restore the splendor of the Dragon Clan. Your Majesty. Bian Zhuang suddenly interjected, stepping forward. I too wish to join the two Dragon Kings in the battle for the North Sea. You wish to accompany us? Ao Gu was momentarily taken aback, casting him a surprised glance. Ever since being inspired and accepted by your magnanimous demeanor, I have regarded myself as one of the Dragon Clan, Bian Zhuang proclaimed, puffing out his chest. If only I had been truly born into the Dragon Clan in my past life. How I lament that fate. Yet, this does not diminish my sense of belonging to the Dragon Clan. The audacity of the Demon Master's estate to invade the North Sea stirs my righteous indignation. I would gladly sacrifice myself to repay this injustice. I humbly request your Majesty grant me this opportunity to contribute my humble strength to the Dragon Clan. The gathered crowd could not help but direct incredulous gazes at him. How could there be such a brazenly shameless individual? Even true members of the Dragon Clan would likely not dare to speak so unabashedly. How did he manage it? Yet, Bian Zhuang seemed utterly unfazed by the unusual scrutiny of those around him. What did it matter? Having served in the Celestial Court for many years, he had long since drawn his conclusions to ascend to lofty heights. One must possess a thick skin, a cunning heart, and a knack for flattery. Otherwise, how could he possibly have attained the esteemed position of Marshal Tianpeng, the foremost among the four saints of the North? Did they truly believe that the Celestial Court was a mere creation of the human teachings, allowing any disciple with a human background to rise to such heights? If Ao Guang and the others found his words nauseating, it mattered little. After all, he was not speaking for their benefit, but rather to convey his loyalty to Emperor Zulong. Ao Gu could not help but glance at this young man, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Young fellow, you have broadened your path. Bian Zhuang had thought. Whether his words were sincere or not mattered not to Ao Gu. What was crucial was this proactive and understanding attitude, for that was of utmost importance. Your intentions are sufficient. There is no need to venture to the North Sea. Thus, you shall return to the celestial court immediately. Observe the sentiments regarding this matter, and act accordingly, Aogu instructed with a wave of his hand. Although Bianzhuang was perceptive, Aogu truly did not regard his meager cultivation as significant to speak of others. Even among the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, with the spiritual treasures bestowed by his ancestor, the true power they could unleash would not necessarily pale in comparison to Bianzhuang's in confronting the Demon Master S manner. Having one more Bianzhuang was neither a surplus nor a deficit. Conversely, if he were to remain buried within the celestial court, the role he could play was irreplaceable. After all, a spy of Marshal Tianping's caliber is not easily developed. Each one is a rare gem. It would be unwise to expose such a valuable piece for the sake of his insignificant combat prowess, given the great commotion caused by the Demon Master S manner attacking the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was evident that it would attract attention from all quarters. Should he step forth to aid the Dragon Clan, it would essentially signal to everyone his deep ties with them. This would be akin to laying bare their hidden peace before the gaze of all. Thus, with Aogu's decisive pronouncement, the matter was settled. Bianzhuang promptly returned to the celestial court, while Aoguang immediately rang the gathering dragon bell, summoning Aoqin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, and Aoran, the Dragon King of the West Sea, and subsequently briefed them alongside Aoshuan about the situation in the North Sea. Naturally, Aoqin and Aoran were taken aback and dared not delay. Just aside, now that their brother was truly in peril, how could they stand idly by? They immediately set off to mobilize their forces. Thus, the entire 4 Sea Dragon Palace sprang into action. Thanks to the existence of the Void Sea Gate, the efficiency of mobilizing forces within the 4 Sea Dragon Palace could almost be deemed unparalleled among the 3 realms. In no time, over 1 million troops began to converge under the coordination of Aoguang and the 3 Sea Dragon Kings from the eastern, southern, and western seas. Within a mere few days, nearly 150,000 soldiers had gathered at the North Sea Dragon Palace. In terms of numbers, they had even surpassed the invading enemy forces. Such was the might of the 4 Sea Dragon Palace. In fact, should they mobilize as the Demon Master S manner did, they could easily muster not just 150,000, but even 200,000 troops. However, doing so would leave the other 3 Sea Dragon Palaces utterly depleted of military strength, rendering their strongholds vulnerable and unable to respond should any situation arise. Unwilling to act unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to such measures, as this was the maximum force they could afford to mobilize without jeopardizing the larger situation. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the Dragon Palace were making their final preparations for war. Within the secret hall deep in the Dragon Palace, Aogu sat majestically upon the central throne, while the 4 Sea Dragon Kings stood respectfully with their hands at their sides, listening to their ancestors' admonitions. Originally, Aogu had not intended to attend. After all, he could not be expected to handle every matter single-handedly. What purpose would his descendants serve? However, upon casually divining the heavenly secrets, he discovered that the impending invasion by the Demon Master S manner was far from the simple affair it appeared to be, concealing some intriguing developments. Consequently, he altered his decision and personally came, but under certain considerations, he instructed the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to keep his arrival concealed from outsiders. Here are several water deity talismans that I personally crafted. You brothers should diligently refine them over the next few days. They will allow your powers to ascend to a new level, granting you greater confidence in dealing with those clowns from the Demon Master S manner. As he spoke, Aogu flicked his finger lightly, and several beams of divine light shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly landing upon the foreheads of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, instantly merging within. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were immediately struck with astonishment. Momentarily frozen in place, the author has something to say. Essay triple update. Thanks to Beiwang Tianlang, Hiheshu E, Laojia, and others for their likes and support. Thank you to user 22470-367 for the urging talisman and Mo June for the mountain climbing invitation. Chapter 83. Usurping Heaven and Bestowing Divinity. The water elemental path as the divine light entered their bodies. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings simultaneously sensed the divine talisman, radiating with enigmatic energy, manifesting within their minds. In an instant, their original sea deity talismans were activated, resonating harmoniously with the newly arrived divine talisman. I could see that moment. The divine powers contained within the seed deity talismans surged forth, colliding and intertwining with a new divine talisman, unleashing the boundless mysteries of the water elemental path like a tidal wave, flooding into the minds of the four sea dragon kings. In that moment, each of the four sea dragon kings felt their comprehension of the water elemental path and their understanding of the sea deity's divine authority significantly elevated, with their mastery over divine power experiencing a rapid and remarkable enhancement. All four were left utterly astonished. They had never imagined that their ancestor could not only directly refine divine talismans, but also bestow them upon others at will. What manner of technique was this? At this juncture, it is essential to elucidate the concept of talismans. Originally, talismans comprised two distinct concepts. The term fu initially referred to those extraordinary objects formed by the heavens and earth, which, from their inception, bore the weight of celestial inscriptions and the power of laws, thus possessing immense might. For instance, the renowned talismans of the three pure ones of the Daoist sect, namely the Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Shangqing talismans. Over time, cultivators imitated these innate divine talismans, inscribing their own powers on talisman papers and spiritual jades, gradually evolving into a method of utilizing external objects for spellcasting. The term luo refers to documents or registers used to record the names and divine authority of deities. Also known as talisman records, IT can be seen as a divine directory of celestial beings. Those within the celestial realm, upon knowing these lists, could communicate with these deities through specific spells, invoking or commanding their powers. Divine talismans, therefore, are the manifestations of divine authority. Acquiring a divine talisman equates to obtaining the corresponding divine authority. However, as a part of the heavenly laws, divine talismans, which embody divine authority, can typically only be refined by the celestial court, the central authority representing the will of the heavens, for the purpose of bestowing divinity and regulating the cosmos. Thus, they are also referred to as divine talismans or edicts. For instance, the position of the four sea dragon kings is conferred through such divine edicts. Yet now, Aogu could bypass the celestial court and independently refine divine talismans to bestow upon his descendants. What does this imply? This is nothing less than a direct usurpation of the divine authority that rightfully belongs to the celestial court. The four sea dragon kings were acutely aware of the implications. How could they not be profoundly shaken? However, they soon found themselves too absorbed in the tidal wave of water elemental mysteries flooding their minds to dwell on such thoughts. Observing their reaction, Aogu smiled and gently waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the four sea dragon kings, shielding them from any disturbances from the outside world. He then opened his system panel once more. Name: Zulong, Aogu. Species: Dragon Clan Identity. Ancestral Dragon, Ancestor Spirit, Cultivation, Peak Quasi-Saint, Revival Progress 50, Dao Realm. Yin-Yang Dao, 82. Fire Elemental Dao, 80. Water Elemental Dao, 78. Sacred Virtue Dao, 34. Time and Space Dao, 31. Heaven and Earth Dao, 15. Creation Dao, 11. Life and Death Dao, 9. Status: Divine Soul Revival, Revival Progress 50. Current Authority: Lord of Zulong Abyss. Lord of Dragon Clan Deceased, Sea God of the Four Seas, River God of the Milky Way. Permission Level: Zulong Abyss Control, Perfect. For Sea Water Authority, Perfect. Milky Way Water Authority, Perfect. Dragon Clan Control, High. Water Clan Control, High. Scale and Armor Control, Intermediate. Authority Value: 500,000, can be used to exchange for Revival Progress, Enhanced Dao Comprehension, Life Level, etc. Equipment: Zulong Pearl, Innate Supreme Treasure. Zulong Coffin, Acquired Supreme Treasure. Originally, after subduing the great Marshal Bianzhuang, Aogu's authority value surged to an astonishing 77,000, second only to the slightly over 100,000 accumulated before the resurrection of his divine soul. However, considering the materials required for the resurrection of his physical form were still unattainable, and the timeline for gathering them was uncertain, the immense authority value merely sat idle. In a moment of resolve, he decided to expend over 200,000 authority points to elevate the dominion of the four seas and the heavenly river, two formidable waterway divinities, to a state of perfection. After all, in the absence of full resurrection, this represented a viable means to enhance his power in the short term. Furthermore, as the authority over the four seas and the heavenly river reached its zenith, his mastery in the water elemental path astonishingly surged alongside, climbing to a level of 78, now only trailing behind his expertise in the yin-yang path and the fire elemental path. It is noteworthy that he was originally a primordial demon of chaos. Born from the yin-yang path among the 3,000 avenues, upon his emergence into the world, he fortuitously acquired and refined the essence of chaos fire, thereby mastering the fire elemental path as well. Since then, the yin-yang and fire elemental paths became his hallmark skills to the dawn of creation, when he reincarnated in the primeval wilderness to birth the Ancestral Dragon. His mastery of these two paths manifested in extraordinary phenomena, giving rise to legendary tales of illuminating the nine nether and transforming day into night. Thus, he came to be known as Zhu Long. It was only later, after he single-handedly created the Dragon Clan and elevated them to prominence among the three sovereigns of the primordial wilderness, that the name Ancestral Dragon overshadowed the earlier title of Zhu Long. Even as the Ancestral Dragon delved into more avenues, he continuously maintained the highest proficiency in the yin-yang and fire elemental paths, with all others trailing far behind. Yet now, leveraging the enhancement of his waterway divinity, he surprisingly elevated his understanding of the water elemental path to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. One must understand that once a practitioner begins to grasp the essence of the great Tao, they have effectively stepped onto the path of the primordial unity, akin to entering the threshold of quasi-sainthood. This process can be delineated into four stages: early quasi-saint, mid-quasi-saint, late quasi-saint, and pinnacle quasi-saint. Quantitatively, a Tao realm below 25 is classified as early quasi-saint, 25 to 50 as mid-quasi-saint, 50 to 75 as late quasi-saint, and above 75 as pinnacle quasi-saint. Attaining a Tao realm of 100 signifies the achievement of the primordial unity and the status of a true primordial golden immortal. Previously, Ao Gu had only attained the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood in the yin-yang and fire elemental paths, but now the water elemental path has similarly reached this standard. This is the true reason he could usurp celestial rights and independently forge water god talismans. Although he has yet to achieve the primordial unity and fully master the water elemental path, he is already the most profound expert in understanding this path among the three realms. Moreover, he holds dominion over key waterway nodes such as the heavenly river and the four seas, effectively controlling over half of the waterway divinity across the realms, with both theory and authority at his disposal. Crafting a few water god talismans is almost effortless. With the dual enhancement of divine authority, Ao Guang and his companions will undoubtedly elevate their power swiftly, sufficiently to confront the minor adversaries from the Demon Master S Mansion. Author's note: I wish to express my gratitude to the readers, particularly user 404 and user 646425568 for their likes, and to user 102984884 and user 16752897 for their support, due to family matters. I will temporarily conclude here and may attempt to update again later tonight. My apologies. Chapter 84. The army approaches, arrogance abounds as the Dragon Clan prepared anxiously for war. The formidable forces of the Demon Master S Mansion, led by the Peng Demon King and others, surged forth. Due to the Northern Sea Dragon King's prior orders to consolidate troops, the army of the Demon Master S Mansion encountered little resistance, smoothly advancing into the heart of the Northern Sea in under 10 days, until they were finally obstructed just 10,000 miles from the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, reporting to the young master. The Northern Sea Dragon Palace has long been prepared, deploying a vast army in advance to secure the area, guarding the palace robustly. Preliminary estimates suggest at least over 1 million troops, reported the scout leader, Shui Mu-jun, as she approached the Peng Demon King stationed at the Central Command. Over 1 million. Before the Peng Demon King could respond, the nearby Jiu Tuchong could not restrain himself. Could there be a mistake? How could a mere Northern Sea Dragon Palace muster such a vast army? While the Northern Sea is one of the four seas of the world, it has been significantly diminished over the years due to the continuous encroachments and erosion by the Demon Master S Mansion. In both actual area and population, it pales in comparison to the northern underworld sea occupied by the Demon Master S mansion. Jiu Tuchong, having previously resided in the northern Jiulu continent, adjacent to both the northern sea and the northern underworld sea, was well aware of the situation. Even with the full might of the Demon Master S mansion, they could only muster 100,000 troops. How could a mere northern sea dragon palace suddenly produce such an army? Was it conjured? The unwarranted skepticism irked Shui Mu Jun, yet given Jiu Tuchong's superior strength and status, she refrained from voicing her displeasure, merely pretending not to hear and continuing her report. According to our scouts, the enemy encampment not only houses troops from the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, but also bears the banners of the Eastern Sea, Southern Sea, and Western Sea Dragon Palaces that it appears all 4 Sea Dragon Palaces have mobilized to Ha. These crawlers are quite swift in their actions, the Peng Demon King remarked with amusement, showing no signs of surprise. They had anticipated that the Demon Master S mansion would mobilize their entire forces to traverse thousands of miles, and did not expect the Dragon Clan to remain oblivious and unprepared. However, the rapid mobilization of their forces was indeed unexpected. Yet, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The reason he had summoned the entire might of the Demon Master S mansion was not merely to target the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. Rather, the entire Dragon Clan was within his sights. The selection of a Northern Sea Dragon Palace was merely due to its proximity and convenience for an assault. Now, being able to use the Northern Sea Dragon Palace as bait to draw out the forces of the 4 Sea Dragon Palaces afforded him the opportunity to potentially eliminate a significant portion of their strength in one fell swoop, which he welcomed. "Advance the army," commanded the Punk Demon King decisively. With the Dragon Clan gathered, he saw this as an opportune moment to strike and drain their blood as much as possible. Thus, the million-strong army pressed forward relentlessly, charging directly towards the encampment of the Dragon Palace's forces, intent on crushing them entirely. Naturally, such a massive movement did not go unnoticed by the Dragon Clan. Just as the Demon Master's army advanced within 1,000 miles of the Dragon Palace forces, the sound of horns echoed throughout the Dragon Palace's encampment. Rallying their troops, a tremendous wave of soldiers surged forth from the encampment, resembling a swarm of bees emerging from their hive, overwhelming the space and instilling a sense of dread in those susceptible to crowd phobia. Even ordinary onlookers would feel their scalps tingle, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. This was a force of over 1,000,000 troops, many of whom were immense sea beasts. Once set in motion, their might was indeed formidable. Moreover, it was evident that these troops were well-trained elite warriors. Despite their large numbers, they moved in an organized and disciplined manner. In less than half a day, over 100,000 soldiers had formed a cohesive military formation, ready to engage. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light heralded the arrival of several figures beneath the grand banner at the heart of the army. Unmistakably, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, who had recently emerged from seclusion. With the enemy now at their doorstep, they could no longer remain shut within the Dragon Palace. Besides, they had prepared sufficiently. Any further delay would bear no significance. At that moment, the forces of the Demon Master S mansion had advanced within 1,000 miles of the Dragon Palace S army. While this distance might seem substantial to ordinary mortals, it was negligible for cultivators. From a bird's-eye view, one could observe 2 torrents of contrasting colors, akin to tidal waves, poised to collide. The Dragon Palace troops instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, steeling themselves for battle. Just then, the advancing forces of the Demon Master S mansion abruptly halted, and a figure shot forth from their midst, landing before the army and calling out, "Oh, Guang, you old fool. Ao Shun, you cur, come out and face me. The author has something to say. I express my gratitude for treating me as heir for the likes from users 86162369 and 11519219 for the invitation to climb from Xintian Shindi. And for G's love-powered contributions that I shall first update a chapter to make up for yesterday. Later this afternoon, there will be chapter 85, titled Astonishing Revelation. The one who boldly emerges to provoke is none other than the 9-headed insect. It is evident that this time, with the Demon Master S mansion bringing forth a 1,000,000-strong army, the 9-headed insect feels quite empowered. Within the ranks of the Dragon Palace army, the East Sea Dragon King exchanged glances with the North Sea Dragon King. Ultimately, it was the North Sea Dragon King who spoke. "Elder brother, allow me to handle this. That a mere nine-headed insect is hardly worthy of your involvement. After all, at this juncture, with the two armies facing each other and the ancestral figure remaining behind the scenes, the elder brother stands as the commander of the Dragon Palace coalition. Should an adversary haphazardly emerge to provoke, it would necessitate the commander's personal intervention, which could imply weakness and potentially dampen the morale of their troops." Ao Guang was evidently cognizant of this principle and nodded. "Very well, fourth brother, do exercise caution." "Rest assured, elder brother," replied the North Sea Dragon King, brimming with confidence. He was no longer the same as before. With a leap, he transformed into a streak of light and soared to the front lines, drawing forth his Xianyuan sword and pointing it at the nine-headed insect. "Nine-headed insect, I previously spared you, granting you the rare opportunity to live, yet you failed to appreciate it, daring to venture into my North Sea. Do you truly believe my sword lacks lethality? Or do you think your multiple heads can withstand my blade?" The North Sea Dragon King understood that since the enemy had mobilized their entire army, they had no intention of retreating. Thus, he saw no need for pretense. His presence at the front was merely a formality to dispel any notion of fear from their side, lest it be thought that the Dragon clan could be easily bullied. However, his words enraged the nine-headed insect. How he had triumphed last time was a matter few knew, yet he certainly held a keen awareness of it. "Ao Shun, you seek death." Having suffered severe injuries from Ao Shun's treachery and nearly losing his life, the nine-headed insect considered it a profound humiliation. Now, with Ao Shun openly reopening old wounds, he could no longer contain his fury. In a fit of rage, the nine-headed insect unleashed a bellow and immediately summoned his crescent shovel, launching himself at the North Sea Dragon King with ferocity. In an instant, a colossal shadow of the shovel tore through the void, descending upon the North Sea Dragon King with overwhelming force. "Be careful." The Dragon Palace coalition felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively sweating for the North Sea Dragon King. Meanwhile, the demons from the Demon Master's mansion were all wide-eyed with excitement. They had not anticipated the brevity of the pre-battle dialogue and the swift escalation to combat. Yet, if they could eliminate even one Dragon King, it would be a significant victory, much like the nine-headed insect. They too were filled with confidence in this regard. Despite the formidable reputation of the Four Seas Dragon Kings, they were all too aware of the North Sea Dragon King's true capabilities, a odd of strength masking inherent weakness. After all, it had not been long since they had easily bullied the Demon Master's mansion without consequence. Now, this is promising. The North Sea Dragon King remained undeterred, unleashing a jet-black wave of energy that illuminated the heavens. Striking out fearlessly to counter the attack, as the Xianyuan sword was drawn, the world was suddenly engulfed in an icy chill, as if capable of freezing all existence, prompting both sides to instinctively shiver. Soon, amidst the thunderous clash of their confrontation, the two figures engaged in fierce battle. However, the scene left nearly all observers astounded. The North Sea Dragon King appeared to hold his ground, even subtly gaining the upper hand, which left both the overt and covert spectators utterly astonished. What had happened to the nine-headed insect? Could it be that his previous injuries had not yet healed? The first to struggle with this reality were the demons of the Demon Master's mansion. They were all too familiar with the nine-headed insect's prowess. Among the 5 kings and 10 lords of their ranks, the 5 kings were all apex-level demons. Among them, the exceptionally gifted nine-headed insect certainly ranked within the top 3. If not the best, they had assumed that with his intervention, defeating the weakest of the Four Seas Dragon Kings would be a mere formality. Yet, what was this situation unfolding before them? Chapter 86. Can you believe it? Ironically, the one most unable to accept this reality was the nine-headed insect himself. He could hardly shake off the overwhelming absurdity, almost doubting the very fabric of his senses. How could it be that he, with his formidable strength, was being suppressed by the seemingly inferior North Sea Dragon King? Just recently, he had suffered a grievous wound from this very foe. Yet that encounter had been predicated on surprise and the North Sea Dragon King's possession of powerful treasures, catching him off guard in his arrogance. Thus, That battle had not truly reflected their respective strengths, that he had replayed that encounter in his mind countless times, confident that had he been prepared for a rematch, he would assuredly dominate the North Sea Dragon King. No, it would be a foregone conclusion. Yet unexpectedly, in this renewed confrontation, the harsh reality delivered a resounding slap to his face, igniting within him a fierce sense of doubt. Was the world shifting too rapidly, or was he truly faltering? But soon his furious wrath consumed his thoughts. Despicable Dragon Clan insect, what trickery are you employing? Enraged, the nine-headed insect let out a dreadful howl that rent the air. Revealing his ultimate form in the blink of an eye, one of his heads multiplied into 8, his visage fracturing, and his aura surged, reaching the zenith of the Tai golden immortal realm. He then unleashed a devastating strike, sending a barrage of shadows towards the North Sea Dragon King. Die! In an instant, remnants of shadows enveloped the North Sea Dragon King like a torrential storm. Boom! 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 With the eruption of his ultimate power, the tide of battle shifted, and for the first time, he gained the upper hand. Now this is the true strength of the nine-headed insect. I told you a mere North Sea Dragon King could never match the nine-headed insect. Within the folds of fate, Ao Shun must inevitably fall, and own need for 100 exchanges. I wager the nine-headed insect will claim Ao Shun's life within mere dozens of moves. The demons of the Demon Master S Mansion, who had previously worn tense expressions, now relaxed, laughter and banter returning as they began to plot their victories anew. The nine-headed insect was one of their own. When he faltered, they too felt diminished. However, now that the nine-headed insect had regained his momentum, their faces beamed with pride. Yet before he could fully savor this resurgence, the situation took a dramatic turn. Boom! Suddenly, the terrifying force of water essence surged to life. An invisible might converging from all directions, ensnaring him like a quagmire, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. Almost simultaneously, Ao Shun struck forth with his sword, unleashing monstrous waves that surged without wind. The tremendous force of water essence crashing towards the nine-headed insect like a cataclysmic tsunami. The nine-headed insect's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily adapted, wielding his shovel in defense. With a deafening roar, he was violently hurled backward, nearly spitting out blood, his countenance turning a deep shade of purple, his 16 eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Not only he, but the entire Demon Master S Mansion was engulfed in incredulity, questioning their own senses. What was happening? How had the tables turned again? A mere North Sea Dragon King at the late stage of Tai was suppressing the nine-headed insect, a great demon at the pinnacle of Tai. Had anyone not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe it? Even those hidden in the shadows could not suppress their astonishment. What on earth has Ao Shun consumed? How has he suddenly become so formidable? At this moment, Ao Shun radiated an air of triumph, filled with immense pride. The products of our ancestors are truly unparalleled. The author has something to say in the dead of night. I present this update expressing my gratitude to user 400183009 for the urging talisman, to Guin Fong for the affirmation, and to the veteran driver for generating power with love, that I kindly ask everyone to lend a hand in urging for more updates. And if you could spare a moment to view the advertisements, that would be even more appreciated. The little support from everyone, given freely, can help the author earn a bit more. Writing is not an easy endeavor. Thank you all. Chapter 87. Earth-shattering. Full-scale war at this moment. Ao Shun had fully mobilized the divine power within him. After receiving the water deity talisman bestowed by his ancestor, Ao Shun's comprehension of water-related Daoist arts and the divine authority of water underwent a transformative enhancement. Even without employing the corresponding divine authority, the might unleashed solely through the water arts far surpassed his previous abilities, and the effectiveness of using water attribute spiritual treasures was significantly amplified. This was the primary reason Ao Shun had previously managed to engage in a back-and-forth battle with the nine-headed insect, even gaining a slight upper hand. After all, the water deity talisman granted to him by his ancestor was fundamentally different from the sea god decree he originally bore. The sea god decree, as a divine credential bestowed by the heavenly court, inherently contained a fragment of heavenly power to safeguard its core, akin to having a built-in password lock. This allowed the enshrined divine being to wield its power, but deprived them of the ability to comprehend its underlying principles. The application of divine authority often led to an understanding of its effects without grasping the reasons behind them, which was a contingency left by the heavenly court when enshrining deities. If everything were handed over to you, what if you became disobedient in the future? In such a case, the heavenly court could easily revoke your divine position with a mere decree, ensuring compliance. However, if one possesses both name and substance and comprehends all the mysteries, even if the divine decree were to be reclaimed, the understanding and control of divine authority would remain, even without a title. One could still wield divine power as an unacknowledged deity, rendering the heavenly court's commands inconsequential. This also explains why Ao Guang and his companions, despite holding the positions of sea gods over the four seas, had little control over them, and the enhancement provided by their divine status was not particularly evident. However, the water deity talisman granted by Ao Gu was a different matter altogether. Naturally, Ao Gu would not withhold anything from his descendants. What he gives is genuine and devoid of pretense. The intricacies of divine authority are clearly manifested within the talisman, and as long as one dedicates themselves to understanding it, mastery can be gradually attained. The divine power that can be mobilized is vastly superior to the kind bestowed by the heavenly court, which comes with its own safety lock, especially when in conjunction with the original sea god authority. It produced a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts, even stirring the previously indifferent sea god's power under the guidance of the water deity talisman, resulting in a terrifying might that even the nine-headed insect, a formidable entity in the Tai realm, could not withstand. At this moment, the faction of the Demon Master S Mansion could no longer remain composed, their expressions akin to those who had just received a slap to the face. Completely devoid of the earlier confidence and joviality, they could not help but grumble and blame the nine-headed insect, saying, "We praised you to the skies, and this is what you show us." No longer content to merely watch, they resolved to take action together. Initially, they had hoped that the nine-headed insect would secure an early victory to bolster morale, but it appeared that if they did not act now, he might become the target of their own triumph. "All troops, advance," commanded the Pung Demon King decisively. He had initially thought to rely on the personal valor of the nine-headed insect to invigorate the morale of his forces. But it was evident that such hopes had been dashed. If they delayed any longer, the situation might turn against them, and he could not bear to witness the tide shifting in that direction. With a thunderous roar, the entire army of the Demon Master S Mansion sprang into action. First, a dozen figures soared from the ranks, darting towards the North Sea Dragon King at the front lines of both armies, evidently with ill intentions. Simultaneously, the million-strong army of the Demon Master S Mansion surged forth like an overwhelming tidal wave, sweeping towards the North Sea Dragon King and the allied forces of the Dragon Palace. What is the meaning of this? Unable to win in a duel, you resort to sheer numbers. The Dragon Palace's forces were incensed upon witnessing this scene, their expressions aflame with indignation, instinctively glancing towards the central army. Fortunately, the central forces responded swiftly. "Do not panic. Fourth brother, I shall assist you," cried Ao Chin, the South Sea Dragon King, along with Ao Run, the West Sea Dragon King, and the second prince of the East Sea, Ao E, as they leaped forth to the front lines of the two armies. "All troops, heed the command and charge." The East Sea Dragon King, as the commander of the allied forces, issued the order without hesitation. And in an instant, the entire allied army of the four seas moved as one, surging forth to confront the Demon Master S Mansion's forces in a relentless onslaught. From a high vantage point, one could witness two immense torrents colliding with each other, akin to two tidal waves crashing together. In an instant, a monumental spray of water erupted into the air. Both sides, arrayed for battle, unleashed a flurry of blades, spears, and weapons, a chaotic conflux of magical prowess converging into torrents of energy that slammed into each other with tremendous force. In the deafening roar of collision, the frontline troops of both armies fell like harvested wheat. Yet more soldiers surged forth from behind, advancing in an unyielding wave. The million-strong army formed various battle formations, maximizing their collective power, as terrifying spells and combat prowess coalesced into a torrent of energy that shook the heavens and quaked the void. In that moment, countless troops were annihilated by the overwhelming force. As if life itself lost all meaning, Shun and the nine-headed insect, who were already embroiled in combat, found themselves under the concentrated attention of both armies. With countless soldiers launching a terrifying assault that resembled a hurricane or tsunami directed at each other, startled, both the dragon and the demon abandoned their battle, hastily leaping out of the fray to evade the oncoming storm. The author has something to say. Thank you to the Jia Tian gang, to Wang Jia Dao Run for the affirmation, and to Guiying Feng and user 16752897 for their love-driven support. Here is the first update, with more to come in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 88. The strength of the Dragon Clan is not limited to one Shun combined, despite the fact that the North Sea Dragon King and the nine-headed insect had reached the pinnacle of Tai, qualifying them as some of the most formidable figures in the three realms. They dared not confront the combined onslaught of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of troops. Their only option was to evade. Otherwise, even if they survived, they would suffer grievous wounds, unless one's cultivation reached the level of the Luo or even quasi-saint, enabling them to harness and manipulate the power of the great Tao. It would be impossible to disregard such overwhelming numerical advantages. Regrettably, that realm remained far beyond their current reach. Fortunately, with their cultivation levels, while they could not withstand the assault, evading this imprecise area attack was not difficult. And almost simultaneously, they retreated into their respective ranks. Observing this development, the experts from both sides who were about to come to their aid could not help but change their expressions, instinctively slowing their advance to avoid becoming the next targets of concentrated fire. As they retreated, both armies temporarily lost their specific targets for attack, and thus, they collectively shifted their gaze towards the opposing forces. After all, in the chaos of battle, blades and spears have no eyes. There is no time to leisurely search for missing targets. A moment's hesitation could lead to the loss of life before the target is even identified. With a resounding crash, the two waves collided violently, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of water and splattering blood everywhere. The four seas were destined with the formidable Tai golden immortals, and even those of the pinnacle level among the great demons. Acting as the vanguard, and with both armies now completely entangled in a fierce battle, there was no opportunity to regroup and concentrate their firepower. Thus, this surge of hidden forces was unstoppable, effortlessly overcoming all obstacles. A gaping hole was suddenly torn in the coalition's line, leaving chaos and heavy casualties in its wake. Meanwhile, the practitioners from the Demon Master's estate, leading the Demon God Guards, advanced like a sharp arrow, targeting the heart of the coalition's central army, with their sights set directly on the Dragon King of the East Sea beneath the Grand Banner. Fortunately, the response from the coalition was swift as well, intercepting them. You demons, your opponent is this king. Just as the demons surged forward with reckless abandon, several figures suddenly emerged from the side, halting the advance of the practitioners from the Demon Master's estate. These were none other than the Dragon King of the South Sea and his companions, who had just come to support the Dragon King of the North Sea. Seeing that the practitioners from the Demon Master's estate dared to attempt a beheading maneuver against their side, they could not remain passive any longer and rushed out to intercept them. Soldiers countered soldiers, generals countered generals, determined not to allow these demons to rampage unchecked. However, both sides engaged in battle remained oblivious to the presence of three figures concealed within a dense cloud high above the North Sea Dragon Palace. Observing the battlefield below through mystical means, the foremost among them was the imposing true martial emperor, adorned with a 9 dragons crown and clad in dark imperial robes. Flanking him were his 2 trusted generals, the turtle and the serpent, the emperor responsible for guarding the northern realm and subduing demons. The commotion caused by the Demon Master's estate's invasion of the North Sea Dragon Palace had certainly not escaped the notice of the true martial emperor. In fact, he was informed no later than the Dragon King of the North Sea, having witnessed the battle between the Dragon King and the 9-headed worm himself. Just as the Dragon King could surmise that the Demon Master's estate would not relent, so too could he. Yet for certain purposes he feigned ignorance. "Your Majesty, I have a question that I am unsure whether to ask," the Serpent General said hesitantly, gazing down at the chaotic battlefield. "We have served together for many years. I have always regarded you as a brother." "Speak freely," the Emperor replied. The Serpent General and the Turtle General felt a warmth in their hearts at his words, and after a brief moment of composure, the Serpent General voiced his concern. "Your Majesty, given the significant upheaval caused by the Demon Master's estate, are we not remiss to simply stand by? Should something happen, it may be difficult to provide an explanation above." "What could possibly happen?" The true martial emperor responded lightly, seemingly oblivious to the implications in his subordinate's words. "If the Dragon Palace were to fall, it would be troublesome indeed." "Your Majesty, think carefully," the Turtle General interjected. Unusually verbose for one who typically spoke sparingly, it should be noted that the true martial emperor was elevated to his esteemed position by the Jade Emperor not merely to guard the Northern Realm, but primarily to seal and suppress the remnants of the ancient demon tribes residing in the North Sea and the Northern Wilderness. After all, following the cataclysm of the Witch-Demon War, while humanity solidified its status as the principal force in the world, the witch and demon races have been compelled to retreat from the historical stage. However, this did not imply that they had completely vanished, as one of the principal actors in the witch-demon calamity. Even after the ancient heavenly court's downfall, the demon tribes retained a significant portion of their power. Yet, with the passage of time, these ancient remnants were forced to retreat to the desolate northern regions. Some followed the Kunpung to the northern sea, while others withdrew to the northern wilderness. The heavenly court granted the true martial emperor such high status primarily to address the threats posed by these ancient demon lairs, to prevent any resurgence that might disrupt the world. Consequently, the heavenly court endowed him with the authority to establish his own domain, including the North Sea Dragon Palace, which in a certain sense fell under the jurisdiction of the true martial emperor's Shintian temple. This was precisely the concern of the Turtle and Serpent Generals. Although the Dragon Tribe held a somewhat precarious position within the heavenly court, the Four Seas Dragon Palace was nonetheless recognized as a legitimate water deity. If the practitioners from the Demon Master's estate were to breach or even annihilate the North Sea Dragon Palace, the Shintian Temple would inevitably share in the consequences. The true martial emperor turned his gaze towards his two subordinates. "Do you believe the Four Seas Dragon Palace cannot withstand the Demon Master's estate?" The two generals exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished at the apparent simplicity of the question. The Serpent General hesitated before responding. "Your Majesty, the Dragon Tribe has been weakened for many years, and in terms of both the number and quality of their elite fighters, they are clearly inferior to the Demon Master's estate. Even if they have numerical superiority, they cannot possibly hold back the Demon Master's estate." The Dragon Tribe is not so simple. The true martial emperor replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Did you not observe Ao Shun's performance earlier?" The Turtle and Serpent Generals fell silent, recalling the surprise the Dragon King of the North Sea had previously delivered. Yet the Serpent General still felt compelled to argue. But can one Ao Shun alone make a significant difference? The true martial emperor smiled enigmatically. "How do you know that the Dragon Tribe has only one Ao Shun?" Just as the Serpent General was about to retort, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked down at the battlefield in astonishment. Author's note. Here, as the third installment, thanks to the support from G and user 266925528. Please encourage more updates and 5-star ratings. Chapter 89. Is this the strategy of a wealthy dog? The developments on the battlefield completely caught the Serpent General off guard. He initially believed that with the full-scale outbreak of battle, the Four Seas Coalition would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Although the coalition had numerical superiority, the disparity in the strength of their high-level combatants was apparent. After all, this was not a mundane war. Individual power played a monumental role. However, the unfolding reality left him astounded, as aside from a slight initial setback, the Dragon Tribe quickly adapted to the offensive of the Demon Master's estate. The formidable demon experts from the estate were steadily countered by the Dragon Tribe's powerful warriors, effectively neutralizing their offensive capabilities, while the demon practitioners from the estate boasted superior average strength. The Dragon Tribe fighters were far more willing to fight recklessly, often exchanging injuries for injuries, and even risking their lives to engage in combat, which left the demons increasingly frustrated that in truth, mere recklessness would not be a significant concern. Ultimately, battles in the celestial realm hinge on power. Simple desperation cannot alter the overall situation. However, the issue arose from the dragon tribe's unexpected access to a plethora of healing and rejuvenating elixirs and potent forbidden medicines. After consuming these, their combat effectiveness surged dramatically, raising their average power levels by 1 or even 2 tiers that late-stage Celestials suddenly found themselves able to contend with Golden Immortals, while early-stage Golden Immortals dared to challenge mid to late-stage adversaries. Late-stage Golden Immortals, or even peak Golden Immortals, were emboldened to engage immensely powerful Tai Golden Immortals. IT mattered not if they could not win, as long as they were not dispatched in a single blow. They could recover swiftly with the aid of elixirs, continuing to entangle their foes in combat, and if they could not prevail, they would exchange injuries, even if it meant trading severe wounds for light ones. With a steady supply of healing potions, there was no fear of depleting their resources in a war of attrition. Thus, the once dominant individual strength of the demon practitioners from the Demon Master's estate found itself neutralized. While the coalition's numerical advantage began to manifest, bolstered by ample supplies of elixirs, the coalition soldiers surged forward fearlessly, swiftly pushing the practitioners of the Demon Master's estate into a precarious position. Damn it! Has the dragon tribe looted the elixir chamber of the Supreme Lord? The king of the Punk demon glowered at the scene, his expression darkening as if it could drip water. Sitting in the central army, overseeing the battlefield, he quickly discerned the root of the coalition's unexpectedly formidable combat strength. It was all due to the consumption of elixirs. However, this was utterly outrageous. This was not a small-scale skirmish involving hundreds or thousands, but rather a battle on the scale of millions. How many elixirs would be required for such consumption? He was aware of the dragon tribe's substantial resources, but he never anticipated they would be this abundant. Though he had opened his own treasure vault to inspire morale before the expedition, almost depleting his stock of various elixirs and equipment, the reality was that among the million-strong army, only a mere handful could receive the coveted spirit pills and gear. Especially when it came to high-grade spirit pills that could manifest significant effects in battle, those below the Golden Immortal rank were left to merely dream of such luxuries. Yet, on the side of the Dragon Clan, not only were high-grade spirit pills available to Golden Immortals, but even Earth Immortals and Celestial Immortals seemed to have ample supplies. The sheer quantity of required elixirs far exceeded that of their Demon Master's estate by 10-fold, if not 100-fold. Previously, he believed the foundation of his own Demon Master's estate to be sufficiently profound, but now, in comparison to the Dragon Clan, it felt utterly diminished. How could there be such a disparity among ancient legacies? Little did he know that while the Dragon Clan had a strong base, it had not been extravagant to such an extent until the resurgence of their ancestor Aogu, following a grand session of alchemy. The elixir reserves of the Four Seas Dragon Palace had nearly doubled overnight. Particularly, the stock of high-grade spirit pills had increased by an astonishing 100-fold. After all, the spirit pills crafted by a mighty being like Aogu, even if merely produced in bulk, were rare treasures within the current 3 realms. Thus, the Dragon Clan became increasingly affluent. The entire Dragon Clan enjoyed high-quality spirit pills specifically refined for them by their ancestor. And the previously stored ordinary pills in the Dragon Palace were now fully open to the Four Seas allied forces, resulting in a surge of morale and combat prowess among the allied troops. For after all, the elixirs collected by the Four Seas Dragon Palace were by no means ordinary. What were deemed ordinary spirit pills were merely so in comparison to those crafted by Aogu. For the vast majority of the Dragon Palace's soldiers, these were coveted treasures they had longed for, now supplied almost without limit, leaving no reason for them not to fight valiantly. Thus, the battlefield witnessed a spectacle that astonished various factions, the Four Seas allied forces. Unexpectedly taking the offensive, began to press the Demon Master's estate. In that moment, countless individuals, both openly and covertly, could not help but scoff. Is this the strategy of the wealthy? The author has a message. Here, as the first update. And I extend my gratitude to user 11431013 for their likes. user 157400984 for their urging, and users 196117739 and 16752897 for their supportive energy. Chapter 90. The rise of the Dragon Clan and reactions from all sides. These dragons are truly extravagant. After holding back for a long time, the Serpent General atop the clouds let out a long sigh, unsure whether to feel envious or frustrated. Such waste. The Turtle General beside him could not help but utter those two words. It is not surprising for celestial beings to utilize elixirs and spirit medicines to recover from injuries and restore their powers during duels. However, this method of an entire army consuming pills is something they had never encountered. Despite years of cultivation, now they finally understood what it meant to possess the heritage of an ancient clan, what it meant to be like a centipede that, though dead, still does not perish in the land of North Jilu. Adjacent to the Northern Sea, ancient and powerful thoughts intertwined in the void. After all these years, I had imagined that Kuenping's demon masteress estate had developed into something remarkable. Yet it is merely this. The sarcasm and schadenfreude in their thoughts were unmistakable. With such meager abilities, he once thought to replace the two sovereigns, without weighing his own worth. However, on the other hand, the Dragon Clan is indeed thriving. Had they known it would come to this when the two sovereigns were still around, they should have taken a good scrape at them. They were too preoccupied with dealing with the Witch Clan, allowing such a plump sheep to slip away unnoticed in the heavenly court within the Lingxiao Hall. The phantom of the Hao Yian mirror hovered in the air, clearly displaying the battle conditions in the Northern Sea to the Jade Emperor and Tai Bai Jinxing, who stood beside him. Tai Bai, do you think I have been too harsh on the Dragon Clan? Observing the battle through the mirror, the Jade Emperor suddenly spoke softly. They clearly possess the strength to undertake significant responsibilities, yet have consistently presented themselves as timid in my presence for so many years that, am I truly so fearsome? Tai Bai Jinxing felt a chill run down his spine, a close aide to the Jade Emperor. He knew his sovereign's temperament all too well, understanding that the words of those in power often require a reverse interpretation. Your Majesty, you are known for your magnanimity among the beings of the three realms. You must not blame yourself due to the petty thoughts of certain subordinates. The Jade Emperor nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing more, but his gaze upon the mirror grew increasingly profound and cold. Tai Bai Jinxing lowered his head, silently mourning for the Dragon Clan, reflecting that they ought either to cease their pretense or to maintain it to the end. Revealing their true nature halfway through was hardly commendable. Now, it seems they have caught the attention of the Emperor. He could already envision the Dragon Clan's grim future. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, the situation appeared dire. The Pung Demon King's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the nine-headed worm and the six-eyed toad, only to be met with disappointment. The nine-headed worm had seemingly re-engaged in battle with the Northern Sea Dragon King. However, the scene remained unchanged. The Northern Sea Dragon King continued to exert overwhelming dominance, leaving the nine-headed worm struggling, retreating at every turn, lacking the demeanor of a great demon of the Tai realm. The situations of the six-eyed toad and other demons were equally dismal, entangled in a fierce battle with a group of Dragon Clan experts. While the other dragon experts were merely relying on pills to demonstrate temporary prowess, the Southern Sea Dragon King Ao Chin and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Run, like their northern counterpart, had seemingly ingested some potent elixir, suddenly becoming formidable and fearsome. The Southern Sea Dragon King alone battled against the Sea Toad King and the Black Wind Monster, both at the peak of the Tai realm. Without yielding an inch, the Western Sea Dragon King faced even more formidable opponents, entangled with 6 Tai realm demons, including the Demon Master Kun Wong, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, as well as the Bear Mountain Lord, Tiger Lord, Crane Lord, Elephant Lord, and Shark Lord. Apart from the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, who was at the peak of the Tai realm, the remaining 5 were all powerful figures in the mid to late stages of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, far from weaklings. Yet even so, in a 6-against-1 scenario, they still could not gain any advantage against the fully unleashed Western Sea Dragon King, who left them drenched in cold sweat, compounded by the occasional tolling of the divine bell, which shocked their souls, forcing them to remain vigilant against attacks from the spiritual realm, dividing their focus and leaving them in a dire plight. Disheartened, The Pung Demon King shook his head. It was clear that relying on these fellows to turn the tide was futile. To reverse the situation, he would have to take matters into his own hands. The author has a message. Today, my state is quite poor, my mind feels heavy, so there will only be these 2 updates. I hope for your understanding. Additionally, I am grateful for all the likes and supportive energy from friends this afternoon. Due to word limits, I cannot list everyone, but I remember them all in my heart. Thank you. Chapter 91. The Feathered Beast, how dare you? A glint of cold light flashed in the Pung Demon King's eyes as his figure suddenly moved, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Swiftly traversing dozens of miles of void, appearing at the very center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, the sharp shadow of a halberd cleaved through the air, instantly striking before the Southern Sea Dragon King Ao Chin. He perceives the situation with remarkable clarity. Despite the current chaos and complexity, the pivotal points are few and far between. Among these, the trio of Ao Chin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun stands at the forefront. Having already engaged in combat, it is precisely because these 3 have entangled the primary experts of the Demon Master S Mansion that the latter's advantage remains unutilized, resulting in a stalemate. Should any one of them be eliminated, the remaining champions would naturally be freed to join the fray, thereby unraveling the entire situation. Among the 3, the Sea King Ao Shun finds himself in a favorable position against the 9-headed insect. However, recklessly committing additional power may assist the insect in regaining ground, yet achieving a swift victory over it would prove challenging. Though the West Sea King Ao Run faces 6 foes, the disparity in numbers is significant. Yet, aside from the 100-eyed Demon Lord, a peaked high-level fiend, the others, such as Bear Mountain Lord and Tiger Lord, are merely mid to late-stage Tai Golden Immortals. While they are not weak, they pale in comparison to the West Sea King, who has already advanced to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal and wields dual divine powers, allowing him to merely lend support to the 100-eyed Demon Lord by alleviating some of its burdens. The combined threat from these fiends does not match the menace posed by the 100-eyed Demon Lord alone. Thus, although the West Sea King appears to be outnumbered, he still possesses considerable strength. And even with additional support, a decisive blow may not be easily achieved. In contrast, the South Sea King presents the most suitable opportunity for a breakthrough. While he faces 2 adversaries, both the Sea Toad King and the Black Wind Monster are formidable peak Tai fiends. Together, they may not rival the Great Luo, yet they are rare opponents among the Tai Golden Immortals. Despite the South Sea King not being at a disadvantage, he is nonetheless compelled to employ all his skills. Thus, when the Pung Demon King strikes, the spearhead is directed squarely at him. What? As the target, Ao Chin feels a sudden surge of trepidation, followed by the sight of an extraordinarily fierce spear shadow cleaving through the air towards him with earth-shattering force. An unprecedented sense of crisis engulfs him, one that neither the Sea Toad King nor the Black Wind Monster had ever elicited. His countenance shifts dramatically as he hastens to wield his flame dragon whip in defense. In that instant, the Sea Toad King and the Black Wind Monster, locked in battle with him, seize the opportunity. With their battle-hardened experience, they cannot afford to miss such a blatant chance. They swiftly converge from both sides to ensnare the South Sea King, rendering him unable to maneuver. At this moment, the Pung Demon King's attack descends upon them, and Ao Chin's eyes betray a flicker of panic and resolve. Even if he cannot evade or withstand the blow, he will not allow these fiends to achieve an easy victory. If he must perish, he shall take 2 with him. Yet, just then, a familiar roar erupts. "You vile beast, dare you?" Following this, a colossal flag shadow, akin to a celestial canopy, ruptures the void, parting the surging tides and descending with a force that seems to sweep the heavens and earth. In the heart of the battlefield, the faces of the Pung Demon King, the Sea Toad King, and the Black Wind Monster all change dramatically to their astonishment. They find themselves enveloped by the shadow of this monumental flag, as if an immense weight has descended upon them, rendering them heavy and breathless, as though they might suffocate at any moment. With no time to spare, they abandon their assault on the South Sea King and unleash their full might upon the descending flag. In the next moment, their coordinated strikes, a sword, a spear, and a halberd, collide with the descending flag. However, after a mere moment of resistance, the flag sweeps aside their weapons and bodies, casting them out of the battlefield like three fleeting phantoms, their cries echoing as they vanish from sight. Then, a figure holding the flag descends beside the shaken South Sea King. "Brother, are you unharmed?" It is none other than the East Sea King. It turns out that Ao Guang has been closely monitoring the situation. Upon witnessing the Peng Demon King's intent to attack his brother, he could not stand idly by. He promptly unleashed the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag to intercept, quickly arriving at the South Sea King's side. "Brother, I am fine," the South Sea King replies gratefully. Shaking his head, he acknowledges that the prior moment was perilous. Had it not been for his brother's timely intervention, he might have truly fallen. However, glancing in the direction from which the Peng Demon King and the others had vanished, he cannot help but inquire, "Brother, they are unlikely to have perished, but they will surely not fare well." Ao Guang responds with a calm demeanor. Although his power has significantly increased after receiving the divine talisman from their ancestor, and the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag has become considerably more formidable in his hands. He understands that defeating 3 Peak Tai Fiends in one blow is no small feat. However, it is not necessary for him to eliminate them all. "Break!" the East Sea King exhorts, channeling his energy once more into the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag, which unfurls majestically. With a resounding boom, the entire North Sea trembles as a force intimately connected to the Dragon Clan as fate surges through the void, descending upon the unfurling flag. The moment it sweeps through the air, an overwhelming power is unleashed, akin to an invisible torrent that washes through the void, sweeping away tens of thousands of the Demon Master's forces in an instant, rendering the previously chaotic scene starkly clear. Nearby, the myriad fiends gasp in shock, their gazes filled with terror. Yet Ao Guang's attention pierces through this cleared space, unhindered, landing upon the 100-eyed demon lord and the 9-headed insect, who are still engaged in battle with Ao Run and Ao Shun. By the heavens, the fiends suddenly feel a chilling dread wash over them. Hastily attempting to withdraw from battle and evade, they have witnessed the might of the 8 Desolation Dragon King flag firsthand. The recent fate of the Peng Demon King and his companions lingers in their minds, leaving them reluctant to repeat the same mistakes. However, their desire to flee hinges on Ao Guang's consent. "Where do you think you are going?" The East Sea King sneers, vigorously waving the flag once more. First, he directs it towards the North Sea King, causing the 9-headed insect, which had just driven the North Sea King back, to vanish with a scream. Then, he swings it towards the West Sea King, sweeping away the 100-eyed Demon Lord, Bear Mountain Lord, Tiger Lord, and others who had been besieging the West Sea King, all of them vanishing with cries of despair, blood gushing as they fly off into the unknown. Both sides of the conflict are stunned. They clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Is it truly so exaggerated? What was meant to be a battle of millions has been utterly overshadowed by a single individual. No, a dragon, leaving the rest in disarray. Long live the Dragon King. The morale of the Four Seas Coalition rallies as they respond swiftly, roaring forth to courageously engage the nearest enemies. In stark contrast, the morale of the Demon Master's forces plummets, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit. With their commanding generals swept away, only the foot soldiers remain, lacking a central figure to rally around. How can they continue to fight? With their hearts devoid of battle fervor, they are swiftly overwhelmed by the Four Seas Coalition, who charge forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountains or dragons emerging from a sea, leaving chaos in their wake. What was anticipated to be a fierce battle has been effortlessly transformed into a one-sided affair by the East Sea King in mere moments. Not only others, but even Ao Guang himself cannot suppress his astonishment. He had always known the power of supreme treasures, yet he never expected them to wield such overwhelming might. It seems that this treasure had lain dormant in his hands previously. Now, with his enhanced strength, he is finally able to unleash a fraction of its true potential. Had it not been for his own cultivation limitations, if a master capable of fully harnessing the artifact's power were to wield it, they could potentially reduce the entire Demon Master's army to ashes with just a few swings. Nevertheless, despite this, Ao Guang has left many in awe. Your Majesty, what sort of treasure is that? To possess such power? On the clouds, the Serpent General cannot help but exclaimed, so effortlessly vanquish so many formidable adversaries, including several peak Tai fiends of comparable strength. Such an ability could rival even that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, it is evident that the Dragon King of the East Sea cannot possibly be at a Luo. Thus, the issue must lie solely with the flag in his possession. A matter discernible even to the Snake General is certainly not lost on the great Emperor Zhenwu. His pair of authoritative eyes narrowed for the first time, and although he did not respond to the Snake General's words, a chilling glint flickered in his gaze at a supreme spiritual treasure. The Dragon Clan possesses such a remarkable artifact. The ancient and formidable divine thoughts from the North Julu continent stirred with excitement. They were ancient powers that had survived from the primordial era, possessing vision far beyond that of ordinary beings. They instantly recognized the quality of the 8 desolate Dragon King flag and could not remain composed. After all, this was a supreme spiritual treasure, a coveted item even during the ancient primordial times, capable of inciting fierce competition among countless beings. Even in their illustrious past, they could not lay claim to such treasures. Although the ancient heavenly court possessed artifacts of this caliber, they were primarily concentrated in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Empress, the Eastern Sovereign, and the formidable Demon Master Kunpeng, serving as sources of deterrent power. As for beings like them, they could merely possess a handful of first-rate spiritual treasures for protection. Now, the very treasure they had once longed for was unexpectedly in the hands of Ao Wang, a mere Tai Golden Immortal who was not even at a Luo. Even those who prided themselves on their deep cunning could not help but feel their excitement swell and envy arise. How many treasures has this Dragon Clan concealed? If only they had known sooner. Had they known, they would have rushed to the East Sea Dragon Palace to seize it. Yet, it was not too late. At this point, an ancient divine thought suddenly withdrew, and a tempestuous aura surged forth from the depths of the North Julu continent, shaking the void and racing towards the North Sea. Clearly, even ancient demons could not resist the allure of such a precious item. Philian and the other divine thought bearers felt a surge of urgency. 2 or 3 could no longer remain still and erupted with momentum, ready to take action. However, they were swift, yet there were beings, demons, who were even swifter. The author has something to say. Here, as the third update, that I extend my gratitude to all the readers for their encouragement and gifts today. Some readers possess a remarkable talent for naming, and the author is at a loss on how to express it, so I won't list them all individually. That I continue to welcome requests for updates and 5-star reviews. Gifts are not mandatory. Just given as you please. Chapter 93. The Terrifying Ghost Car. Seizing treasures from the cracked sea, a terrifying gust of ominous wind suddenly howled across the sea surface, filling the air with malevolence. Following this, a monstrous bird with 9 heads and 18 wings, its neck stained a deep crimson as if dripping with blood, swept through the heavens with a chilling aura, accompanied by the wailing cries of countless spirits. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to darken. The sea surface appeared to be pressed down by an unseen force, visibly sinking. Countless gazes, both hidden and overt, shuddered in alarm. What is happening? Who is that? Countless voices erupted in astonishment at the sight, especially the bearers of those formidable divine thoughts from the North Julu continent, whose expressions changed dramatically, for this unexpected arrival was none other than the fearsome ancient beast of the primordial era. Known for its dreadful reputation, the Ghost Car, a prominent figure among the 10 demon lords of the ancient heavenly court. Unlike their unyielding loyalty to the Heavenly Emperor and Eastern Sovereign, this creature had a complicated history with the Demon Master Kunpeng during the time of the ancient heavenly court. After the fall of the ancient heavenly court, their ties deepened, hinting at a guest-like status within the Demon Master's domain. However, as the Demon Master Kunpeng retreated and the second-generation Demon King ascended to power, the Ghost Car, feeling its own status, could not be expected to remain subordinate to a lesser figure, and thus withdrew from the scene, gradually severing ties with the Demon Master's faction. It was unexpected that this time, the Demon Master's actions would be so grandiose. mobilizing all and even inviting him to join. None among the various factions were foolish. It was clear to all that the ghost car had long been lurking nearby, merely keeping its presence hidden until now. Otherwise, it could not have arrived so swiftly. The ancient demons on the North Julu continent, who were about to take action, hesitated. If it were just the Dragon clan, they would not have thought much of it, but they had not anticipated that the ghost car would also be lying in ambush at the edge of the battlefield, with this formidable ally in close proximity. What treasures would remain for them by the time they arrived? They could not believe that the ghost car would willingly leave opportunities for these latecomers while seizing the chance to enjoy the spoils for itself. By the time they reached the scene, they would be lucky to even get a sip of the broth. After all, the ghost car was no ordinary dragon, even among the 10 demon lords of the ancient heavenly court. It was not weak, ranking among the top in terms of both cultivation and strength. Much time had passed, and none could ascertain how much stronger it had grown. Facing it could leave even their former colleagues feeling uncertain. Only Philion, who had already set off, pressed on towards the North Sea, unwilling to turn back. After all, he had already begun his journey. Returning now would appear as though he feared the ghost car, which would not reflect well upon him. Hidden in the skies above the North Sea, the great Emperor Jinwu's expression shifted dramatically. The opponent had clearly been lying in wait nearby, and he had been utterly oblivious. Especially upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, his countenance grew even more grim, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, just as various factions grappled with different thoughts, frustration, and trepidation. The ghost car soared above the battlefield, its 18 dark wings unfurling, blocking out the sun and exerting its oppressive presence over the sky. 18 razor-sharp claws reached down towards the sea surface below. In an instant, a tidal wave of malevolence surged downward. Countless ghostly figures flickering in the malevolent energy, emitting anguished wails that sent chills down the spine, evoking dread in the hearts of all. These phantoms were the souls of beings that had perished beneath the claws of the ghost car over the years. As a beast of the primordial era with a notorious reputation, an unparalleled great demon, the number of lives lost to the ghost car's claws was incalculable, including many formidable beings. Moreover, the ghost car was a naturally malevolent creature, adept at manipulating the energies of darkness and the underworld. Any being slain by it would find no release for their souls, inevitably transforming into vengeful spirits, becoming part of its power. This was the primary reason for its fearsome reputation, instilling dread in all. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the 18 ghostly claws tore through the surface of the North Sea, the waters parting like blue silk being ripped apart. Billions of tons of water surged into the sky, shooting up to the clouds. The ghost car transformed into a shadow, diving down almost instantaneously above the battlefield, its eerie laughter echoing as its terrifying claws reached for the East Sea Dragon, King Ao Guang. This treasure is splendid. It shall belong to me. Chapter 94. The demonic flames surge. The dragon ancestor strikes in an instant. The 9 pairs of monstrous claws resembling evil spirits seemed to pierce the ocean, rending the void as they descended upon the depths of the North Sea. Accompanied by howling winds and endless malevolence, the 9 pairs of enormous eyes of the ghost car sparkled with a menacing light. Unlike other great demons who preferred to manifest in human form, this unparalleled great demon reveled in revealing its true form during battle, as it maximized its innate abilities and combat prowess, while also enabling it to observe its foes and seize the moment. Of course, it also allowed it to fully relish the sight of its enemies struggling for life beneath its talons, as the visual effects brought by 9 pairs of eyes were incomparable to those of a single pair. At this moment, billions of tons of water surged into the air, sweeping outwards in all directions. The creatures at the sea's depths felt as if a weighty burden had suddenly been placed upon them, as if a 1,000-pound load and 10,000-pound boulder had been dropped atop them, leaving them feeling weak and on the verge of collapse. Panic and fear gripped their hearts, as if they were about to be crushed in the next moment. The entire battlefield, with its 200,000 troops, whether the already crumbling forces of the Demon Master or the advancing coalition of the 4 seas, forgot everything else, instinctively gazing upward in terror, plunging into boundless dread. Among them, Ao Guang, who stood at the forefront, turned pale, feeling an immense terror welling up within him. That moment, it felt as if the very void were collapsing upon him, as if a mountain were pressing down, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Paralyzed and unable to move a single finger, his mind blanked in the face of such a nearly divine and terrifying power. He could not muster any thought of resistance, merely watching in horror as the monstrous claws descended upon him. The Father God has finally made his move. Far away, hundreds of miles distant, the nine-headed worm, still spitting blood, could not help but burst into loud laughter at the scene before him. Few were aware that he was, in fact, the sole offspring of the ancient demon god, the Ghost Car. This was also the reason why the Pung Demon King, as the esteemed heir of the Demon Master S Manor, had consistently shown him such deference. Otherwise, despite his exalted status as a formidable creature of the Tai extreme realm and one of the utmost experts in the Demon Master S Manor, he would not have received such treatment. Consequently, the nine-headed worm had enjoyed a smooth journey over the years, never having suffered such a significant setback, and his heart brimmed with hatred towards the Dragon Clan. Now that his father had taken action, he could finally vent his grievances. Splendidly done. On another front, the Pung Demon King, having just ceased his own vomiting of blood after being swept back hundreds of miles, could not help but silently commend the effort, his spirit uplifted. He had previously learned from the nine-headed worm that there lurked another powerful being of at least the Deluo level within the Dragon Clan. So how could he not have prepared some contingency measures before recklessly launching an attack on the North Sea Dragon Palace? Thus, prior to the actual deployment, he had collaborated with the nine-headed worm to persuade the Ghost Car to join their ranks, bringing forth this ancient fierce deity as a concealed trump card for their military expedition. Originally, the intention behind summoning this unparalleled demon was to counter the unidentified Deluo expert hidden behind the Dragon Clan. Yet he had not anticipated that the Dragon Clan would be so deeply entrenched, not only possessing formidable strength, but also brazenly luring this fierce deity out beforehand. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the Ghost Car had long been renowned since the Primordial Era, having reached the pinnacle of Deluo during the ancient heavenly courts. Otherwise, it would not hold a position among the 10 great demon gods of that age. Countless epochs later, no one could ascertain the true extent of the Ghost Car's current power. Not even the Pung Demon King. Yet he was certain that it was stronger than in the primordial times, possibly even on the verge of becoming a quasi-saint, even if it had not yet taken that final step. It remained one of the most formidable existences within the Deluo realm, far beyond the reach of ordinary Deluo beings. Even if there was another Deluo expert lurking behind the Dragon Clan, they would not stand a chance against this fierce deity. The Pung Demon King was utterly convinced of this. However, a death wish within the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Gu, who had been sitting steadily, suddenly flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Although he had long anticipated that the Demon Master S Manor's assault was not merely the handiwork of the younger generation led by the Pung Demon King, but rather orchestrated by unseen hands, he initially thought it was the scheming Kunpung. To his surprise, it was the Ghost Car, this wretched creature, that had dared to take the first strike. In truth, the Ghost Car had once allied with the Phoenix Clan against the Dragon Clan, serving as one of their former minions. However, like Kunpung, it had not participated in the final, brutal battle of the Dragon Han Calamity, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Now, this former lackey of the Phoenix Clan had the audacity to extend its claws towards his Dragon Clan. With a cold snort, Ao Gu abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing before Ao Wang. Are the treasures of my Dragon Clan something that you, a mere wretched bird, can lay claim to? Raising his hand, he effortlessly seized the 8 Desolations Dragon King flag from Ao Guang's grasp, then swung it with force. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and the seas quaked, and all dragonkind felt a tremor in their hearts. The immense dragon aura surged forth, crossing the void and descending, sweeping through the sky like an expansive celestial canopy, obscuring the sun as it bore down upon the Ghost Car. Holy smoke! The Ghost Car's expression changed drastically, only to be met with the overwhelming flag that struck him squarely. The very fabric of space warped, the earth trembled, and the ocean erupted with tumultuous waves. The Ghost Car, caught at the forefront, let out a mournful cry, blood spraying into the heavens as is formidable for at this moment. The members of the Demon Master's manor, upon witnessing this scene, felt as if their hearts had turned to ash. The most terrifying aspect of this world is not the absence of hope, but rather the cruel gift of hope followed by profound descent into despair. Such a blow is tenfold heavier than having no hope at all, plunging one into utter hopelessness. This is precisely their plight now. The morale that had been rekindled by the arrival of the ghostly chariot had now plummeted to the nadir. The million-strong army had completely lost the courage to continue fighting. Collapsing entirely was the ghostly chariot finished just like that. Thousands of miles away, the fierce eyes of the demon god, Philean, widened in shock, almost causing him to forget that he was in the midst of fleeing. Suddenly jolted, he abruptly halted his flight and turned to escape. Chapter 96. A frightening revelation. The Kuanpung emerges that it was not that Philean lacked courage. Rather, the methods of Augu were simply too terrifying. The ghostly chariot, with all its might, had been dispatched so effortlessly. Was this not an exaggeration? Others might not be clear about the strength of the ghostly chariot, but did they not know it well, having once been colleagues? Even among the top 10 demon gods of Ur, it had ranked prominently. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, it had crumbled. Since the opponent could so easily dispatch the ghostly chariot, could they not similarly handle him? He had thought there was an opportunity to seize, only to realize that this was no opportunity, but rather a deadly pitfall. Did he wish to approach, as if he were inviting death upon himself? The ancient demons from Beiju Luzhou, who had hesitated and remained motionless, could not help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had refrained from joining the fray. Otherwise, they would have been as humiliated as Philean, gaining nothing while attracting unnecessary trouble. Augu waved his hand lightly, summoning the Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron, which obediently returned to him, shrinking to the size of a small incense burner, resting in his palm. He then raised his head, gazing at a cluster of clouds above at an angle, and calmly inquired, "Have you seen enough?" From atop the cloud, the cold sweat of the true martial emperor and the two generals, Turtle and Serpent, instantly poured down. For the cloud Augu was looking at was their hiding place. It was clear that Augu had discovered them long ago. Had it been before this moment, they might have disregarded Augu. But now, with the ghostly chariot having just been captured, how could they afford to be indifferent? The true martial emperor hurriedly waved his hand to disperse the surrounding mist, revealing both himself and the turtle and serpent generals. He then politely bowed in Augu's direction, saying, "Please do not take offense, esteemed friend. I am true marshal, appointed by the heavenly court to oversee matters in the northern region, upon discovering the Demon Master's forces invading our territory. I feared for the safety of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Hence I hastily led my subordinates to keep watch that I hope you do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions at all. Then I must thank you for your concern." Augu replied with a faint smile. "However, matters concerning the Dragon Clan are best handled by ourselves, and there is no need for your further concern." True Marshal, understanding the hint, quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "If that is the case, I shall not impose further. Farewell." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing with the turtle and serpent generals, seemingly fearful that lingering even a moment longer would leave them ensnared. Augu scoffed, amused by the fellow's perspicacity. Were it not for the fact that it was not yet time to sever ties with the heavenly court, he might have truly detained them. The revelry of his dragon clan was not something just anyone could witness. His gaze shifted to another direction. "And you little shrimp, since you have arrived, do you think you can leave?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently grasped. Thunderous roars erupted. The void trembled, and the heavens darkened. It was as if the entire universe had succumbed to shadow in an instant, an invisible pressure radiating outward, shaking the void, causing all aquatic beings within a myriad of miles to tremble in fear, paralyzed and unable to move 1,000 miles away. The Pung Demon King and the other demons, sensing the impending doom, turned pale. Despite their previous scattering, the closest among them were still separated by hundreds of miles, and those further away nearly 1,000, yet in that moment, they felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed poised to crush their hearts. Amidst this terrifying force, a colossal dragon claw descended, blotted out the sun and struck down upon them in that instant, whether it was the Pung Demon King, who had nearly reached the utmost limits of Tai, the nine-headed worm, the six-eyed golden toad, or the likes of the black wind monster, the hundred-eyed demon lord, and others, even those with only mid to late-stage Tai cultivation, such as the Bear Mountain Lord, the Tiger Lord, the Crane Lord, and the Giant Elephant Lord, all were seized by an overwhelming sense of their own fragility, akin to mere ants, even as the shadow of death loomed above them. They could only watch helplessly as they were engulfed, for against this strike, their meager powers offered no resistance. Even the strongest ant remained, but an ant to profound despair surged within them. No, I cannot die here. At that moment, an unwilling and fierce glint flashed in the Pung Demon King's eyes, and he suddenly unleashed a secret technique. Just then, hundreds of miles away, the nine-headed worm let out a roar that was anything but human, followed by the emergence of an enormous bird, its wings sprawling like clouds, feathers shimmering like woven gold and jade. It was as if he had revealed his true demonic form. However, unlike before, the nine-headed worm displayed no signs of ferocity. Instead, all 8 heads bore expressions of agony and terror. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force erupted from within him, as if an abyss had opened inside, drawing in the surrounding primordial energies in a frenzy. His aura surged violently, and in an instant he broke through the limits of Tai, entering the realm of Deluo, Golden Immortal. The energy continued to rise, as if inflated without end, showing no signs of abating. Yet the nine-headed worm, the very host of this transformation, showed no joy. Rather, his 8 bird eyes were filled with dread as he could not help but cry out in rage, "Despicable Pung Demon! How wicked!" In the next moment, his body seemed to transform into a flesh-and-blood black hole, collapsing inward along with the energy surging from all directions. And in the blink of an eye, he shrank from the size of a mountain to nothingness, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. From within the blood mist, a flash of black light flickered, and the billowing mist and the surrounding primordial energies condensed and retracted as if absorbed by an unseen force. Then an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from the blood mist, and in the next instant, a colossal figure, reminiscent of an ancient whale, soared into the sky, transforming into a gigantic bird that blotted out the sun. With a single flap of its wings, an imposing force surged forth, as if it could pierce the heavens, shaking the very fabric of existence and reverberating through the void. Is this the Kunpung? At this moment, countless powerful beings across the realm felt a stirring in their hearts, irresistibly drawn to cast their gazes towards the North Sea. Author's note: thank you for the gifts and encouragement over the past 2 days. I will not list them all. The updates have been a bit sluggish recently, but I will adjust and strive to provide more chapters soon. Please continue to urge for updates and 5-star reviews. Gifts are not obligatory. Chapter 97. Dying of Frustration. The External Avatar. Time rewinds to the moment before the upheaval occurred. The Pung Demon King activated his secret technique. The nine-headed worm immediately sensed something was amiss. A strange and inexplicable force surged violently from his body, gathering at his dantian. This revelation left him in utter shock. Having reached his level of cultivation, his body had been refined to perfection. With every aspect under his control, how could such an uncontrollable force suddenly manifest? More alarmingly, he had sensed nothing beforehand. In a panic, he attempted to suppress it immediately. In a moment of desperate peril, the emergence of such a rebellious force would surely spell his doom. Yet, what terrified him further was that this force was not only beyond his control, but also terrifyingly potent. Even with all his might, he could not subdue it, forced to watch helplessly as this power coalesced into a golden-red spirit pill, identical to the royal heavenly reversal pill that the Pung Demon King had previously gifted him for healing. By this moment, how could he still be oblivious to who had orchestrated his predicament? He had never anticipated that the Pung Demon King would be so treacherous and malevolent, feigning goodwill by offering medicine to aid his recovery, while secretly embedding a hidden peril within his very being. Regrettably, he realized this far too late, for as he made this discovery, the terrifying, devouring force concealed within the crimson golden elixir erupted violently, consuming him entirely, flesh and bone alike. As a sacrifice, he facilitated the manifestation of the Kunpeng's incarnation, setting in motion a series of subsequent events. Once again, this trickery. Ao Gu's countenance darkened at the sight before him. With his keen insight, he immediately discerned that the entity before him was not the true form of the Kunpeng, but rather a mere borrowed manifestation, akin to the Jiao Demon King he had vanquished before. However, compared to the previous Jiao Demon King, this external incarnation exhibited a manifestly greater strength. Based on the overwhelming aura it exuded, it was not inferior to the ghost chariot, considering that the Kunpeng was itself an established quasi-saint. One of the primordial deities of the world, its Daoist powers far surpassed those of the ghost chariot, and its potential combat prowess likely exceeded that of the latter. This realization left Ao Gu somewhat disheartened. He had already sensed that the recent mobilization of the Demon Master's estate was not without ulterior motives, with the shadow of the Kunpeng evidently lurking behind it. Thus, he found no surprise in the Kunpeng's appearance. He merely did not expect the adversary to be so cautious as to send forth only an incarnation. This rendered some of his prior calculations futile. Nonetheless, despite his disappointment, Ao Gu had no choice but to steel himself. Momentarily setting aside the lesser figures associated with the Peng Demon King, he concentrated his power and unleashed it toward the sudden emergence of the Kunpeng incarnation, striking it with tremendous force. In an instant, the entire northern sea trembled, the surface of the ocean sinking nearly a foot beneath the oppressive pressure. The void quaked as if it would tear apart, with vital energy exploding forth like a tidal wave. Sweeping in all directions, both Ao Gu and the Kunpeng incarnation staggered back a step, their expressions grave. Ao Gu could not help but gaze intently at this incarnation. Clearly, although it was also an external manifestation, the power invested by the Kunpeng in this form far surpassed that of the one concealed within the Jiao Demon King's second divine spirit, proving to be much more formidable than he had anticipated. What Ao Gu did not realize was that the method of external manifestation employed by the Kunpeng demanded an exceptionally high standard of the host. The higher the host cultivation and the stronger the physical body, the greater the capacity to bear and contain power, resulting in a correspondingly stronger manifested incarnation. The nine-headed worm not only possessed slightly superior cultivation compared to the Jiao Demon King, but was also one of the 10 great demon gods, the offspring of the ghost chariot, inheriting the pure bloodline of the ancient demon gods. Its physical strength and potential vastly surpassed that of the hybrid Jiao dragon. Particularly, the Kunpeng had prepared in advance, channeling as much power as possible to the incarnation at the moment of its manifestation through the connection with its true form. It had not considered the limits of the incarnation's endurance, which now operated in a state of overload. Thus, this manifested Kunpeng incarnation was evidently much stronger than the one Ao Gu had extinguished previously, having already reached the threshold of quasi-saint, despite the immense harm this would inflict on the incarnation itself. Acquiring an external manifestation of such caliber as the nine-headed worm was not an easy feat, even for the Kunpeng at its current status. After all, the materials were rare. A pure bloodline from an ancient demon god like the nine-headed worm was not particularly extraordinary in the primordial era. But in the present age, it had become exceedingly scarce and not easily found. Excluding those with profound backgrounds that could not be trifled with, it was even more difficult to come by. Unfortunately, due to the Kunpeng's reckless overuse, this incarnation, even if it survived Ao Gu's onslaught, was destined to be rendered utterly useless after this battle. However, the Kunpeng was unconcerned, as long as it could achieve its intended objectives. It would not hesitate to sacrifice one incarnation, or even 100. Young one, who are you, and what is your connection to that old ghost, the Ancestral Dragon? With a sudden shift, the colossal bird that obscured the sky transformed into a human figure, an elderly man clad in a black robe, descending from the clouds. Upon seeing Ao Gu's visage, his pupils constricted, and he coldly inquired, as an old subordinate and rival of the Ancestral Dragon. The Kunpeng was acutely familiar with him, and upon glimpsing Ao Gu, he instantly associated him with the already perished Ancestral Dragon, for their appearances were strikingly similar. Were it not for the dissonance in the Daoist aura emanating from Ao Gu, coupled with the fact that he had witnessed the Ancestral Dragon's demise firsthand, its remains having transformed into the primordial dragon veins. He might have truly believed he was encountering a ghost. Young one. Gu could not help but respond with furious laughter. Few would dare to address him in such a manner, even in the ancient primordial era, yet here he was confronted by one who presumed to act so brazenly. And it was none other than the Kunpeng, a former traitorous subordinate. Particularly galling was the fact that he had the audacity to refer to him as Old Ghost right to his face. You despicable creature, the account of your betrayal of the Dragon Clan has yet to be settled. How dare you appear before me and speak insolently, truly believing my Dragon Clan cannot deal with you? As he spoke, he brandished the 8 desolate Dragon King flag, channeling his power to strike at the Kunpeng. Since the true form was too fearful to show itself, he would take it out on this incarnation instead. Boom! In an instant, the void quaked and the ocean surged. The immense power of the dragon's fate swept through the air alongside the flag, engulfing the sky as if a vast celestial canopy was descending upon the Kunpeng incarnation. Boldness! The Kunpeng incarnation's expression shifted, a mix of shock and fury washing over him. He had not anticipated that his opponent would be so audacious as to launch an attack without uttering a word. Ever since he had joined the ancient heavenly court and achieved the title of Demon Master, it had been quite some time since anyone dared to treat him with such contempt. With a fierce cry, he transformed back into his original form, a colossal pung, soaring into the sky. His wings spread like the clouds, stirring up a tempest and tumultuous waves as he defiantly countered the onslaught, colliding heavily with the shadow of the flag. Immediately thereafter, the Kunpeng let out a muffled groan, blood spewing forth as he was sent crashing away like a massive shadow. The evidence proved that under the 8 desolate Dragon King flag, the Kunpeng's performance was not significantly better than that of his son, the Peng Demon King. Yet Gu did not relent. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he suddenly raised his hand. A cauldron the size of an incense burner, the Xianhuang Mother Chi Ding, flew forth, expanding in the wind, instantly transforming into a mountain-sized behemoth. The Xian and Huang energies erupted, filling the air as if the world were being created anew. Shrouding half the sky, the enormous cauldron descended like a divine mountain, and in that moment, the void froze. The previously bloodied Kunpeng incarnation was abruptly sealed and immobilized in midair. Then, amidst the astonished and wary gazes of onlookers, this seemingly omnipotent mountain treasure cauldron descended with unyielding force upon the Kunpeng incarnation suspended in the air. It seemed as though the next moment would utterly suppress him into a puddle of flesh and blood. Although he could not lift the lid of the Xianhuang Mother Chi cauldron due to the lingering presence of a ghostly vehicle within, rendering its absorption capabilities temporarily inoperative, the suppression functions remained entirely unaffected. With Gu's prowess, even in his current state as merely a second primordial spirit, far inferior to his true form, wielding such a supreme, innate spiritual treasure as the Xianhuang Mother Chi cauldron, it was still quite feasible to crush a Kunpeng incarnation that barely reached the threshold of quasi-sainthood. However, at that moment, the bloodied and retreating Kunpeng exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, a savage glint flickered in his eyes. "Junior, you have forced my hand," and the next instant, a cacophony of howls erupted simultaneously from the surroundings. Enormous creatures akin to small mountains emerged. A giant toad, a serpent-like centipede, a towering bear, a white crane with wings like long clouds, and a crocodile the size of an island. Within and around the battlefield, the surviving Demon Kings and Lords of the Demon Master's estate unveiled their true forms. Each appeared deranged, their faces contorted in agony. And then, like the previous 9-headed insect, they transformed into energy black holes, devouring the surrounding primordial energy of heaven and earth, while simultaneously collapsing and disintegrating into a terrifying vortex of blood energy. Their auras surged dramatically, each one breaking through their existing boundaries and ascending into the realm of Deluo, the Deluo Golden Immortal in the early, middle, late stages, and even at the peak of Deluo. Like balloons being inflated, immense figures soared from the vortex, taking to the skies and morphing into colossal birds that obscured the sun, their imposing presence seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Suddenly, more than a dozen Kunpeng incarnations emerged. These incarnations varied in strength, with the weakest still possessing the Luo cultivation, while the strongest reached the pinnacle of the Luo, even nearing quasi-saint status, only slightly inferior to the incarnation formed from the nine-headed insect. Then, these Kunpeng incarnations flapped their wings and launched a massive assault upon Ao Gu. At that moment, all onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was such exaggeration truly necessary? It appeared that apart from the Peng Demon King, every major demon in the Demon Master's estate bore the seed of your Kunpeng incarnations within them. The sheer audacity of developing such incarnations sent shivers down everyone's spines. As if a terrifying force had been unleashed at this moment. Ao Gu was also left speechless, his mind a whirlpool of confusion, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. What kind of outrageous maneuver was this? Kunpeng, are you certain you weren't surnamed Wang in your previous life? However, he quickly set aside such thoughts, for the freshly emerged Kunpeng incarnations had already encircled him, as if they had conspired to attack him from all directions. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The air was filled with violent winds and tumultuous waves, as thunder boomed, and the entire North Sea resembled a cataclysmic tsunami. Although these newly emerged Kunpeng incarnations were merely at the Luo golden immortal level. They were indeed manifestations of a seasoned quasi-saint, their Daoist powers far from ordinary, making them formidable in battle. Thus, their true combat capabilities nearly approached that of quasi-saints. Even with two supreme spiritual treasures in hand, Ao Gu found himself in disarray, struggling to cope. After all, his second primordial spirit was still only at the Luo level, not superior to these Kunpeng incarnations. Relying on his formidable abilities and the might of his spiritual treasures had allowed him to gain the upper hand in previous battles against the Kunpeng incarnations. But that did not mean he could disregard the threat posed by so many of them. Meanwhile, as Ao Gu battled fiercely against the numerous Kunpeng incarnations in the North Sea, a figure cloaked in black robes silently appeared outside the East Sea Dragon Palace. Should the Peng Demon King witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. For this elder was none other than the enigmatic figure who had once slaughtered the East Sea Dragon Palace as patrolling night demons and uncovered the demise of the Jiao Demon King within its depths. This elder was part of the supporting cadre left for the Peng Demon King upon the abdication of the Demon Master Kunpeng, originally serving as the intelligence chief of the Demon Master's estate. However, after the Peng Demon King took power, he began to elevate his own trusted subordinates, gradually marginalizing this black-robed elder, whose former position was usurped by the newly appointed Lady Watermother. Yet, he remained devoted and diligent, with no complaints, steadfastly fulfilling his duties. Thus, although the Peng Demon King no longer relied on him as much, he never doubted his loyalty. During this military campaign, he had been left behind to guard the Demon Master's stronghold. Unexpectedly, he had not remained in the Demon Master's estate, but had mysteriously appeared at the East Sea Dragon Palace, thousands of miles away. Who would have thought that the Dragon clan harbored such a trump card? With a slight smile, he cast a glance towards the North Sea and then glided towards the Dragon Palace like a wisp of smoke. As he moved, a faint, nebulous black mist emanated from his being, enveloping him entirely. Then an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Under the shroud of this black mist, all light, sound waves, and other forms of perception vanished upon reaching this area, leaving no trace of feedback. Thus, whether one looked with their eyes, listened with their ears, or even scanned with their divine sense, this space appeared utterly devoid of anything. Consequently, the black-robed elder strolled unabashedly to the entrance of the Dragon Palace, seamlessly gliding inside before the eyes of numerous soldiers and guards, as if they were invisible. Originally, in light of the military's departure and the vulnerability of the stronghold, the Dragon Palace's defenses were tighter than ever. Not only were there more guards patrolling inside and out, but various formations and restrictions within the palace had also been activated. It could be said that, apart from the absence of powerful figures, every other aspect was significantly more secure than usual. Yet, under these circumstances, both the patrolling guards and the activated formations failed to perceive the black-robed elder. Oblivious to his presence, he wandered through the palace with ease, arriving at the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace, as if entering his own backyard. A powerful, concealed divine sense radiated from him, sweeping through the entire Dragon Palace in an instant. The black-robed elder suddenly paused, and in the next moment his figure vanished from view, only to reappear deep within the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace, where the layers of restrictions posed no obstacle to him. Not here either. After a brief scan of the treasure-laden vault, he shook his head in disappointment. It seemed he needed to find someone to inquire further. His eyes, concealed beneath the cloak, gleamed momentarily, and his divine sense swept through the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace once more before he leapt towards a palace deep within the inner court. This palace was none other than the residence of the East Sea Dragon Palace's little princess. Oh, excellent. The Dragon Maiden's palace. In the Dragon Maiden's palace, within her chambers. Exen leaned against a soft couch, her delicate brows furrowed, filled with an unshakable worry. She pondered, unaware of her father and brother's current situation. This time, her father and brothers had all led their forces to support the North Sea, leaving her behind at home. How could she not be concerned? Yet, she also understood that this battle was unlike any before. The Demon Master's estate was immensely powerful, and this time, they had mobilized their entire force. Even though their Four Seas Dragon Palace had also dispatched their elite, the outcome was still uncertain. In such a brutal conflict, her limited capabilities as a mere golden immortal would have little impact. Her presence might not only prove inconsequential, but could also distract her father and brothers. Thus, despite her intense desire to fight alongside them, she obeyed her father's command and remained behind. Yet, though her body stayed, her heart seemed to have soared to the North Sea with her father and brothers. At that moment, the little dragon maiden sensed that something was amiss and instinctively turned her head, only to be startled into exclaiming, "Who are you?" For unbeknownst to her, a figure clad in black robes, their features obscured in shadow, had appeared not far from her bed. When did he arrive? She had not sensed anything at all beforehand. How could she not be startled? In an instant, she felt the urge to spring from her bed and summon her magical artifact. However, the young girl was advised to remain still, with a casually spoken phrase from the man in the black robe. Exener felt as if she had been ensnared by a binding spell, rendered utterly immobile. Then, she observed the black-robed figure approach with a chilling smile that sent shivers down her spine, extending a withered hand to gently rest upon her forehead. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her mind. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost all consciousness. Moments later, the black-robed man withdrew his hand from the young dragon girl's forehead. She collapsed to the ground, akin to a lifeless doll deprived of support. Dragon God Gu, Ancestral Dragon Abyss. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the black-robed man's eyes, as he felt he had discovered what he sought. He promptly turned to exit the Dragon Maiden's palace. Yet at that moment, he cast a glance at the still prostrate young dragon girl, as if struck by an epiphany. With a flicker of thought, a beam of black and azure light shot from his fingertip, embedding itself within the young dragon girl's brow. Only then did he swiftly exit the Dragon Maiden's palace, heading directly towards the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. Before long, he found himself hovering above the abyss. This is the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan? The black-robed man hesitated briefly, but soon seemed to recall something, gritting his teeth as he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the Ancestral Dragon Abyss. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, as he had just entered the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Gu, who had been meditating within the Ancestral Dragon coffin at the abyss's depths, abruptly opened his eyes. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the black-robed man. Immediately, the image of the man materialized before him. Although his divine authority was confined to the Ancestral Dragon Abyss, with his nearly consummate water divine powers, he could perceive anything within the reach of water elemental energy. Thus, every action taken by the black-robed man after entering the Dragon Palace, including subduing the young dragon girl and employing hypnotic means to gather intelligence, had not escaped Gu's watchful eyes. Yet, having noted that the intruder, despite his untrustworthiness, had not yet caused any irreparable harm, Aogu chose not to act hastily, contemplating a more thorough understanding of the intruder's intentions. Little did he expect that this foolhardy individual would directly venture into his ancestral dragon abyss. A chuckle escaped Aogu's lips. This man was indeed eager for his own demise. Had he chosen to confront him outside, it would have required considerable effort and risked collateral damage. Yet to his surprise, the intruder had taken the initiative to penetrate his divine domain. With such a forthright and considerate delivery, there was no reason for Aogu to refuse entry. It was the perfect opportunity to discern the true nature and intentions of this audacious individual. Upon entering the ancestral dragon abyss, the black-robed man felt a subtle weight settle upon him, accompanied by a faint, oppressive aura that permeated the surroundings, causing him considerable discomfort. Peering into the abyssal waters, he beheld a multitude of dragon corpses, each emitting a faint, immortal golden glow. Although long deceased, their lingering dragon might remain palpable. Nevertheless, after a brief assessment, he shook his head in disappointment. These dragon corpses had been no match for him in life, and in death, they were even less of a threat. He was about to continue his descent into the abyss when a deep, authoritative voice suddenly resounded. "What is it that you seek?" The black-robed man was taken aback, every hair on his body standing on end. Who dares to reveal themselves? He could not help but feel both astonished and enraged, unleashing a formidable divine consciousness that could instill dread in countless celestial beings, sweeping it across the expanse around him. He had never anticipated